Chapter 2867. Shocking news. Unconsciously, several days have passed since Huang Pengsu and the others came to Feng's house. During the past few days, Jiang Chen was cultivating in Feng's house while waiting for news from Deacon Immortal Palace. Feng Changxing, the ancestor of the Feng family who disappeared for a few days, finally came in a hurry to find Jiang Chen. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile lightly. Looking at your expression, it should be that something big has happened. Tell me, what happened? Jiang Chen's son really expected things like God. Not long ago, the Feng family did get a shocking news. Feng Changxing took a deep breath and said slowly, Xuantian Shanzong suddenly released the news of the Ziri mountain range to the public. The location is at Fengqi Shanshan, and now the entire chaotic area has been surging, and countless people are gathering towards Fengqi Shanshan. Go. Tisk tisk. This Xuantian immortal sect is also decisive. Jiang Chen couldn't help but praised with a smile. The four Tai forces really want to join forces to go to the Xuantian Shanzong. Xuantian Shanzong has guarded the secrets of the Ziri mountain range for many years. How can it be willing to hand it over to the four Tai forces? After the Xuantian Shanzong got the plan of the four Tai forces, before the four Tai forces had time to go to the Xuantian Immortal Palace, the news of the Ziri mountain range was made public in advance. Now in the entire chaotic area, almost everyone has learned the news of the Ziri mountain range. It is probably not an easy task for the four great Tai forces to encroach on the Ziri mountain range. Master Jiang Chen, Fengqi Shanshan has been explored countless times by my Feng family, but we have never found anything to do with the legendary Ziri mountain range. Could this be deliberately done by Xuantian Shanzong? At this moment, Feng Changxing's somewhat puzzled voice could not help ringing in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. Xuantian Shanzong announced the news of the Ziri mountains to the public. There should be their plans, but the news should not be fake. You prepare, let's go to Fengqi Shanshan to see. The Xuantian immortal sect announced the news of the Ziri mountains, obviously intending to bring disaster to the east, and did not want to have a head-on conflict with the four Tai forces. At this time, Xuantian Shanzong could not come up with a fake news to deceive the four Tai forces. Once the four major Tai forces fail to find the traces of the Ziri mountains in Fengqi Shanshan, they will definitely turn their anger on Xuantian Shanzong. How can Xuantian Shanzong bear the anger of the four great Tai forces? In the chaotic area, one of the four Tai forces, Deacon Immortal Palace. In a magnificent ancient hall, several silhouettes filled with immortal power of Da Luo sat on the hall one by one. The first handsome middle-aged man in a yellow robe is the palace master of Deacon Immortal Palace, Immortal Venerable Huang Chen. His eyes swept slightly on several Da Luo Shanzun in the hall, and said solemnly, Fellow Taoists, Xuantian Shanzong suddenly made the news of Ziri mountain range public. What do you think of this? I think there are 9 out of every 10 that this is a mischief of Xuantian Shanzong. If you want to use fake news to lure us to fight, don't be fooled. A burly Da Luo Immortal Venerable said in a urn. Another Immortal Da Luo with a gloomy complexion and a black triangle mark between his eyebrows said lightly, Xuantian Shanzong also knows the consequences of spreading false news to deceive us. The news is very likely to be true. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of several Immortal Da Luo were flickering, and when they were thinking, the hall fell into silence in an instant. Fellow Taoist Huang Chen, the matter has come to this point. Presumably we no longer have the need to go to Xuantian Shanzong, so I will take the first step and say goodbye. After a while, the old man who had not spoken for a while suddenly clasped his fists at Immortal Venerable Huang Chen, and immediately disappeared into the hall out of thin air in a flash. The burly Da Luo Immortal Venerable and the Da Luo Immortal Venerable with a triangular mark on his eyebrows couldn't help but change slightly. They don't have to think about it to know that the old guy left suddenly, and in all likelihood, he planned to go to Fengqishan Mountain to inquire about the whereabouts of the Ziri mountain range. The two no longer hesitated at the moment, and said goodbye to Immortal Huang Chen, and quickly disappeared in front of Immortal Huang Chen. Xuantian Shanzong, it's really a good method. Immortal Venerable Huang Chen looked at the place where the three disappeared, and could not help but let out a low murmur. Just one piece of news made the situation change drastically in an instant, completely out of his control. The matter has come to this point. No matter whether the news spread by Xuantian Shanzong is true or false, this Fengqi Shanshan, he must go for a while. Immortal Venerable Huang Chen's eyes flashed slightly, and then the same figure flashed, disappearing into place out of thin air. and just when all the forces in the chaotic region were shaken by the birth of the sun-seeking mountains. The Xuantian immortal sect, who was the initiator, was peaceful at the moment. The depths of Xuantian Shanzong. An elegant man with fluttering white clothes and deep eyes stood proudly on top of a mountain. Beside the elegant man, there is also an old man with a white robe and white hair, with a slightly rickety figure standing there respectfully. The elegant man just turned around, looked at the white-haired old man and said with a smile, "Tong Lao, how is the situation outside?" The news of the Ziri mountain range came out, and the entire chaotic area is already surging. Even the four Tai forces, at this moment, their eyes may have converged on Fengqi Shanshan. Everything is within the expectations of the sect master. The white-haired old man smiled and reported the report. My Xuantian Shanzong has already learned about the secrets of the Ziri mountain range from senior Taishuan. If it was so easy to obtain, how could Xuantian Shanzong wait until now? The corners of the elegant man's mouth could not help but slightly raise a ghostly arc. I hope that the four Tai forces will not disappoint me. When Taishuan Shanzun left the chaotic area, he did leave the secret of the Ziri mountain range in the Xuantian Shanzong. If you want to open the Sunrise mountain range, the conditions are extremely harsh. Over the years, the Xuantian immortal sect has been preparing for the opening of the Sun Zan mountain range, and now it is almost ready. Even if the Xuantian immortal sect is fully prepared, it is still not an easy task to open the Ziri mountain range with the power of the Xuantian immortal sect alone. When the elegant man was about to do a little trick and borrow some external force, he didn't expect that the four Tai forces were also ready to move for the Ziri mountain range. The actions of the four Tai forces are naturally in the arms of the elegant man. He didn't have any hesitation, and directly took advantage of the situation to make the news of the birth of Ziri mountain range public in the chaotic area. Now everyone, including the four Tai forces, all eyes are gathered on Fengqishan mountain. With these strengths, it is enough to clear many obstacles for him. At that time, the Xuantian immortal sect will be able to successfully open the Sun Zishan mountain range and control everything in the Sun Jiri mountain range. Chapter 2868, Fengqi Immortal Mountain, Mysterious Valley, Fengqi Immortal Mountain. A not-so-famous immortal mountain in the chaotic region is located between Fengdong Immortal City and Qiwang Immortal City. As a fairy mountain with a long history, Fengqi Shanshan also has relatively rich resources. The resources of Fengqi Shanshan might be disliked by the Deluo forces and Tai forces, but for forces like the Feng family and the Huang family, it is a treasure land that can support the development of the family. The competition between the Feng family and the Huang family for Fengqi Shanshan has always been very fierce. As news spread that the Ziri mountains were hidden in Fengqishan Mountain, which was originally only concerned by the Feng family and the Huang family, became lively overnight. In the entire chaotic area, countless forces, big and small, all moved by the wind and gathered towards Fengqi Shanshan. The Ziri mountain range is the legendary land of the chaotic region, and it is also the dojo of the former top powerhouse in the chaotic region, the peak of the primordial immortal venerable realm. In particular, the legendary experience of immortal Taishuan made the Ziri mountains a mysterious color. Now that the Ziri mountain range has come out, in the entire chaotic area, there are almost no people who are not rushing to it, wanting to get the supreme opportunity in the Ziri mountain range, just like the Taishuan immortal venerable back then. When countless powerhouses in the chaotic area were gathering towards Fengqi mountain, Jiang Chen was also led by Feng Chengxing and quickly came to Fengqi Shanshan. Before the news of the Ziri mountain range came out, Fengqi immortal mountain was just an ordinary immortal mountain in the chaotic area. On the other hand, the Feng family and the Huang family occupy half of the immortal mountain, and regard Fengqi immortal mountain as a family property, and most people do not dare to set foot in it easily. With the news that the Ziri mountain range was in Fengqi Shanshan, several major Tai forces and many large Luo forces in the chaotic area came to hear the news. Although Fengqi Shanshan has always been the territory controlled by the Feng family and the Huang family, the attraction of the Ziri mountain range is simply too terrifying. Not to mention the Feng family and the Huang family, even Deacon Immortal Palace, the strongest of the four Tai forces, would not be able to defend this Fengqi immortal mountain by itself. Whether it was the Feng family or the Huang family, they all tacitly removed their defenses in Fengqi Shanshan, allowing everyone to come and go freely. After Feng Chengxing came to Feng Qixian, he took Jiang Chen directly to a valley with steep terrain. The entrance to the valley was like a perilous beast with a big mouth. Master Jiang Chen, my Feng family has been exploring Fengqishan mountain for many years. The valley in front of me should be a more mysterious place in Fengqishan. Feng Changxing looked up at the valley in front of him, and said to Jiang Chen with a smile. The Feng family has controlled half of Fengqishan for many years, so they naturally understand the situation of Fengqishan better than ordinary people. According to Jiang Chen's guess, if the Ziri mountain range is really hidden in Fengqishan mountain, the place where it exists will definitely be extraordinary. Feng Changxing brought Jiang Chen to the valley in front of him for the first time. Jiang Chen looked up at the valley in front of him, his eyes couldn't help but squinted slightly. Have you entered this valley to explore? From the outside, there is really nothing special about the valley in front of him, but Jiang Chen always felt that there seemed to be a great crisis hidden inside. I've been there, but it didn't take long before I was seriously injured by an inexplicable force. I don't even know what hurt me. Feng Changxing smiled bitterly and said, since then, I have listed this valley as a forbidden area and have never entered it again. Come on, let's go in and see. When Jiang Chen finished speaking, with a direct thought, he summoned the immortal corpse king. Entering the valley, Jiang Chen instantly felt the change in the surrounding environment. The temperature of Fengqishan is extremely comfortable, and the 4 seasons are like spring, just like a fairyland. But in this valley, it is covered with snow and ice. Jiang Chen and the others entered the valley, as if they had entered a whole new world. Before Jiang Chen could look around the situation, he suddenly sensed an inexplicable crisis. Thinking of what happened to Feng Changxing, Jiang Chen couldn't help feeling a little stunned, and quickly regained his energy. A snowball about the size of a fist appeared several meters in front of Jiang Chen without warning, and smashed towards Jiang Chen with a heart-pounding aura. Jiang Chen was startled, and quickly controlled the corpse of the immortal king to greet him. The snowball hit the immortal king's corpse instantly, and there was a loud bang. I saw the corpse of the immortal king tremble slightly, and immediately retreated a few steps in midair. What a horrible snowball! Since the Sword Emperor in Xingyi helped Jiang Chen to refine the corpse of the immortal king, Jiang Chen has already manipulated the corpse of the immortal king to fight against the 2 Deluo immortal venerables. When facing the 2 Deluo immortal venerables, this immortal king corpse could almost be easily suppressed and never took a step back. Now it was actually repelled by a fist-sized snowball. Until now, he still didn't know what exactly came out of the snowball. Jiang Chen finally understood why Feng Changxing was hit hard when he entered here. An unknown creature that didn't show up at all, with just a snowball, can defeat the corpse of the immortal king whose strength is not inferior to Deluo immortal venerable. From this, it can be seen that the strength of this unknown creature is probably still higher than the ordinary Deluo immortal venerable. Be careful, this place is not easy. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, controlled the corpse of the immortal king to guard him in front of him, and then cautiously walked towards the valley. Jiang Chen and the others were attacked by the snowball more than once, but they were all easily resolved by Jiang Chen's manipulation of the corpse of the immortal king. The area of the valley is not large. The two went into the valley for less than 100 miles, and they almost reached the depths of the valley. I saw that on the ground covered with many ice and snow in front, there was a clear spring water covering an area of tens of square meters, flowing quietly. Cece's celestial spirit slowly steamed upwards from the spring water. And behind the spring water, there is a small tree with a height of about 10 feet. Is this the legendary Hunyuan immortal spring? Feng Changxing stared at the spring water, as if he thought of something in an instant, and he couldn't help but scream. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. Hunyuan Shangquan. Hunyuan Shangquan, a kind of peculiar fairy spring that can only be formed after being nurtured by the blood of the powerful people in the Hunyuan immortal venerable realm. In this kind of immortal spring, not only the power of immortal essence is majestic, but also contains some of the power of the great Tao that Hunyuan immortal venerable comprehends, and it is of certain help for the improvement of cultivation base and the understanding of the laws of immortality. It is rumored that in the Hunyuan forces, Chaos Immortal Venerable will breed and use the genius disciples under the Hunyuan Shangquan Gate, which enables the Hunyuan forces to continuously produce strong men above Deluo Immortal Venerable. Chapter 2869, Hunyuan Shangquan, Supreme Tao Fruit. The immortal world is vast and boundless, and there are countless forces, big and small. Especially in the most prosperous and prosperous heavens in the immortal Tao such as the Xian heavenly domain, the Deluo forces generally have Deluo Immortal Venerable in charge, and they can only be regarded as entering the house. In the Hunyuan forces with Hunyuan Immortal Venerable in charge can be regarded as the tyrants who can dominate one side. In the immortal realm, there is a chasm between Jinxian and Deluo Immortal Venerable. Even Deluo forces and Tai forces cannot guarantee that they can always cultivate Deluo Immortal Venerable and Tai Immortal Venerable. Once the Immortal Venerables in these forces fall, it is very likely that they will decline from then on, and thus will be helpless. In the fairy world, such examples are not uncommon, and the Hunyuan forces with Hunyuan Immortal Venerable in charge can be truly enduring. The main reason for this is that Chaos Immortal Venerable has reached a very high level in terms of power level and understanding of the laws of immortality. They can use their own strength and comprehend the laws of immortality to cultivate Hunyuan Immortal Spring. It is precisely because of the existence of Hunyuan Xianxia that the chaotic forces can continuously give birth to strong men above Deluo Shanzun, which will last forever. Feng Chengxing obviously did not expect that there would be the existence of Hunyuan Xianxia here. With this primordial immortal spring, he may not have the opportunity to comprehend the power of immortal power to control the heavens and the earth, and become a real Deluo Immortal Venerable. Hearing Feng Chengxing's words, Jiang Chen's pupils couldn't help but shrank suddenly. Hunyuan Xianxia can only be nurtured by Hunyuan Shanzun. Could it be that there is a Hunyuan Shanzun here? It's impossible. If you have Hunyuan Immortal Venerable here, it's almost impossible for you and me to see the Hunyuan Immortal Spring that it nurtured. Feng Chengxing took a deep breath and said slowly, there is only one possibility for the formation of the primordial immortal spring here, and that is the place where the powerhouses of the primordial immortal venerable realm fell. The place where immortal venerable Hunyuan fell. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he cried out, Sun Zun Shanzun. Feng Chengxing shook his head and said, it is said that the immortal Jai Sun is a primordial immortal who is good at the power of fire. Judging from the environment here, it should not be immortal Zhuang Sun. Jiang Chen nodded, and also felt that it was unlikely that it was immortal Zhuang Sun who fell here. The dojo of Zuri Shanzun is the Ziri mountain range, where Taishuan Shanzun once entered. Today's Xuantian Shanzong must have waited for information about the Ziri mountains from Taishuan Shanzun. If this place is the place where immortal venerable Zuri has fallen, Xuantian immortal sect will definitely know the situation here. If they knew that Hunyuan Immortal Spring was born here, they would have come to Fengqi Immortal Mountain long ago to take Hunyuan Immortal Spring as their own, so how could they let Feng family and Huang family compete for Fengqi Immortal Mountain for so many years? This Fengqi Immortal Mountain not only hides the dojo of the Sun Zan Immortal Venerable, but now another unknown Hunyuan Immortal Venerable has fallen here. It seems that this little Fengqi Shanshan is really not easy. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen put aside his thoughts, and his eyes couldn't help but look towards the small tree of Jiangshu behind the Hunyuan Xianxia, and finally locked directly on the fruit like a crystal snowball on the small tree. Although Jiang Chen doesn't know what this fruit is, he can vaguely feel that the value of this fruit is probably still above the fruit of enlightenment. Master Jiang Chen, this Hunyuan Xianxia has a fatal flaw. Once the spring water is separated from the Xianxia, the power it contains will quickly disappear. Unless you use some special containers, it is difficult to take it away. Feng Chengxing suppressed the excitement in his heart, and his brows couldn't help but tightly knit together. If the news of the Ziri mountain range has not yet spread, the Feng family can fully deploy their troops and take this primordial immortal spring as their own. But now the Tai forces and the Deluo forces in the chaotic area have come to Fengqi Shanshan. I'm afraid it won't be long before this valley will be noticed. At that time, the Hunyuan Xianxia will be exposed, and their Feng family may not have the qualifications to compete for the Hunyuan Xianxia at all. I'm afraid it's not realistic to want to take the Hunyuan Xianxia as my own. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, while other people haven't discovered this place, you can make full use of the primordial immortal spring to cultivate. If you can break through Deluo Immortal Venerable, it will be a great opportunity. What Jiang Chen said is very true, but Feng is greedy. Feng Chengxing no longer hesitated at the moment, and directly swept to the Hunyuan Xianxia, absorbing the energy of the Hunyuan Xianxia to practice. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to cultivate, but ordered the corpse of the immortal king to guard himself, and leaned carefully towards the small tree behind the immortal spring. Boy, you are lucky, you just got the fruit of enlightenment, and now you have met the fruit of supreme Tao that is condensed from the immortal spring of Hunyuan. At this moment, the steel spirit of the immortal monument couldn't help but exclaimed in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen suddenly asked curiously in his heart, is this Tao fruit more precious than the Tao enlightenment immortal fruit? This is natural, the origin of Hunyuan Xianxia, the old guy next to you has already introduced it to you. This Tao fruit is condensed by absorbing Hunyuan Xianxia all the year round, it can be said that it is the crystallization of the entire Hunyuan Shangquan. How can it be compared with the immortal fruit of enlightenment? The immortal steel spirit said lightly, "Let me tell you this way, this Tao fruit can at least directly create a Deluo immortal venerable. Even a true immortal can get this supreme Tao fruit in a very short period of time. Break through the realm of Deluo immortal venerable." Hearing the words of the immortal steel and steel spirit, Jiang Chen couldn't help but take a breath. The immortal fruit in front of you is indeed the supreme Tao fruit condensed from the absorption of the primordial immortal spring. It is too terrifying. Looking at the current trend, it may take 3 or 5 days for this Tao fruit that absorbs the condensed primordial immortal spring to mature. That is to say, if you want to get this Tao fruit, it will take another 3 or 5 days. At this moment, the voice of the immortal monument rang again. Jiang Chen's brows couldn't help but tightly knit together. If it were a normal day, waiting for 3 or 5 days for such a supreme fruit would be nothing at all. But now the powerhouses in the entire chaotic region have gathered in Fengqishan Mountain, and I am afraid that someone will soon find this valley. Although this valley is extremely mysterious, even ordinary Deluo immortal venerable may not be able to easily come here, but I am afraid that it cannot stop the top forces headed by the 4 Tai forces. Once these top forces break into this place, it is not an easy task for him to keep this supreme Tao fruit for 3 to 5 days. With a supreme Tao fruit right in front of him, Jiang Chen naturally couldn't retreat so easily. Danger and opportunity have always coexisted. No matter what, he will do his best to keep this supreme Tao fruit mature and put it in his own pocket. Chapter 2870. Cross the line, die. Jiang Chen simply placed a defensive restraint around him. Once someone broke in, he would immediately feel it. After arranging the defensive restrictions, Jiang Chen ordered the immortal king corpse to guard him, then sat cross-legged under the small tree, and began to use the power of Hunyuan immortal spring to cultivate. At the beginning, Jiang Chen was still a little worried that the unknown creature that sent snowballs to attack them would appear, and would wake up from meditation from time to time. Later, the snowball never appeared again. Jiang Chen was too lazy to deal with it anymore, and cultivated in a ruthless manner. Although cultivating here does not have 100 times the time flow rate of the Tower of Time, but under the action of Chaos Immortal Spring, it is not small for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's cultivation base and his understanding of Shanli Yudiandi have improved a lot. The time soon came to the 4th day. Jiang Chen clearly felt that an incomparably mysterious power was vaguely emitting from the Tao fruit on the small tree. Under the influence of this power, if Jiang Chen didn't try his best to restrain himself, I'm afraid he would immediately enter a state of epiphany. It won't be the Tao fruit condensed by the absorption of Hunyuan Shangquan. Jiang Chen was also amazed in his heart. Just the breath of maturity can make people instantly enter a state of epiphany. The Tao fruit in front of him is indeed a supreme immortal fruit that can directly create a Deluo immortal venerable. Just when Jiang Chen's eyes were locked on the Tao fruit that was about to ripen, a violent explosion suddenly came from outside. Jiang Chen couldn't help but look up suddenly, and saw that the defensive restraint he had arranged burst apart. A group of powerful figures, walking on the wind and snow, appeared in front of Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. When these people saw Hunyuan Shangquan, their faces were full of ecstasy. Hunyuan Shangquan, it turned out to be the legendary Hunyuan Shangquan. It is said that Hunyuan Shangquan can only be nurtured by Hunyuan Shanzun. I didn't expect that there would be Hunyuan Shangquan here. Hunyuan Shangquan, I must get the golden sword Shanman. These people completely ignored the existence of Jiang Chen and the two of them, and all stared at Hunyuan Shangquan frantically. At this moment, Feng Changxing, who had been absorbing the cultivation of Hunyuan Shangquan, also woke up, and immediately came to Jiang Chen's side with a dignified expression. Who are they? Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The strength of this group is extremely not weak, and the strength of the 3 of them is not under Feng Changxing. Especially as the first middle-aged blonde, he is definitely a real Deluo immortal venerable. The people from the Golden Sword immortal sect of Daluo's influence. There was also a dignified look in Feng Changxing's eyes. He was about to continue to introduce the situation of Jindao Shanman to Jiang Chen, and a half-step big Luo from Jindao Shanman had already stood up, and the cold and stern voice also rang in Jiang Chen's ears instantly. You two, get out of here when you know each other. The Hunyuan immortal spring here belongs to our Golden Sword immortal sect. Feng Changxing's expression sank slightly when he heard the words. Fengqi Shanshan has always been our Feng family's territory. Your golden saber Shanman is too domineering, right? What the Feng family, I've never heard of it. Since you have to court death, then I will fulfill you. The half-step big Luo smiled coldly, and immediately took a step forward and punched. This fist was punched, and there seemed to be a roaring sound between heaven and earth, and the golden punches rushed towards Feng Chengxing like a raging wave, causing the space in front of Feng Chengxing to continue at a speed visible to the naked eye, shattered. Feng Chengxing's pupils could not help shrinking suddenly, and the Da Luo immortal power in his body was also turbulent in an instant, turning into a tornado ganglion, which collided with the oncoming golden fist. Only a loud bang was heard, and the tornado gang was instantly defeated by the golden fist. As for Feng Chengxing's figure, he stepped on the ground and stepped back several steps, each step causing the entire valley to shake. Feng Chengxing strongly suppressed the churning breath in his body, and his expression was extremely difficult to see. He couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen beside him. The half-step Luo of the Golden Sword Immortal sect is obviously stronger than him. Not to mention that there is a real De Luo Immortal Venerable on the opposite side. With his strength, it is simply difficult to compete with the people of Jindao Shanmen. Don't move too much, quickly solve these two guys, this deity will block this valley. At this moment, the headed blonde De Luo Immortal Venerable said lightly. I'm going to kill that kid. Behind the blonde De Luo Immortal Venerable, a 7th-rank Golden Immortal rushed towards Jiang Chen, who stood proudly above the Hunyuan Immortal Spring with his hands behind his back. What responded to him was a sword chi drawn by Jiang Chen casually. This seemingly plain sword energy made the 7th-grade Jinxian instinctively feel a dangerous aura. His expression changed, and he quickly retreated a distance of dozens of meters. He soon discovered that Jiang Chen's sword energy was not aimed at him, but drew a long sword mark outside the Hunyuan Shangquan, blocking them from the sword mark. Seeing such a 7th-grade Jinxian, his eyes couldn't help but squinted slightly. Whoever crosses this line, die. Jiang Chen replied indifferently, and his eyes fell on the Dao fruit on the small tree again. Just wait for the Dao fruit to mature, and then put it in the bag as soon as possible. Hunyuan Shangquan can't be taken away, and Jiang Chen has no plans to take it as his own. This Dao fruit condensed by Hunyuan Shangquan, he must get it no matter what. Tisk tisk, the kid is so loud, even if I cross this line, what can you do? The 7th-ranked Jinxian said, and stepped over the sword mark left by Jiang Chen without any scruples. Seek your own way. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, he raised his hand and flicked his finger at the 7th-ranked Jinxian. There was a thunderous explosion in the void, and an invisible sword chi shot out from Jiang Chen's fingers, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared above the head of the 7th-ranked Jinxian. Looking at the sword energy coming from Jiang Chen's fingers, the 7th-ranked Jinxian's pupils suddenly shrank, and the majestic Jinxian's power instantly turned into a huge golden sword shadow to greet him. This seemingly powerful, golden sword shadow was unable to resist the sword energy that Jiang Chen flicked his fingers. The sword energy instantly pierced through the golden blade shadow, and then passed through his chest without giving the 7th-ranked Jinxian any chance to react. Even the fairy crystal in his body was completely shattered by this sword energy. The 7th-grade Jinxian instantly turned into a corpse and smashed heavily on the ground. This scene in front of them also caused the complexions of many people in the Golden Saber Immortal sect to change slightly. Killing a 7th-ranked Golden Immortal in one blow means that the black-clothed youth in front of him has at least the strength comparable to an 8th-ranked Golden Immortal or even a 9th-ranked Golden Immortal. Chapter 2871, Quasi-De Luo Immortal Venerable. The blonde De Luo Shanzun stared closely at Jiang Chen, and there was a dignified look in his eyes. With his eyesight, it is naturally not difficult to see that the black-clothed youth in front of him only has the cultivation of a 4th-ranked Jinxian. A 4th-ranked Golden Immortal can easily kill a 7th-ranked Golden Immortal with one finger. This kind of genius, even the 4 Tai forces in the chaotic region, I am afraid that few people can easily do it. Jiang Chen didn't answer, just said indifferently, I'll say it again, those who cross the line, die. I'm not ashamed to say it, I want to see, how can you stop my Golden Sword Immortal sect just by being a mere boy? A 9th-ranked Jinxian stepped out directly, and his powerful breath instantly oppressed Jiang Chen. This 9th-ranked Jinxian was tall, more than 2 meters tall, and his muscles were very strong, giving him an extremely powerful sense of oppression. He approached Hunyuan Shangquan step by step like this, and soon crossed the sword mark drawn by Jiang Chen on the ground. And in this very moment, Jiang Chen also shot again. He stretched out a palm like white jade, and the chi of immortal essence in a radius of 100 miles also suddenly gathered towards Jiang Chen's palm at this moment. Time to blink. A dark and deep handprint condensed in Jiang Chen's palm. Jiang Chen flipped his palm, and a loud, earth-shattering noise suddenly sounded in the void, as if it was suppressed from the void like a sacred mountain. Black handprints descended from the sky and slammed down towards the 9th-ranked Jingxian. In front of this black handprint, even this tall and incomparably tall 9th-ranked Jingxian appears incomparably small. "Open it for me." The 9th-ranked Jingxian let out a loud roar, and directly threw out a large sword with golden light, which slashed toward the black handprint on the top of his head. The knife that this rank 9 Jingxian slashed with all his strength actually only made the black handprint tremble slightly, and then continued to press it down. The 9th-ranked Jingxian let out a low growl in his throat, his feet slammed on the ground, his entire body swelled with a bang, his muscles burst, like molten iron pouring, his figure suddenly doubled. Holding the golden sword in both hands, he slashed out again, as if he wanted to split the world with one knife. Under the suppression of Jiang Chen's black handprints, it would be futile to let this rank 9 Jingxian roar furiously and explode with all his might. With this knife, he still couldn't shake the black handprint, he could only watch the black handprint rapidly enlarge in his pupils. Only a loud bang was heard, and the whole person of this rank 9 Jingxian was suppressed to the ground by black handprints. With the sound of cracking, bones bursting, and finally when the black handprints dissipated, the 9th-ranked Jingxian had already evaporated out of thin air, leaving only a red bloodstain on the ground. The 9th rank, Golden Immortal, was crushed with one palm. With Jiang Chen's 4th rank Golden Immortal peak cultivation level, and the immortal power to control the heavens and the earth to display the Heavenly Emperor seal, even a 9th rank Heavenly Immortal can be easily killed. Many people from the Golden Saber Immortal sect couldn't help but take a deep breath, and unbelievable horror appeared in their eyes. Just an understatement can knock out a rank 9 Golden Immortal. Even a half-step Da Luoxing powerhouse might not be able to do it easily. Shanli Yudiandi, are you the quasi-Deluo Immortal Venerable? At this moment, the golden-haired Deluo Immortal Venerable from the Golden Saber Immortal sect was also the first to come back to his senses, and his expression was also horrified. Gathering the chi of immortal essence in a radius of 100 miles and integrating it into the immortal technique that he casts, this can only be done by Immortal Venerable Deluo who has mastered the immortal power to control the heavens and the earth. As a Deluo Immortal Venerable, he is naturally no stranger to this kind of power. And the black-clothed youth in front of him obviously only has the cultivation base of 4th rank Jingxian, but he has mastered the means of immortal power to control the world. The black-clothed youth in front of him is the quasi-Deluo Immortal Venerable who controls the heaven and earth with immortal power in the Golden Fairyland. Many people from the Golden Sword Immortal sect heard the words, and it was difficult for them to recover from their horror for a long time. The quasi-Deluo Immortal Venerable can only enjoy the honorary title if he realizes the immortal power to control the world and the peerless arrogance in advance before his cultivation reaches the half-step Deluo realm. As long as the quasi-Deluo Immortal Venerable does not fall ahead of time, he will definitely be able to achieve the existence of Deluo Immortal Venerable in the future. Such peerless arrogance, even in the entire immortal world, is very rare. Now in the entire chaotic area, it is said that only the Deacon Immortal Palace, the head of the 4 Tai forces, has a quasi-Deluo Immortal Venerable who is a 9th rank Golden Immortal who understands the immortal power and controls the heavens and the earth. And the black-clothed youth in front of him is far from reaching the 9th rank Golden Immortal. Doesn't this mean that the talent of the black-clothed youth in front of him is much more terrifying than that of the Deacon Immortal Palace? I didn't expect that your excellency is a quasi-Deluo Immortal Venerable. The blonde Deluo Shanzun stared closely at Jiang Chen, but even so, you probably don't have the ability to monopolize this primordial immortal spring, right? Jiang Chen's eyes were flat and authentic. I never thought of monopolizing the primordial immortal spring, but now you can't enter here. After half a day, I will leave on my own. Within half a day, those who cross the line will die. The blonde Da Luo Shanzun narrowed his eyes slightly. What if the deity does not agree? As a dignified Deluo Immortal Venerable, the blonde Deluo Immortal Venerable would naturally not be frightened by a mere quasi-Deluo Immortal Venerable. With his eyesight, it is naturally not difficult to see that Jiang Chen's purpose should be the immortal fruit that is about to ripen behind the Hunyuan Shangquan. Although he didn't know what this fairy fruit was, it was nurtured by Hunyuan Shangquan, so it must be extraordinary. Although he was a little afraid of his identity as a young man in black, At this time, how could he hand over that fairy fruit to Jiang Chen? He also didn't intend to delay with this black-clothed young man, in case it was too late. Although the Golden Sword Immortal sect is a relatively well-known Da Luo faction in the chaotic region, there are not a few forces that are stronger than the Golden Sword Immortal. Especially the 4 Tai forces, the Golden Saber Immortal sect cannot compete at all. Half a day is enough for many forces to find the valley in front of them. Once the 4 great Tai forces come, this primordial immortal spring and that immortal fruit will probably have nothing to do with their Golden Sword Immortal sect. Jiang Chen raised his head and glanced at the blonde Deluo Immortal Venerable, and said lightly, "Those who cross the line die, even if you are Deluo Immortal Venerable. If that's the case, then don't blame the deity for bullying the small." The blonde Deluo Immortal Venerable's face sank, and the terrifying power of Deluo Immortal Venerable also instantly permeated from his body. With a wave of his palm, the immortal energy between the heavens and the earth instantly turned into a golden saber, with a radiance that was even brighter than the sun, and slashed towards Jiang Chen. Chapter 2872. Mad Drinker. The golden-haired Deluo Immortal Venerable obviously did not intend to delay the time. As soon as he shot, he used Deluo Immortal power to control the power of heaven and earth, and slashed towards Jiang Chen. This move is even more powerful than the Heavenly Emperor seal displayed by Jiang Chen with his immortal power to control the heavens and the earth. Immortal King Corpse, go! Jiang Chen was expressionless, and directly issued an order to the corpse of the Immortal King beside him. After the Immortal Corpse King took over Jiang Chen's order, he directly greeted him with a punch without any fancy. The slash from the blonde Deluo Shanzun driving the power of heaven and earth was instantly shattered into nothingness by the punch of the Shenwang corpse. The blonde Deluo Shanzun groaned, and the whole person stepped back 3 steps on the ground. He looked up at the corpse of the Immortal King standing in front of Jiang Chen. His expression suddenly changed, and he said in disbelief, "Deluo Immortal Venerable Puppet." Although he had noticed this puppet beside Jiang Chen for a long time, he never thought that this puppet would have the strength not inferior to Deluo Immortal Venerable. To refine a puppet of the Deluo Immortal Venerable level, the difficulty level is even greater than that of cultivating a Deluo Immortal Venerable. Even the 4 major Tai forces in the chaotic region may not be able to refine the Deluo Immortal Venerable level puppet. Jiang Chen was too lazy to pay attention to the blonde Deluo Shanzun, and looked at the Dao fruit again. According to his estimation, it won't be long before this Dao fruit will mature. Seeing Jiang Chen directly ignoring his existence, Immortal Venerable Deluo's complexion instantly became extremely gloomy. A Deluo Immortal Venerable level puppet, a half-step Deluo, and a quasi-Daruo Immortal Venerable who understands the immortal power to control the world. Such a lineup. Even the lineup of their Golden Sword Immortal sect who came to Fengqi Immortal Mountain might not be able to easily defeat them. The origin of this prospective Deluo Immortal Venerable is mysterious. Apart from this Deluo Immortal Venerable, he may have some powerful cards on his body. The blonde Deluo Immortal Venerable does not dare to act rashly at this moment. Tisk tisk, I really didn't expect that the immortal spring of Hunyuan could be born in this Fengqi Shanshan Mountain. It seems that the news that the Zuri mountain range is hidden here is not groundless. Just when the blonde Deluo Shanzun's eyes were uncertain, a sudden laughter slowly echoed in the valley. Someone is coming. Immortal Venerable Deluo with blonde hair was startled, and he couldn't help but look up in the direction of the voice. I saw an old man with wind and snow slowly stepping into the air. The old man had messy white hair, a wine gourd was slung around his waist, and he burped wine from time to time. His eyes were extremely cloudy, as if he was an ordinary old alcoholic. The mad wine Taoist turned out to be this old guy. Feng Chengxing looked at the old alcoholic who suddenly appeared, and seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly changed greatly. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. You know this old guy. Intuition tells him that this old guy is probably even more than the golden-haired Deluo Immortal Venerable of the Golden Saber Immortal sect. The mad wine Taoist is a loose cultivator in the chaotic area, and one of the oldest Deluo Immortal Venerables in the chaotic area. His strength is almost one of the best among the Deluo Immortal Venerable in the chaotic area. Feng Chengxing said solemnly. The mad wine Taoist in front of him is the most powerful existence other than the great Tai Immortal Venerates in the chaotic region. Crazy drunk Taoist, it's you. The blonde Da Luo Shanzun looked at the person who came, and his pupils could not help shrinking slightly. He obviously did not expect that this one actually came to the valley in front of him. The mad wine Taoist glanced slightly, and immediately took a sip of the wine gourd at his waist, and said lazily, Jin Hongguang, you Jindao Shanman are lucky, you can even find the Hunyuan Shangquan. Crazy wine Taoist, you came just in time, how about we join hands to get Hunyuan Shangquan? The blonde Deluo immortal venerable called Jin Hongguang said quickly. The black-clothed youth who occupied the primordial immortal spring has a mysterious origin, and his trump card tricks emerge in an endless stream. With the power he brings, he may not be able to deal with it. Now, to defeat the black-clothed youth to get the primordial immortal spring, he can only join forces with the mad wine Taoist. The mad wine Taoist hiccups, with a drunken and hazy look, Hunyuan Shangquan belongs to your golden knife Shanman, old man, I only need that fairy fruit. The mad wine Taoist looked like he was drunk, but in fact he was extremely sober. Although Hunyuan Shangquan is extraordinary, it is impossible to take away. Now that many forces in the chaotic area have gathered in Fengqi Shanshan, even if he joins forces with Jindao Shanman, it is difficult to keep Hunyuan Shangquan. And the immortal fruit that absorbed the condensed Hunyuan Shangquan might not be worth less than the Hunyuan Shangquan. Therefore, the mad wine Taoist directly targeted the immortal fruit. Jin Hongguang didn't even think about it, and immediately agreed. Although Jin Hongguang also knew that the fairy fruit should be extremely extraordinary, he didn't want to delay it any longer. As time goes by, more and more people will definitely come here, and the profit of the Golden Knife Immortal sect will only get smaller and smaller. Especially the 4 Tai forces in the chaotic area. Once they found this place, the Golden Sword Immortal sect could only watch the 4 Tai forces take away the primordial immortal spring. In that case, let's do it. The voice of the mad wine Taoist fell, and the whole person seemed to wake up in an instant, and a powerful Da Luoxian might suddenly permeated from his body. I saw that he stepped directly over the sword mark drawn by Jiang Chen, and charged straight towards Jiang Chen. The corpse of the immortal king in front of Jiang Chen also collided instantly, colliding with the oncoming mad wine Taoist. Only a loud noise was heard, and the body of the drunk Taoist was also knocked down by the corpse of the immortal king and flew several feet away. What a Deluo immortal venerable puppet! The mad wine Taoist looked up at the puppet in front of him, and there was an unconcealed horror in his eyes. As one of the oldest Deluo immortal venerables in the chaotic area, the Taoist mad wine has already reached the peak of Deluo immortal venerable, and is only one step away from Tai immortal venerable. Although he was careless just now and didn't use all his strength, it was not easy for this puppet to be able to repel him. The strength of the immortal king corpse seems to have become stronger again. Seeing that the mad wine Taoist was repelled by the corpse of the immortal king, a look of astonishment flashed across Jiang Chen's eyes. When the sword immortal Xing Yi was refining this immortal king corpse for him, he had told him that the strength of the immortal king corpse would increase with his strength. Now that his cultivation base has reached the peak of the 4th grade golden immortal, the combat power of the immortal king corpse has also increased significantly. Crazy wine Taoist, be careful, this puppet's strength is not inferior to Da Luo Shanzun. Seeing this, Jin Hongguang couldn't help but quickly said, it's not too late, let's join hands and get rid of this puppet as soon as possible. Chapter 2873, 100 times the Epiphany, the strength soars. The alcoholic old man nodded. Although with his strength, he is not afraid of the Deluo immortal venerable puppet in front of him, but it is not easy to solve it. The alcoholic old man didn't want to spend too much energy on this Deluo immortal venerable puppet. If he fights with the puppet and loses both sides, it will only allow Jin Hongguang of the Golden Sword Immortal sect to take advantage of the fisherman. As an old fox who has survived for an unknown number of years, how could the alcoholic old man make such a low-level mistake? It is undoubtedly the best choice to deal with this Deluo immortal venerable puppet together with Jin Hongguang. Seeing the 2 great Luo immortal venerables join forces, Jiang Chen's brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. There was a flash of cold light in his eyes, and he directly attacked, manipulating the corpse of the immortal king and blasting away at the 2 Deluo immortal venerables. Let's do it together and get rid of this thing. Jin Hongguang's eyes skyrocketed, and the vast power of Deluo attracted the chi of immortal essence in the Bili void, and blasted it towards the corpse of the immortal king. The mad wine old man also did not hold back in the slightest. That power, which was even more powerful than Jin Hongguang, also waved his hand towards the corpse of the immortal king and shrouded him away. 3 Dalton's Luo immortal venerable level forces collided in midair, and a loud bang suddenly erupted. Under the joint attack of the 2 great Luo immortal venerables, Rao was a powerful immortal king corpse, and he was also suppressed. After all, this is a puppet refined from the body of an immortal king, and its physical defense is far superior to that of a mortal venerable Deluo. Although the two were able to suppress the corpse of the immortal king, it was difficult for them to completely defeat the corpse of the immortal king for a while. This immortal king corpse is a puppet, not only has a strong defense, but also does not feel any pain. Under Jiang Chen's control, it is completely fighting for his life. Neither Jin Hongguang nor the alcoholic old man dared to fight the immortal king's corpse easily. Both of them were restrained by the corpse of the immortal king. The disciple of the Golden Saber immortal sect listens to the order, quickly take down that kid for me. Seeing that he couldn't easily get rid of the puppet, in front of him, Jin Hongguang's complexion sank, and he shouted sharply at the people from the Golden Saber immortal sect. Hearing Jin Hongguang's order, the two half-step big luos from the Golden Saber immortal sect took the lead, pressing towards Jiang Chen with a monstrous aura. Young Master Jiang Chen, what should we do now? Looking at the scene in front of him, Feng Chengxing's expression instantly became extremely solemn. Just as Jiang Chen was about to speak, he sensed the Dao fruit on the small tree, and a dazzling light suddenly erupted. The Dao fruit nurtured by Hunyuan Shangquan has matured. Block them for a moment for me. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered, and he stepped directly in front of the little tree, and then he reached out and took the just ripened Dao fruit into his palm. After getting this fruit, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, and directly put it into his mouth without hesitation. Now that the corpse of the immortal king is retreating under the suppression of the two Deluo immortal venerables, and the Golden Saber immortal sect still has two half-step Deluo realm powerhouses, the situation is extremely unfavorable for them. He can only swallow this Dao fruit directly to improve his strength. Back then, Jiang Chen had used a Daluo elixir to make his strength skyrocket in a short period of time. The value of the Dao fruit in front of him is even far higher than that of the Great Luo Immortal Pill, which will definitely increase his strength by a large amount in a short period of time. Once his strength increases, the Immortal King corpse will also become stronger. Only in this way can he be able to cope with the immediate crisis. Daoguo melted at the entrance, and instantly turned into a mass of breath, spreading towards Jiang Chen's internal organs. A series of pleasant system prompts also continuously rang in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! You swallow the primordial Dao fruit and trigger a hundredfold epiphany. Ding! Your law of immortality, the power of the heavens and the earth, has reached the realm of great achievement. Ding! Your cultivation base breaks through the 5th grade Jinxian. Ding! Your cultivation base breaks through the 6th grade Jinxian. Ding! Your cultivation has broken through the 7th rank Golden Immortal. The supreme Dao fruit nurtured by Hunyuan Shangquan did not disappoint Jiang Chen. Not only did Jiang Chen reach the realm of Dacheng, but his cultivation level even broke the 3rd grade, reaching the realm of 7th grade Golden Immortal in one fell swoop. Shu Xian dares. Seeing that Jiang Chen swallowed the fairy fruit like this, the mad wine old man couldn't help but let out a burst of icy anger, and directly abandoned the corpse of the fairy king and killed Jiang Chen. At this moment, the corpse of the immortal king also burst into a dazzling light, and then appeared in the mad wine old man without warning, and punched the head of the mad wine old man with a punch. The mad wine old man's pupils shrank, and the power of Da Luo Shanzun also burst out with all his strength. Two terrifying forces collided again. The alcoholic old man trembled all over, and the whole person was hit by a terrifying force and flew a distance of hundreds of meters with one punch. The strength of this puppet has become stronger. How is it possible? An incredible horror suddenly appeared in the turbid old eyes of the alcoholic old man. Although this Deluo immortal venerable puppet was extremely powerful just now, the mad wine old man was confident that he could handle it. But I didn't expect that this Deluo immortal venerable level puppet would suddenly increase in strength by a large amount, even compared to his existence at the peak of the Deluo immortal venerable. As an old monster who has lived for an unknown number of years, it's not that the old man has never seen the puppet technique, but this is the first time he has met a puppet that can grow. Of course the alcoholic old man could not know. The puppet in front of him was refined from the corpse of an immortal king. The method of refining the corpse of the immortal king is also extraordinary, directly integrating Jiang Chen's blood. Once Jiang Chen's strength is improved, his blood essence will also become more powerful, thus enhancing the combat power of the immortal king corpse. Jiang Chen swallowed the primordial Dao fruit just now, and his cultivation level directly broke through from the 4th rank Golden Immortal to the 7th rank Golden Immortal, which naturally caused the strength of the immortal king corpse to skyrocket. Even the powerhouses at the peak of Deluo Immortal Venerable, such as the Mad Wine Old Man, are simply unable to compete head-on with the Immortal King corpse. As expected of the Hunyuan Daoguo that was nurtured by Hunyuan Shangquan. Feeling the corpse of the Immortal King and the skyrocketing strength of his own, Jiang Chen couldn't help but secretly exclaimed in surprise. He glanced at Feng Changxing, who had been beaten by the 2.5-step big Luos of the Golden Saber Immortal Sect, and pointed it out. The vast immortal energy instantly converged into a sword rainbow that pierced through the heavens and the earth, and slashed towards one of the half-step big Luos. The half-step Deluo who was besieging Feng Changxing also instinctively felt a hint of danger, and quickly abandoned Feng Changxing, retreating hundreds of feet in a row. The sword rainbow that pierced through the heavens and the earth also suddenly appeared above the head of the half-step Deluo, slashing down with a terrifying might. Chapter 2874, Domineering Liang Asgard. The half-step Deluo's pupil shrank, and he could only urge Deluo's power to resist. Beneath this sword rainbow, the half-step Deluo's power was as fragile as a piece of paper, almost collapsed at the touch of a touch. Jian Hong had already shattered all the strength of this half-step Deluo, and slashed directly on his body. The half-step Deluo groaned, his whole body was like a kite with a broken string, and he smashed heavily on the ground hundreds of meters away. With just one finger, he killed a half-step Deluo in an understatement. With the help of Hunyuan Daoguo, Jiang Chen not only broke through the 7th grade Jingxian, but also reached the realm of Dacheng. With his current strength, suppressing half-step Deluo is nothing but an easy task. Even in the face of the real Deluo Immortal Venerable, it may not be without the power of a battle. Seeing the scene in front of them, everyone present was like a ghost, and they could hardly believe their eyes. No one could have imagined that a dignified half-step Luo realm powerhouse would be instantly killed by the young man in black in front of him with an understatement. 7th grade Golden Immortal. Jin Hongguang's pupils shrank, and there was an incredible horror in his eyes. When he came here just now, although this young man in black killed a 7th-ranked Golden Immortal from the Golden Saber Immortal Sect in one move, his cultivation was only a 4th-ranked Golden Immortal. Unexpectedly, after swallowing the fairy fruit, Jiang Chen's cultivation level instantly rose to the 3rd rank, reaching the realm of the 7th-ranked Golden Immortal in one fell swoop. Even Jindao Shanman's half-step Deluo was easily killed by one move. This son's current combat power is probably not inferior to that of the real Deluo Immortal Venerable. Jin Hongguang, who the censored as this son. The Mad Wine Taoist stared at Jiang Chen, and his expression became more and more solemn. He was even a little discouraged in his heart. Although the immortal fruit nurtured by Hunyuan Shangquan is bound to be extraordinary, this guy can instantly realize after swallowing the immortal fruit, and directly break through from the 4th-ranked Golden Immortal to the 7th-ranked Golden Immortal. His talent is really terrifying. With such a talent, he is indeed the quasi-Deluo Immortal Venerable who can understand the immortal power to control the heavens and the earth. More important, this son is not only extremely talented, but also has a Deluo Immortal Venerable level puppet that can grow, and his background is probably extremely terrifying. Taoist Crazy Wine is a loose cultivator with no background, but he can become the oldest Deluo Immortal Venerable in the chaotic region. He has always acted very cautiously and knows how to choose. His goal today was the immortal fruit nurtured by the primordial immortal spring. Now that the immortal fruit has been eaten by Jiang Chen, it doesn't make any sense for him to continue shooting. As for the Hunyuan Shangquan, although this is a Shangquan that can only be nurtured by the Hunyuan forces, it also has a great effect on the cultivation of Da Luo Shanzun, but unless you have a specific fairy treasure, you can't bring the Hunyuan Shangquan with you. Go. Now that the major forces in the chaotic area have gathered in Fengqi Shanshan, he is only a loose cultivator. Even if he has the strength of Da Luo Shanzun, it is almost impossible to compete for the primordial immortal spring. That being the case, there is no need for him to offend this mysterious young man in black. Jin Hongguang, I won't participate in this old man, and leave. Taoist Crazy Wine said. He was about to turn around and leave. Seeing this, Jin Hongguang's complexion became more and more difficult to look at. In front of this Deluo Immortal Venerable level puppet, he joined forces with Taoist Crazy Wine, but failed to defeat it in a short period of time. Now, the strength of this Deluo Immortal Venerable puppet seems to have skyrocketed by a lot compared to before. If the Mad Wine Taoist left, it would be difficult for him to deal with it alone. At this moment, a violent energy fluctuation came from outside the valley, and a terrifying aura that was hotter than the sun suddenly swept from outside the valley. A group of figures in red clothes with scorching sun patterns embroidered on them also instantly appeared in Jiang Chen's line of sight. The appearance of this group of people instantly doubled the atmosphere of the entire valley, and even the snow and ice covered in the valley began to melt. Looking at the group of red-clothed men who suddenly came, Jiang Chen couldn't help but condensed slightly. The strength of this group of people in red is very strong, and there are at least 3 of them alone. Especially the red-clothed old man at the head, his strength is probably not inferior to the mad wine old man. Liyang Immortal Palace. Jin Hongguang and the others looked at the group of men in black who suddenly arrived, and their expressions instantly became extremely ugly. Liyang Immortal Palace, one of the 4 Tai forces in the chaotic region, not only has Tai Immortal Venerable, but Deluo Immortal Venerable can't be counted on one hand. On this trip to Fengqi Shanshan, Liyang Immortal Palace sent 3 Deluo Immortal Venerables. Now that Liyang Immortal Palace has arrived, it is difficult for their Golden Saber Immortal sect to get their hands on Hunyuan Immortal Spring. Elder, the primordial Immortal Spring was born here. One of the great Luo Immortal Venerable looked up at Hunyuan Immortal Spring, and couldn't help but have a fiery look in his eyes. Hunyuan Shangquan, only the Hunyuan forces with Hunyuan Shanzun in the town can cultivate the Shangquan. Even for them, Liyang Immortal Palace is an existence that can be met but not sought. Even if they couldn't find the Zuri mountain range during their trip to Liyang Immortal Palace, and they were able to take the Hunyuan Immortal Spring in front of them, it was a worthwhile trip. Everyone, this place belongs to our Liyang Immortal Palace. The idle people leave as soon as possible, otherwise you will blame me Liyang Immortal Palace for being rude. The eyes of the red-robed old man at the head flickered, and the incomparably domineering voice rang directly in the ears of everyone. Jin Hongguang's face sank suddenly. Shanzun Hongyun, your Liyang Immortal Palace is too domineering, right? My Liyang Immortal Palace is domineering, what can you do? The red-robed old man glanced at Jin Hongguang, and said indifferently, Jin Hongguang, if your Golden Saber Immortal sect still wants to hang out in the chaotic area, you'd better get out of here immediately. As one of the 4 Tai forces in the chaotic region, Liyang Immortal Palace can only pay attention to the other 3 Tai forces and Xuantian Shanzong. The mere Golden Knife Immortal Gate, how could they care about Liyang Immortal Palace? Hearing the unceremonious words of the old man in the red robe, Jin Hongguang's expression became extremely ugly in an instant. Although he was unwilling, he also knew very well that Liyang Immortal Palace was not something that their Golden Saber Immortal sect could compete with. If it really provokes Liyang Immortal Palace, I am afraid that there will be no place for the Golden Sword Immortal sect in the entire chaotic region. Jin Hongguang took a deep breath, and immediately turned around and walked out of the valley without saying a word. Chapter 2875, Red Cloud Immortal Compromise. Crazy Wine Taoist, are you also planning to compete with my Liyang Immortal Palace for the primordial Immortal Spring? Seeing the people from the Golden Saber Immortal sect leaving, Immortal Venerable Red Cloud's gaze couldn't help but fall on Taoist Crazy Wine. The Mad Wine Taoist took a sip of the wine gourd and took a sip, and returned to a drunken look. Don't worry, the old man has self-knowledge and will not compete with you for the primordial Immortal Spring. The Mad Wine Taoist said, but also slowly turned around and walked out of the valley. Immortal Venerable Hongyun glanced at the back of Taoist Mad Wine's departure, and then his eyes fell on Jiang Chen and Feng Chengxing, and said impatiently, you two don't understand human words, if you don't want to die. Get that censored out of here. Mr. Jiang Chen, why don't we withdraw first? Seeing this, Feng Chengxing couldn't help whispering beside Jiang Chen. Liyang Immortal Palace, one of the 4 Tai forces in the chaotic region, can be described as unfathomable. The Red Cloud Immortal Venerable in front of him is one of the best Deluo Immortal Venerables in the chaotic area. Apart from Immortal Venerable Red Cloud, Liyang Immortal Palace also had 2 Immortal Venerable Da Luo descended this time. Although he also knew that with Jiang Chen's talent, the forces behind it were very likely to surpass the existence of Tai forces such as Liyang Immortal Palace. But as the so-called strong dragon does not overwhelm the local snake. In this chaotic area, Jiang Chen might have a hard time competing with Liyang Immortal Palace. If you say let me get out, I have to get out. Who do you think you are? Jiang Chen ignored Feng Chengxing, and snorted coldly, I occupied this place first, and it should be you who want to get out of here, right? Where is the hairy boy from? He dares to speak out in front of my Liyang Immortal Palace and die for me. One of the Immortal Venerable Deluo from Liyang Immortal Palace shouted angrily, stretched out his hand and grabbed Jiang Chen in the air, the surrounding immortal energy instantly turned into a giant flame of claw, with a fiery aura that imprisoned the world, towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen grabbed it. Jiang Chen's hand interrupted the sword and flashed out of thin air, and directly raised his hand and waved. The immortal energy between heaven and earth also instantly converged into a sword that opened the sky, smashing the imprisoned flaming giant claw. Shanli Yutiandi, quasi-deluo immortal venerable. Seeing that his attack was easily blocked by Jiang Chen, there was an unconcealed horror in the eyes of immortal venerable deluo. Even the head of the red cloud immortal venerable, it took a while to recover from the shock. The black-clothed young man in front of him turned out to be a quasi-deluo immortal venerable who comprehends the immortal power and controls the world with a 7th-rank golden immortal. This kind of talent is even better than that of the quasi-deluo immortal venerable from Deacon Immortal Palace. Almost none of their 4 Tai forces can be compared with them. Such a character, I am afraid that only the forces of Hunyuan and even the forces of the Immortal King can cultivate them. The black-clothed youth in front of him is most likely from some transcendental force outside the chaotic region. Although your excellency is unparalleled in talent, in this chaotic area, you are not qualified to act wild in front of my Liang Immortal Palace. Immortal Venerable Hongyun took a deep breath and said solemnly, Hunyuan Shangquan, this deity can let you take some away. Quickly take the Hunyuan Shangquan and leave. Although Immortal Venerable Hongyun was not afraid of the black-clothed youth in front of him, he was still a little afraid of the forces behind him. Immortal Venerable Red Cloud chose to take a step back and let Jiang Chen and the others take some of the primordial immortal spring. Jiang Chen said lightly, Hunyuan Shangquan, we want half of it. As one of the 4 great Tai forces in the chaotic region, Liang Immortal Palace is indeed very powerful, and Jiang Chen obviously did not intend to fight Liang Immortal Palace to the end. This Hunyuan Shangquan is the Shangquan that the Hunyuan forces have just owned, and Jiang Chen will naturally not easily hand it over to Liang Immortal Palace. Immortal Red Cloud's face sank, and he snorted coldly, Boy, this deity can let you take some of the primordial immortal spring, which has already given you a lot of face, you don't want to make an inch. I discovered the Hunyuan Shangquan first. I can give half of the Hunyuan Shangquan to you Liang Immortal Palace, and I have already given you Liang Immortal Palace's face. Jiang Chen looked at Immortal Venerable Hongyun, his expression seemed extremely calm. Immortal Red Cloud's whole person instantly became murderous. Boy, no matter who you are, since you have come to the chaotic area, even a tiger must lie down for me, and even a dragon must be coiled for me. Immortal Venerable Red Cloud's voice fell, and the chi of immortal essence in a radius of 100 miles instantly turned into a bright golden sun, rising from behind him. Words are almost impossible to describe this sun, it seems to complement the sun in the sky, illuminating the earth. Wherever he went, it was enough to make Feng Changxing and other half-step Deluo tremble with fear. Even the general Deluo Immortal Venerable might have a feeling of being suffocated. With a thought, Jiang Chen directly manipulated the corpse of the Immortal King to appear behind Red Cloud Immortal Venerable out of thin air, and blasted away with a neat punch. This punch hit the golden sun behind Immortal Venerable Hongyu, which directly caused the sun to shatter, turning into a little golden light and dissipating between heaven and earth. Immortal Venerable Red Cloud trembled slightly, then turned around abruptly, his eyes locked on the corpse of the Immortal King, puppet. Immortal Venerable Hongyun's eyes suddenly showed a touch of inconceivable horror. This puppet, Immortal Venerable Red Cloud noticed it when he came here. It's just that he obviously didn't expect that this puppet actually has the terrifying strength that is not inferior to the peak of Deluo Immortal Venerable. The 7th grade Jinxian understood the quasi-Deluo Immortal Venerable with immortal power, and carried a puppet that was comparable to the peak of the Deluo Immortal Venerable. The origin of this black-clothed youth in front of him is probably more terrifying than he imagined. I really didn't expect that your excellency would have such a puppet. Hunyuan Shangquan is half of one person, and the deity agreed. Immortal Venerable Hongyun gave Jiang Chen a deep look, and once again chose to compromise. This puppet's combat power is not inferior to the powerhouses at the peak of Deluo Immortal Venerable, and even he can't do anything about it. The talent of this child is close to the demon, the origin is extremely mysterious, and the trump card is endless, and it is even very likely that he has the trump card left by the strong above the Tai Immortal Venerable, and the Red Cloud Immortal Venerable is not willing to continue to be the enemy of this guy. Immortal Venerable Red Cloud did not want to be entangled with this black-clothed youth. Once the entanglement is too long, the other 3 Tai forces will probably find here soon. Their Liang Immortal Palace may not even be able to get the ordinary primordial immortal spring. Jiang Chen's thoughts moved, and he directly ordered the corpse of the immortal king to return to his side. Okay, it's not too late, you can quickly collect the Hunyuan Shangquan, remember to give me half of it. Immortal Venerable Red Cloud frowned slightly. What do you mean by this, Your Excellency? Jiang Chen said lightly, I didn't keep the container of Hunyuan Shangquan. If it wasn't for this, the Hunyuan Shangquan would have been taken away by me long ago. How could I have your share? Chapter 2876, Frozen Immortal. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, many people from Liang Immortal Palace all looked at Jiang Chen with angry expressions. Their Liang Immortal sect is one of the 4 Tai forces in the chaotic area. Looking at the entire chaotic area, almost few people dare not to give them the face of the Liang Immortal sect. This kid in front of him is making progress again and again, how can this make them not angry? Immortal Venerable Hongyun frowned, and finally decided to take a step back, not wanting to continue entanglement with Jiang Chen. With a move of his palm, a palm-sized jade bottle shot directly at Jiang Chen. This is the Deluo Immortal Treasure made by my Liang Immortal Palace. It is enough to store a large amount of primordial immortal spring. Take it. Jiang Chen was also not polite. After taking the jade bottle, he directly used his mana to activate it, and put half of the Hunyuan Shangquan into the jade bottle. Immortal Venerable Red Cloud didn't say much, and directly charged the remaining half of the primordial immortal spring. This little brother, the advent of the sun-seeking mountains has almost brought together most of the chaotic forces, and the competition will inevitably be extremely fierce. I wonder if you are interested in cooperation. Immortal Venerable Hongyun took Hunyuan Shangquan and looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. The appearance of the Ziri mountain range this time, the 4 Tai forces in the chaotic area and the Xuantian immortal sector all eyeing the Ziri mountain range, and the competition will inevitably be extremely tragic. Even if it is Liang Immortal Palace, I am afraid it is not an easy task to get a piece of the pie. The black-clothed youth in front of him has a mysterious origin. Not only is he a quasi-Deluo Immortal Venerable, but he also possesses a puppet whose strength is not inferior to the peak of Deluo Immortal Venerable. Since it has been decided not to be an enemy of this black-clothed youth, it is possible to cooperate. If they can cooperate with this black-clothed youth, no matter which side they face in the chaotic region, their Liang Immortal Palace will have more confidence. Okay, once the sun-seeking mountains come out, I'd be happy to become an ally with Liang Asgard. Jiang Chen also smiled and nodded. There are 4 great Tai forces in the chaotic region, and it is indeed not an easy task to compete with the 4 great Tai forces for the opportunity of the Ziri mountain range. The old guy from Liang Immortal Palace in front of him is not bad, but he can cooperate with him. Since that's the case, let's leave contact information for each other, and then explore Fengqi Shanshan separately. Once anyone has news about the Ziri mountains, we will notify them as soon as possible. What do you think? Immortal Venerable Hongyun looked directly at Jiang Chendao. Jiang Chen naturally had no objection to this. After the 2 parties exchanged contact information, Immortal Venerable Red Cloud took the people from Liang Immortal Palace and left first. After Hongyun Shanzun and others left, Jiang Chen greeted Feng Changxing, and then wanted to leave the valley. But at this time, the atmosphere in the valley suddenly changed, and a wave of energy suddenly rippled from the void. Jiang Chen's complexion changed slightly, and he quickly controlled the Immortal King's corpse to punch at the place where the energy fluctuations emanated. Only a loud bang was heard, and a huge snowball fell into the sky directly under the bombardment of the Immortal King's corpse. Why are you hiding in the dark? Why don't you show up? Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint voice resounded in the valley in an instant. This snowball is almost the same as the one that attacked them when they entered the valley before. Obviously, the mysterious creature that had been hiding in the valley shot again. Jiang Chen obviously did not expect that the mysterious creature appeared again after being silent for so long. As Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, a strange crystal about the size of a thumb suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's sight. As soon as the crystal appeared, a dazzling icy fairy light erupted in midair. An illusory old man with white clothes and white hair also condensed directly in front of Jiang Chen out of thin air. Jiang Chen froze in his heart, and he couldn't help but hug the old man and said, I don't know if the senior is. If he guessed correctly, the crystal that appeared in front of him just now should be a fragment of a broken fairy crystal. This white-haired old man is a trace of the fairy soul left by the master of the fairy crystal. With just a trace of immortal soul left, he can possess a power that is not inferior to immortal venerable Deluo. The white-haired old man in front of him must be an extremely terrifying existence in front of him. The old man said indifferently, "Old man, immortal venerable frost dust, little guy, you have taken the greatest benefit from this deity's territory, and it is too unkind to want to leave like this." Ice. Immortal venerable frozen dust. When Feng Chengxing heard the old man's words, a look of unbelievable horror appeared on his face. You are the legendary frozen dust immortal who is as famous as the Sun Zan immortal. During the peak period of Chaos Territory, more than one Hunyuan immortal venerable powerhouse was born. Among them, the most famous one, aside from immortal venerable Zuri, is immortal venerable frozen dust in front of him. Feng Chengxing never thought of it. The person who fell here and gave birth to the primordial immortal spring here turned out to be immortal venerable frozen dust. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be surprised. Although he doesn't know much about the so-called frozen dust immortal venerable, the sun-seeking immortal venerable is known as the first powerhouse in the chaotic region, a powerful existence whose cultivation base has reached the peak of primordial immortal venerable. This immortal venerable frozen dust can be as famous as immortal venerable Zuri, and he must also be immortal venerable primordial. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I don't know what the seniors ordered. Boy, this deity knows where the Zuri mountain range is, so it can help you enter the dojo of the Sun Zan immortal venerable. However, this deity has one condition, that is to use this corpse beside you." Immortal venerable frozen dust said lightly. Hearing this, Jiang Chen shook his head and refused, "I'm sorry, I can't agree." The puppet beside him was refined from the corpse of the immortal king, and the Xingyi Sword Emperor's refining method was extraordinary, allowing the power of the corpse of the immortal king to increase with his own strength. Today's immortal king corpse already has a power comparable to the peak of Deluo immortal venerable. As his strength continues to improve, it is not impossible to have power comparable to Tai Shanzong. This thing is also his biggest trump card now. How could Jiang Chen hand over the corpse of the immortal king to immortal venerable frozen Chen for the sake of Zuri mountain range? Immortal venerable frozen Chen said indifferently, "Don't worry, I'm just borrowing it temporarily. When I leave this immortal mountain, this venerable will return it to you." Jiang Chen smiled bitterly, "Senior, it's not that I don't agree. This puppet is a bit special. Even if I am willing to lend it to you, I'm afraid you may not be able to borrow this corpse." "Oh, can you? You'll know if you try it." Immortal venerable frozen Chen's voice fell, and it turned into a ray of crystal light and shot into the corpse of the immortal king beside Jiang Chen. Chapter 2877. The Sunstrike Mountains are born. Immortal venerable frozen dust now tries to control the corpse of the immortal king after entering the corpse. Soon, immortal venerable frozen dust discovered that the refining technique of this immortal king's corpse was extremely sophisticated, and it was almost integrated with the black-clothed youth outside. He tried to cut off the connection between the black-clothed youth and the puppet, but found that with his own strength, he couldn't shake it at all. Immortal venerable frozen dust was horrified. Although he only had a remnant soul left, he had reached the existence of immortal venerable primordial prison at his peak, and now he still has a power that is not inferior to immortal venerable Deluo. Although the black-clothed youth in front of him had extraordinary talent, he only had the cultivation of a 7th-grade Jinxian. Immortal venerable frozen dust obviously did not expect that he would not be able to shake the connection between the young man in black and this one. When immortal frozen Chen wanted to try to control the corpse of the immortal king, Jiang Chen, the owner of the corpse of the immortal king, naturally sensed it for the first time. When he saw that immortal venerable frozen dust could not control the corpse of the immortal king at all, a faint smile flickered across his mouth. The one who made the corpse of the immortal king for him was most likely a legendary immortal emperor. With that one's means, let alone immortal frozen Chen only has a wisp of remnant soul left, even if he is at his peak, he may not be able to shake it. Boy, the refining method of your puppet is indeed extraordinary. But even so, it is not impossible for the deity to be borrowed. How about I control it in the next period of time? The slightly surprised voice of immortal frozen dust came directly from the body of the immortal king. Although he had a way to borrow the corpse, he couldn't cut off Jiang Chen's connection with the corpse. If he wants to borrow this corpse, he must have Jiang Chen's permission. Jiang Chen couldn't help but replied with a smile, "Since there are no problems with the seniors, I naturally have no problems." This immortal king's corpse already possessed power that was not inferior to that of immortal venerable Deluo. Now that immortal venerable frozen dust is in residence, it will definitely be able to exert more powerful strength. As long as the immortal king corpse is still under his control, immortal venerable frozen dust will have no problem staying in the immortal king corpse for as long as possible. He only needs a thought now to make immortal venerable frozen Chen unable to control the corpse of the immortal king, and he can't think of anything to do with this guy. With Jiang Chen's acquiescence, immortal venerable frozen dust quickly gained control over the corpse of the immortal king. After he took control of the corpse of the immortal king, he directly caused a cold light to shoot out from the eyes of the corpse of the immortal king, and a faint voice sounded along with it. "Boy, let's go, this deity will take you to the Zuri mountain range. It's time to settle the grievances between the deity and that guy in the sun." When Jiang Chen heard this, a curious look flashed across his face. Senior and Zuri immortal venerable have a grudge. Of course, the deity and him are immortal. Immortal venerable frozen Chen said coldly, "This deity almost fell here, all this is what that guy did. This deity has already sworn that one day, he will return it tenfold." Jiang Chen was suddenly shocked. Senior's meaning. Immortal Zun is still alive. Immortal venerable rising sun. This is a powerful existence at the peak of immortal venerable primordial, and he is only one step away from becoming immortal king. If such a peerless powerhouse is still alive, they want to go to Ziri mountain range to seek opportunities. It is no different from sending them to their door to find death. That old thing is a strong man who suppressed an era in a chaotic area, and his cultivation base has reached the peak of Hunyuan immortal venerable. How can he fall so easily? Immortal venerable frozen Chen smiled coldly. That old guy tried his best, but he just wanted to get a chance to break through to the immortal king realm. This time, the deity must let his plan completely fail. Just when immortal venerable frozen Chen's voice fell, the entire Fengqi immortal mountain was suddenly rippling with a strange wave. A scorching aura suddenly spread out from a part of Feng Qixian mountain. The entire Fengqi Xian mountain seemed to have turned into a huge stove, and the temperature soared more than double in an instant. Even in the valley where Jiang Chen and the others were located, the surrounding ice and snow melted at a terrifying speed. This is the breath of the Sunstrike Mountains. Immortal venerable frozen Chen stared at the place where the hot breath emanated, and his eyes became more and more icy. It seems that the old guy from Ziri also sensed something, so that the Ziri mountains came out ahead of schedule. The Zuri mountain range is a place in the legends of the Chaos region. For so many years, apart from immortal venerable Taishuan, almost no one in the chaotic region knew the whereabouts of the Zuri mountain range. The Sun-seeking mountains, which have disappeared for so many years, suddenly appeared on their own initiative, which must not be simple. Perhaps it is as immortal venerable frozen Chen said, that immortal venerable sun is still alive in the world, and he has some earth-shattering plans. Let's go meet the old guy. The deity wants to see what he has planned in the Sunjiang mountain range. After immortal venerable Bingchen finished speaking, he immediately controlled the corpse of the immortal king and swept out in the direction of the Zuri mountain range. Jiang Chen and Feng Changxing didn't have any hesitation, they quickly followed. The sudden change in Fengqi Shanshan also made everyone who was looking for the trail of Ziri mountain instantly feel it. Many people were taken aback by this sudden change. What a terrifying scorching hot breath. In this Fengqi immortal mountain, is there any peerless immortal treasure that has not been born? Such a powerful aura definitely surpasses the existence above Deluo immortal treasure. You seem to have forgotten a key thing. The Zuri mountain range is in this Fengqi immortal mountain. If my expectations are correct, there are 9 out of 10 that the legendary Zuri mountain range came into being. Go, hurry up and have a look. Everyone was talking about it, and they all rushed in the direction of the hot breath. In the depths of Fengqi immortal mountain, a seemingly inconspicuous bare mountain peak, there are already countless figures gathered in the void outside the mountain peak. Their eyes were all fixed on one spot on the top of this mountain. I saw an extremely hot breath, like a volcanic eruption, erupting from the interior of the mountain. Where the hot breath erupted, there was a space black hole with a size of 10 feet. Through the black hole in space, a mysterious mountain range shrouded in crimson light can be vaguely seen. Everyone's eyes are staring at the mountains behind the black hole in space. They don't have to think about it, the mysterious mountain range behind the black hole in space is probably the legendary Sun-seeking mountain range. Chapter 2878, Into the Sunburst Mountains. Juri Mountains came out, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is in front of you, everyone rush. After everyone was silent for a while, Someone finally couldn't hold back and rushed towards the space black hole on the top of the mountain with a loud roar. There were countless figures around. His eyes immediately turned red, and a low greedy roar came from his throat, rushing towards the entrance of the Sunzan mountain range with all his strength. The Sunzan mountain range is the dojo of the Sunzan Immortal in the chaotic region legend, and there is an unparalleled opportunity left by the Sunzan Immortal in it. Now that the Sunji mountain range is in front of them, these people obviously want to be the first to rush into the Sunji mountain range to seize the opportunity when they compete for the Sunji mountain range. There are also some people who are more cautious by nature. They are not in a hurry to act, but quietly watch the silhouettes rushing towards the black hole of space. Just when someone was about to approach the black hole space, a loud bang suddenly erupted in the black hole space, and a fiery force that even the Deluo Immortal Venerable was startled, swept out like a storm. Those who rushed the fastest were the first to bear the brunt, almost in the blink of an eye, were swallowed by this flaming storm. Ah ah ah, the shrill screams echoed one after another in this piece of heaven and earth. The violent flame storm, like reaping wheat, burned the crowd that rushed in front of them into nothingness. Some of the people who were a little behind also looked terrified in an instant. For a time, the sky above the entire mountain was in chaos, with screams and roars rising and falling. After the flame storm swept through the vast void, it finally gradually became much weaker, and it was difficult to cause any harm to most people, and everyone was relieved. Their eyes swept away slightly, and they found that the hundreds of figures who had just rushed towards Zuri Mountain, now only a dozen people have saved their lives under the flame storm, and the rest have evaporated into nothingness under the flame storm. What a terrifying power! After countless years, it can still have such a terrifying impact. It is indeed the dojo of immortal primordial Hunyuan. Seeing the terrifying and destructive power of the flame storm, Immortal Venerable Deluo, who was present, couldn't help but take a deep breath. When Jiang Chen came here, he happened to see the scene of countless powerhouses being swallowed up by the flaming storm, and his eyes instantly became much more solemn. The restriction at the entrance of the Zuri mountain range is really not an ordinary domineering. It is not easy to enter it. Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust said indifferently. Don't worry, the restriction on this entrance can only be triggered once, and now you have to enter it, it is already unobstructed. Senior, this shouldn't be. Jiang Chen asked with a puzzled look. As far as I know, there was a person who entered the Sunzing mountain range in the chaotic area. Since this restriction can only be triggered once, the restriction here should be triggered. Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust was stunned for a moment. Has anyone entered the Sunjai Mountains? Feng Changxing hurriedly told the story about Immortal Venerable Taishuan. Zuri Mountain Range is a space created by Immortal Venerable Zuri. Except for this entrance, if it is a coincidence, it may not be impossible to enter it from other places. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen's eyes flickered. But it is not easy for Immortal Venerable Taishuan to enter the Zuri Mountain Range and come out alive. He and Rising Sun Immortal Venerable are old enemies for many years, and he naturally knows very well about Rising Sun Immortal Venerable. He knew better what Immortal Venerable Zuri wanted to do. Back then, Immortal Venerable Rising Sun calculated on him and shot him at all costs, only for that purpose. Although Immortal Jai Sun paid a very heavy price in that battle, Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust didn't know what happened to Immortal Jai Sun now. But one thing he knew very well was that Immortal Venerable Zuri would never let those who entered the Zuri Mountains come out alive. That Taishuan Immortal Venerable has already been used by the Sun-seeking Immortal Venerable. Just as Jiang Chen and the others were talking, more and more people gathered towards the mountain where Jiang Chen and the others were. People from the four great Tai forces, including Deacon Immortal Palace and Liang Immortal Palace, all descended one after another. Because of the terrifying scene that happened before, even the people of the four great Tai forces were quietly watching the black hole in space, daring not to act rashly. Let's go, I want to see how the old guy from Zuri wants to break through to the Immortal King realm. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen said, and immediately took Jiang Chen and Feng Changxing, striding towards the entrance of Zuri Mountain Range. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes all fell on Jiang Chen and the three of them. Jiang Chen and the three of them did not stimulate the previous terrifying flame storm as expected, but passed through the black hole of space without hindrance and entered the Sunji Mountain Range. The many powerhouses headed by the four Tai forces immediately displayed their bodies, turned into blurred silhouettes, and swept into the black hole of space. Passing through the black hole in space, Jiang Chen and the others came to an ancient mountain range with extremely hot temperatures. In the depths of this mountain range, there is a towering and huge outline. From a distance, it looks like an ancient beast crawling in the depths of the mountain range, which makes people's hearts dizzy. It was a giant hall that was thousands of feet high, almost like a mountain peak. Everyone looked at the palace in front of them, and their eyes couldn't help but show an incomparably hot light. There is no doubt that the great hall that appears in their sight is probably the palace left by immortal venerable Zuri. Everyone came back to their senses, and they all leaned towards the giant hall in unison. With the previous scene of the flaming storm, everyone knew that this Sunzan mountain range was by no means a good place, and they all became much more cautious. They all waited for the people of the four great Tai forces to open the way in front, and then they followed carefully. Everyone came to a place thousands of feet away from the giant hall. The closer you get to the giant hall, the hotter the surrounding temperature becomes. I saw that the entire body of the giant hall was red, and from a distance, it looked like a huge flame piercing the sky. Even an ordinary golden immortal, once approaching the giant hall, I am afraid that it will be destroyed by the scorching power above the giant hall. Looking at the hall in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It is rumored that when immortal Taishuan entered the sun-seeking mountain range, even Jingxian did not break through. With the strength at the time, it was a problem to get close to this hall. It seemed as if immortal venerable Frozen Chen had said that immortal venerable Taishuan had risen against the sky after entering the Zuri mountain range, which must not be easy. Chapter 2879, The Return of Taishuan Shanzun. When Fengxi Shanshan Ziri Mountains came out, Xuantian Shanzong, who had been paying attention to Fengxi Shanshan, also quickly got the news. Xuantian Immortal Sect Master Hall. Many senior officials of the Xuantian Immortal Sect also gathered together to discuss matters related to the Ziri Mountains. As the first elegant middle-aged man, it was Zantian Rui, the sect master of Zantian Xian sect. As the sect master of Xuantian Shanzong, Zantian Rui not only has reached the peak of Deluo Shanzun, but also has ruthless methods and unparalleled resourcefulness. In the entire chaotic region, as long as people who know Zantian Rui know something, almost all of them are afraid of him. Elders, Fengxi Shanshan has sent back news that the Zuri mountain range has come out, and it is time for our Xuantian Shanzong to take action. Zan Tianrui's eyes swept away slightly, and the faint voice echoed in the hall instantly. A Xuantian Shanzong Deluo Shanzun hesitated for a moment and said, "Sect Master, before Senior Taishuan left, he repeatedly told me not to take the attention of Zuri mountain range lightly. In my opinion, it is better to get in touch with Senior Taishuan first. Don't wait for me." Zan Tianrui shook his head and said, "I also wanted to wait for the return of Senior Taishuan, but the four Tai forces wanted to ask the whereabouts of the Zuri mountain range, so I just followed the trend." This immortal Deluo wanted to say something, but Zan Tianrui stopped him. "Okay, now that the Sun Zishan mountains have come out, we are already on the line and have to send them. I have decided to lead the team to the Sun Zeeking mountains in person." Zan Tianrui has always been very concerned about the Sunji mountain range since he received the information about the Sunji Ri mountain range from immortal Taishuan. If the cultivation base has reached his realm, if there is no big chance, it is almost impossible to want to go to the next level. And the chance in Zuri mountain range is his only chance to break through Deluo Immortal Venerable and be promoted to Tai Immortal Venerable. Now that the Sun Zeeking mountain range has come out, how could he give up so easily? Just as Zan Tianrui's voice fell, there was a sudden wave of subtle spatial fluctuations in the hall, and an icy, stern shout suddenly rang out in the hall. "Zan Tianrui, you are so courageous, I have told you again and again, before I return, Hugh wants to fight the Sun Zan mountain range, do you take my words as a deaf ear?" The sudden voice also shocked Zan Tianrui. He raised his head and looked towards the door of the main hall, and saw an old man in Taoist robe with immortal style, who had appeared in the main hall at some point. "I have seen Senior Taishuan." Looking at the Taoist robed old man at the entrance of the main hall, Zan Tianrui and many elders of Xuantian Shanzong also quickly came back to their senses, and hurriedly saluted the Taoist robed old man. The Taoist robed old man who suddenly appeared in Xuantian Shanzong was Taishuan Shanzun. Although Taishuan Shanzun is not a member of the Tianshuan Shanzong, he has nothing to do with the previous suzerain of the Xuantian Shanzong. The previous sect master of Xuantian Shanzong accidentally fell, and he entrusted Xuantian Shanzong to Taishuan Shanzun. Taishuan Shanzun has a very high status in Xuantian Shanzong. Even Zan Tianrui, the sect master of Xuantian Shanzong, has to respect Taishuan Shanzun. Zhan Tianrui and the others obviously did not expect that Taishuan Shanzun would return to Xuantian Shanzong at this time. Immortal Venerable Taishuan snorted coldly. Zhan Tianrui, do you remember the exhortation of this deity to leave the chaotic area? Tian Rui naturally remembers. Zhan Tianrui said with a wry smile. Senior Taishuan, the four Tai forces intend to press the whereabouts of the Ziri mountain range, and Xuantian Immortal Sect has no choice but to disclose the news of the Ziri mountain range. Over the years, although Zhan Tianrui yearned for the Ziri mountain range, he had never violated the meaning of Immortal Venerable Taishuan. However, the four Tai forces in the chaotic region could not hold back, and wanted to get news of the Ziri mountains through Xuantian Shanzong. Xuantian Shanzong had no way to compete with the four Tai forces at all, so Zhan Tianrui took advantage of the situation and disclosed the news of Ziri mountain range. Although the current situation is what Zhan Tianrui is willing to see, all this is also forced by the four great Tai forces. Immortal Venerable Taishuan waved his hand and said solemnly, the situation in the Ziri mountain range is far from being as simple as you imagined. The matter has come to this point, follow me to the Ziri mountain range immediately. Before he entered the Sun-Seeking mountain range, he was only a 9th rank heavenly immortal. The reason why he was able to enter the Sunstrike mountain range was because the one in the Sunstrike mountain range did it on purpose. The one who let him enter the Sunstrike mountains completely controlled him. Letting him get a chance in the Sun-Seeking mountain range is just to let himself complete some plans for him. Immortal Venerable Taishuan was naturally unwilling to be controlled by the one from the Sunji mountain range and became a puppet at his mercy. After a period of resignation in the Sunstrike mountains, he finally persuaded the one to let him leave the Sunstrike mountains. After leaving the Ziri mountain range, Immortal Venerable Taishuan did not do what that person wanted. While improving his strength, he tried his best to get rid of the control of the one from the Sun-Seeking mountain range. Hunyuan Immortal Venerable's methods are too domineering. Even if his cultivation base reaches Tai Immortal Venerable all the way, he still cannot get rid of the shackles of that power. In desperation, Immortal Taishuan had to leave the chaotic area and wanted to go to the outside world to find a way to solve it. Over the years, he has traveled in the Xian Tianyu, and even visited a famous Hunyuan Immortal Venerable, and finally got some solutions. As long as he is given some time, he should be able to completely escape the control of the one from the Sunstrike mountains. But he didn't expect that at this critical time, Immortal Venerable Taishuan sensed that the one from the Sunji mountains was calling him. Immortal Venerable Taishuan didn't have to think about it to know that some kind of change must have occurred in the Ziri mountain range. It is precisely because of this that he will come back as soon as possible. Now that I know that the Ziri mountain range has come out, Immortal Venerable Taishuan also knows that the one from the Ziri mountain range is probably at the last moment. Although he hasn't been able to get rid of that one's control now, he has to go to Ziri mountain range. Over the years, Immortal Venerable Taishuan almost completely violated that person's will after he left the Ziri mountain range. Immortal Venerable Taishuan is very clear about that person's purpose. Once he succeeds, not only will he die, but the entire chaotic region will suffer annihilation because of this. At this moment, I don't know what Zhan Tianrui was thinking in Shanzun Taishuan's heart. Hearing that Shanzun Taishuan was going to Ziri mountain range in person, there was an excited look in his eyes. Taishuan Immortal Venerable is the existence of the Tai Immortal Venerable who can overcome the four major Tai forces in the chaotic area, and he is almost the first powerhouse in the chaotic area. With Immortal Venerable Taishuan personally taking action, the chance of Ziri mountain range will surely fall into their hands. Chapter 2880, Tentative. In the Ziri mountain range, in front of the Crimson Giant Hall. The powerhouses headed by the four Tai forces gathered here, quietly looking at the huge hall in front of them. No one dared to enter it easily. The giant hall in front of him is the dojo of the former top powerhouse in the chaotic region, the Immortal Venerable of the Primordial Realm, and the Immortal Venerable Sun. It must be in danger. Once there is a little carelessness, even Immortal Deluo might be at risk of falling. Even if it is the four Tai forces, no one is willing to enter the giant hall to explore the way first. Everyone, it's not a solution for us to be deadlocked here. In my opinion, each of our four Tai forces will send a Deluo Immortal Venerable in to check the situation. How about it? After a while, Immortal Venerable Jiang Chen, the master of Deacon Immortal Palace, finally broke the silence in the arena. I agree with Taoist Jiang Chen's decision. Immortal Venerable Hongyun of Liang Immortal Palace, Immortal Venerable Tiankui of Tiangong Immortal Palace. Immortal Venerable Emperor Ming of Juming Immortal Palace all agreed with Immortal Venerable Huang Chen's decision. Now that the dojo of Immortal Zhuang Sun is right in front of them, it is naturally impossible for them to leave so easily. It is undoubtedly the best way to send someone into the giant hall to explore the way first. Just when the four Tai forces decided to send people into the giant hall to explore the way, a faint voice suddenly sounded. If you don't want your people to go in and die, you'd better not do it. The sudden voice also made Shanzun Huang Chen and others stunned for a while. They couldn't help but look up and follow the voice, and their eyes quickly fell on Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust. Feeling the breath of Immortal Frozen Chen that he couldn't see through, Immortal Huang Chen also seemed very polite, clasped his fists at Immortal Frozen Chen and said, "I don't know what this fellow Taoist means." In the red cloud Immortal Venerable of Liang Immortal Palace, at this time, his pupils could not help shrinking suddenly. He obviously did not expect that the person who suddenly started talking would be the Deluo Immortal Venerable puppet next to Jiang Chen. When Immortal Red Cloud was competing with Jiang Chen for the Primordial Immortal Spring, he had a fight with this Deluo Immortal Venerable puppet. He can be sure, at that time, this Deluo Immortal Venerable level puppet was just a puppet, without any consciousness at all. But I didn't expect that when we met again, this puppet not only had his own consciousness, but was also able to speak. An unconscious puppet has already made him fear 3 points. Now that he has consciousness, this puppet will become even more terrifying. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen said indifferently, "It doesn't mean anything, this deity just reminds you. In your opinion, what should we do now?" Immortal Venerable Huang Chen pondered for a moment, and couldn't help but look up at Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen, asking for advice humbly. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen said lightly, "The best way now is for everyone to take action together and directly destroy the hall in front of you. Destroy the Great Hall." Immortal Venerable Huang Chen and the others were stunned for a moment. The reason why their four great Tai forces decided to ask Xuantian Shanzong about the whereabouts of Zushan Mountain was because of the supreme opportunity in Zuri Mountain. If they directly destroy this hall, doesn't it mean that they have to give up the chance in the hall? Now that they are standing here, the opportunity of Immortal Zhuang Sun is in front of them, how can they give up easily? Fellow Taoist Huang Chen, why do you need to talk nonsense with him? Don't waste your time, let's quickly send someone to the hall to find out. The burly Immortal Venerable Tiankui said impatiently. Immortal Venerable Huang Chen nodded, ignoring Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen, and immediately dispatched a Deluo Immortal Venerable with the other 3 Tai forces, ready to enter the giant hall in front of him to find out. The cultivation after Da Luo Shanzun not only needs to improve his own strength, but also needs to understand the laws of immortality. Every step of improvement is extremely difficult. There are a lot of Deluo Immortal Venerables in the chaotic area, but there are very few who can further achieve Tai Immortal Venerable. Immortal Venerable Huang Chen, they are all characters whose cultivation base has been stagnant in Immortal Venerable Deluo for many years. They are only one step away from Immortal Venerable Tai, but it has been difficult for them to break through the gap in front of them. And with the legend of Taishuan Immortal Venerable, almost everyone knows that there is an unparalleled opportunity to break through Tai Immortal Venerable in the Zuri Mountain range. Now that the palace left by Immortal Zunri, Immortal Lord Hunyuan, is in front of them, they have no reason not to go in and find out. The 4 Tai forces each sent a Deluo Immortal Venerable. After receiving the order, the 4 Deluo Immortal Venerables cautiously leaned towards the giant hall in front of them. The 4 great Luo Immortal Venerables entered the giant hall very easily without encountering any obstacles. "Senior, will it be okay for these 4 great Luo Immortals to enter the hall?" Jiang Chen looked at the 4 Deluo Immortal Venerables who disappeared at the entrance of the main hall, and couldn't help but whispered beside Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen smiled coldly and said, "It's not that there will be no accident, but it is destined to go back and forth. Once Immortal Venerable Deluo enters this hall, he will never come out of it alive." As an old opponent of Immortal Venerable Sun, Immortal Frozen Dust naturally knows very well about Immortal Venerable Sun. The sole purpose of Immortal Venerable Rising Sun is to break through Immortal Venerable Primordial and become Immortal King. For this step, Immortal Venerable Ziri is almost unscrupulous, and he will not give up until his goal is achieved. Although Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust doesn't know exactly what plan Immortal Venerable Zuri has, but he vaguely knows that Immortal Venerable Zuri's breakthrough method is extraordinary and requires the help of an ancient immortal formation with sky-defying power. And if you want to use this ancient immortal formation to break through the Immortal King, you need at least 12 immortal crystals of the strong above Da Luo Immortal Venerable. At the beginning, Immortal Zhuang's son shot at him, and he also wanted to get his immortal crystal. An immortal crystal of primordial can play a vital role in the process of Immortal Venerable Sunrise breaking through the Immortal King. As a genuine primordial Immortal Venerable, although Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust is slightly inferior to Immortal Venerable Zuri, it is still not to be underestimated. Although Immortal Frozen Dust almost fell, leaving only a broken Immortal Crystal, with a trace of Immortal Soul to survive, but the conspiracy of Immortal Venerable Sun did not succeed, and he paid a heavy price for it. After so many years, although Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust doesn't know what the situation is now, Immortal Venerable Rising Sun is definitely still alive in this hall. One thing Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust is very clear: the immemorial immortal formation arranged by Immortal Venerable Zuri should also exist in this hall. With the method of the Immortal Venerable Sun, I am afraid that the 4 Immortals Deluo entering the hall are destined to have no return, and they will only become the nourishment for the immemorial formation in the hall. Chapter 2881, Join Forces. The fact is just as Frozen Dust Immortal Venerable expected. After the 4 great Luo Immortals entered the hall, there was no movement. Unconsciously, a quarter of an hour passed quickly. The 4 Deluo Immortal Venerables who entered the hall still did not move, as if they had evaporated out of thin air. How so? Immortal Venerable Jiang Chen and others saw the situation in front of them, and their expressions instantly became extremely ugly. This time, although they only sent people to investigate the situation in the hall, the lineup they sent was not weak at all. The 4 Tai forces each sent a Deluo Immortal Venerable. In their opinion, the 4 great Luo Immortal Venerables joined forces, and even if they really encountered any danger in the hall, they should have some ability to protect themselves. Now the 4 great Luo Immortals entered the hall for a full quarter of an hour, but there was no movement. Even if the hall in front of you is the dojo of Immortal Hunyuan Immortal Zun, it is impossible for the 4 Immortal Deluo to evaporate out of thin air. There was still no movement in the hall, and the expressions of Shanzun Jiang Chen and others became more and more difficult to look at. If nothing else, the 4 Deluo Immortal Venerables, in all likelihood, had an accident in the hall. This fellow Taoist, you seem to be very familiar with the situation in the hall in front of you. Immortal Venerable Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and couldn't help but look at Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen again. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen said indifferently, Immortal Venerable Zuri has set up an ancient immortal formation in this hall, using the powers above Immortal Venerable Deluo as nourishment. If he has enough nourishment, he can break through Immortal King in one fell swoop. Immortal Venerable Jiang Chen couldn't help but change abruptly. What do you mean by fellow Taoist? Immortal Venerable Zuri is still alive. Zuri Immortal Venerable is the primordial Immortal Venerable who suppressed an era in a chaotic area. Unless the Immortal King realm is powerful, how can he easily fall? Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen sneered. The chance in this hall, you should not be delusional, this is just a conspiracy of Immortal Venerable Zuri. Your Excellency said that this is the conspiracy of Immortal Zunri, then Immortal Taishuan obtained the supreme opportunity from here, and what is the explanation for the achievement of Immortal Tai? At this moment, Immortal Emperor Ming of Ju Ming Immortal Palace could not help but snorted coldly. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen glanced at Immortal Venerable Emperor Ming, and was about to speak when an old voice suddenly came from the distant sky. He said it right, this hall cannot be entered, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. The sudden voice also made everyone stunned for a while, and they couldn't help but look up suddenly, and they saw a white-haired old man with a fairy style and a bone, slowly stepping into the air with several figures. This white-haired old man, although Jiang Chen Shanzun and the others are somewhat unfamiliar. But the few people beside the white-haired old man, Jiang Chen Shanzun, they are very familiar. It is Xuantian Shanzong headed by Zhan Tianrui. The pupils of Jiang Chen Shanzun and others couldn't help shrinking suddenly. In Xuantian Shanzong, there is only one person above Zhan Tianrui, the sect master of Xuantian Shanzong, and that is the legendary figure who is famous in the chaotic region, Taishuan Shanzun. Immortal Venerable Taishuan, who had disappeared in the chaotic area for an unknown number of years, suddenly appeared at this time. Immortal Venerable Jiang Chen and others came back to their senses, and they all bowed slightly to Immortal Venerable Taishuan. The one in front of him is one of the few Tai Immortal Venerables in the chaotic area. Even the ancestors of the Tai immortal venerable realm of the four great Tai forces must be terrified of them. Immortal venerable Taishuan nodded, and immediately said solemnly, Immortal venerable Zuri has indeed been planning to break through to the immortal king realm. Don't delusionally enter the hall to gain opportunities. Once you are a little careless, the entire army will only be wiped out. Immortal venerable Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment and said, Then I don't know how senior got the chance here. You don't need to know about me. I've said all of this, you can do it for yourself. Immortal venerable Taishuan couldn't help but look at immortal venerable Frozen Chen. Can this fellow Taoist join hands with me to destroy the hall in front of you? Immortal venerable Frozen Chen's eyes flashed brightly, and he nodded, yes. As a primordial immortal, although there is no 1 in 10 powers now, immortal Frozen Dust's eyesight is still extraordinary. The moment he saw immortal Taishuan for the first time, he sensed that immortal Taishuan possessed a power that belonged to immortal Zunzi. In those days, immortal venerable Taishuan was controlled by immortal venerable Ziri in 9 out of 10 cases. Immortal venerable Ziri gave him the best chance, but he wanted to cultivate a chess piece for himself. This piece of chess doesn't seem to want to be controlled by immortal Zhuang's son. It wants to solve immortal Zhuang's son and completely get rid of the constraints of immortal Zhuang's son. Immortal venerable Frozen Dust came here for the purpose of sabotaging immortal venerable Zuri's son's plan in order to avenge the past. Originally, with his own strength, immortal venerable Frozen Dust was not sure to fight against immortal venerable Zuri's son, but now if he can join forces with immortal venerable Tai in front of him, the odds of winning will undoubtedly increase greatly. Fellow Taoist Jiang Chen, what can we do now? Immortal venerable Tiankui of Tiangong Immortal Palace was extremely gloomy. Immortal venerable Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said solemnly, This is the end of the matter, let's wait and see how things change. Immortal venerable Taishuan suddenly came, and they had completely lost their dominance. Unless they invite the ancestors of Tai immortal venerable realm, they will not be able to compete with Taishuan immortal venerable. The defense of this hall is amazing, even immortal venerable Tai can hardly destroy it, let's take action together. Immortal venerable Taishuan said, a terrifying coercion that made all immortal Deluo at the scene tremble with fear, also spread from his body instantly. Immortal venerable Taishuan's aura exploded to the extreme, and the power of immortal essence in a radius of thousands of miles instantly turned into a huge palm print with an ethereal aura, pressing it fiercely against the giant hall in front of him. What a terrifying strength, it is indeed an existence that makes the ancestors fear. Feeling the terrifying strength of Taishuan Shanzun, Jiang Chen Shanzun and others couldn't help but take a breath. Seeing immortal venerable Taishuan making a move, immortal venerable Frozen Chen did not hesitate. The vast power of immortal essence instantly turned into a huge fist with cold air, and then like a 1,000-foot iceberg, it smashed towards the giant hall. Two terrifying forces instantly fell on the giant hall in front, causing the giant hall to make two earth-shattering loud noises. The earth in a radius of thousands of miles was as if it had been shaken by an earthquake. Many people with weaker strength were even directly shaken, and their faces instantly became extremely pale. The powerful blow of the two together only made the giant hall shake twice, and it was not able to shake the giant hall at all. Chapter 2882, Awakening of the Immortal by the Sun. Who is this person, who has the strength comparable to Tai Immortal Venerable? Immortal Venerable Jiang Chen and the others looked at Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen, and there was an undisguised shock in their eyes. When did such a strong man appear in the chaotic area? None of the four Tai forces even noticed it at all. The most shocking thing was the firmness of the hall in front of him. The two Tai Immortal Venerables joined hands to strike, but they couldn't even shake it. The hall, left by Immortal Venerable Hunyuan, is indeed extraordinary. Fellow Taoist, this hall must be destroyed as soon as possible. I can feel that Immortal Venerable Rizao Sun will soon wake up. Immortal Venerable Taishuan took a deep breath and said solemnly to Immortal Venerable Bingchen. When he spoke, the movements of his hands were not neglected in the slightest. The vast power of immortal essence instantly merged with the power of Tai in Immortal Taishuan's body, and finally turned into a giant finger. This crystal clear, sapphire-like gigantic finger, like a pillar that spans the sun and the moon, with incomparably terrifying power, is rolled down from the void, as if it is enough to crush everything in the world. Tai-Zan broken heaven fingers. Immortal Venerable Taishuan pressed down with one finger, and the ancient and vast aura instantly enveloped thousands of miles around. This pointed out, shaking the world. Everyone just felt that the finger seemed to come from a distant ancient times, as if it was enough to pierce the heavens and the earth. The huge fingers of thousands of feet were unstoppable, swallowed thousands of miles, and slammed down on the giant hall, causing the defense restrictions around the hall to keep changing and twisting. When Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen saw this, his hands slammed together. He didn't have a sword in his hand, but all the stars in the sky turned into cold sword energy, and they hung down in the sky. Looking up from the ground, I only felt that the ice sword energy from the sky fell like hail, which was extremely gorgeous and beautiful. But behind this beauty, there are countless murderous intentions. Almost every icy sword energy can easily kill the 9th-ranked Golden Immortal, causing the Deluo Immortal Venerable to retreat 3 times. This is hundreds of millions of Ice River Sword Chi. He is actually the Frozen Dust Immortal Venerable who used to be as famous as the Sun Zan Immortal Venerable. Looking at the powerful sword displayed by Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen, Immortal Venerable Huang Chen of Deacon Immortal Palace finally thought of something, and an incredible horror finally appeared in his eyes. Frozen Immortal Venerable. Many people heard Shanzun Huang Chen's exclamation, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. In the era when Immortal Dao was the most prosperous in the chaotic area, there were many powerhouses in the primordial Immortal Venerable realm. Among them, the most famous one is the Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust in front of him, in addition to Immortal Venerable Sun. They obviously didn't expect that this time the Sun Juri mountain range came out, and even the existence of the same name as the Sunji Shanzun appeared. This one is a character from the same era as Immortal Venerable Rising Sun. Although the immortals of the immortal world have endless life expectancy, it does not mean that they will not fall. Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust has long since disappeared in the long river of history, and everyone thinks Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust is still falling. Unexpectedly, Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust has once again appeared in everyone's sight, which is really incredible. This one turned out to be Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust. How is it possible? Immortal Venerable Red Cloud stared at Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust, and it took a while for the whole person to recover. Immortal Venerable Hongyun knew very well that this person was originally a Deluo Immortal Venerable puppet guarding Jiang Chen's side. He had no consciousness at all, and it was impossible for him to be the Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust, who was as famous as Immortal Venerable Sun. Immortal Venerable Hongyun quickly thought of the place where Hunyuan Immortal Spring was born. If he expected it right, the place where the primordial Immortal Spring was born must have a close relationship with Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust. Although Immortal Frozen Dust has fallen, there should be a strand of immortal soul left. After he left that place, Jiang Chen must have reached some kind of agreement with Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen. This Deluo Immortal Venerable level puppet just became the legendary Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen tried his best to knock down hundreds of millions of icy sword chi like a hurricane, directly piercing the heavens and the earth, and all of them landed on the giant hall. I saw that the restrictions around the giant hall, which were already crumbling under the blow of Immortal Taishuan, was finally unbearable to bear such terrifying power, and it shattered directly. As the defensive restrictions on the giant hall were broken, the entire giant hall was constantly cracked under the impact of Immortal Venerable Taishuan and Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust. The Great Hall is about to be destroyed. Seeing this scene in front of everyone couldn't help but sigh. Although the defense of this giant hall is strong, it can't resist the bombardment of Immortal Venerable Taishuan and Immortal Frozen Dust. Just when everyone thought that the giant hall would be destroyed by Immortal Venerable Taishuan, there was a sudden loud noise in the giant hall. Everyone outside couldn't help but tremble. Even Immortal Deluo, under the pressure of this chi and blood, couldn't help but feel that he wanted to pay homage. Everyone was horrified, and their eyes could not help but lock on the giant hall in front of them. I saw that in the giant hall, mysterious and unpredictable laws of immortality suddenly emerged, and at the same time, dazzling divine light burst out. Wherever the divine light passed, the power of Immortal Venerable Taishuan and Immortal Venerable Bingchen were all counted. Obliterated cleanly. Looking at the scene in front of them, Immortal Zan Zan and Immortal Frozen Chen couldn't help but shrink slightly. Immortal Venerable Sun, who had been sleeping in the giant hall, was about to wake up. Okay, it's a horrible breath. Is Sun Zan Shanzun really still alive? It's not impossible. Even Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust has appeared, and Immortal Venerable Zuri is still alive. It seems reasonable. Hey, this thing has become more complicated. Everyone couldn't help but talk about it, and their expressions also looked horrified. The aura emanating from the giant hall was truly terrifying. It seems like a real dragon is dormant, and it is slowly recovering at this moment, and the breath is skyrocketing, never ending. Such a terrifying existence, besides the existence of immortal Zhuang Sun who once coerced the chaotic region for an era, who else could there be? Just when everyone was terrified, the powerful aura that was slowly recovering in the giant hall suddenly disappeared without a trace. I saw the gate of the giant hall, and suddenly there was a heavy footstep, and a shadow walked out of it. This black figure was dressed in black armor, shrouded in underworld iron, with a ghostly death breath, like a ghost king from the 9 Netherworld River. He was shrouded in dark and deep armor, and even his head was covered, revealing only a pair of eyes filled with the breath of death, and his icy voice resounded instantly. You dare to wake up the deity and ruin the deity's great event. The deity will make you die today, and you won't be able to turn over forever. Chapter 2883. Since the war, every time the man in black armor spit out a word, it seemed to come from the nether hell, so that everyone present couldn't help shivering, as if falling into an endless ghost. Hey, daily old monster, I haven't seen you for many years, no one else is hurt. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen looked at the man in black armor who walked out of the giant hall, and couldn't help but sneer. In order to break through the immortal king, you really sacrificed everything, and you turned yourself into this pair of people who are not like people and ghosts. Ghostly look. In the realm of the immortal king, it is difficult to ascend to the sky. In particular, Zuri Immortal Venerable did not have the resources of the immortal king, and it was even more difficult to find another way to break through the immortal king. Although Immortal Jai Sun has mastered a method to break through the realm of the immortal king, this method is undoubtedly very extreme, and Immortal Zhuang Sun has also paid a great price for this. Bingchen, it's you didn't die. Immortal Venerable Ziri stared at Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen with a deadly gaze, and an unbelievable look appeared in his eyes. After the Immortal Venerable Ziri reached the peak of Immortal Venerable Primordial, he always wanted to seek the opportunity to break through the immortal king. He was in an ancient secret realm, and by chance he got a secret method that could forcibly break through the Fairy King realm. This secret method, the best plan is to get an immortal crystal of a powerhouse at the peak of Hunyuan Immortal Venerable, and then use the formation method to forcibly break through the immortal king realm. Immortal Venerable Zuri directly found Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust. But after all, he underestimated Immortal Frozen Chen. Even though he was fully prepared, he still couldn't easily subdue Immortal Frozen Dust. In the end, Immortal Frozen Dust blew up the immortal crystal, causing him to suffer heavy losses. He thought that Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust had completely fallen in that battle, but he did not expect to appear in front of him again now. Daily old monster, you are not dead yet, how could I die so easily? Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust sneered and said, today, this deity will definitely destroy your immortal king dream, in order to avenge the deep blood revenge of the year. Immortal Zhuang Sun took a deep breath and stared at Immortal Frozen Chen coldly. I didn't expect that a trace of your fairy soul survived back then. But do you think that with your current state, you are qualified to compete with the deity? If you are at your peak, it is indeed difficult for me to compete with you now. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen said with a faint smile. In those days, when the deity exploded the immortal crystal, you must have paid a very heavy price for this, right? And you spent too much effort on this matter for your immortal king dream. Now your state doesn't seem to be much better than mine. A cold light flashed in Immortal Zun's eyes. Even if the deity is not at the peak, it is more than enough to destroy your immortal soul. Haha. As expected of the number 1 powerhouse in Chaos region, his prestige has not diminished back then. At this moment, Immortal Venerable Taishuan also looked at Immortal Venerable Zuri with a slight smile and said, Immortal Venerable Zuri, it's been a long time. Immortal Zunzun's gaze stayed on Immortal Taishuan for a moment, and then the whole person instantly became murderous. Taishuan, it's you dare to betray the deity. Back then, this guy strayed into the Rizhao mountain range, but he was only a mere celestial being. After Sun Zun Shanzun found out, in order to complete his immortal king plan faster, he controlled it and wanted to use this guy to help him. To this end, he also gave this guy the supreme opportunity. This guy swears and promises himself that after he goes out, he will definitely lead Immortal Deluo to Ziri mountain range to help him improve his formation and break through to the immortal king realm. But he didn't expect that after this guy left the Ziri mountain range, he would never return, and he never heard from him again. Sun Zun Shanzun obviously did not expect it. This guy has now reached the realm of Tai Immortal Venerable with his opportunity, and he has to deal with him in turn. At this moment, the hatred of Immortal Venerable Taishuan towards Immortal Venerable Taishuan was even 3 points higher than Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust. Immortal Venerable Taishuan said with an expressionless face, "Immortal Zunri, you don't have the resources of an immortal king, but you want to forcibly break through the realm of immortal kings. This move is not tolerated by Immortal Tao. This deity will act on behalf of heaven today and get rid of you, this scourge." Immortal Zhuang Sun smiled coldly. The deity was able to let you go back then, but why didn't he have the slightest preparation? Even if you break through Immortal Venerable Tai now, you don't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of this deity. Immortal Venerable Zuri fell, and he was about to urge Immortal Taishuan to leave a ban, ready to control Immortal Taishuan. Immortal Venerable Zuri soon discovered that he was horrified. His ban seemed to be blocked by an inexplicable force, and he could not have the slightest impact on Immortal Taishuan for a while. Immortal Zhuang Sun's expression instantly became furious. You actually broke the restriction that I left in your body. In order to break your ban, this deity left the chaotic area and traveled the world, not only seeking help from a Hunyuan Immortal Venerable, but after paying some price, I finally got something. Immortal Venerable Taishuan said calmly, "Although I can't completely resolve your restriction, but with your current state, you can't use that restriction to control me." Immortal Zun Zuri angrily smiled and said, "It's the deity who underestimates you, so what if you can get rid of the ban? I can give you the opportunity, so that you have the opportunity to become Immortal Tai, and I can also take all this from you. Take back." Immortal Zun Rizen's voice fell, the cold light in his eyes skyrocketed, and the monstrous killing intent swept out from him, shaking the sky and terrifying the sun and the moon. His body was full of death energy, and the terrifying vast mana surged out, instantly turning the space around him into a sea of ghostly flames. Om. In the palm of the Sun Zan Immortal Venerable, there is an extra long sword made of black iron. On the long sword, there is a faint black flame lingering, extremely dignified, as if carrying a world, countless laws of immortality condensed by black flames, wrapped around the hilt, making it look even more bizarre. Hunyuan Immortal Artifact. Looking at the long sword in the hands of Immortal Zunri, Immortal Taishuan's pupils could not help shrinking slightly. During the period of leaving the Chaos Territory, Immortal Taishuan had seen a lot of Immortal Primordial Hunyuan in the Xian Heavenly Domain, and he had also seen some extremely powerful Immortal Hunyuan items. Today, the Immortal Sword offered by Immortal Zun Ri is obviously an immortal weapon of Hunyuan. Fellow Taoist Bingchen, please help me. Immortal Venerable Taishuan hurriedly called out Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust, and the power of Immortal Venerable Tai in his body erupted with all his strength at this moment. Although the strength of Immortal Venerable Rising Sun in front of him is no longer at its peak, it is not inferior to Immortal Venerable Tai. During the peak period of Immortal Venerable by the Sun, but a powerful existence at the peak of Immortal Venerable Primordial Realm, even if his strength is greatly reduced now, there must be some means of Immortal Venerable Primordial Immortal Priest. Now, the immortal artifact of Primordial Immortal has been sacrificed as soon as it is shot. Even if it is Immortal Venerable Taishuan, it has to be treated with caution. Chapter 2884, Horrible Sunstrider Immortal. Immortal Venerable Taishuan stared at Immortal Venerable Zuri, and the power of immortal essence around him suddenly gathered towards him, and then quickly condensed into a vast galaxy pattern behind him. In this galaxy pattern, the 7 giant stars suddenly bloomed with infinitely dazzling fairy lights, and finally turned into a white tiger roaring up to the sky, and merged into the body of Taishuan Shanzun. Roar. With the power of the vast stars, the white tiger merged into the body of Immortal Venerable Taishuan. I saw Immortal Venerable Taishuan rise 1,000 feet in an instant, and the stars all over his body shone like the power of stars, and he was invincible. A terrifying aura that chilled the heavens and the earth swept over him, filling the sun and the moon. White tiger gathering stars. This is a top-level Tai immortal technique that Immortal Taishuan obtained when he traveled to the Xian Heavenly region over the years. He once used this immortal technique to easily suppress a Tai Immortal Venerable. In the face of Immortal Zun Ri, a former powerhouse in the primordial realm, Immortal Taishuan did not hold back at all, and directly exerted his strongest power. Immortal Venerable Taishuan's shocking blow did not change the complexion of Immortal Venerable Zuri's sun in the slightest. I saw that there seemed to be 9 ghost rivers appearing behind him, and the billowing black flames in the river instantly merged into the black long sword in his palm, and then slashed at Immortal Taishuan with a sword. This sword was cut out, and Immortal Venerable Taishuan was hit directly into the sky and flew out. Even his 1,000-foot body condensed with the White Tiger superstar technique collapsed instantly. Immortal Venerable Taishuan awkwardly stabilized his figure, and immediately his throat became sweet, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help spurting out wildly. Seeing the scene in front of him, even the Deluo Immortal Venerable of the 4 Tai forces, including Huang Chen Immortal Venerable, couldn't help taking a breath, and he couldn't believe his eyes at all. The dignified Taishuan Immortal Venerable, the world's #1 powerhouse in the chaotic region, had already reached the existence of the Tai Immortal Venerable realm, but he was defeated by the understatement of the Sun Zan Immortal Venerable. Immortal Venerable Zuri is indeed the peerless Immortal Venerable who has reached the peak of primordial realm. Bing Tian's palm. At this moment, a strange black light flickered between the palms of Immortal Frozen Dust, and the terrifying frost immortal power within the body continued to burst out. The black chill quickly condensed between the palms of Immortal Frozen Dust. Just a momentary time, I saw Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen's palms quietly condensed with a thick layer of black ice. This layer of ice is extremely strange. Even if Immortal Venerable Deluo glanced at him, it seemed that there was a kind of immortal soul that was about to be frozen, a feeling of. The black ice palm quickly took shape, and Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust burst out with a bang, directly appearing on the top of Immortal Venerable Sun Zan, and then slammed it down. A terrifying cold air shrouded Sun Zan Immortal Venerable, causing the surrounding space to condense countless strange black mysterious ice. The black ice is restrained in color and exudes a deadly chill. Even if Deluo Immortal Venerable is hit, I am afraid that the body and the immortal soul in the immortal crystal will be frozen in an instant. Old Bingchen, with your current strength, you can't help me, break it for me. Immortal Venerable Zuri laughed with disdain on his face, raised his hand and slashed towards Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust with a sword. A crisp sound like a broken mirror suddenly erupted in the void, and I saw Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust's Bingtian palm also shattered under the sword of Immortal Jai Sun. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen groaned, and the whole person instantly flew out 1,000 feet in the void. If the body he controlled was a corpse of an immortal king, the flesh itself was extremely powerful, and I am afraid that it would be difficult to resist the sword of Immortal Zhuang Sun. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen slowly stabilized his figure, and the gaze that looked at Immortal Venerable Zuri Sun instantly became much gloomier. In the battle with Immortal Venerable Rising Sun that year, his body was destroyed by the soul, and the immortal soul exploded. In the end, only a wisp of remnant soul survived, and his strength was not in a hurry to 1/10 of the peak period. Although Sun Zan Shanzun is no longer in his peak state, he is much better than him. Even without the strength of the primordial realm, it is almost invincible in the Tai realm. In the hands of Immortal Zhuang Sun, there is also a powerful immortal primordial artifact. Even if he joins forces with Taishuan Immortal Venerable, I am afraid it will be difficult to compete with him. Huang Chen, what are you still doing? You haven't made a move together yet. If Immortal Zun Zuri wants to return to the peak and break through to the Immortal King realm, he needs a lot of immortal crystals above Immortal Tai. No one wants to leave alive. Immortal Venerable Taishuan could not help shouting sharply to Immortal Venerable Huang Chen and others. Immortal Venerable Huang Chen slowly took a deep breath, and then said solemnly, the strong men above Immortal Venerable Da Luo will join me to assist Immortal Venerable Taishuan and the others. Immortal Venerable Taishuan and Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust are the most powerful two of them. If the two were defeated by Immortal Jai Sun, it would be almost an easy task for Immortal Jai Sun to kill them. Immortal Venerable Huang Chen did not hesitate, and soon summoned more than a dozen Immortal Deluo led by the 4 Tai forces to kill Immortal Venerable Zuri together. In the void, there were bursts of shocking noises, and the space with a radius of 10,000 miles was constantly collapsing and reorganizing under the confrontation of many immortals, just like the end of the day. These Deluo Immortal Venerables, who were on the side of the chaotic area, did not have much resistance at all in the face of the peerless existence of the Sun Zan Immortal Venerable. More than a dozen Deluo Immortal Venerables were beaten by Sun Zeking Immortal Venerables, and some of the weaker Deluo Immortal Venerables even vomited blood in their mouths, and their faces became extremely pale in an instant. If it hadn't been for Immortal Venerable Taishuan and Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust, who had attracted most of the firepower of Immortal Venerable Sun Rising, I'm afraid the situation of Immortal Venerable Da Luo would have been even more tragic. The battle is still going on. Although Immortal Jai Sun is extremely terrifying, but with Immortal Taishuan and Immortal Frozen Chen joining forces with many Da Luo Immortal Venerables, it is difficult for Immortal Jai to completely defeat everyone. For a time, the situation also fell into a stalemate. Young Master Jiang Chen, do you think immortal Venerable Taishuan and the others can deal with immortal Venerable Rising Sun? Below, Feng Chengxing looked at the world-shattering battle in the void, and could not help whispering beside Jiang Chen. I'm afraid it will be difficult. Jiang Chen said solemnly, this is the site of immortal Jai Sun. You didn't find that there seems to be a force in the giant hall that constantly replenishes the consumption of immortal Jai Sun. If this goes on, they will be destroyed by immortal Zhuang Sun sooner or later. Live to die. Feng Chengxing's expression changed slightly when he heard the words. If immortal Venerable Taishuan and the others can't deal with immortal Venerable Ziri, I'm afraid no one can leave Ziri mountain range alive today. Chapter 2885, Discuss Countermeasures. Young Master Jiang Chen, does he have a way to deal with it? Feng Chengxing took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Chen solemnly. In Feng Chengxing's view, if immortal Venerable Taishuan and the others couldn't resist immortal Jai Sun at all, then only the mysterious Jiang Chen might have the ability to deal with immortal Jai Sun. You look down on me too much. I'm just a mere golden immortal. How can I have the ability to deal with the current situation? Jiang Chen immediately rolled his eyes with a speechless expression on his face. He is only a 7th grade Jinxian. Although his combat power is extraordinary, and he has comprehended the power of immortal power to control the heavens and the earth, he can at most compete with Deluo Immortal Venerable in the early stage. And that Immortal Venerable Sun is the peerless Immortal Venerable of Primordial Realm, the first powerhouse in the chaotic region. Even if it is not in its peak state, it can easily suppress Tai Immortal Venerable. With his strength, in front of Immortal Venerable Zuri, he is almost no different from ants. Senior Immortal Monument, I wonder if I can use the power of Immortal Prisoners to suppress Immortal Venerable Zuri within the Immortal Monument. Although he said to Feng Chengxing that he couldn't do anything, Jiang Chen was still looking for a way to deal with Sun Zan Shanzun. In order to break through to the Immortal King realm, this Sun Ji Shanzun was almost unscrupulous. Once Taishuan Immortal Venerable and the others are defeated, I am afraid that no one will be able to easily leave the Zuri mountain range alive today. With his Golden Immortal Realm's cultivation base, he can now deal with the Sun Zan Immortal Venerable, and I am afraid that he can only use the power of the Immortal Monument to see if there is such a chance. As long as you are strong enough, you can suppress it in the Immortal Monument, even if you are the Immortal King realm. The Immortal Monument Spirit said lightly, however, your current cultivation base, to suppress the Sun Zan Immortal Venerable, is really not enough. Even if you are willing to desperately endure the risk of being backlashed, the chance of success is probably only 1 in 1,000. Jiang Chen asked unwillingly in his heart, Senior is the steel spirit of the Immortal Monument, can't even Senior be able to do anything? If I make a move, I can indeed help you suppress that Sun Zan Immortal Venerable. But once I make a move, I will definitely bring you endless trouble. At that time, the opponents you will face will probably be at least Primordial Immortal and even Immortal King realm. Are you sure you want me to take action? Immortal Tablet's lazy voice rang directly in Jiang Chen's mind. Hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He is just a small golden immortal now. If the Immortal Tablet spirit is shot, it will attract the great power of the Immortal King realm. To deal with him is as simple as pinching an ant to death. Boy, for the sake of Emperor Qing, I will reluctantly help you once. You ask Immortal Taishuan and the others to find a way to trap Immortal Zuri for a while, and then you try to use the power of the prisoner to get him into the Immortal Monument, and I will suppress him in the Immortal Monument for you. But I'm not helping you in vain. After taking you to the Immortal King realm, you need to do something for me. At this moment, the voice of the Immortal Steel and Steel Spirit resounded in Jiang Chen's mind again. Jiang Chen was immediately overjoyed. Thank you, Senior. Just as Jiang Chen was communicating with the Immortal Steel Spirit, the battle in the void was still going on. The fact is, just as Jiang Chen expected, many chaotic regional immortals headed by Taishuan Immortal Venerable, after a stalemate with Zuri Immortal Venerable for a while, finally the successor is powerless and somewhat difficult to support. A Deluo Immortal Venerable who was in the early stage of Deluo's cultivation base could not dodge directly. He was hit by a sword energy on the Sun Zan Immortal's Hunyuan Immortal Sword. He was killed by a sword before he even had time to let out a scream, nothingness. This scene also made Shanzun Huang Chen and others pale in shock, and they quickly retreated thousands of feet like a bird with a bow. Immortal Venerable Taishuan and Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen joined forces with Immortal Venerable Zuri Sun, and their bodies were also separated by a distance, and the expressions of the two became more and more ugly. After the previous battle on this side, the two of them naturally felt the situation of immortal venerable rising sun. They would have thought, although Sun Zun Shanzun is powerful, as long as they gather the power of Deluo Shanzun here, they should be enough to consume Taishuan Shanzun to death. However, he did not expect that immortal Zhuang Sun would be able to use something in the hall to continuously restore his strength. After the battle, there was no sign that the power in the body of immortal Zhuang Sun had been exhausted at all. If things go on like this, they will probably be consumed by immortal venerable Zuri. Fellow Taoist Bingchen, it's not the way to go on like this. You must find a way to enter the hall and crack the source of the power of immortal venerable Sun. Immortal venerable Taishuan looked solemn and authentic. Immortal venerable Frozen Chen frowned tightly together. Having said that, it's already very difficult for us to contain immortal venerable Zuri Sun. Who can enter the main hall and destroy immortal venerable Zuri Sun's arrangement? Two seniors, I wonder if you have a way to trap immortal Zhuang Sun for a while. Just as the two were discussing countermeasures, a sudden sound transmission sounded in their minds instantly. The two of them were stunned for a moment, and their eyes fell on Jiang Chen's body at the same time, and there was a look of doubt in their eyes. In particular, immortal venerable Frozen Dust, although he has some understanding of Jiang Chen, he knows that Jiang Chen's talent is rare in the world, and his origin is even more mysterious, but it is almost impossible to deal with immortal venerable Jai Sun. Jiang Chen can have Hunyuan immortal venerable to help at this moment, or use the power above Hunyuan immortal venerable. This little friend, I happen to have an ancient immortal technique. If there is help from Bingchen, I should be able to trap the time of about 10 breaths of immortal venerable Sun. I don't know if it is feasible. Immortal venerable Taishuan pondered slightly, and said directly to Jiang Chen. The black-clothed youth in front of him is extremely extraordinary. Since he has asked this question, he must have the confidence to deal with the Sun Zan immortal venerable. At this point, they don't have any better way to deal with Sun Zun Shanzun. It is better to let this black-clothed youth give it a shot. 10 breath time is enough. Jiang Chen responded quickly. 10 breaths of time were enough for him to use the power of immortal prisoners to get immortal venerable Zuri into the immortal monument. As long as the immortal venerable Zuri is brought into the immortal monument, and the immortal monument spirit will personally take action to suppress it, no matter how powerful immortal Zuri is, it is impossible to set off any waves in the immortal monument. Fellow Taoist Bingchen, this ancient immortal technique of mine is called the 2-year Forbidden Heaven technique. I will now show you the magic door. With the strength of the two of us, it is enough to imprison the Sun Zunner immortal venerable for a while. Immortal venerable Taishuan didn't waste any time, and directly passed on the method of performing the 2-year Forbidden Heaven technique to immortal venerable Frozen Dust. Ha ha. Bingchen, Taishuan, just relying on your strength, it is just wishful thinking to deal with this deity. Today, you are destined to be the stepping stone for this deity to break through to the immortal king realm. Just as Jiang Chen and the others were secretly discussing countermeasures, the smug laughter of immortal Zhuang Ri also resounded instantly in the heaven and earth. Chapter 2886, Repression. The proud laughter of immortal Zhuang Ri fell, and then he did not intend to give immortal Taishuan a chance to breathe, and directly waved the immortal primordial sword in his hand, with a savage black flame, shrouded the two of immortal Taishuan. Come. Fellow Taoist Bingchen, let's do it together. Immortal venerable Taishuan's complexion changed, and he directly attacked immortal venerable Zuri with all his strength. Immortal venerable Frozen Dust also did not advance but retreated, and blasted out with a punch. The two of them shot at the same time, and defeated the sword that Sun Zan immortal venerable slashed, and then they all rose into the sky with a tacit understanding, and appeared in the sky above Sun Zan immortal venerable's head in a flash. I saw a mysterious handprint changing between the palms of the two, and then hitting the Sun Zan immortal almost at the same time. Two mysterious handprints quickly intertwined on the top of immortal Zuri Sun's head, turning into a 2-meter Tai Chi pattern exuding a mysterious atmosphere, covering immortal Zuri Sun's whole person. 2-meter Forbidden Sky Technique. Immortal Venerable Taishuan and Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen directly displayed this ancient immortal technique, completely imprisoning Immortal Venerable Zuri and the space around him. Even if it is as strong as the Sun Zan Immortal Venerable, under the confinement of the two ritual forbidden technique, it is difficult to move at all for a while. Sun Zun Shanzun struggled with all his strength, trying to get rid of the confinement of the 2-meter banning technique, and he also let out a ferocious sneer. It's just a pointless struggle, even if you can be imprisoned for a while, how can you help me? Immortal Venerable Taishuan and Immortal Venerable Bingchen ignored Zuri's son Immortal Venerable, and looked at Jiang Chen at the same time. The power of Immortal Jai's son is extremely powerful, and it has never been exhausted. The two of them can only imprison Immortal Zhuang's son for about 10 breaths. Seeing that Immortal Jai's son was imprisoned by Immortal Zun Taishuan, Jiang Chen didn't waste time, and appeared above Immortal Zun's head in a flash. He slowly stretched out his palm under the countless stunned gazes around him, and a simple immortal tablet exuding dazzling immortal light also appeared out of thin air in his palm. Under the urging of Jiang Chen, the immortal monument instantly exuded an incomparably bright immortal light, and then skyrocketed in vain, quickly turning into a giant monument that suppressed the heavens and the earth. Looking at the sky-suppressing monument in the sky, Immortal Venerable Taishuan and Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen couldn't help but shrink slightly. Both of them are people with extraordinary knowledge. With their eyesight, it is naturally not difficult to see that the immortal treasure that Jiang Chen sacrificed is definitely an existence that surpasses the immortal treasure of Hunyuan. Fairy King. At this moment, the two finally understood why Jiang Chen had the confidence to deal with Immortal Venerable Rising Sun. It turned out that he actually had such a powerful whole card as the Immortal King artifact. The Immortal King, at the end of the year when the Immortal Emperor is gone, is the peerless power standing at the peak of the immortal realm. Every Immortal King is enough to suppress a party of immortal domain. Anything related to the Immortal King, even Immortal Venerable Primordial, must be terrified by 3 points. With the Immortal King artifact, today they may really have the hope of dealing with the Sun Zan Immortal Venerable. Xian, Immortal King artifact, you, who are you, how can you have the Immortal Sovereign artifact? Immortal Venerable Ziri stared at the sky-suppressing monument, and his expression instantly became horrified. The power of the prisoner, condensate. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, and he didn't pay attention to the horrified Zuri Immortal Venerable, and quickly condensed his handprints. I saw a mysterious force roaring out of the giant monument in the sky, turning into 2 substantial mysterious chains, and spreading towards the imprisoned Sun Ji Shanzun below. Immortal Venerable Daily's complexion changed greatly. At this moment, Immortal Zun Ri was imprisoned by Immortal Venerable Taishuan and Immortal Venerable Taishuan. He had no way to resist, and could only watch the 2 mysterious chains bind him firmly. The 2 mysterious chains directly pulled the body of Immortal Venerable Zuri towards the sky-suppressing monument above. Immortal Zun Zuri let out a roaring roar, but he couldn't do anything at all. He could only let the mysterious chain drag his body into the giant monument. After suppressing Immortal Venerable Zuri, Jiang Chen moved his palm, and the monument to the sky suddenly shrank sharply in the void, and then turned into an immortal glow and quickly disappeared in front of Jiang Chen. Juri Immortal Venerable, was it suppressed like this? Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone's eyes were dull, and it was difficult for them to recover from the shock for a long time. Just how strong Immortal Zhuang's son is, they just witnessed it with their own eyes. Immortal Venerable Taishuan, Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen, and more than a dozen Immortal Venerable Deluo present at the scene were unable to get Immortal Venerable Zuri at all. And this mysterious young man in front of him will easily suppress the Immortal Venerable Sun by just offering a piece of Immortal Tablet. This Sun is indeed a peerless evildoer from a certain Immortal King's power. Immortal Venerable Hongyun of Liang Immortal Palace came back to his senses, and there was an unprecedented fear in the eyes that looked at Jiang Chen. He was also a little fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, when he was fighting for the primordial immortal spring, he did not choose to fight Jiang Chen to the end, otherwise their Liang immortal sect would definitely pay a very heavy price for it. This son must be a peerless genius from a certain immortal king, Feng Gang Shancheng Feng family. What has something to do with such a character? Immortal Venerable Huang Chen of Deacon Immortal Palace couldn't help but shudder at this moment. Because the young master of the Huang family in Qiwang Immortal City is the core disciple of their Deacon Immortal Palace, Deacon Immortal Palace naturally wants to support the Huang family who is attached to them. After this trip to the Immortal Mountain of Fengqi, Deacon Immortal Palace originally wanted to help the Huang family and annex the Feng family. Now that Feng Changxing, the ancestor of the Feng family, has a close relationship with this mysterious black-clothed youth from the power of the Immortal King, Immortal Venerable Huang Chen has to consider it carefully. Although their Deacon Immortal Palace is the head of the 4 Tai forces in the chaotic region, in front of the Immortal King forces, it is almost no different from the ants. Once you provoke this mysterious black-clothed youth, it is very likely to bring disaster to Deacon Immortal Palace. How could he offend such a terrifying existence for a mere Huang family? Juri Shanzun has been suppressed, and the supreme opportunity is in front of you, everyone rush. At this moment, after many people came back to their senses from the shocking scene in front of them, they rushed towards the giant hall with fiery eyes. Now that Sun Zan Shanzun has been suppressed, and the biggest crisis in the giant hall has been resolved, now is undoubtedly an excellent time to enter the giant hall to compete for opportunities. As one of the people in the field took action, the others also reacted one after another. Immediately, they all burst into a shocking atmosphere and rushed towards the gate of the giant hall. Chapter 2887, Collect the Giant Hall. The scene was chaotic. Including Huang Chen Shanzun and others, without the slightest hesitation, they quickly rushed into the huge space in front of them. Hundreds of figures gathered outside the giant hall, but only a few were left. Apart from Jiang Chen and the others, only the Xuantian immortal sect led by Immortal Venerable Taishuan, and Immortal Venerable Hongyun from Liang Immortal Palace remained unmoved. Senior Taishuan, aren't we going in? Seeing this, Zan Tianrui couldn't help but dodge over to Immortal Venerable Taishuan, and quickly asked in a low voice. The giant hall in front of you is the old nest of the first powerhouse in the chaotic region, Immortal Venerable Zuri. Now that Immortal Zuri has been suppressed, the giant hall is already an ownerless thing, and there must be countless resources and treasures left by Immortal Zuri. Zan Tianrui was naturally very envious when an Immortal Hunyuan left behind a treasure of resources. If Immortal Venerable Taishuan was not here, he would have been unable to hold back and lead the Xuantian immortal sect to fight for the chance in the giant hall. Immortal Taishuan glanced at Zan Tianrui lightly. If you want to take someone from Xuantian Shanzong to death, you can go in anyway. Back then, he came here by accident and was controlled by Immortal Venerable Sun Zun, but he stayed in this giant hall for a long time. He knew the situation in this giant hall better than anyone present. The old nest of a primordial Immortal Venerable is absolutely terrifying. Even if Immortal Jai Sun has been suppressed by Jiang Chen's Immortal King artifact, many methods left by Immortal Ziri in the giant hall still exist. Even if Immortal Da Luo enters it, it will definitely be a life and death experience. In addition to Immortal Venerable Taishuan, Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust, as the old opponent of Immortal Venerable Sun, was once a Immortal Venerable Hunyuan, and he was naturally very aware of the horror of a Immortal Venerable Primordial Hun's nest. Rushing into it, if you are a little careless, I am afraid you will pay a heavy price for it. The Red Cloud Immortal Venerable of Liang Immortal Palace has always been cautious. He saw that Immortal Venerable Taishuan and Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen did not take action, nor did he act rashly with the people of Liang Immortal Palace. Now that Immortal Zhuangri is being suppressed, the strength of Immortal Taishuan and Immortal Frozen Dust, unless the ancestors of the four Tai forces come in person, the two are definitely the most qualified to compete for the opportunity in the giant hall. But neither Immortal Venerable Taishuan nor Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen acted rashly. From this, it can be seen that there must be some tricks in it. Facts were also as expected by Immortal Venerable Hongyun. In less than a moment, Immortal Venerable Huang Chen and others who had just entered the giant hall fled out of the giant hall in embarrassment. I saw that they were all covered in color, and their breath seemed to be extremely sluggish. Except for Immortal Venerable Huang Chen, Immortal Venerable Luo, and a very small number of people, most of the people who entered the giant hall before were left in the giant hall forever and could not come out alive at all. Looking at the situation in front of him, both Zan Tianrui and Immortal Hongyun were heartbroken. Fortunately, they did not enter the giant hall rashly, otherwise they would have to pay a very heavy price for it. Boy, include this giant hall in the Immortal Monument. The things condensed by the Immortal Monarch Taigu Immortal Formation are not simple. Although they haven't really taken shape, they are only half-finished products. Not a small help. At this moment, the voice of the Immortal Monument and Steel Spirit also resounded in Jiang Chen's mind again. Jiang Chen's heart moved, and there was no hesitation at the moment. He appeared directly above the giant hall in a flash, and once again urged the Immortal Tablet to condense the power of the prisoner to suppress it towards the giant hall. Only a loud rumbling sound was heard, and the giant hall was pulled out from the ground under the influence of the power of the immortal prisoner. Boy, what do you mean? If you haven't released the giant hall quickly, don't you want to swallow the opportunity left by Immortal Venerable Sun Zan? Seeing that Jiang Chen pushed the Immortal Monument again and directly took down the giant hall, Immortal Venerable Huang Chen's complexion instantly became extremely gloomy. They broke into the giant hall just now, not only paying a huge price, but also failing to gain half of the benefits from the giant hall. Now Jiang Chen took away the entire giant hall out of thin air. Doesn't it mean that their people just sacrificed in vain in the giant hall? Jiang Chen glanced at Immortal Venerable Huang Chen with a blank expression. What? Immortal Venerable Zuri Sun was suppressed by me. I want to take this giant hall away. Do you have any opinion? If there is no senior Taishuan to help you, how can you have the opportunity to suppress the Sun Zanshanzun? Immortal Venerable Tiankui of Tiangong Immortal Palace and Immortal Venerable Emperor Ming of Juming Immortal Palace all stared at Jiang Chen. The opportunity in the giant hall should be shared by everyone, and quickly hand over the giant hall. They have all been trapped in Deluo Immortal Venerable for many years, and have always wanted to seek the opportunity to break through Tai Immortal Venerable. And in the palace of Immortal Zunri, there must be an unparalleled opportunity to help them break through the Tai Immortal sect. Now that the opportunity is in front of them, how could they give up so easily? Haha, I want to take a look at this deity. If he doesn't hand over the giant hall, what can you do? Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen appeared beside Jiang Chen in a flash, and the cold laughter resounded through the world in an instant. Looking at Immortal Frozen Chen who appeared beside Jiang Chen, Immortal Venerable Huang Chen and others couldn't help but suddenly shrink their pupils. This one is Immortal Venerable Primordial who used to be as famous as Immortal Venerable Zuri. Although he suffered heavy losses in the battle with Immortal Venerable Zuri that year, and now his strength has been greatly reduced, his combat power is still comparable to that of Immortal Venerable Tai. With this one shot, it is really difficult for them to treat Jiang Chen. Immortal Venerable Huang Chen took a deep breath and said solemnly, although Senior is strong and powerful, it is probably not easy for you to protect him alone. If Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen was at its peak, facing a Immortal Venerable Primordial, Immortal Venerable Huang Chen would not dare to disobey at all. But now Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust only possesses the strength of Immortal Venerable Tai. Almost all of the 4 Tai forces in the chaotic area have the ancestors of the Tai Immortal sect, but they don't have too much fear of Frozen Dust Immortal Venerable. HMPH, whoever the deity wants to protect, you can't touch a single hair of him. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen snorted coldly, and the monstrous aura instantly filled the world. Stop talking nonsense, fight if you want, the deity will accompany him. Immortal Venerable Huang Chen suddenly flashed an imperceptible cold light in his eyes. Just as he was about to summon the ancestor of the Deacon Immortal Palace Tai Immortal Venerable Realm, a faint voice rang in his ear. Huang Chen, help me. It's thanks to this little friend that I can suppress Immortal Zuri today. It's a matter of course that Immortal Zuri will be handled by my little friend. When Immortal Huang Chen heard this, the movements in his hands froze slightly, and his face instantly became extremely ugly. Chapter 2888, Jiang Chen's Plan. Senior Taishuan, this is a bit inappropriate, isn't it? Immortal Venerable Huang Chen's expression was extremely difficult to see. Immortal Venerable Taishuan must know better than anyone what kind of chance there is in this giant hall. In those days, the Taishuan Immortal Venerable took advantage of the opportunity he obtained here, and from then on, he soared into the sky and became the Tai Immortal Venerable in the chaotic region of Megatron. He never expected that Immortal Venerable Taishuan would be willing to give the opportunity in the giant hall to this young man in black. If there is only one Frozen Dust Immortal Venerable, they will call the ancestors of Tai Immortal Venerable Realm, and there may be a chance to compete. Now Immortal Venerable Taishuan also wants to protect that kid. Even if they call the ancestors of Immortal Venerable Tai Realm, they may not be able to get half a cent. After the rise of Taishuan Shanzun in the chaotic region, he became the #1 powerhouse in the chaotic region all the way. Even the ancestors of the Tai Immortal sect of the 4 great Tai forces are afraid of them. A Taishuan Immortal Venerable is already very tricky, and Frozen Dust Immortal Venerable is a Hunyuan Immortal Venerable who used to be as famous as Sun Zhou Immortal Venerable. Although his strength has been greatly reduced, it cannot be underestimated. When these two join forces, no one in the entire chaotic region can easily compete. Shanzun Wangchen, if it wasn't for this young master taking action to suppress Immortal Zuri, you probably wouldn't still have your life standing here right now. It's fine if you don't thank you, but you're so embarrassed to fight for the chance. At this moment, Immortal Venerable Red Cloud of Liang Immortal Palace suddenly rang out. Not long ago, when he competed with Jiang Chen for the Primordial Immortal Spring, Immortal Venerable Hongyun had already decided to befriend Jiang Chen. Especially after seeing Jiang Chen activating the Immortal King artifact and suppressing the invincible Zuri Sun Immortal Venerable just now, Immortal Venerable Red Cloud became even more determined. Because of this, Immortal Venerable Red Cloud also fought at this time. Although there is a chance for the sun-seeking Immortal Venerable in the Giant Hall, it is undoubtedly a bit of a loss to offend Jiang Chen, a monstrous genius who came from the power of the Immortal King. With the existence of Immortal Venerable Bingchen and Immortal Venerable Taishuan, even if Immortal Venerable Huang Chen and the others call the Tai Immortal Venerable Realm ancestor behind him, they may not be able to get the slightest advantage. Seeing that Liang Immortal Palace also stood on Jiang Chen's side, Immortal Venerable Huang Chen's complexion became more and more gloomy. Although he was unwilling, he didn't dare to act rashly. After struggling for a while, he finally turned around and left the Ziri mountain range without saying a word with the people from Deacon Immortal Palace. And as Immortal Huang Chen took the people from Deacon Immortal Palace to leave, Immortal Venerable Tiankui of Tiangong Immortal Palace and Immortal Emperor Ming of Juming Immortal Palace had no choice but to lead the team to evacuate. Seeing Immortal Venerable Huang Chen and others evacuating, Immortal Venerable Taishuan couldn't help but smiled slightly at Jiang Chen. "Little friend, thank you for today's affairs." He accidentally entered this place back then, and was eventually controlled by Immortal Venerable Zuri, and he has been looking for a way to crack it all these years. After paying some price, Immortal Venerable Taishuan finally got the solution from Immortal Venerable Hunyuan. But even if he got the cracking method, it would still take some time for him to completely get rid of the control of Immortal Zhuang Sun. Before he could completely get rid of Ziri Immortal Venerable's control, he sensed a change in Ziri mountain range. Immortal Venerable Taishuan had to rush back to prevent Immortal Venerable Zuri from being born. Otherwise, once Sun Zan Immortal Venerable is born, it is absolutely impossible to let him go easily. The power of Immortal Zun Ri is completely beyond the imagination of Immortal Taishuan. Even if they are no longer in their peak state, they are almost invincible under the primordial Immortal Venerable realm. They gather the power of everyone, and it is almost impossible to shake the Immortal Venerable Zuri. If Jiang Chen hadn't finally sacrificed the Immortal King artifact to suppress Ziri Immortal Venerable, I'm afraid none of them would want to leave Ziri mountain range alive today. Jiang Chen suppressed Immortal Zuri with the Immortal King tool, and Immortal Taishuan no longer had to worry about being controlled by Immortal Zuri. As long as he is given enough time, he can completely resolve the means left by Immortal Zhuang Sun in his body. For Jiang Chen, Immortal Taishuan is grateful from the bottom of his heart. Even if he knew that the palace of Immortal Zuri had a lot of chance, Immortal Taishuan would have no meaning for Jiang Chen to take away Immortal Zuri's palace. A 7th rank Golden Immortal has comprehended the Quasi-Deluo Immortal Venerable of Immortal Power, and even possesses the Immortal King artifact, whose origin is definitely a very terrifying existence. If such a person can be his friend, he must not be his enemy. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, Immortal, don't be polite. If you didn't imprison Immortal Zuri, I might not be able to easily suppress Immortal Zuri. Little friend, this matter is over, the old man left in one step. If little friend is of use to the old man in the future, you can come to Xuandian Shanzong to find me. Taishuan Shanzun clasped his fists at Jiang Chen, and immediately left with the people of Xuandian Shanzong. The Red Cloud Immortal Venerable of Liang Immortal Palace also greeted Jiang Chen very politely, and led the people of Liang Immortal Palace to disappear into the Sunzan Mountains. With the departure of the 4 Tai forces in the Xuandian Shanzong, although the other forces in the chaotic area were extremely jealous of the giant palace that Jiang Chen took away, no one dared to attack Jiang Chen's idea. How strong is Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust? They just saw it with their own eyes. That is a terrifying existence comparable to Immortal Venerable Taishuan. In the end, many forces just left one after another, and quickly disappeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others. Boy, what are your plans next? After everyone left, Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen pondered slightly. I should leave the chaotic area to deal with some things. Is the senior going to leave too? Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen was not polite, and said straight to the point, if you want, this deity would like to continue to borrow your puppet to live in for a period of time. Of course, this deity is not a sojourner in vain. During this time, I can help you unconditionally. Through this period of sojourn, Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust has discovered that Jiang Chen's puppet is extremely extraordinary, and it is very likely that he was a peerless person above Immortal Venerable Hunyuan. His sojourn in this body is actually very beneficial to the recovery of his immortal soul. Therefore, Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust obviously did not want to leave at this time. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, if senior is willing, I naturally have no opinion. Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust used to be a powerhouse in the immortal venerable realm of primordial realm. His immortal soul controlled the corpse of the immortal king, and obviously he could exert the power of the corpse of the immortal king more than himself. If there is no accident, he will leave the chaotic area next, go to be an immortal palace, and complete the agreement with Ling Ziyao. Although Jiang Chen didn't know the specific strength of an immortal palace, at least it was a powerful Deluo faction. If there is immortal venerable frozen dust to help, it will undoubtedly become much easier to destroy the an immortal palace. Chapter 2889, an immortal palace news. After leaving the Sunstrike Mountains. Under the warm invitation of Feng Changxing, Jiang Chen went to Fengdong Shancheng to stay for a day, and then returned directly to the heaven-breaking immortal sect. Jiang Chen subdued Feng Changxing because he planned to use the power of Feng Changxing and the Feng family to assist the heaven-breaking immortal sect to deal with the an immortal palace. However, Feng Changxing absorbed a lot of primordial immortal spring this time, and gained huge benefits. There is a vague sign of comprehending the immortal power to control the world and breaking through the Da Luo immortal venerable. He needs to retreat and practice for a period of time. Jiang Chen did not let Feng Changxing go with him. Now that his cultivation base has reached the 7th rank golden immortal, and the immortal power has also reached the realm of Dacheng, he already has the ability to compete with the ordinary Deluo immortal venerable. The corpse of the immortal king controlled by the immortal soul of frozen dust is enough to exert a strength comparable to immortal venerable Tai. Even if the an immortal palace is a Tai force with Tai immortal venerable in charge, Jiang Chen will not have too much fear at all. After returning to the Podian immortal sect, Jiang Chen immediately found Ling Yangcheng, the sect master of the Podian immortal sect, and inquired about the news about the an immortal palace. Hearing Jiang Chen asking about an immortal palace, Ling Yangcheng couldn't help but shudder slightly. Jiang Chen planned to lead them to break the heavenly immortal sect and take revenge on the an immortal palace. Thinking of this, Ling Yangcheng couldn't help but have a look of excitement in his eyes. He slowly took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Young Master Jiang Chen, since we escaped to the chaotic area, we have never had the chance to learn about the an immortal palace, and we only know about an immortal palace. Stay before the an immortal palace destroys the heaven-shattering immortal sect." Jiang Chen nodded. "Just tell me what you know." Ling Yangcheng naturally didn't hide anything, and quickly told Jiang Chen everything he knew. The an immortal palace, an immortal territory in the Xian heavenly territory, called the Thunder Immortal Territory, is one of the extremely ancient forces in the Thunder Immortal Territory. At the peak of an immortal palace, it was said to be a Hunyuan force with Hunyuan immortal venerable in charge. The an immortal palace had undergone a major change. Not only the sect Hunyuan immortal venerable had fallen, but even the Tai immortal venerable had been killed and injured, and has since declined. The dead camel is bigger than the horse. Although the an immortal palace has fallen a lot and has long since recovered from its former glory, it still has the background of the primordial force, and it is still the famous Deluo force in the Thunder Immortal domain. At least among the Daluo forces, in the entire Thunder Immortal territory, there are few existences that can be compared with the an immortal palace. Even some Tai forces would be jealous of an immortal palace. When the heaven-breaking immortal sect was targeted by the an immortal palace, there were a total of 5 Deluo immortal venerables in the an immortal palace, and only 1 Deluo immortal venerable was dispatched to easily destroy the heaven-breaking immortal sect. The strength of the an immortal sect, even if one looks at the entire immortal world, is definitely one of the best among the Daluo forces. After getting some news about an immortal palace from Ling Yangcheng's mouth, Jiang Chen's expression also became a little dignified. An immortal palace should be just an ordinary Deluo faction. With his current strength, and the corpse of the immortal king controlled by immortal venerable frozen dust, it would be an easy task to solve the Jade Cloud immortal palace. But they never thought that an immortal palace was actually a Deluo faction with a background of Hunyuan forces. Such a force must have a whole card left by immortal venerable Hunyuan. If you want to destroy such a big Luo force, even many Tai forces may not be able to do it easily. Young Master Jiang Chen, I am afraid that we are not qualified to compete with an immortal palace. We don't know anything about the current an immortal palace. Why don't I send someone to Jinglei Immortal first? Yu inquired about the news of the an immortal palace. What are your plans? Just when Jiang Chen was thinking in secret, Ling Yangcheng's voice also rang directly in Jiang Chen's ear. Although Ling Yangcheng really wanted to take revenge on an immortal palace, he did not lose his head because of hatred. Although Podian Immortal Palace is developing rapidly with the help of Jiang Chen, after all, the time is too short, and it is still very far away from the Deluo forces. Their biggest support now is only Jiang Chen. But with Jiang Chen alone, it is almost impossible to compete head-on with Bian Immortal Palace. From Ling Yangcheng's point of view, Jiang Chen may not be long before he can become a Deluo Immortal Venerable. And with Jiang Chen's talent, once he breaks through Deluo Immortal Venerable, his strength must be far beyond the existence of ordinary Deluo Immortal Venerable. After a period of development, their heaven-shattering immortal sect should be more than 10 times stronger than they are now, and they will undoubtedly be more confident in dealing with the Bian Immortal Palace. The heaven-shattering immortal sect has been waiting for so many years. As long as he can tell the Bian Immortal Palace, even if he waits 1,000 years or even 10,000 years, Ling Yangcheng will have no regrets. No, you can develop the heaven-shattering immortal sect well. I plan to go to the Thunder Immortal Realm in person. Before knowing the situation of Bian Immortal Palace, Jiang Chen originally planned to take the heaven-shattering immortal sect to directly kill Bian Immortal Palace, suppress Bian Immortal Palace in one fell swoop, and complete the agreement with Ling Ziyao. But now it seems that wanting to destroy the Bian Immortal Palace is by no means an easy task. To deal with the matter of Bian Immortal Palace, Jiang Chen is imperative. Jiang Chen did not intend to delay the agreement with Ling Ziyao. Jiang Chendu decided to go to Thunder Immortal Realm alone to find out, and then make plans. Seeing that Jiang Chen had already made a decision, Ling Yangcheng could not help but solemnly exhort, in this case, young Master Jiang Chen is careful, and don't expose your relationship with the heaven-shattering immortal sect in front of Bian Immortal Palace. Although Jiang Chen has extraordinary strength and talent, he also has a puppet at the level of Deluo Immortal Venerable. I am afraid it is difficult to compete with Bian Immortal Palace head-on now. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Don't worry, I have my own measure. Although the situation in Bian Immortal Palace was much more difficult than Jiang Chen imagined, Jiang Chen didn't have much fear. He now has the strength to compete with Immortal Venerable Deluo, and the corpse of Immortal King controlled by Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen is even more powerful than Immortal Venerable Tai. Even if the Bian Immortal Palace has the background of the primordial force, after all, there is no Chaos Immortal Venerable in charge. As long as there is no Hunyuan Immortal Venerable, even if he really encounters any trouble, even if Jiang Chen is defeated, it will not be a big problem to retreat. After talking with Ling Yangcheng, Jiang Chen did not stay too much in the heaven-breaking immortal sect. Jiang Chen said goodbye to Ling Yangcheng, and then left the heaven-shattering immortal sect with Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen, and embarked on the journey to the Thunder Immortal Realm ahead. Chapter 2890, Thunder Immortal Domain. Xian Heavenly Domain, one of the 5 famous heavenly domains in the Immortal Realm. Immortal Tao is prosperous here, vast and boundless, and it is divided into countless large and small immortal domains. Almost all of its top-level immortal domains have Immortal King Realm experts. Regions such as Chaos Region, where even primordial Immortal Venerable Hunyuan is extremely rare, are almost all weak and remote barren places in the Xian Heavenly Region. In the Thunder Immortal Territory where the Bian Immortal Palace is located is the Immortal Territory with the Immortal King Realm. Thunder Immortal Territory is located in the northwest of Xiantianyu, close to the central area. Although it is not the top immortal territory in Xiantianyu, it is also a well-known existence. The so-called immortal territory in the Xian Heavenly Domain is not like the northern cold immortal territory and the Weijian Immortal Territory. There are immortal territory barriers, and there is no obvious boundary between each other. The battles between the major immortal realms in the Xiantianyu are fierce, and the boundaries between each other are not unchanged. It is not uncommon for some powerful immortal domains to nibble on some weak immortal domains, and even occasionally some immortal domains disappear from Xiantianyu, completely reduced to history. The chaotic area where Jiang Chen and the others are located is located in the borderland of the northwest of the Xian Heavenly Region. Although it is not far from the Thunder Immortal Region in the same northwest region, it is definitely not close, and there are several immortal regions separated by large and small. After Jiang Chen left the chaotic area with Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust, he rushed straight towards the Thunder Immortal Territory. In order to facilitate the journey, Jiang Chen directly purchased a carriage pulled by a golden immortal level immortal beast. Jiang Chen and the others didn't encounter too much trouble. At Jiang Chen's age, he was able to possess the cultivation of a 7th grade golden immortal. Even in the Xian Heavenly Domain, It was a rare existence, and generally only those immortal kings in the Xian heavenly domain possessed it. Such a mysterious and unpredictable young genius, even Da Luo Shanzun would not dare to offend him easily. Even if he occasionally encounters a guy who doesn't have long eyes, he is almost suppressed by an understatement by immortal venerable frozen dust. It took more than half a year. Jiang Chen and the two finally came to the territory of Thunder Immortal Domain. In the past 6 months, Jiang Chen has not been idle along the way, and most of the time is almost cultivated on the second floor of the Tower of Time. Although the outside world has only spent half a year, Jiang Chen is equivalent to practicing for decades in the Tower of Time. In the past few decades, Jiang Chen has absorbed a large amount of various cultivation resources such as Hunyuan Shangquan and Xianxia. Heaven and earth have also been elevated to a higher level under the influence of Hunyuan Shangquan, and they are only one step away from the perfect state. Boy, we have entered the territory of Thunder Immortal Domain. What are your plans next? In front of the carriage, Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen looked at Jiang Chen, who came out of the carriage, and a look of astonishment flashed across his eyes. Since he left the chaotic area, Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen naturally knew that Jiang Chen practiced in the carriage all the way, and rarely came out. He also tacitly drove the carriage to protect Jiang Chen. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen still did not expect that in less than half a year, Jiang Chen's cultivation level actually broke through 2 ranks one after another, from the 7th rank Jingxian directly to the 9th rank Jingxian. It has only been more than half a year since they left the chaotic area. If Jiang Chen is in the real fairyland, and can be promoted to 2 ranks in such a short period of time, Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust may still be able to accept it. Some geniuses of the top forces in the fairyland, in the real fairyland and even the heavenly fairyland, can indeed achieve breakthroughs as simple as eating and drinking. But Jiang Chen now has the cultivation base of the 7th grade Jingxian, which is not far from the Da Luo Immortal Venerable. Ordinary Jingxian, even if it breaks through a rank, it takes thousands of years. Even if many geniuses from major powers, with the support of countless cultivation resources, want to break through the first rank in half a year, it is not easy. On the other hand, Jiang Chen broke through 2 ranks one after another in just half a year. With such a terrifying speed of cultivation, even Immortal Frozen Dust, an old monster who has lived for an unknown number of years, is almost incomprehensible. He had traveled to the Xian heavenly domain, and he had also seen the top geniuses of the Immortal King forces. The level of enchanting the person in front of him is probably better than any genius he has ever seen. Jiang Chen glanced at Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen curiously. Senior seems to be familiar with Thunder Immortal territory. You should have been to Thunder Immortal territory before, right? When I was still Deluo Immortal Venerable, I stayed in Thunder Immortal territory for a while. Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust nodded, but did not hide it. Jiang Chen pondered slightly. Does that senior know of a force called Be an Immortal Palace? Be an Immortal Palace? Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Jiang Chen and said, at the peak of Jade Cloud Immortal Palace, it was one of the few primordial forces in Thunder Immortal Domain, but it declined for some reason, but Immortal Venerable Thunder is still the same. With a good reputation, what are you doing with Be an Immortal Palace? I promised someone that I would destroy the Be an Immortal Palace for her. Naturally, I came here to fulfill the agreement. Jiang Chen smiled lightly. Senior should know the location of Be an Immortal Palace. Let's go directly to the site of Be an Immortal Palace. Boy, at the peak of the Be an Immortal Palace, it was a genuine primordial force. It's not something you can destroy if you want. Immortal Frozen Chen frowned slightly. Although the current Immortal Being has declined, the danger level of Be an Immortal Palace is probably not in the slightest compared to the giant hall left by Immortal Jai's son inferior. Although Be an Immortal Palace is now only a Deluo force on the surface, it doesn't even have Tai Immortal Venerable, but as long as people know about Be an Immortal Palace, they will definitely not treat it as an ordinary Deluo force. As a former Hunyuan Immortal Venerable, Frozen Dust Immortal Venerable is naturally very aware of the means of Hunyuan Immortal Venerable. Even Immortal Venerable Tai might not be able to easily get the Be an Immortal Palace. Jiang Chen didn't care too much about Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen's words, he just smiled and said, I know, let's go to the trump card of Be an Immortal Palace first. When Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen heard the words, he didn't say much. There is no strong person above Immortal Deluo in Be an Immortal Palace now. Although there are some immortals of Hunyuan, as long as they do not forcefully enter Be an Immortal Palace can't help them at all. Jiang Chen not only has a mysterious origin, but also has an endless stream of trump cards. At the beginning, he motivated an immortal king artifact to suppress the invincible sun driving immortal venerable. Even if being immortal palace really has the whole card left by immortal venerable Hunyuan, Jiang Chen may not be able to handle it. Chapter 2891, Domineering Being. Immortal Palace. Thunder Immortal Territory, as an immortal territory with immortal king realm powers in charge, is naturally very vast, more than double the size of Chaos Territory. Even at the speed of Jiang Chen and the others, it took half a month to arrive at the site of the Being Immortal Palace after arriving in the Thunder Immortal Domain. As a primordial force with a long history in Thunder Immortal Domain, Being Immortal Palace is still the top power in Thunder Immortal Domain that dominates the millions of miles. Even some Tai forces must be polite to Being Immortal Palace. After Jiang Chen entered the site of Being Immortal Palace, he did not plan to go directly to Being Immortal Palace to find Ling Ziyao. It has been many years since the destruction of the heaven-shattering immortal sect by the Being Immortal Palace. His current understanding of the heaven-shattering immortal sect only stayed in the past, and no one knew how the Being Immortal Palace would change over the years. Blindly going to Being Immortal Palace without knowing the specific situation of Being Immortal Palace is obviously a very unwise thing. Jiang Chen planned to find a place to inquire about the situation of Being Immortal Palace, and then make the next decision. At the end of the line of sight in front of Jiang Chen and the others, an incomparably huge city appeared. This city was built on a huge immortal mountain. The city was hundreds of zhang high, and it looked extremely extraordinary. Jiang Chen and the others did not hesitate at the moment, and walked directly towards the city at the end of their sight. In a short while, Jiang Chen and the others came to a place less than 1,000 feet away from the city. Jiang Chen soon discovered that it was not the right time for them to come to this city at this moment. I saw that at a height of 100 feet outside the city, two groups of people and horses with clear distinctions were facing each other across the air, causing the whole world to be filled with an air of slaughter and solemnity. These two groups of people, one of them has a large number, about a dozen people. They stand against the city wall with their backs, and their strength is in the golden fairyland. Although this group of people is not weak, they are a bit dwarfed by the people on the opposite side. Opposite them, there are only two people. But the auras of the two were not in the slightest inferior to that of the man in Xing Yi from the rank 9 golden fairyland. Even one of them is afraid that he has surpassed the rank 9 Jinxian and reached the level of a half-step Deluo. Yi Qingming, I have been ordered to take your daughter to the Being Immortal Palace for cultivation today. What do you mean? Just as Jiang Chen was looking at the situation in the field, the cold and stern voice of the half-step big Luoxing old man among the two slowly resounded between heaven and earth. On the opposite side of them, the middle-aged man in Xing Yi called Yi Qingming couldn't help but said indifferently, Yi thanked Being Immortal Palace for the kindness, but since my daughter's talent is mediocre, I won't bother Being Immortal Palace. Yi Qingming, it is your Yi family's honor that my Being Immortal Palace can see your daughter and let her enter my Being Immortal Palace to practice cultivation. Another middle-aged man from the Being Immortal Palace shouted sharply. Yi Qingming's expression sank slightly. Your Being Immortal Palace is too domineering, right? My daughter doesn't want to join Being Immortal Palace, so why don't you want to force it? I don't know since when, the reputation of Being Immortal Palace has become worse and worse in Thunder Immortal Domain. Yi Qingming, as the lord of a city, has also heard a little about some things about Being Immortal Palace. Over the years, Being Immortal Palace has become more and more domineering, often forcibly bringing some young talents into Being Immortal Palace. If only that was the case. After all, the Being Immortal Palace is a Deluo force with a background of Hunyuan forces. It is also a well-known existence in the entire Thunder Immortal Domain. It is indeed a good thing to be able to enter the Being Immortal Palace for cultivation. Almost all of these talented disciples who were admitted to the Being Immortal Palace have disappeared since then, and even their elders have been silent, and they have no idea whether they are dead or alive. Many people speculated that these young geniuses who entered the Being Immortal Palace were probably killed. As long as the forces that know more about the Being Immortal Palace almost do not want to send young geniuses to the Being Immortal Palace. And the behavior of Being Immortal Palace has also become more and more domineering. As long as he takes a fancy to the young geniuses who govern a certain force within the territory, he will openly visit the door to dignitaries. Being Immortal Palace is powerful, and even some Tai forces are jealous of Being Immortal Palace, and many forces dare not speak out. Yi Qingming has a daughter with outstanding talent, and the Yi family has been hiding her very well. Few people in the outside world know about it, but they never thought that they could not hide it from the eyes of Being Immortal Palace. Now, the Being Immortal Palace has actually dispatched a half-step Deluo realm powerhouse to come to the Yi family to openly want someone. Seeing that Yi Qingming dared to open his mouth to refuse, the half-step big Luoxing old man could not help but snorted coldly, "Yi Qingming, do you know the consequences of rejecting my Being Immortal Palace? Although your Being Immortal Palace is powerful, you will kill yourself if you do too much injustice. My daughter, Yi Qingming, will never join Being Immortal Palace." Although Being Immortal Palace was powerful, Yi Qingming was unwilling to watch his daughter go to Being Immortal Palace to die. Good, good, good. The half-step big Luoxing old man laughed in anger. "Since your Yi family insists on finding your own way, the old man will fulfill you today." The old man's angry laughter has not yet fallen, and the powerful breath of the half-step Deluo spreads in the air in an instant, making the complexions of the Yi family's many golden immortals turn pale in an instant. "I'll block them, you quickly evacuate with the Yi family disciples." Yi Qingming's eyes sank, and the breath of the 9th-ranked Jinxian burst out, forcibly resisting the old man's breath. The old man snorted coldly with a look of disdain, and immediately raised his hand and waved. A majestic Deluo power swept out directly at Yi Qingming. Yi Qingming's pupils shrank abruptly, and immediately tried his best to resist. In the face of the power of the half-step great Luoxing, Yi Qingming, a rank 9 golden immortal, has no power to fight back at all. Hearing a loud bang, Yi Qingming's power collapsed with a bang, and the whole person flew out a distance of hundreds of meters in a state of embarrassment, and a mouthful of blood could not help spurting out. Homeowner. There was a burst of sadness in the mouths of the many golden immortals of the Yi family. Yi Qingming wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth with his hand, suppressing the churning breath in his body, and a look of despair appeared on his face. Ever since the situation in the Being Immortal Palace became more and more domineering, Yi Qingming had intentionally moved the Yi family out of the jurisdiction of the Being Immortal Palace, but some old guys in the clan had been hesitant. Knowing this earlier, he should have been more decisive, and the Yi family would not have today's disaster. Chapter 2892, Rolling. Yi Qingming, I'll give you one last chance. If you continue to be obsessed, after today, your Yi family will probably disappear from the fairy world. The half-step Deluo from Being Immortal Palace stared at Yi Qingming coldly, his domineering voice resounded through the world in an instant. Yi Qingming took a deep breath and was about to speak when he suddenly sensed something. He couldn't help but look up, and saw a carriage slowly coming towards the direction of the city. In front of the carriage, there were 2 figures, one old and one young, standing there quietly with their hands behind their backs. "Who are you?" Being Immortal Palace is doing business again, and the idle people are leaving quickly. At this moment, the 2 from Being Immortal Palace also found the 2 Jiang Chen who were coming slowly, and the middle-aged man from the rank 9 gold fairyland couldn't help shouting sharply. "Is Being Immortal Palace amazing?" Jiang Chen glanced at the middle-aged man lightly, and then turned his gaze to Yi Qingming. "Patriarch Yi, I passed by this place, and I was tired all the way. I wonder if I can take a rest in an expensive place." Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yi Qingming couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. At this moment, almost everyone can see at a glance that their Yi family is facing an unprecedented crisis at this moment. Even the ordinary Deluo Immortal Venerable, after encountering such a situation, I am afraid they can't avoid it, but the black-clothed young man in front of him took the initiative to come up. This is really out of the ordinary. This son, if it is normal, there will be no problem, but now please forgive me that the Yi family can't entertain you. Yi Qingming couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although he didn't know why Jiang Chen came together at this time, today their Yi family was doomed, and Yi Qingming didn't want to involve Jiang Chen and the 2 at this time. "Are you worried about them?" Jiang Chen pointed at the 2 of them in Being Immortal Palace, and said lightly, "Don't pay attention to them, you just need to bring us into the city." Yi Qingming hesitated for a moment. This son, they are from Being Immortal Palace. Yi Qing obviously thought that Jiang Chen and the 2 did not know each other's identity, so he couldn't help but remind them. Jiang Chen nodded and said, "I know, Being Immortal Palace, the Deluo faction with the power of Hunyuan, has long heard of it." Yi Qingming couldn't help but be slightly surprised. This young man in black obviously already knew that the other party was from Being Immortal Palace, but he still didn't take it to heart. Could it be that he has a stronger background than Being Immortal Palace? Yi Qingming's eyes flickered slightly. This child is young, but even he can't see through his cultivation. Even the big Luo forces like Be an Immortal Palace may not be able to cultivate such geniuses. Anyway, the Yi family is already in crisis today. Since this young man in black is not afraid to offend Be an Immortal Palace, why should he be afraid? The appearance of this person may be a turning point for their Yi family. Yi Qingming no longer hesitated, and directly made a gesture of invitation to Jiang Chen. This son, please. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense either, directly ignoring the existence of the two people from Be an Immortal Palace, and driving the carriage towards Yi Qingming's direction. The middle-aged man from the rank 9 Golden Fairyland in Be an Immortal Palace roared angrily, the killing intent in his eyes skyrocketed, and he raised his hand and punched Jiang Chen in the air. Yi Qingming's complexion changed suddenly. Just as he was about to speak to remind him, he found that Jiang Chen just flicked his fingers lightly. A sword energy instantly smashed through the punch of the 9th ranked Golden Immortal in Be an Immortal Palace, and then instantly pierced through the space, without giving the 9th ranked Golden Immortal any chance to react, and slashed directly on his body. This 9th ranked Jinxian didn't even have time to let out a scream, and was instantly annihilated by Jiang Chen's sword energy into nothingness. With Jiang Chen's current strength, killing such an ordinary 9th ranked Jinxian is no different from killing an ant. Okay, what a terrible strength. Yi Qingming stared blankly at the scene in front of him, and it took a while for the whole person to come back to his senses. Although he had already sensed that Jiang Chen's talent was extraordinary and his strength was not weak, he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would kill the 9th ranked Jinxian of Be an Immortal Palace in seconds with just an understatement. Boy, you dare to kill me from the Be an Immortal Palace. At this moment, the half-step Deluo from the Be an Immortal Palace also came back to his senses, and his expression instantly became terrified and angry. This child is young, but he can kill a rank 9 Jinxian in one move, and his combat power is probably not inferior to that of a half-step Da Luoxing powerhouse. Jiang Chen's expression was calm. What about Be an Immortal Palace? Whoever Jiang Chen wants to kill, no matter who the other party is, it can be killed. Boy, dare to oppose my Be an Immortal Palace, I think you are impatient to live. Be an Immortal Palace's half-step Deluo's face turned cold, and the half-step Deluo's strength also exploded with all his strength. The powerful aura was firmly locked on Jiang Chen's body, and then he brought a fierce Deluo's power and directly slapped his claws toward him. Jiang Chen grabbed it. I think it's you who is impatient to live. Jiang Chen's indifferent voice fell, and immediately raised his hand and waved, and directly controlled the power of heaven and earth with immortal power, so that the power of immortal essence in a radius of 100 miles, instantly converged towards Jiang Chen's palm, and then turned into a shocking sword light, right half-step Deluo, who was looking at the Be an Immortal Palace, slashed over. The blow that Jiang Chen condensed with his immortal power to control the heavens and the earth was once again like a broken bamboo, and in the blink of an eye, he defeated the half-step Deluo. This Be an Immortal Palace's half-step Deluo had a sweet throat, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The whole person was like a kite with a broken string, flying upside down in the air for a distance of thousands of meters. He looked up at Jiang Chen with a pale face, and there was an unconcealed horror in his eyes. Xian, Shanli Yutiandi, you, who are you? As soon as Be an Immortal Palace's half-step Deluo said these words, Yi Qingming and the others were also stunned, and it was difficult for them to recover from the shock for a long time. Shanli Yutiandi, this is the law of immortality that Deluo Shanzun can only master. This son's cultivation level is no more than the Golden Fairyland, and he has already mastered the immortal power to control the world, and has become a peerless arrogance at the level of the Quasi-Deluo Immortal Venerable. The peerless arrogance of the Quasi-Deluo Immortal Venerable level, not to mention the Deluo force, even among the Tai forces, it is extremely rare. Generally, only Hunyuan forces and even Immortal King forces can be cultivated. Is the black-clothed youth in front of him a peerless genius from a certain Hunyuan force? Thinking of this, Yi Qingming's eyes couldn't help showing a touch of excitement. If this black-clothed youth is really a genius from the primordial forces, with the help of this black-clothed youth, their Yi family may really be able to resolve today's crisis today. Chapter 2893, The Shock of Be an Immortal Palace. The half-step Deluo of the Be an Immortal Palace was filled with dead souls, and his whole body was like a bird frightened, hurriedly fleeing towards the sky. This son not only has the cultivation base of the 9th-ranked Jinxian, but also is a quasi-Deluo Immortal Venerable who masters the power of immortality. Even if he is a half-step Big Luo, in front of such a peerless genius, he has no resistance at all. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort, and once again stretched out his palm and waved towards the half-step Deluo's fleeing direction. Yunxian Palace took a half-step and Deluo pressed it over. The half-step Deluo had a look of despair and panic, and hurriedly resisted with all his strength. Now Jiang Chen has not only reached the 9th rank golden immortal level, but the immortal power is also infinitely close to the peak realm. Even the half-step big Luo from Bian Immortal Palace, under Jiang Chen's palm, didn't have any resistance at all, and was instantly crushed into a blood mist by this palm. This half-step big Luo from Bian Immortal Palace was also killed by Jiang Chen's understatement. Yi Qing, the Yi family in the Ming dynasty, thanked the sun for saving his life. It took Yi Qingming a while to recover from the shock, and immediately stepped forward and bowed to Jiang Chen respectfully. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said lightly, "You don't have to be polite, it's just a matter of raising your hand. Young master, if you killed the people of Bian Immortal Palace will definitely not let it go." Yi Qingming said solemnly, "In my opinion, it is better for the young master to leave the site of Bian Immortal Palace quickly." Although the black-clothed youth in front of him had extraordinary talent, he was a quasi-Daruo immortal venerable who mastered the power of immortality, and even a half-step Deluo could easily suppress him, but this was the site of the Bian Immortal Palace after all. Although the Bian Immortal Palace has long since lost its former grandeur, it is definitely the top Deluo faction in the Thunder Immortal domain, and the powerhouses at the level of Deluo Immortal Venerable can hardly be counted on one hand. There are even rumors that Bian Immortal Palace is likely to give birth to the Tai Immortal Venerable. Although Jiang Chen is a submerged dragon, as the saying goes, a strong dragon does not overwhelm the snake. On the site of the Bian Immortal Palace, I am afraid it is difficult to compete with the entire Bian Immortal Palace with one person. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. "I came here this time for the purpose of Bian Immortal Palace. Tell me about the current situation of Bian Immortal Palace. The competition in the fairy world is cruel, and the competition between countless large and small forces is not uncommon. Jiang Chen is not a person who likes to meddle in his own business. If the person who took action against the Yi family is someone from Bian Immortal Palace, Jiang Chen may not be able to easily resolve the crisis for Yi Qingming. Because he didn't know the current situation of Bian Immortal Palace, Jiang Chen didn't rush to Bian Immortal Palace, but that didn't mean he wouldn't take action against Bian Immortal Palace. Since he happened to meet someone from Bian Immortal Palace today, he might as well take this opportunity to play with Bian Immortal Palace. If Jiang Chen expects it well, today a rank 9 Jinxian in a half-step. Deluo from Bian Immortal Palace have fallen here. Bian Immortal Palace will definitely send someone to come to Yejia again, and the person who comes is definitely Deluo Immortal Existence of Respect. He just happened to be able to use the Yi family as a bait to lure Immortal Venerable Deluo of Bian Immortal Palace here, and then destroy them one by one, gradually eroding the power of Bian Immortal Palace." Yi Qingming was stunned for a moment. Obviously he didn't expect Jiang Chen to come to Bian Immortal Palace. If Jiang Chen really came from a certain primordial force, and he came here for Bian Immortal Palace, this would undoubtedly be great news for them. Yi Qingming didn't hesitate at the moment, and quickly introduced the situation of Bian Immortal Palace to Jiang Chen. Although Bian Immortal Palace has undergone a major change, from a Hunyuan force to a Deluo force, but with the background of the Hunyuan force, it still stabilizes its position in the Thunder Immortal domain. Over the years, Bian Immortal Palace has also recovered a lot of vitality, and the number of powerful people in the Deluo Immortal Venerable realm can hardly be counted on one hand. There were even rumors that Bian Immortal Palace forcibly plundered the geniuses of all major forces in order to allow an ancestor of Bian Immortal Palace to practice sorcery and let him break through Tai Immortal Venerable. Today's Bian Immortal Palace may even have the existence of Immortal Venerable Tai. After listening to Yi Qingming's introduction, Jiang Chen couldn't help but look at Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust. "What do you think, senior? Daruo Immortal Venerable breaks through Tai Immortal Venerable, just like Jin Xian breaks through Deluo Immortal Venerable, not only to transform Deluo Immortal Power into Tai Immortal Strength, but also to understand the law of immortality that is a higher level than Immortal Power Udiondi." Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen said lightly, "Even if the old man of Bian Immortal Palace has really practiced some kind of sorcery, it is impossible for him to truly break through Immortal Venerable Tai." As Immortal Frozen Chen spoke, Yi Qingming finally set his eyes on Immortal Frozen Chen. When he felt the unfathomable aura on Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust, his heart shuddered slightly. The person beside Jiang Chen is probably at least a strong person at the level of Deluo Shanzun. However, Yi Qingming thought about it and was relieved quickly. Like Jiang Chen, a peerless genius of the quasi-deluo immortal venerable level, even in the Hunyuan forces, it is a very precious existence. There is a deluo immortal venerable guard beside him, which is also a reasonable thing. He became more and more interested in this so-called Be an Immortal Palace. It seems that there are some hidden secrets in this Be an Immortal Palace. Be an Immortal Palace is located in the famous wuxia Immortal Mountain in Thunder Immortal Domain. As a force with a profound background of primordial, Be an Immortal Palace has a strong reputation even in the entire Thunder Immortal Domain. The wuxia Immortal Mountain, where the Be an Immortal Palace is located, is one of the few immortal holy places in the Thunder Immortal Domain. Just as Jiang Chen killed the people of Be an Immortal Palace and resolved the crisis for the Yi family, there was an immortal hall in the depths of Be an Immortal Palace. An old man wearing a blue robe and green eyebrows sat cross-legged in the center of the hall. I saw the old man slowly open his eyes, and there seemed to be a heavenly sword shining in his pupils, which could cut off everything, and the roar with endless killing intent echoed in the hall in an instant. Who killed this deity's disciple? The old man roared in anger for a while, and then disappeared in place in a flash. His figure appeared in front of a green-robed middle-aged man with handsome features and an unusually seductive look. The middle-aged man in green robe looked at the old man who was shouting angrily in front of him, and couldn't help but stun for a moment. Elder Bijian, I don't know what made you so angry. I have to ask the sect master about this. The old man said gloomily. What did you send the old man's disciple, Lu Qing, to do? Why did he suddenly and inexplicably fall? Chapter 2894, Myriad Immortals. The middle-aged man in the green robe was shocked. Lu Qing has fallen, this is unlikely, right? Elder Bijian snorted coldly and said, how can this old man's perception be wrong? Lu Qing's life breath has completely disappeared from this world. The green-robed middle-aged brows were tightly knit together. I heard that Yi Qingming, the head of the Yi family in Kangye City, has an extraordinary daughter, and Lu Qing volunteered to go to the Lu family in Kangye City. A half-step big Luo to help, how could something happen? The Yi family in Kangyicheng is nothing but a golden immortal force. Yi Qingming, the most powerful head of the Yi family, was only a rank 9 Jinxian, and he couldn't help Lu Qing at all. Beside Lu Qing, there is still a half-step big Luo. With the strength of the two, it is almost an easy task to conquer the Yi family in Kangye City. What a Yi family in Kangyecheng, even the disciples of this old man dare to kill. Elder Bijian's cold voice fell, and his figure once again disappeared in front of the green-robed middle-aged man without warning. The middle-aged man in the green robe looked at the place where the elder Bijian disappeared, and frowned slightly. If Lu Qing and the half-step big Luo both fell to the Yi family, it would be enough to prove that the Yi family in Kangye City might not be as simple as it seems. The middle-aged green robe did not stop the elder Bijian from going to Kangye City to find trouble with the Yi family. The people of their Be an Immortal Palace just fell into Kangye City so inexplicably, this matter can't be dismissed so easily. No matter how difficult the Yi family is, with Elder Bijian, the Deluo Immortal Venerable taking action, the Yi family would never even think about setting off any waves. After Jiang Chen solved the people in Be an Immortal Palace for the Yi family, he entered Kangye City directly under Yi Qingming's warm invitation. In Kangye City Lord's mansion, Yi Qingming also held a grand banquet for Jiang Chen to wash away the dust for Yi Qingming. Young Master Jiang Chen, this is the little girl Yi Ling. During this period, Yi Qingming also called a white-skirted woman with bright eyes and white teeth to Jiang Chen. The age of the woman looks similar to Jiang Chen, but she has the cultivation of a rank 1 Jinxian. This is undoubtedly an extremely rare existence among the Jinxian forces, which is enough to prove that this woman has extraordinary talent. Yi Ling, don't hurry up and thank young Master Jiang Chen for your life-saving grace. If young Master Jiang Chen didn't help, I'm afraid you would be taken to Be an Immortal Palace. Yi Qingming winked directly at Yi Ling. Jiang Chen has an extraordinary background and is a peerless genius at the level of Immortal Venerable Deluo. If her daughter can get to know such a person, it will definitely be of great benefit to her future development. Yi Ling would like to thank young Master Jiang Chen for saving his life. Yi Ling moved the lotus steps lightly and came to Jiang Chen, and gave Jiang Chen a generous salute. Her voice was as sweet as a lark. At this moment, Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen looked at Yi Ling, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Myriad Spirit Immortal Body. What is the Wanling Immortal Body? Jiang Chen's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help asking curiously. Myriad spirit immortal body, an extremely rare immortal body in the immortal world, it can swallow the sky and absorb the earth and absorb all the power in the world for its own cultivation. And innately has an affinity for the laws of immortality. It can be said that once the immortal body of all spirits is completed, it can easily reach the realm of grasping the power of immortals to control the heavens and the earth. In other words, once this girl's myriad spirit immortal physique is completed, at worst, she can become Da Luo immortal venerable. Immortal venerable Frozen Dust explained slowly. Hearing immortal venerable Frozen Chen's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. He obviously did not expect that Yi Qingming's daughter would have such a powerful physique. Da Luo immortal venerable is a watershed in the immortal world. Even many of the top geniuses of the Da Luo faction may not be able to cross this step and become the real Da Luo immortal venerable. And Yi Ling's myriad spirit immortal body only needs Da Cheng, and at worst can become Da Luo immortal venerable. This person is more mad than a person. Little girl, this deity has never accepted an apprentice in this life. Would you like to worship this deity as a teacher? Just when Jiang Chen was amazed at the power of Wanling immortal body, immortal venerable Frozen Chen's voice rang again. In the face of a genius with a myriad of spirits, immortal venerable Frozen Chen is also tempted to accept his apprentice. Immortal venerable Frozen Chen's words also made Yi Ling stunned for a moment, and he couldn't help but look at his father. Little girl, this deity was also a primordial immortal venerable back then, and he is only one step away from the immortal king. Although his strength has been greatly lost due to some reasons, it will never humiliate your prestige of myriad spirit immortal physique. Immortal venerable Frozen Chen saw that Yi Ling was a little hesitant, and couldn't help but speak again. Yi Ling, hurry up and meet the master. Yi Qingming came back to his senses, and quickly said to Yi Ling with an excited look on his face. Yi Ling's physique is extraordinary, and Yi Qingming is naturally aware of it, but the strength of the Yi family is weak, and it is impossible to cultivate Yi Ling at all. And the reputation of Bian Immortal Palace is getting worse and worse. Yi Qingming naturally couldn't send Yi Ling to Bian Immortal Palace, so he never found a good place for Yi Ling. This time, he asked Yi Ling to meet Jiang Chen, hoping to have some relationship with Jiang Chen. But he didn't expect that immortal venerable Frozen Chen, who was beside Jiang Chen, could see through Yi Ling's physique at a glance, and wanted to accept Yi Ling as his apprentice. Yi Qingming is naturally very happy to have an opinion. Before he could speak, immortal venerable Frozen Dust actually said that he was once a immortal venerable primordial. If Yi Ling can have such a master, it is absolutely a dream for their Yi family. How could Yi Qingming refuse? Yi Ling has seen master. Seeing his father's agreement, Yi Ling no longer hesitated, and directly greeted immortal venerable Frozen Chen as a teacher. A rare smile finally appeared on the indifferent face of immortal Frozen Chen. I don't have any gifts for you now, so I will give you a Dharma body for self-defense. Immortal venerable Frozen Chen's voice fell, and he grabbed a seal and penetrated into Yi Ling's body. He smiled and said to Yi Ling, "This is a Dharma body left for you by the master. If you encounter danger, you can activate it. Even the ordinary Da Luo immortal venerable will not hurt you in the slightest." Yi Ling's delicate and pretty face also added a hint of joy. "Thank you, master." Yi Qingming's expression was also excited. Now that Yi Ling has worshipped a famous teacher, and has the protection of the immortal venerable Dharma body, he can finally feel at ease as a father. "Since you have become my disciple, naturally I can't treat you badly as a teacher." Immortal venerable Frozen Chen waved his hand, and immediately thought of something. He couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen. "Boy, you haven't used up the primordial immortal spring you got from me, haven't you?" Chapter 2895, Da Luo Immortal Venerable Arrival. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, but nodded and said, "There are a few more." During this period of time, although he absorbed a lot of Hunyuan Shangquan to practice, he had obtained the Banshee Hunyuan Shangquan at the beginning, and naturally he still had a lot in his hands. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen didn't talk nonsense, and said directly, "Take 3 drops and give them to my disciple. Isn't that too much?" "Not too much. This old guy really cares about his new apprentice." Since he took the Hunyuan Shangquan, Immortal Frozen Chen has never mentioned the matter of the Hunyuan Shangquan. This time, for his new apprentice, he took the initiative to speak to him. "Teacher, open your mouth and let him give you 3 drops of Hunyuan Immortal Spring, which will help you a lot." Jiang Chen didn't say much. The amount of primordial immortal spring he got was more than 10 million. The mere 3 drops of Hunyuan Immortal Venerable are naturally nothing. Jiang Chen directly took out 3 drops of Hunyuan Shangquan, and then flicked his fingers. 3 drops of Hunyuan Shangquan flew into Yi Ling's mouth. After Yi Ling swallowed 3 drops of Hunyuan Shangquan, he showed Jiang Chen and the others the power of Wanling Shangquan. I saw that the energy of the 3 drops of Hunyuan Shangquan was quickly absorbed by Yi Ling. It was as if Yi Ling had completed his epiphany, and his cultivation level broke through from the 1st grade Jingxian directly to the 2nd grade Jingxian. Even the myriad spirit immortal body has grown, as if it has become much stronger than before. It is indeed a rare myriad spirit immortal physique in the immortal world. It really is amazing. Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a burst of amazement. These legendary fairy bodies in the fairy world are just like his system, they are completely open and hanging. Seeing this, immortal venerable Bingchen couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Myriad spirit immortal physique, it really lives up to its reputation. Now that your myriad spirit immortal physique has achieved a small accomplishment, you can get twice the result with half the effort when you practice it. Yi Ling was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed to immortal venerable Bingchen. Disciple, thank you master. Immortal venerable Frozen Chen waved his hand and was about to speak when an angry shout like a thunderstorm also exploded above Kangye City. Yi Qingming, get out quickly and die. The sudden angry shout also caused Yi Qingming and other Yi family seniors to change their expressions suddenly. Yi Qingming slowly took a deep breath. The breath of immortal Da Luo should be immortal Da Luo from being immortal palace. It's just Da Luo immortal venerable, what's there to be afraid of? I will meet him when the deity goes. Immortal venerable Frozen Chen snorted lightly, and then disappeared in place in a flash. Yi Qingming and others couldn't help but quickly followed. The group soon appeared in the sky above Kangye City. Yi Qingming looked at the old man in Taoist robe. Opposite, his expression changed slightly. Bijian immortal venerable. Bijian immortal venerable, this is the famous old-fashioned Deluo immortal venerable of Bian immortal palace, known for his ruthless heart and fierce killing. Yi Qing obviously did not expect that Bian immortal palace sent Bijian immortal venerable to Kangye City so soon. Yi Qingming, your Kangye City Yi family dares to be an enemy of Bian immortal palace and kill the disciples of this deity. What is the crime? Immortal venerable Bijian stared at Yi Qingming and his group with cold eyes, and the sound of killing intent resounded through the heavens and the earth in an instant. Hehe, your Bian immortal palace is also a Deluo faction with a background of primordial after all, and you actually acted to bully men and women against the forces within its jurisdiction. I see that the connection between Bian immortal palace has already been harassed. You are all lost. Before Yi Qingming could speak, immortal Frozen Chen's faint cold humming sounded directly. Immortal venerable Bijian glanced at immortal venerable Frozen Chen, and his eyes could not help but narrowed slightly. Who are you? Why do you interfere with the affairs of my Bian immortal palace? He couldn't see through the breath of the mysterious man in front of him. If he expected it well, I am afraid this is at least a powerhouse at the level of Deluo immortal venerable. He finally understood why his apprentice fell here. Immortal venerable Bingchen said indifferently. This deity Bingchen, Yi Qingming's daughter Yi Ling, is a disciple of this deity. I advise you, Bian immortal palace, not to come to Yi's family to be wild in the future, or you will be responsible for the consequences. HMPH, Your Excellency, don't be too arrogant. Even if you are immortal venerable Deluo, you are not qualified to play wild in the territory of my Bian immortal palace. Stab it. Immortal venerable Bijian's voice fell, and 2 sharp beams shot out from the pair of green eyes, as sharp as a heavenly sword, and even the space was cut open by his eyes, making a squeaking sound. Immortal Bijian's white hair was flying, the sword light in his eyes became more and more intense, and an overwhelming momentum rose from him, filling the world instantly. Within 1,000 miles, even the air condenses. The surrounding immortal essence chi was unable to flow at all. At this moment, Yi Qingming's many golden immortals from the Yi family only felt that the power of the golden immortals in his body was imprisoned, and it was difficult to move at all. Immortal venerable Frozen Dust was like a breeze, uncontrollable, but instead smiled contemptuously. Do you have this ability? Seeing that immortal venerable Frozen Dust was not affected at all, immortal venerable Bijian's pupils shrank suddenly. Congeal. Bijian immortal venerable didn't talk nonsense, and directly and decisively pinched out a magic formula. The power of immortal essence around them instantly solidified, and a terrifying pressure was like the top of Mount Tai, pressing towards Kangye City from the void. If you allow this force to be suppressed, I am afraid that the entire Kangye City will instantly turn into nothingness. Immortal venerable Frozen Dust did not change his expression, and pointed like a sword. making a swipe in the air, stab. The invisible power that was oppressed from the void was instantly defeated by immortal venerable frozen dust, and the terrifying thing was that it disappeared cleanly over Kangye City in an instant. Your Excellency really has some ability, no wonder you dared to run wild in the territory of my Bian Immortal Palace. 2 consecutive attacks were neutralized by immortal venerable frozen dust, immortal venerable. Bijian looked at Jiang Chen coldly, and the green sword glow flashed in his eyes. No matter who you are, to oppose my Bian Immortal Palace, you will find your own way of death. Immortal venerable Bijian waved his sleeves. Whoosh, I saw a green, quaint little sword flying out of his sleeve. As soon as this small sword reached the air, it immediately turned into a world-shattering sword glow of immortal might. This sword beam originated from the head of Tao Master Xianxia, and the giant sword that instantly stretched across 1,000 meters of void exudes a terrifying aura that makes people palpitate. With a sword in his hand, immortal venerable Bijian's whole body changed greatly, and the flickering eyes looked down at immortal venerable frozen dust like an ant. Senior, be careful, this is the Tai immortal artifact Bishuang immortal sword. Seeing this scene, Yi Qingming's complexion suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but remind him. As a former Hunyuan power, Bian Immortal Palace is naturally far from being comparable to the general Deluo power. The Immortal Gate has the existence of Tai immortal artifacts and even Hunyuan immortal artifacts. The Bishuang immortal sword in the hands of immortal Bijian is a famous Tai immortal sword. Chapter 2896, Immortal War. Looking at the Tai immortal sword offered by immortal venerable Bijian, immortal venerable Bingqian's expression was still very calm. As a former Hunyuan immortal venerable, at the peak of frozen dust immortal venerable, he even owned more than one Hunyuan immortal artifact. How could he be frightened by a mere Tai immortal artifact? It's just the Tai immortal sword. I want to scare the deity in delusions, but it's far from qualified. Immortal venerable frozen Chen had no fear in his eyes, his breath burst out, and he stepped out directly, raising his fist and hitting immortal venerable Bijian in the air. The void boils, the space vibrates. The vitality of heaven and earth from all 4 directions gathered on the fist of immortal frozen Chen, and his whole person was shrouded in the frost of immortal light. The terrifying chill caused the temperature between heaven and earth to drop a lot. Since you insist on courting death, this deity will fulfill you. Immortal Bijian waved the Bishuang immortal sword, nearly 1,000 feet of sword light, and immediately cut it down from the void, pointing directly at immortal frozen dust. Chenjiang Jianmeng is as agile as a dragon, splitting the sky. Before the sword energy arrived, a piece of frost condensed between heaven and earth. A fist and a sword collided together in the void, and a sound like Hong Zhang Dalu erupted, echoing in the heaven and earth for a long time. The mighty energy swept the void of the entire Kangye City. The 2 forces were intertwined in the void for a while, and I saw that the sword energy that was thousands of feet long exploded inch by inch directly under the frost of immortal venerable frozen. Even the Bishuang immortal sword in the hands of Bijian immortal venerable kept shaking. Seeing that his attack was actually suppressed by the opponent, immortal venerable Bijian's expression changed slightly. Although he was suppressed by immortal venerable frozen dust, he did not panic at all. He directly pinched out a sword art, and the sword glow on the Bishuang immortal sword exploded, wiping out all the remaining fist strength of immortal frozen dust. Give me another punch and try. Immortal venerable frozen Chen stepped on the void, and without hesitation, he stormed out of the Jade Sword immortal sect again. Immortal splendor, which is as crystal clear and translucent, shrouded him in it. Immortal Bijian urged Bishuang immortal sword to swing 3 swords one after another. And the sword chi slashed on immortal frozen dust, but he couldn't break the ice at all. Dust immortal venerable's defense. On the contrary, frozen dust immortal venerable still punched without any fancy, like a volley from Mount Tai. Immortal Bijian used his immortal power to control the heavens and the earth, concentrating all of his power on Bishuang immortal sword, and slashed at immortal frozen dust with a sword. Immortal venerable frozen dust's current body is a corpse of an immortal king, a physical weapon that is no weaker than the Tai immortal artifact. Rao was a sword that immortal venerable Bijian made with all his strength, but he couldn't stop immortal venerable frozen dust's fist at all. The 2 great Luo immortals were constantly fighting in midair, causing the thousands of miles of void to be turbulent. Even though immortal Bijian motivated the Tai immortal sword Bishuang immortal sword, it was difficult for him to get the slightest advantage in the hands of immortal frozen Chen, but he was suppressed to death by immortal frozen Chen. Bai Zhangzhen respected that the whole person was thrown 100 feet away by immortal venerable frozen dust with one punch. Who is this guy, and how can he have such strength? Immortal Bijian became more and more shocked. As the veteran Deluo Immortal Venerable of Bian Immortal Palace, Bijian Immortal Venerable has reached the late stage of Deluo. With the addition of the Bishuang Immortal Sword, even in the face of some Immortal Venerables at the peak of Deluo, Bijian Immortal Venerable is confident, able to compete with it. Now facing the frozen dust Immortal Venerable that he has never heard of before, he doesn't have much resistance at all. Immortal Venerable frozen dust shone with crystal cold light all over his body, looking down at Immortal Jade Sword with contempt. Immortal Venerable Bijian, your strength doesn't seem to be very good. Immortal Venerable Bijian took a deep breath, and immediately urged Bishuang Immortal Sword to squeeze out a magic formula. The Bishuang Immortal Sword violently turned into a cold fog. Although it looked far from being as fierce as the previous offensive of Immortal Bijian, it was condensed to the extreme, giving a more dangerous aura. Go. With the sword art from Immortal Bijian's hand, Bishuang Immortal Sword instantly drew a long arc in the void and slashed towards Immortal Frozen Dust. This sword is even more terrifying than any sword that Immortal Venerable Bijian used before. Even if Immortal Venerable Deluo saw it, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. This sword is a bit interesting, but if you want to deal with me, I'm afraid it's still not enough. The cold light in Immortal Frozen Chen's eyes skyrocketed, and the layers of crystal rays of light on his body flowed, and finally gathered on the arms of Immortal Frozen Dust, and then his hands volleyed together, and in an unbelievable place, he clamped the slashed Bishuang Immortal Sword in the palm of your hand. Immortal Venerable Bijian roared angrily. The immortal light on the Bishuang Immortal Sword was prosperous, like an ice dragon with its teeth and claws, trying to break free from the shackles. Countless tiny sword beams, along the palms of Immortal Frozen Dust, quickly spread towards Immortal Frozen Dust. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen was not afraid at all. His palms directly clamped the Bishuang Immortal Sword, and a cold word was spit out from his mouth. A scene that shocked everyone appeared. I saw waves of great Luo immortal power like waves, surging from the body of Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust and pouring into both hands. In his palms, the immortal radiance flourished, directly suppressing the sword radiance on the Bishuang Immortal Sword, and finally pinched the connection between the Bishuang Immortal Venerable and Bishuang Immortal Sword with a single claw, and firmly the Bishuang Immortal Sword was caught in his hands. The Bishuang Immortal Sword was forcibly seized by Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust. Immortal Venerable Bijian's throat was sweet, and a mouthful of blood could not help spurting out. Looking at the sky-shattering battle in the sky, Yi Qingming and the others in the Yi family couldn't help but take a deep breath. Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust is indeed a peerless powerhouse who has reached Immortal Venerable Primordial, even Immortal Jade Sword, the famous Immortal Deluo of Bian Immortal Palace, in front of Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen, there is no such thing at all. What a fight back! How can this guy's strength be so strong? Bijian Immortal Venerable suppressed the churning breath in his body, and his face was so gloomy that it was about to drip out of water. He never imagined that the sword that he slashed with the Bishuang Immortal Sword with all his strength was actually taken by the opposite Frozen Immortal Venerable with his bare hands, and he even took away the Bishuang Immortal Sword. He grabbed the blade with empty hands, and forcibly took away the weapon of Immortal Venerable Deluo. This Frozen Dust Immortal Venerable, even if it is not Tai Immortal Venerable, is probably not far from Tai Immortal Venerable. Immortal Frozen Dust, right, wait for me. My Bian Immortal Palace will definitely make you pay a heavy price for this. The strength displayed by Immortal Frozen Dust is too strong. Immortal Venerable Bijian is also very clear at this moment, and he is not an opponent of Immortal Frozen Chen by his own strength. He didn't even care about the Bishuang Immortal Sword captured by Immortal Frozen Chen, and said a cruel word directly to Immortal Frozen Dust, and then turned into a fairy light and plundered towards the distant sky. Chapter 2897. Deluo Immortal Venerable, Fallen. Bijian Immortal Venerable knew that he was not the opponent of Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen, and had no plans to entangle with Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust. He turned around and swept toward the sky. Immortal Venerable Bijian just turned around and swept away a distance of less than 1,000 meters, but there was an aura that made him palpitate in the void. Immortal Venerable Bijian was startled. He couldn't help but look up suddenly, and saw a black palm print that carried the power of heaven and earth, so that his immortal soul couldn't help but tremble, and directly suppressed the sky and the sun towards him. Immortal Venerable Bijian's complexion changed greatly, and he hurriedly harnessed the power of immortal essence in the surrounding void, and turned into a green sky-reaching giant sword behind his back, like a pillar of optimism, supporting the black palm print that was suppressed. The emerald green giant sword that reached the sky only lasted for less than a moment, and then burst apart under the suppression of the black palm print. Immortal Venerable Jiang groaned. The whole person was suppressed by the black palm prints, and fell a kilometer in vain in the void. Just now he was in a state of embarrassment to stabilize his body, and the blood in his mouth was madly spurting. In the battle with Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust just now, Immortal Venerable Jiang had already suffered serious injuries. Now that he suddenly suffered this blow, it undoubtedly made the injury in his body worse. Jiang Immortal Venerable suppressed the injury in his body, and his eyes were fixed on a certain place above the void. There, I saw a young man in black standing with his hands behind his back, slowly emerging directly from the empty space. Immortal Venerable Jiang stared at the black-clothed youth on the void, his expression also horrified. Although this son only has the cultivation base of the 9th rank Xianxia, the previous blow was not only an extremely profound and peerless immortal technique, but also obviously contained the power of immortal power to control the world. The black-clothed youth in front of him is a quasi-deluo Immortal Venerable. Immortal Jiang was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He never imagined that the Yi family not only had an extremely powerful Immortal Venerable, but also a peerless immortal arrogance at the level of a quasi-deluo Immortal Venerable. The arrogance of the quasi-deluo Immortal Venerable level. This is definitely a very rare existence even among the Tai forces. The Yi family is only a small golden immortal force within the jurisdiction of the Bian Immortal Palace. How could it be related to such a person? Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at Immortal Venerable Jiang condescendingly. You don't need to know who I am, since I'm here, just stay with me forever. When Immortal Jiang heard the words, his expression became extremely gloomy in an instant. Your Excellency, please don't deceive people too much. I, Bian Immortal Palace, are not soft persimmons that can be kneaded by others. Do you really want to be with me Bian Immortal Palace forever? Can't it? Jiang Chen smiled lightly. So what? Immortal Venerable Jiang was furious. He had obviously seen that Jiang Chen didn't let him go at all. He just said that if he turned the direction, he would dodge towards the sky. The previous Frozen Dust Immortal Venerable had already beaten him so that he had no power to fight back. If coupled with this peerless genius whose combat power is not inferior to Deluo Immortal Venerable, if he can't escape from this place as soon as possible, I am afraid that there is a real risk of falling here today. Senior Bingchen, don't let this guy escape. Jiang Chen looked at Immortal Venerable Bian who fled in panic, and couldn't help but say something to Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust. He came to Thunder Immortal Domain on this trip, and the purpose was to deal with Bian Immortal Palace. Since the Bian Immortal Palace has the background of the primordial force, Jiang Chen naturally intends to rush to the door to find the trouble of the Bian Immortal Palace. It is undoubtedly a very good choice to draw out the powerhouses of the Bian Immortal Palace, and then destroy them one by one, so as to continuously weaken the power of the Bian Immortal Palace. Now that Immortal Venerable Deluo of Bian Immortal Palace is here, how could Jiang Chen let him leave easily? Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust stomped his feet in the void, and his figure disappeared in vain. I saw that Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust had already appeared in front of Immortal Venerable Jade Sword, and then slammed towards Immortal Jade Sword with a punch without any fancy. With this punch, Immortal Jade Sword and the thousands of feet of space around him were directly punched out into a huge black hole in space. The figure of Immortal Jade Sword flew out of the black hole in space just now in a state of embarrassment. Before he could take his breath away, Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust slammed his fist towards him again. As a former Hunyuan Immortal Venerable, although he is no longer at the peak, his use of power and his understanding of the laws of immortality are far better than the ordinary Deluo Immortal Venerable. The body he controls now is a corpse of an immortal king whose strength is not inferior to the peak of Immortal Venerable Deluo. If it erupts with full force, even in the face of the Tai Immortal Venerable Realm Powerhouse, Frozen Dust Immortal Venerable will not have the slightest fear. To solve the Deluo Immortal Venerable Jiang Immortal Venerable, isn't that more than enough? Seeing that Immortal Bingchen was like hitting a sandbag, he greeted Immortal Jiang with one punch after another, and Immortal Jiang had no power to fight back. Yi Qingming and others couldn't recover from the shock for a long time. Come, Jiang Immortal Venerable, this is the famous old-fashioned Deluo Immortal Venerable of Bian Immortal Palace. Such a high-ranking Deluo Immortal Venerable was needed at will by Frozen Dust Immortal Venerable as a sandbag. This is too shocking. When Yi Qingming and others were shocked, the Jade Sword Immortal Venerable in the void was finally unable to withstand the attack of the frozen dust Immortal Venerable like a violent storm, and the entire body exploded in the void. Ah! Even if this deity is dead today, I will drag you to be buried with you. The fleshly body burst, and the immortal crystal of Jade Sword Immortal Venerable directly turned into an illusory figure in the void, and then with an extremely inflated immortal power, it charged towards Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust fiercely. Frozen, looking at Immortal Jade Sword, who was desperate to explode the immortal crystal, Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen still looked very calm. As soon as he waved his palms, a terrifying chill spread out in an instant. The power of immortal essence in the void also condensed around Immortal Bijian in an instant, and finally turned into an ice space visible to the naked eye, wrapping Immortal Bijian in the surrounding space of 100 feet. The ice space has just been formed, and the immortal crystal of Jade Sword Immortal Venerable has suddenly expanded to a terrifying level. Terrible energy waves, like the waves in the sea, swept away in all directions crazily. Even the icy space where Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust was condensed was ultimately unable to withstand the air wave that destroyed the sky and the earth, and it exploded directly. Bijian Immortal Venerable self-destructed the immortal crystal. Although the ice space was defeated, there was not much remaining power. Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust just raised his hand and waved, and the energy wave that hit him was completely dissipated. Chapter 2898, Bijian Immortal Palace Shakes. Bijian Immortal Venerable, this old-fashioned Immortal Venerable from Bijian Immortal Palace, how could he just fall? Looking at the shocking scene in front of them, Yi Qingming and the others all stared blankly, almost unable to believe their own eyes. Deluo Immortal Venerable, even in Thunder Immortal territory, can be regarded as a rare powerhouse. Every Deluo Immortal Venerable is an aloof existence. Even in the struggle between the Deluo forces, there is rarely a situation where the Deluo Immortal Venerable falls. Deluo Immortal Venerable is extraordinary. It is not an easy task for any Deluo faction to kill a Deluo Immortal Venerable. Now the Jade Sword Immortal Venerable of the Bijian Immortal Palace was killed by the Frozen Dust Immortal Venerable just like that. Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust is indeed a peerless Immortal Venerable who once reached Immortal Venerable Primordial. Senior Bingchen, Bijian Immortal Venerable has a very high status in Bijian Immortal Palace. Now that he falls here, it will inevitably cause Bijian Immortal Palace's wrath. I am afraid we have to make plans earlier. Yi Qingming came back to his senses, took a deep breath involuntarily, and said solemnly to Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen. After all, the Bijian Immortal Palace is an ancient force with a very long inheritance history in the Thunder Immortal domain. Even if it is no longer at its former peak, it is definitely the most top-level existence among the Daluo forces. Even in the Bijian Immortal Palace, it is very likely that Immortal Venerable Tai is hidden. Although Immortal Frozen Dust is powerful, he is not the Immortal Primordial at his peak after all, and I am afraid it will be difficult for him to compete with Bijian Immortal Palace by himself. For today's plan, the best way for them is to evacuate from Kangye City before Bijian Immortal Palace can react. Once the Bijian Immortal Palace makes a comeback, they may be in danger. It doesn't matter, there is only a Bijian Immortal Palace, and the deity has not yet been taken into account. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen said lightly, "Don't worry, Yi Ling is now the disciple of this old man. With this deity here, you will definitely keep your Yi family safe. If people from Bijian Immortal Palace dare to come, they will kill them." Although his current strength is less than 1/10 of his peak period, he is still enough to compete with the ordinary Tai Immortal Venerable. As long as there is no Hunyuan Immortal Venerable in Bijian Immortal Palace, why should Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust be afraid of it? Seeing that Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust had no intention of leaving at all, Yi Qingming also smiled bitterly in his heart. Now that his daughter has been apprenticed to Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen, their Yi family and Immortal Venerable Bingchen are already grasshoppers on the same boat. Since Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust has no intention of leaving, he naturally cannot evacuate with the Yi family. If it hadn't been for the help of Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust, their Yi family would have already been trodden by the people from the Bijian Immortal Palace. Yi Qingming decided to take a gamble. Even if he followed Jiang Chen and the two to fight against the Bijian Immortal Palace, the worst case would be the destruction of the Bijian Immortal Palace. But if they can survive this disaster, their Yi family may be able to soar into the sky from now on. And at the same time that Immortal Venerable Bijian was killed by Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust. In the Wuxia Immortal Mountain, which is tens of thousands of miles away, in the Being Immortal Palace, a slightly heavy sound of a bell rang out in the sky above Being Immortal Palace. This sudden sound of the bell also made countless Being Immortal Palaces can't help but be shocked. As the disciples of Being Immortal Palace, they naturally know very well about Being Immortal Palace. There are three kinds of signals in the sound of the bell ringing in the Being Immortal Palace. A more festive bell ringing, heralding the birth of a new Deluo Immortal Venerable in Being Immortal Palace. The other is more urgent, indicating that there is a major event in the Being Immortal Palace, and it is necessary to urgently summon the disciples. In addition to these two, the last one is the heavy bell that is ringing now, indicating the fall of a mortal venerable Deluo in Being Immortal Palace. There is actually a Deluo Immortal Venerable who has fallen in Shanmen. How is it possible? The ringing of the bell means this is true, and I don't know which Deluo Immortal Venerable in Immortal Sect has fallen. Countless Being Immortal Palace disciples were shocked. Deluo Immortal Venerable is high above, all of them are powerful beings with illustrious reputation. Their Being Immortal Palace has not seen the fall of Immortal Venerable Deluo for many years. Now that Immortal Venerable Deluo has fallen in the Being Immortal Palace, it means that they may have something big to happen next in the Being Immortal Palace. In the center of the Being Immortal Palace, there is a magnificent and gigantic hall shrouded in immortal light. Several figures filled with great Luo Shenwei gathered here, and the atmosphere of the hall was solemn. The first green-robed man sitting in the center of the hall was the current Palace Master of Being Immortal Palace, Immortal Venerable Bai Yao. Everyone, just now, the Elder Bijian has fallen. Immortal Jade Monster's gaze swept over everyone in the hall, and the somewhat gloomy voice resounded directly in the hall. Elder Bijian has fallen. Several Immortal Venerable Da Luo of Being Immortal Palace couldn't help but change slightly when they heard Immortal Venerable Bai Yao's words. The Jade Sword Immortal Venerable was the oldest Deluo Immortal Venerable in their Being Immortal Palace, and the time when he became the Deluo Immortal Venerable was even longer than that of the Palace Master, the Jade Demon Immortal Venerable. The strength of the Bijian Immortal Venerable, even among the Deluo Immortal Venerable of the Being Immortal Palace, is definitely one of the best. With the strength of Bijian Immortal Venerable, I am afraid that there are not many people who can defeat him in Deluo Immortal Venerable, let alone kill Bijian Immortal Venerable. Unless it is Immortal Venerable Tai, it is absolutely impossible for anyone among Immortal Venerable Da Luo to be able to easily kill Immortal Venerable Jade Sword. Has the Tai forces attacked their Being Immortal Palace? Palace Master, with the strength of Elder Bijian, it must be Immortal Venerable Tai who can suppress him. I don't know what Elder Bijian did, how could he be provoked by the powerful existence of Immortal Venerable Tai? A gray-haired old man asked with a solemn expression. I got news that the daughter of Yi Qingming, the head of the Yi family in Kangye City, is the legendary myriad spirit immortal body, so I sent Elder Bijian's disciple and a half-step Deluo to the Yi family, but both of them fell. Immortal Venerable Bai Yao's face was not very good-looking and said, Elder Bai Jian went there in person after he got the news, but he also fell to the Yi family in Kangye City. Many Immortal Venerable Deluo of Being Immortal Palace couldn't help showing a touch of disbelief. The Yi family in Kangyicheng is nothing but a golden immortal force. How could it have the ability to bring down the great Luo Immortal Venerable like Elder Bijian? It seems that behind the Yi family in Kangyicheng, there must be an expert to help. 9 times out of 10, the masters behind the Yi family in Kangyicheng have the existence of Tai Immortal Venerable. Thinking of this, many Immortal Venerable Deluo of Being Immortal Palace became solemn. If the Tai forces are really manipulating this matter, their Being Immortal Palace will probably be in trouble in the future. Chapter 2899, Bai Yao Shanzun's Decision. Palace Master, there must be someone behind the Yi family in Kangye City to help. Is it someone from the Zixu Immortal Palace who has taken action? A middle-aged Deluo Immortal Venerable in heavy armor said slowly. The Zixu Immortal Palace is a Tai force near the Being Immortal Palace. Back then, when the Being Immortal Palace was still a Hunyuan force, it had been suppressing the Zixu Immortal Palace to such an extent that Zixu Immortal Palace had to surrender to Being Immortal Palace. The Being Immortal Palace suffered a great change, and it has since declined. The suppressed Zixu Immortal Palace has also erupted since then, and has always been against Being Immortal Palace. It even attacked Wuxia Immortal Mountain where Being Immortal Palace is located. The Being Immortal Palace has the power of Hunyuan, and finally repelled the attack of the Zixu Immortal Palace. Over the years, whenever the Zixu Immortal Palace has the opportunity, it will try every means to take action against the Being Immortal Palace, want to weaken the strength of the Being Immortal Palace, and do not want the Being Immortal Palace to have a chance to turn over. Being Immortal Palace has also been very careful not to give Zixu Immortal Palace any chance. Could it be that this time, the Zixu Immortal Palace was secretly planning to deal with them, the Being Immortal Palace? Immortal Venerable Bai Yao's eyes flashed. I can't rule out the possibility, but it shouldn't be very likely. There is only one Immortal Venerable Tai in Zixu Immortal Palace, even if it has something to do with Being Immortal Palace. Planning, it is impossible to directly let Immortal Tai come to the site of Being Immortal Palace. At the level of Deluo Immortal Venerable and even Tai Immortal Venerable, most of them are even more cherished than ordinary people. The Tai Immortal Venerable in the Zixu Immortal Palace suffered a loss in their Being Immortal Palace. That one is very clear that their Being Immortal Palace has the trump card of Immortal Venerable Primordial, even Immortal Venerable Tai can be severely damaged. The Being Immortal Palace has only been able to make countless Tai forces fear 3 points over the years, and no one dares to touch the Being Immortal Palace. In the view of Immortal Venerable Bai Yao, if the Zixu Immortal Palace did not have absolute confidence in dealing with Being Immortal Palace, the Immortal Venerable Tai would definitely not easily appear on the site of Being Immortal Palace. When everyone heard the words of Bai Yao Shanzun, they fell into silence once again. If the supporters behind the Yi family in Kangyicheng are not the Zixu Immortal Palace, who would they be? The matter of the Yi family in Kangye City can't be left alone. We must find out the truth. That myriad spirit immortal physique is also very important to our Being Immortal Palace and must be brought back. Who among you is willing to go to Kangye City? Take a trip. Just when everyone was silent, Immortal Venerable Jade Monster's voice rang again. Several Immortal Venerable Deluo of Being Immortal Palace heard the words, but they did not speak. Bijian Immortal Venerable is the oldest Deluo Immortal Venerable in Being Immortal Palace. Except for the Jade Demon Immortal Venerable at the peak of Deluo who can suppress him, no one dares to say about the remaining Deluo Immortal Venerable in Being Immortal Palace. The ability to stabilize the Bijian Immortal Venerable is one step ahead. Even Immortal Venerable Bijian has fallen to the Yi family in Kangye City. If any of them go there, I am afraid that it is no different from being sent to the door to find death. Palace Master, the people behind the Yi family in Kangyicheng are too mysterious. If you don't know the details of the other party, it's better not to act rashly. In my opinion, this matter needs to be considered in the long run. The white-haired old man who was sitting on the left side of Immortal Jade Monster said solemnly. It's just because I don't know the details of the deal and what the purpose is, it's even more important to figure out all of this as soon as possible. Immortal Venerable Bai Yao looked decisively at the white-haired old man and said, Elder, you and Commander Bai Zan take the cloud-swallowing Immortal Saber and go to Kangyi City together. On the site of Being Immortal Palace, there is a powerful being who can kill Immortal Deluo, and he is also the enemy of Being Immortal Palace. Different from a time bomb. The news of the fall of Bijian Immortal Venerable cannot be concealed at all. Once it is spread out, I am afraid that Zixu Immortal Palace will also be ready to move, and the situation will only be more unfavorable for Being Immortal Palace. The most important thing is that the myriad spirit immortal body, they must get it in the Being Immortal Palace. Over the years, their Being Immortal Palace has forcibly plundered young talents everywhere, just to implement a plan. As long as this plan can be successfully completed, Being Immortal Palace may be able to return to its peak and become the chaotic force that shocked Lei Shanyu again. Although the Being Immortal Palace forcibly plundered young geniuses within its jurisdiction, there was no more amazing existence, so that their plan of the Being Immortal Palace had always had little effect. What they urgently need now is a genius with a special physique like the Myriad Spirit Immortal Body. If they can get the Myriad Spirit Immortal Physique from the Yi family, it will definitely increase the chances of their plan being successful. Great Elder Bimu Immortal Venerable, like Bijian Immortal Venerable, is a veteran Immortal Venerable of Being Immortal Palace, and his strength will not be inferior to Bijian Immortal Venerable. Being Immortal Guard leads by Zan. Although it has not been a long time to break through Da Luo Immortal Venerable, he has always been known for his combat power, and his strength is not much weaker than Bimu Immortal Venerable. When the two join forces, even if they face Tai Immortal Venerable, they may not be able to compete against one or two. They also let the two bring the immortal treasure of the palace of the Being Immortal Palace, the immortal swallowing cloud sword. Even if Kang Yecheng really has Tai Immortal Venerable in charge, even if the two of them lose their match, they can completely retreat. Immortal Venerable Bimu couldn't help taking a deep breath. Since the palace master has an order, this old man and Commander Bai Zhan will go to Kangye City to find out. Although the fall of Bijian Immortal Venerable made him have an instinctive fear of Kangye City. But he teamed up with Bai Zhan, and then carried the immortal Hunyuan Swallowing Cloud Sword. Even if he faced immortal Tai, he might not have the power to fight. At the same time as the several great Luo Immortal Venerables of Bian Immortal Palace were discussing countermeasures. The residence of the core disciples of Bian Immortal Palace is a courtyard that looks extraordinarily simple and delicate. If Jiang Chen appeared here at this moment, he would naturally be able to recognize at a glance that the woman in the white dress was the Ling Ziyao he met in Poxian Universe. What happened to the Bian Immortal Palace, so that Immortal Venerable Deluo fell? Ling Ziyao looked at a certain direction in the center of Bian Immortal Palace, and a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. She has been in Bian Immortal Palace for so many years, and the fall of Immortal Venerable Deluo has never happened in Bian Immortal Palace. Senior Sister Ling. Just when Ling Ziyao was lost in thought, a crisp voice suddenly came from behind Ling Ziyao. When Ling Ziyao turned around, she saw a petite and slender girl in green clothes walking towards Ling Ziyao. Ling Ziyao looked at the girl in Xing Yi and couldn't help but smile and said, "Qinger, have you heard any news?" The girl in Xing Yi nodded and said softly, "It is said that Immortal Venerable Bijian has fallen in Kangye City." Chapter 2900, Two Immortals. Bijian Immortal Venerable fell in Kangye City. When Ling Ziyao heard the words, she couldn't help being stunned for a moment. Ling Ziyao has been in the Bian Immortal Palace for many years, and she knows almost everything about the Bian Immortal Palace. Immortal Venerable Bijian, this is Immortal Venerable Deluo who has been famous for a long time in Bian Immortal Palace, and his strength is extremely powerful. Ling Ziyao obviously didn't expect it either. The one who fell from the Bian Immortal Palace this time was actually the Bijian Immortal Venerable. And the place where Bijian Immortal Venerable fell was Kang Yechang. As far as he knew, the most powerful Yi family in Kangye City was nothing but a golden immortal force with a 9th rank golden immortal. With the strength of Immortal Bijian, not to mention the Yi family in Kangye City, even within the jurisdiction of the entire Bian Immortal Palace, almost no one can pose any threat to Immortal Bijian. It is said that a myriad fairy body appeared in the Yi family in Kangye City, and the Bian Immortal Palace sent the disciples of Immortal Bijian to the Yi family in Kangye City, but they fell in Kangye City, and Immortal Bijian was furious. Next, I went to Kangye City in person, but I also fell. This beautiful girl named Qinger also got very detailed information and told Ling Ziyao directly. When Ling Ziyao heard what happened, a look of astonishment flashed across her beautiful eyes. This expert can kill Immortal Venerable Jade Sword, and it is very likely that he has surpassed Immortal Venerable Deluo. Thinking of this, Ling Ziyao couldn't help looking up at the girl in front of her, and said softly, "Qinger, find out more information about the Yi family in Kangyicheng for me." Ling Ziyao felt it keenly. The Yi family in Kangyicheng was an opportunity for her. Kangye City, Yi family. After Immortal Venerable Bingchen and Jiang Chen killed Immortal Venerable Bijian, the Yi family in Kangyicheng didn't show any panic, instead it was festive. In order to show the importance attached to Yi Ling's apprenticeship with Immortal Venerable Bingchen, the Yi family decided to hold an apprenticeship ceremony for Yi Ling. Almost all Yi family disciples gathered outside the Yi family ancestral hall to witness this apprenticeship ceremony. Countless Yi family disciples looked at Yi Ling, who was highly anticipated in the arena, and couldn't help showing envy, jealousy and hatred. These Yi family disciples already knew very well who Yi Ling was apprenticing to this time. This is a real Immortal Venerable, a powerful Immortal Venerable that even Bian Immortal Palace Bijian Immortal Venerable can easily suppress. To be able to have such a powerful master is a dream for all the disciples of the Yi family. The apprenticeship ceremony was carried out in an orderly manner. Yi Qingming's whole person was radiant, and there was a very satisfied look in his eyes. Yi Ling was able to worship such a master. Even if he died, Yi Qingming felt that he could smile at Juquan. Although Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen killed Immortal Venerable Bijian, their Yi family completely offended Bian Immortal Palace, but that was not unacceptable. With the strength of Frozen Dust Immortal Venerable, even if it is not the opponent of Bian Immortal Palace, there should be no big problem to ensure Yi Ling's safety. As long as Yi Xuan is alive, there is still hope for the Yi family in Kangye City. Just in the middle of the apprenticeship ceremony, a loud shout suddenly came from the sky, and the sound was like rolling thunder, shaking hundreds of miles. Bian Immortal Palace Bimu came to visit the Yi family. Hearing the sound that echoed in the sky above Kangye City, Yi Qingming and the others in the Yi family couldn't help but change their expressions slightly. Although they also knew that Being Immortal Palace would not let it go, but they did not expect that the people from Being Immortal Palace would come so quickly. Yi Qingming stood up abruptly from his seat, and then looked at Immortal Frozen Chen beside him. Senior Bingchen, the person here should be the great elder of Being Immortal Palace, Immortal Bimu, who is stronger than Immortal Bijian. Respect will not be inferior in the slightest. Let's go meet them for a while. There is more than one Deluo Immortal Venerable here this time. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen said. His figure rose directly into the sky, and instantly appeared in the sky above Kangye City. In a void opposite him, there were two silhouettes filled with great power and immortal power standing in the air. It was the great elder of Being Immortal Palace, Immortal Venerable Bimu, and Being Immortal Guard leading by Zan. Immortal Venerable Bimu looked at Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen who appeared above Kangye City, and his old eyes couldn't help but narrowed slightly. Immortal Venerable Bijian, it should be your excellency who killed it, right? The breadth of this person in front of him is unfathomable, and even he can't see the depth. There is no doubt that this person is the person behind the Yi family, and Immortal Venerable Bijian has also fallen into the hands of this person. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen could not deny it, and looked at Immortal Venerable Bimu and the two of them indifferently. Are you here to avenge that guy? Immortal Venerable Bimu fixed his eyes tightly on Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen, and said solemnly, Your Excellency kills Immortal Venerable Deluo of Being Immortal Palace, and naturally you will give me an explanation for Being Immortal Palace. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen smiled coldly. Oh, if you want this deity to explain to you, Being Immortal Palace, then it depends on whether you have that ability. Immortal Venerable Bimu didn't talk nonsense either. He turned his head to Bai Zan next to him and said, Bijan, I'll deal with this guy. You go to Yi's house and take Wanling Immortal Body. The one in front of him who can kill Immortal Venerable Bijian must be very terrifying. They came here to test the details of this person, and then make plans. They also have an important purpose, that is, the myriad spirit immortal body of the Yi family. Even if they can't deal with this guy in front of them, the myriad spirit immortal body will be brought back to the Being Immortal Palace no matter what. Don't worry, Elder. Bai Zan responded with a sound, and was about to flash down towards Kangye City below. Seeing this, Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen couldn't help but sneer with contempt. Old guy, your strength is not much stronger than the one who died in my hands. Are you sure you can't stop me? Your Excellency is very powerful. With my own strength, it is indeed difficult to compete with you. But since this deity dares to face you alone, how can he not be prepared at all? Immortal Venerable Bimu said. A pitch-black immortal saber carrying the monstrous devouring power directly appeared out of thin air in his palm. As soon as this pitch-black fairy sword appeared, the surrounding space seemed to be swallowed into nothingness by the light of the sword emanating from it. Hunyuan Immortal Treasure. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen felt the breath emanating from this dark immortal path, and his eyes couldn't help but squinted slightly. This old guy was cautious, and he sacrificed the Hunyuan Immortal Treasure as soon as he made a move. Frozen Dust Immortal Venerable used to be a genuine primordial immortal, so he naturally knew the power of primordial immortal treasure. In his current state, if he shakes the primordial immortal treasure, he will definitely pay a very heavy price. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen did not take action easily, but looked at Immortal Venerable Bimu with a playful look on his face. Old guy, even if you hold me back, I am afraid that you will still be difficult to shake the Yi family today. Chapter 2901, but that's all. When Immortal Venerable Bimu heard the words, his expression changed slightly. Could it be that this person in front of him has something behind the Yi family? Immortal Venerable Bimu didn't say much at the moment. The mysterious Immortal Venerable in front of him gave him an overwhelming sense of oppression. Even with the cloud-swallowing immortal sword in hand, Immortal Venerable Bimu did not dare to act rashly. Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust and Immortal Venerable Bimu just confronted each other quietly in the air, and neither of them acted rashly. The eyes of the two fell on Bai Zan, who slowly stepped down and landed towards Kangye City. Yi Qingming also smiled bitterly in his heart as he looked at Bai Zan that was filled with immortal power. Being Immortal Palace, they really looked down on their Kangye City Yi family. They even sent two great Luo Immortal Venerables here at one time. Yi Qingming took a deep breath and was about to go forward to speak when Bai Zan slapped it with a palm, turning into a long rainbow, like lightning, and slammed into Yi Qingming's body. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's quick eyes and quick hands, a sword finger popped out and cut off the lightning bolt of 100 meters, Yi Qingming's whole person would probably be destroyed by this palm. But even so, Yi Qingming was still affected by the residual energy of this palm. I saw him groaning, and the whole person stepped back dozens of steps on the ground, and his face became extremely pale in an instant. Seeing that his palm was actually blocked by someone, Bai Zhan couldn't help being stunned. He raised his eyes slightly, and his eyes were directly locked on Jiang Chen. 9-rank golden immortal. A look of astonishment flashed across Bai Zhan's eyes. Although he just took a random palm, it is definitely the power of Deluo Immortal Venerable. Even if it is a half-step Deluo, it can be easily suppressed. But the black-clothed young man in the golden fairyland in front of him was able to block his attack lightly, which was really unusual. Bai Zhan's expression also became a little dignified. Not only did he have a powerful Immortal Venerable who could kill Bijian Immortal Venerable, but he also had a peerless genius who fought against Deluo Immortal Venerable with a 9th-rank golden immortal. It seems that there is indeed a powerful mysterious force behind the Yi family. Bian Immortal Palace knows almost everything about the existence of the Tai forces in the Thunder Immortal domain. The black-clothed youth in front of him and the one who confronted Immortal Venerable Bimu in the void seemed extremely unfamiliar, as if they did not belong to any strength in the Thunder Immortal domain. Bai Zhan really can't understand, where did these two people come from? Bai Zhan had to suppress the thoughts in his heart and stared at Jiang Chen coldly. Boy, who are you guys? I, Bian Immortal Palace, have no grievances or enmity with you. Why can't I get along with my Bian Immortal Palace? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth slightly raised a radiant. There is no reason, it's just that you are unhappy at Bian Immortal Palace. Hearing Jiang Chen's joking remarks, Bai Zhan let out an angry shout, and a murderous intent filled his body. No matter who you are, if you dare to become an enemy of my Bian Immortal Palace, I will also make you pay for it. Bai Zhan's words fell, he stepped on the sky and the earth, and one step appeared above Jiang Chen's head. Behind him, the vast power of immortal essence instantly gathered a 1,000-meter-long thunder python, overlooking Kangye City. Under the pressure of Bai Zhan's great Luo Shenwei, Yi Qingming and the others were pale and couldn't help shivering. For a while, even a 9th-rank golden immortal like Yi Qingming, in front of the real Deluo Immortal Venerable, is almost no different from the ants on the ground. Jiang Chen carried his hands on his back, stood indifferently, and directly controlled the power of heaven and earth with his immortal power, and resisted the great Luo Shenwei of Bai Zhan. Shanli Yudiandi, quasi-da Luo Shanzun. Bai Zhan's pupils shrank suddenly. No wonder this guy was able to block his attack with the cultivation base of the 9th-rank Jingxian. It turned out to be a quasi-Deluo Immortal Venerable who mastered the power of immortal power to control the world. What about Immortal Zun Da Luo? If you want to be arrogant in front of this deity, I'm afraid it's still a little short. Bai Zhan Senran's voice fell, and that punch, like a thunder in the sky, slammed towards Jiang Chen. If Bai Zhan's thunderous fist is allowed to fall, I am afraid that the entire Kangye City will be reduced to ruins in an instant. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, the whole person rose directly into the sky, and without dodging, he punched the falling thunder with a punch. At the same time as Jiang Chen's figure burst into the air, a broken sword appeared out of thin air from the palm of his hand. The power of the surrounding immortal essence gathered towards broken sword from all directions, causing 9 heavens and 10 places to roar at the same time. A slaughtering sword energy that runs through the sky, and the sky rises from the broken sword. The sword is strong, the killing intent is rolling, and everything is constantly annihilated wherever it passes. I saw that Bai Zhan's punch, which was like a thunder from the sky, also kept collapsing under the killing sword energy. The slaughter sword chi smashed Tianlei's fist, and didn't give Bai Zhan any chance to breathe at all, and slammed directly on Bai Zhan's body. Only hearing the loud noise of a lifetime, Bai Zhan's whole body was slashed by this sword and flew thousands of feet away, and he was able to stabilize his body in embarrassment. After defeating Bai Zhan with one sword, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile contemptuously. It seems that you, the immortal Deluo of Bian Immortal Palace, are nothing more than that. How can this son's strength be so strong? Bai Zhan looked up at the figure standing proudly across from him, and an unprecedented look of panic finally appeared in his eyes. It is not that Bai Zhan has never seen Tianzhao at the quasi-Deluo Immortal Venerable level, and only this kind of genius has the qualifications to compete with Deluo Immortal Venerable. But he never thought that this kid would suppress him, Immortal Venerable Deluo, with just one sword, on the void. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen also looked at Immortal Venerable Bimu with a playful expression on his face. Old guy, I have already said that you can't touch the Yi family today. Immortal Venerable Bimu's complexion became extremely gloomy. He originally thought that as long as he used the Hunyuan Immortal Treasure to shock the person in front of him, it would be easy to defeat the Yi family with Bai Zan's strength. But I didn't expect that there is such a peerless genius in the Yi family. With the cultivation base of the quasi-Deluo Immortal Venerable, he repulsed the Deluo Immortal Venerable Bai Zan with a single sword. Immortal Venerable Bimu already had the intention of retreating in his heart. The power behind the Yi family in Xianxia seems to be much more terrifying than they thought, and they may not be cautious in their Be an Immortal Palace. Otherwise, if you are a little careless, Be an Immortal Palace will probably suffer a disaster this time. Immortal Venerable Bimu took a deep look at Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust, and immediately sent a voice transmission to Bai Zan, then turned around without looking back and wanted to leave. Chapter 2902, Cloud Swallowing Sword. Immortal Venerable Bimu just turned around and took a step, and the power of Immortal Essence in front of him turned into an ice arrow and shot at him in vain. Immortal Venerable Bian's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly waved the cloud-swallowing Immortal Saber in his hand, splitting all the ice arrows with one stroke. At this moment, Immortal Frozen Dust's faint voice also rang directly in his ear. Old guy, you can come when you want to, and leave when you want to go. It's too hard to take the deity in your eyes, right? Immortal Venerable Bimu looked up and saw that Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen had blocked in front of him at some point. Immortal Venerable Bimu's face suddenly sank suddenly. What? Do you still want to keep the old man? Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen looked indifferent. Yi Ling is a disciple of the deity. Since you Be an Immortal Palace dare to attack the disciple of this deity, you must be prepared to pay the price for it. Immortal Venerable Bimu laughed angrily and said, if you want to keep the deity, you have to see if you have that ability. Immortal Venerable Bimu had not finished speaking. He directly waved the cloud-swallowing Immortal Saber in his hand, and slashed towards Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust with one slash. Although the person in front of him has extraordinary strength and is most likely a Tai Immortal Venerable, but with the primordial Immortal Treasure in his hand, Bimu Immortal Venerable is confident that he can compete with it. The reason why he decided to retreat was not the Frozen Dust Immortal Venerable in front of him that he was most afraid of. But the power behind the Yi family in Xianxia is too mysterious, giving people an unfathomable feeling. Now there has been a Tai Immortal Venerable, a quasi-Deluo Immortal Venerable Tianzhao who can suppress Deluo Immortal Venerable. Bimu Immortal Venerable has no idea what kind of power is hidden in the Yi family in Xianxia City, so he planned to leave first. Unexpectedly, this one in front of him actually wanted to keep him. Immortal Venerable Bimu did not hesitate, and immediately preempted it, urging Immortal Venerable Cloud Swallowing Sword to slash towards Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust with all his strength. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen folded his palms together, and the power of ice instantly converged into a thick wall of ice on his body, blocking the knife from Immortal Venerable Bimu. Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust also stepped back and forth in the void. Hunyuan Immortal Treasure is an immortal treasure that was sacrificed by Hunyuan Immortal Venerable. It contains the laws of immortality that Hunyuan Immortal Venerable comprehends. Immortal Frozen Dust is naturally very clear about the power of Hunyuan Immortal Treasure. With his current state, it is by no means an easy task to resist the power of Hunyuan Immortal Treasure. Although the primordial Immortal Treasure is powerful, it consumes a lot of money when activated. With the cultivation base of the old fellow Deluo Immortal Venerable on the opposite side, it is difficult to motivate the Hunyuan Immortal Treasure to fight for a long time. He only needs to delay for a while, consume some power of Immortal Bimu, and then take action to suppress him will undoubtedly become much easier. The sky-shattering sword light collided with the ice wall, and suddenly burst in the void, with a loud noise. Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust had already made preparations, but this knife failed to cause him the slightest damage. He glanced at Immortal Venerable Bimu indifferently. The sword is good, but the person is a little worse. With your strength, you shouldn't be able to mobilize the Immortal Hunyuan a few times, right? This guy. The strength is really terrifying. Looking at Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen who was unscathed by his own knife, Immortal Venerable Bimu couldn't help but condensed slightly. Although the Hunyuan Immortal Treasure is powerful, it is indeed as Frozen Chen Shanzun said that it consumes a lot of him, and it is difficult for him to motivate the Hunyuan Immortal Treasure to fight for a long time. The opposite Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust is also very clear about this. so he didn't plan to fight with himself at all, but planned to consume his power first. Immortal Venerable Bimu's eyes flashed coldly. It seems that he must fight quickly and defeat the guy in front of him with the fastest speed. Once he is delayed by this guy and makes him fall into a weak period, he will probably follow in the footsteps of Bijian Immortal Venerable. I really can't urge the Hunyuan Immortal Treasure to fight for a long time, but I want to see how many knives you can block. Immortal Venerable Bimu's cold voice fell, and the Deluo immortal power in his body was poured into the cloud-swallowing immortal sword without reservation. At that moment, the sword light poured out like a vast ocean, shot up from the cloud-swallowing immortal sword, and rolled away in all directions with terrifying power, as if to crush the heavens. In the hands of Immortal Venerable Bimu, the blade of the cloud-swallowing immortal saber also skyrocketed several times in an instant. Vaguely, an extremely terrifying aura seemed to awaken in the cloud-swallowing immortal saber, and a pitch-black giant beast soared out of the blade. His body is incomparably huge, like a revived ancient beast, a pair of dark eyes, like two huge black holes, overlooking the heavens, incomparably indifferent, with an incomparably terrifying coercion. Devouring the heavenly beast. This is a well-known immemorial beast in the immortal world, and it is extremely rare. Every adult cloud-devouring beast has at least a terrifying strength that is not inferior to immortal primordial Hunyuan. The primordial immortal treasure swallowing cloud immortal saber of Bian Immortal Palace was made from the spine of the heaven-swallowing heaven-devouring beast. Immortal Venerable Bimu held a sword in both hands, surrounded by black ons, and his expression was neither happy nor sad, like a demon king coming to the world. Above his head, the phantom of the huge cloud-devouring beast swept across the 3,000-foot-long void, as if it was enough to devour everything in the world. Immortal Venerable Bimu shouted loudly, holding the cloud-swallowing immortal saber in both hands and slashing out. At that moment, the phantom of the cloud-devouring sky-devouring beast on top of Immortal Bimu's head let out a thunderous roar from the ancient times, causing all the voids in a radius of thousands of miles to collapse, and then be swallowed by a black sword light. Even Yi Qingming and the others below were trembling under this roar. Some of the weaker ones were suddenly pale, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help spurting out. The world collapsed. A black sword glow with endless devouring power stretches across the sky. I saw that the sky that was originally clear sky suddenly opened a huge crack at this time. The crack was incomparably deep and pitch black, with a terrifying devouring power, quickly spreading towards Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust. Between heaven and earth, it seems that there is only this dark sword light that spans 3,000 feet. Before the sword light fell, the terrifying power had already swallowed up the void above Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust. Rao, with Jiang Chen's current strength, looked at the knife cut by Immortal Venerable Bimu, and his expression instantly became much more solemn. Hunyuan Immortal Treasure, it really is extraordinary. This knife from Immortal Venerable Bimu can easily suppress Immortal Deluo. Even Immortal Venerable Tai might have to avoid the edge for a while. Although Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust used to be Immortal Venerable Primordial, but now he is no longer at the peak of his former glory, and he does not know if he can stop this sword. Chapter 2903, Terrified Bimu Shanzun. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen looked at the knife that was suppressed above his head, and his brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. Immortal Venerable Bimu fully activated the sword that Hunyuan Immortal Treasure cut out, and almost completely blocked the space above his head, making him unavoidable. It's a bit underestimated by this Hunyuan Immortal Treasure. Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust muttered to himself. At this point, he has no choice but to forcibly take the knife from Immortal Venerable Bimu. Immortal Frozen Chen did not dodge or evade, but just stood in the void with his hands on his back. The vast immortal power surged from his body, and the power of immortal essence in all directions was also madly gathering towards Immortal Frozen Dust. Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust is shrouded in dazzling crystal light, like a dazzling and immortal divine star. The vast void centered on Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust seems to have transformed into a crystal world. The black sword light that devoured the world collided with the crystal world around Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust. In the void, it seemed that two huge meteorites collided together, and an extremely splendid destruction storm swept away in all directions. The thousands of miles of void above the entire Kangye city turned into chaos. The storm of destruction that swept across the void just slowly dissipated. Everyone looked up and saw a scene that made everyone stunned. I saw Immortal Venerable Bimu holding the cloud-swallowing immortal saber shrouded in black light in both hands, slicing, and his body was suspended in the void, like a sculpture. and in front of him, immortal venerable frozen dust clasped his palms together, directly gripping the blade of the cloud-swallowing immortal saber. On the cloud-swallowing immortal sword, bursts of angry saber groans erupted, and the black sword light that carried the power of swallowing kept erupting, trying to break free from the shackles of immortal venerable frozen dust's palms. At this moment, the cloud-swallowing immortal saber was like a giant snake that was buckled 7 inches, and it was difficult to shake the palm of immortal venerable frozen dust. No matter how it shines, immortal venerable frozen dust's palms remain motionless, and they are tightly locked between them. Shaking the primordial immortal tool with your bare hands. No one could have imagined that in the face of immortal venerable Bimu urging the sword from immortal primordial immortal tool, immortal venerable frozen dust finally took it with both palms. Immortal venerable Bimu looked at immortal venerable frozen Chen's face near Chi-Chi, and there was an unbelievable panic in his eyes. How could you forcefully shake the immortal primordial treasure with your bare hands? This is impossible. Immortal venerable Bimu is naturally very clear about how powerful the primordial immortal treasure is. Even if it is Tai immortal venerable, it is not an easy task to take the blow that activates the cloud-swallowing immortal saber with all his strength. But the guy in front of him not only blocked his sword unscathed, but also dared to shake the cloud-swallowing immortal sword with his bare hands. Although this one is very likely to reach the Tai immortal venerable, it is almost impossible to shake the primordial immortal treasure even if it is the body of the Tai immortal venerable. Immortal venerable frozen Chen was indifferent. Hunyuan immortal treasure is indeed powerful. If the ordinary immortal venerable Tai faced your blow, I am afraid there will be a lot of trouble, but unfortunately you met me today. As a Hunyuan immortal venerable, even though his strength is greatly reduced now, frozen dust immortal venerable still has some means of Hunyuan immortal venerable. In order to resist the sword of immortal Bimu just now, he integrated the laws of immortal Tao of immortal primordial 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 priestly. Although it is not a real primordial immortal territory, it is enough to block the sword of immortal Bimu. And the body he lives in now is a puppet refined from the corpse of the immortal king, which is extremely powerful. Its strength has also increased with the improvement of its master Jiang Chen's strength. Immortal venerable frozen Chen dared to pick up the cloud-swallowing immortal sword with his bare hands. In his current state, forcibly integrating the law of primordial immortal Tao, but it also cost him some, and even damaged the fairy soul again, which also made it take more time for his fairy soul to recover. This knife of yours has ruined the recovery of the deity during this period of time, so let's make up for it with this Hunyuan immortal treasure. Immortal venerable frozen Chen's eyes skyrocketed, and a vast immortal power between his palms surged out along the blade of the cloud-swallowing immortal saber. Immortal venerable Bimu had just pushed the cloud-swallowing immortal saber to strike with all his strength, and he has not recovered at this moment. How can he resist the power of immortal venerable frozen dust? I saw his whole body trembling, and it was difficult to hold the cloud-swallowing immortal saber, and the whole person retreated hundreds of meters in the void. Seeing immortal venerable frozen Chen taking away the cloud-swallowing immortal saber, immortal venerable Bimu's eyes were split open, and he said with anger, You dare to take away my immortal Hunyuan treasure and return the immortal cloud-swallowing saber to me. At the same time as immortal Bimu spoke, he hurriedly activated the magic trick, trying to control the cloud-swallowing immortal saber in immortal frozen Chen's hands. Although the Bian immortal palace has the background of Hunyuan power, the Hunyuan immortal venerable has not many cards left, and this cloud-swallowing immortal sword is one of them. If the cloud-swallowing immortal saber was taken away like this, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to their Bian immortal palace. Don't struggle anymore, follow this deity, at least you have a better future than you in Bian immortal palace. Immortal venerable frozen Chen ignored immortal venerable Bimu, and directly hit the immortal swallowing cloud saber with a seal, which made immortal cloud swallowing saber quickly quiet down. Holding the cloud swallowing immortal saber, he pointed at immortal venerable Bimu, and said with a playful expression, The cloud swallowing immortal saber is here, if you have the ability, come and get it. Immortal venerable Bimu's expression was extremely gloomy. Hunyuan immortal treasure is not easy to control. There be an immortal palace also has the secret technique left by immortal primordial immortal venerable primordial immortal venerable primordial immortal palace to control primordial immortal treasure. Immortal venerable Bimu never thought that the person in front of him would easily take control of the cloud-swallowing immortal saber from him. This person's strength is unfathomable, even better than the average Tai immortal venerable. Now that the cloud-swallowing immortal saber has fallen into his hands, it will definitely make his combat power even higher. If he continued to entangle with this person, 9 out of 10 he would fall here today. At this moment, immortal venerable Bimu couldn't care less about taking back the cloud-swallowing immortal saber, turning into a stream of light, and hurriedly fled towards the sky. I said, "You can't escape today." Immortal venerable Frozen Chen's voice fell, the soles of his feet stepped in the void, his figure pierced through the space, and appeared on top of immortal venerable Bimu in a flash. I saw immortal venerable Frozen Chen wave the cloud-swallowing immortal saber, and a jet-black sword light that swallowed the sky and devoured the earth, directly covering the sky and covering the sun and shrouding immortal venerable Bimu. Immortal venerable Bimu's expression instantly became terrified, and he hurriedly urged his immortal power to collide with the shrouded sword light. As a former Hunyuan immortal venerable, Bingchen immortal venerable's use of primordial immortal treasure is naturally far better than that of Da Luo immortal venerable Bimu immortal venerable. The pitch-black sword light slashed down in the air, like destroying the dead, unrivaled. Chapter 2904, Thousands of Miles to Kill. This knife devoured all the defenses of immortal Bimu in an instant, hit immortal Bian abruptly, and smashed him into the ground from a height of 10,000 feet. I saw that on the plain outside Kangye City, a crack as long as 10,000 feet was punched out on the ground, like an abyss. Hearing a loud bang, a bewildered figure rose into the sky. It was immortal venerable Bimu. Where does Bimu Shanzun still have half the majesty and domineering of Da Luo Shanzun? His face is extremely pale, his body is covered in blood, and his majestic and solemn robe is turned into tatters. He didn't even look at immortal venerable Frozen Dust in the void. The whole person cut through the space like a frightened bird and fled away in a hurry. Immortal venerable Frozen Chen was expressionless, and he also stepped across the space, chasing and killing immortal venerable Bimu. Seeing Bai Mu Shanzun being chased and fleeing in a panic, Bai Zan, who was facing off against Jiang Chen, his expression instantly became terrified. The immortal venerable behind the Yi family in Kangye City has such a terrifying strength. Even immortal Bimu, who was holding the immortal cloud-swallowing sword, was easily defeated by the opponent, and even the cloud-swallowing immortal sword fell into the opponent's hands. With that one's terrifying strength, immortal venerable Bimu, who lost the cloud-swallowing immortal saber, is unlikely to escape. Once that one kills immortal venerable Bimu, I am afraid that he will surely die. Bai Zan was terrified in his heart, where he dared to stop in the slightest, and his body was also violently swept up and fled towards the sky. "Can you escape? Since you are here, stay with me forever." Jiang Chen's voice fell, and his body also burst into the air. Above the sword, a killing sword light pierced through the void, directly facing the spread of the Bai Zan that covered the sky and the sun. Feeling the terrifying killing sword light behind him, Bai Zan's expression changed slightly. This sword is even more powerful than the previous sword Jiang Chen and him fought against the bottle. If he resists this sword, I am afraid that even if he does not die, he will suffer heavy losses. Bai Zan turned around. The immortal power of Da Luo surged out of his body, and then harnessed the power of heaven and earth into a thunder dragon, roaring towards Jiang Chen. Thunder dragon and killing sword light collided together, and suddenly there was an earth-shattering loud noise, and terrifying energy ripples swept out, causing Bai Zan's figure to retreat again and again. Before he could stabilize his body, Jiang Chen's killing sword light, which gathered the power of heaven and earth, slashed towards him again. Bai Zan suppressed the churning aura in his body, and hurriedly performed the immortal technique again, slamming against the sword from Jiang Chen. Both of them used their own magical powers and kept banging against each other. Jiang Chen's cultivation base has now reached the 9th rank golden immortal, and Shanli Yutiandi is only one step away from the pinnacle of the realm. Coupled with various top-level immortal techniques, the combat power is even higher than the ordinary Deluo immortal venerable. Although Bai Zan was famous for his combat power in Bian Immortal Palace, he was only the cultivation base of Deluo Immortal Venerable in the early stage. In the face of Jiang Chen's continuous and powerful offensive, Bai Zan quickly became overwhelmed. He fought and retreated, constantly fleeing in the direction of Be an Immortal Palace. Although Jiang Chen's combat power is not inferior to Da Luo Shanzun, he can completely suppress Baizan, but it is not an easy task to kill him. The two are chasing after you, constantly fighting, and soon they have left Kangye City 1,000 miles away. The confrontation between the two also made many people along the way could not help but tremble. The two hit the sky over a huge plain. What a terrifying breath, is this Da Luo Immortal Venerable fighting? At the same time, a caravan of about dozens of people below the plain also instantly sensed the battle in the void, and couldn't help but look towards the void in shock. I saw a Da Luo Immortal Venerable who was filled with immortal majesty, fleeing in a hurry like a bereaved dog. Behind the Da Luo Immortal Venerable, there was a young man in black who was in the 9th grade Golden Fairyland and came quickly, apparently chasing and killing the Da Luo Immortal Venerable in front. A 9th rank Golden Immortal, chasing down a Da Luo Immortal Venerable. Everyone suddenly felt like a ghost, and some of them couldn't believe their eyes. Between the Da Luo Jingxian and the 9th rank Jingxian, there is an insurmountable gap. In front of Da Luo Immortal Venerable, the 9th rank Jingxian is almost like an ant, and can be suppressed by raising his hand. But now in front of them, a 9th rank Golden Immortal has chased and killed a Da Luo Immortal Venerable who has no way to go to the sky and no way to go down. This is too incredible. 9 ranked Jingxian chases and kills immortal Da Luo. I read it right, isn't this world too crazy? A young man with a gorgeous look could not help but let out a low murmur. That's not an ordinary 9th grade Golden Immortal, but a quasi-Da Luo Immortal Venerable Realm Tianzhao who has mastered the power of immortality. An old man stared at the battle in the void. The Da Luo Immortal Venerable in front seems to be the commander of the Be an Immortal Guard of the Be an Immortal Palace. I don't know who this quasi-Da Luo Tianzhao is. Just when the group was shocked. In midair, Jiang Chen had already collected the broken sword, directly condensed the seal of the Heavenly Emperor, and pressed away against Baizan without any bells and whistles. I don't know when a silver thunder spear appeared in Baizan's hand. I saw that he didn't say a word. The silver thunder spear in his hand directly gathered thousands of silver thunders and greeted Jiang Chen's heart-pounding dark handprint. Thousands of silver thunders fell like a punishment from the sky, as if the ancient thunder censored through the spear in his hand, instantly traversing the void, and collided with the black handprint. Under Jiang Chen's seal of the Heavenly Emperor, the mighty spear of Baizan was directly annihilated into nothingness. Baizan let out a groan, the whole person was smashed into the void and flew thousands of feet away, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help spurting out. Damn, how can this son have so many world-shattering immortal arts? Baizan strongly suppressed the churning breath in his body, and his expression became more and more frightened. Since the guy in front of him has played against him, I don't know how many world-shattering immortal techniques he has displayed. Every immortal technique is even better than the primordial immortal technique inherited from Immortal Venerable Primordial Hunyuan of Be an Immortal Palace. And no less, the power of the Fairy King. Baizan is also more and more certain in his heart at this moment. The peerless genius of the quasi-Da Luo Immortal Venerable Realm in front of him is most likely from the power of the Immortal King. This son, I promise that I will not touch a hair of the Yi family in Kangye City in the future, and I will never break the water with the Yi family's well in Kangye City. At this moment, Baizan had no will to fight. Seeing that Jiang Chen had begun to seal again, he couldn't help but yelled at Jiang Chen. Chapter 2905, Kill Da Luo. The power of the Immortal King. This is the ultimate force standing at the pinnacle of the immortal realm. In the immortal world, every immortal king force is extremely powerful, and has the great power of the immortal king realm. In the Thunder Immortal territory, there is only one immortal king force, and that is the Thunder Immortal Palace that controls the entire Thunder Immortal territory. The black-clothed young man in front of him is very likely to be someone from Thunder Immortal Palace. Thunder Immortal Palace, as the founder of Thunder Immortal Realm, regardless of strength or background, is stronger than Be an Immortal Palace at its peak. If he offends Thunder Immortal Palace, I am afraid that the entire Thunder Immortal region will no longer have a place for Be an Immortal Palace. Thunder Immortal Palace is high above, and it is the master of the entire Thunder Immortal domain. And the Be an Immortal Palace is now just a declining Da Luo faction, and they can't get into the eyes of the Thunder Immortal Palace. How could the Thunder Immortal Palace suddenly send someone to deal with their Be an Immortal Palace? Baizan thought of the immortal Venerable Yi family and seemed to have mentioned that Yi family Wanling immortal body was already his disciple. Could it be that the people from Thunder Immortal Palace also knew the existence of Yi family Wanling Immortal Physique and wanted to let Wanling Immortal Physique join Thunder Immortal Palace? Only in this way can the Yi family in Kangyicheng be associated with such a strong person. If this is the case, their Be an Immortal Palace can't say anything about the idea of Wanling Immortal Physique. Competing with the Thunder Immortal Palace for the myriad spirit immortal body is no different from dying. What does the Yi family in Kangyicheng have to do with me? Jiang Chen curled his lips, and immediately sneered with disdain. The reason why I would take action against Be an Immortal Palace is because I promised others that I would destroy your Be an Immortal Palace. When Bai Zan heard the words, his expression suddenly changed greatly. He looked at Jiang Chen with a look of horror and anger. Your Excellency, don't try to deceive people too much. Your Thunder Immortal Palace is a majestic immortal king force, and you actually took action against my Be an Immortal Palace. I'm not from Thunder Immortal Palace, and I have nothing to do with Thunder Immortal Palace. Stop talking nonsense, and die. Jiang Chen shook his head, the power of immortal essence with a radius of 100 miles, under his inspiration, quickly gathered towards Jiang Chen's palms, and condensed a handprint again. Jiang Chen flipped his palm, and a giant seal containing the power of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers hit Bai Zan again. Bai Zan's expression changed greatly, and he quickly mobilized the silver thunder spear in his hand with all his strength. Silver thunder light burst out from above the spear. Every thunder light carries the might of the destructive thunder above Jushao, like the explosion of spring thunder, the opening of the eyes of the thunder, and the punishment of the sky. The giant seal in the void that contained the power of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers constantly collided with the silver lightning. The thunder light that seemed to destroy the sky and destroy the earth, under the suppression of the giant seal of mountains and rivers, was as fragile as paper, and it almost collapsed at a touch. Bai Zan roared incessantly. His eyes were wide open, two lightning bolts, like lamp posts, his breath shook the sky and the earth, making the space tremble. A terrifying Deluo immortal force fills the void of hundreds of miles. Once any golden immortal steps into this void, it will be blown to pieces by Gang Jin and Lei Mang. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold, like the 9-day cold wind overlooking Bai Zan, and the last seal of the Heavenly Emperor's seal was condensed again. This seal is printed, and the world is silent. Bai Zan, who was still barely able to support it, finally couldn't bear it anymore at the moment when the seal was oppressed, and the whole person flew out with a bang, hitting a huge black hole in the sea of clouds. What kind of fairy magic is this? How can it be so terrifying? Bai Zan's face was pale, with blood in his mouth, and his face was full of horror. His dignified commander of the Be an Immortal Guard of Be an Immortal Palace, Deluo Immortal Venerable, who is known for his combat power, has few rivals in the same realm. If it weren't for the extraordinary cultivation technique he cultivated and tempered his body to be far stronger than the ordinary Deluo Immortal Venerable, I am afraid that the blow just now would be enough to make him fall here. Although he barely blocked Jiang Chen's previous blow, Bai Zan not only showed signs of cracking at the moment, but even his internal organs were severely injured, obviously paying a very heavy price. If the war continued, he would really die here today. Shanzun Da Luo, it's really not that easy to kill. I didn't expect you to resist this. Just when Bai Zan was extremely frightened and angry, Jiang Chen didn't give him any chance to breathe at all. He stepped on the world and pressed forward step by step. He glanced at Bai Zan lightly. I won't waste time with you, let's end it here. Jiang Chen said. A quaint immortal tablet exuding a faint fairy light suddenly flew out of Jiang Chen's body. Under the control of Jiang Chen, the immortal monument turned into a huge monument that reached to the sky in the blink of an eye. The power of destroying immortals, town. Jiang Chen's handprints changed, and with a stern shout in his mouth, the monument to the sky suddenly trembled, and a force of destruction enough to destroy immortals and gods suddenly roared out from the monument to the sky, shrouded in the Bai Zan below. Bai Zan looked at the terrifying power surging out of the monument, his pupils shrank suddenly, and suddenly he felt a shadow of death enveloped his heart. He didn't care about the injury in his body at all, and quickly mobilized the residual power in his body with all his strength, waving the Deluo immortal artifact in his hand, and facing the shrouded force of destruction. With Jiang Chen's current strength, he will use the immortal monument to exert the power of destroying immortals with all his strength. At this moment, Bai Zan has already suffered heavy losses after the previous consecutive battles, and his strength is not 1 in 10. How can he resist the power of the immortal monument? The power of destroying immortals, with the power to destroy everything, shrouded down from the void, and everything it passed was instantly annihilated into nothingness. Bai Zan was completely overwhelmed by the immortal destruction power of the immortal monument. He didn't even have time to let out a scream, and he was completely evaporated under the immortal destruction power. Be an immortal guard commander of Be an immortal palace, Da Luo immortal venerable by battle, fall. I finally solved this guy. Jiang Chen took back the immortal tablet, and a pale expression appeared on his face. In this battle, he chased and killed Bai Zan Wanli, using almost all means, and in the end he used the power of the immortal monument to kill it. There is indeed a world of difference between Da Luo immortal venerable and Jin immortal. Even with his current strength, it is not difficult to defeat the ordinary Da Luo immortal venerable, but it is not an easy task to kill the Da Luo immortal venerable. I don't know what happened to Senior Bingchen. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and immediately turned into a stream of light, quickly disappearing into the sky. Chapter 2906, Vicious by Yao Shanzun. Da Luo immortal venerable of Be an immortal palace, has fallen. Looking at the place where Jiang Chen disappeared, everyone on the plane had a hard time recovering from the shock for a long time. This is immortal Da Luo, and he is also immortal Da Luo of Be an immortal palace. Now he was so blatantly killed on his own territory. This is too crazy, right? Let's go. Immortal venerable Da Luo of Be an immortal palace has fallen. Something big must happen, and quickly inform Zixu immortal hall of this. The old man whose cultivation had reached half-step Da Luo came back to his senses, and a sharp gleam flashed in the eyes of the old man. Although they appear to be caravans wandering in the Be an immortal palace and the Zixu immortal palace, they are actually spies placed in the Zixu immortal palace, responsible for inquiring about the information about the Be an immortal palace. Now that immortal venerable Da Luo of Be an immortal palace has been hunted down to the point of death, there must be a big change in Be an immortal palace. They must inform Zixu immortal palace as soon as possible. Without any hesitation, the group quickly turned around and quickly disappeared into the endless plain. And at the same time that Jiang Chen killed Bai Zan, inside the Be an immortal palace, another heavy bell rang suddenly and slowly in the Be an immortal palace. Countless Be an immortal palace disciples instantly became horrified when they heard the bells echoing in the sky above Be an immortal palace. In the Be an immortal palace, another immortal venerable Luo has fallen. Although the Be an immortal palace has undergone major changes, it has stabilized the situation over the years and entered a period of steady development. Even the Tai forces of the Thunder Immortal Domain did not dare to easily do anything to the Be an immortal palace. The last time immortal venerable Da Luo of the Be an immortal palace fell was back when he fought with the Zixu immortal palace. After that battle, there has never been another case of immortal venerable Da Luo falling in Be an immortal palace. Unexpectedly, now the Be an immortal palace has fallen one after another. What happened? The fall of two great Luo immortal venerates one after another was definitely an incomparably huge blow to the Be an immortal palace. Be an immortal palace, the central hall. Immortal venerable Jade Monster and the remaining three immortal venerable Da Luo gathered here, and the expressions of the four of them were all solemn. There are a total of 7 Da Luo immortal venerables in the Be an immortal palace. Now, in just a few days, the Da Luo immortal venerable has fallen one after another. Now there are only 4 Da Luo immortal venerables gathered here to discuss. Palace Master, did something happen to immortal venerable Bimu? I don't know who fell this time. A middle-aged man in the middle of Da Luo asked with a solemn expression. Immortal venerable Bai Yao looked extremely gloomy. Elder Bai Mu and Commander Bai Zan, both of them fell in Kangye City at almost the same time. What? With the words of immortal Bai Yao, the expressions of the other 3 immortal Da Luo couldn't help but change drastically. They originally thought that this time, it should only be the fall of a Da Luo immortal venerable, but they did not expect that Elder Bimu and Commander Bai Zan both fell. If only Bai Zan fell, they might still be able to accept it. But Elder Bijian is a veteran immortal venerable in the later stages of Da Luo, and this time he even carried the immortal Hunyuan immortal treasure swallowing cloud immortal saber. Even if there is a Tai immortal venerable behind the Yi family in Kangye City, even if Bimu immortal venerable is defeated, he should be able to retreat with the cloud-swallowing immortal saber. How could he have fallen to Kangye City? Behind the Yi family in Kangyicheng, who is dealing with their Be an immortal palace, how can they have such terrifying power? Palace Master, the power behind the Yi family in Kangyicheng is too terrifying. Before we understand the details of the other party, we should not act rashly. A Da Luo immortal venerable took a deep breath and said solemnly, Ever since the big change that happened to the Being Immortal Palace, the Being Immortal Palace has never suffered such a huge damage. Even if it was attacked by Zixu Immortal Palace back then, Being Immortal Palace only lost one Deluo Immortal Venerable. Now their Being Immortal Palace has lost 3 Dalton's Luo Immortal Venerates one after another, which can be described as a serious injury to their vitality. If they continue to send people to Kangye City, and then lose 1 or 2 great Luo Immortal Venerables, it will definitely be an unprecedented disaster for Being Immortal Palace. Immortal Venerable Jade Monster was silent for a while, and then a determined look flashed in those eyes with a strange green light. The matter of Kangye City, put aside for the time being, let's fully implement that plan first. The 3 great Luo Immortal Venerables couldn't help but change their expressions when they heard the words of the Bai Yao Immortal Venerable. As Immortal Venerable Deluo of Being Immortal Palace, the core figure of Being Immortal Palace, they naturally knew what the plan was in the mouth of Immortal Bai Monster. Back then, when Being Immortal Palace encountered a great enemy, Immortal Venerable Tai of Being Immortal Palace and the ancestor of Immortal Venerable Hunyuan both fell in the battle. Only they, the great Luo Immortal Venerable, knew that the primordial Immortal Venerable Patriarch of Being Immortal Palace did not completely perish in the battle. Over the years, the plan that Being Immortal Palace Jin has been carrying out is to resurrect the ancestor of the Hunyuan Immortal Venerable Realm. In order to revive the ancient ancestors, Being Immortal Palace found a more evil fairy method. This immortal method requires the sacrifice of countless talented disciples, especially some geniuses with special immortal bodies in the immortal world, which can play a multiplier effect on this plan. Being Immortal Palace has only passed over talented disciples in all these years. In order to be able to revive the ancestors of Hunyuan Immortal Venerable Realm as soon as possible, Being Immortal Palace no longer even cares about reputation. They all know very well that the immortal world has always been respected by the strong. As long as the ancestors of the primordial priests of Being Immortal Palace can be resurrected, their Being Immortal Palace can once again return to the peak and return to the ranks of the primordial forces. What is the mere reputation? Palace Master, the myriad spirit immortal physique of the Yi family in Kangye City can't move at all. It is difficult for us to find a genius with a peerless immortal physique. It is not easy to complete this plan. The middle-aged man in the middle of Deluo said solemnly. Since we can't find it outside, we can only sacrifice the talented disciples of Being Immortal Palace. A ruthless look flashed in the eyes of Immortal Jade Monster. Being Immortal Palace nurtured them, and now Being Immortal Palace has reached a critical juncture of life and death. It is time for them to pay for Being Immortal Palace. One of them couldn't help but said, Palace Master, although 3 Deluo Immortal Venerables have fallen this time, but with the background of my Being Immortal Palace, I can still deter the Tai forces, and it should not be necessary to do so. The Zixu Immortal Palace has always been eyeing my Being Immortal Palace, and it has not allowed the Being Immortal Palace to fall to a Deluo Immortal Venerable for so many years. Immortal Venerable Bai Yao slowly took a deep breath, and said word by word, do you think that behind the Yi family in Kangye City, is it really just the Tai forces? Chapter 2907, The Real Purpose of Being Immortal Palace. When the 3 great Luo Immortals heard the words of Bai Yao Shanzun, their expressions couldn't help but sank suddenly. The combination of Immortal Bimu and Bai Zan, and carrying the Immortal Hunyuan Treasure Swallowing Cloud Immortal Saber, even if the Tai forces like Zixu Immortal Hall do their best, I am afraid they may not be able to manage the two so neatly. Kill. Behind the Yi family in Kangyichang, it is very likely that there is an existence beyond the Tai forces. Although the Being Immortal Palace has the background of primordial, it can make some Tai forces fear 3 points, but if they surpass the primordial forces of the Tai forces, their Being Immortal Palace may not have any resistance at all. Being Immortal Palace has been very low-key since the big change that year, and it has never had any intersection with the major forces in Thunder Immortal Domain. If Hunyuan forces are really dealing with Being Immortal Palace this time, their plan to resurrect the ancestors of Hunyuan is imperative. Go down and prepare, this time to resurrect the ancestors, no mistakes will be allowed. Seeing that the 3 of them didn't speak, Immortal Venerable Bai Yao said lightly, and then disappeared in place in a flash. When the 3 great Luo Immortals saw this, they could not help but glance at each other in midair. One of them sighed softly, are we really going to sacrifice the genius disciple of Being Immortal Palace to resurrect that old ancestor? Although their ancestors of Being Immortal Palace had not completely fallen, they were no different from falling. Even if they found a sorcery to resurrect their ancestors, it is unknown whether they will succeed. Once he sacrificed the genius disciple of Being Immortal Palace and failed to revive the ancestors of the primordial realm, it would be a bit of a loss. At this point, we have no choice. The middle-aged man in the middle stage of Deluo said slowly, the strength behind the Yi family in Kangye City is unfathomable, and the Zixu Immortal Palace is bound to move, and the Being Immortal Palace is already in danger. I'm afraid there will be a possibility of destruction. Let it go and revive the ancestors of the primordial realm. This is their only chance in the Being Immortal Palace. Let's go. This matter requires the three of us to act in person, and we must not let the news leak, otherwise the plan has not yet started, and the Being Immortal Palace may be in chaos. After the middle-aged man in the middle of Deluo finished speaking, the three of them quickly disappeared in the hall. At the same time, the residents of the core disciples of Being Immortal Palace. Ling Ziyao stood side by side in a courtyard with the girl in Xingyi named Qinger. Ling Ziyao looked in the direction of the central main hall of the Being Immortal Palace, and asked curiously, Qinger, I don't know which immortal Deluo fell from the Being Immortal Palace this time. Being Immortal Palace has sent 2 immortal Deluo to Kangye City this time, the great elder immortal Bimu and immortal Being Guard lead by Zan, but I don't know which of these 2 fell. The girl in Xingyi said this, her tone slightly paused. Of course, it is also possible that both of them have fallen in Kangye City. The 2 great Luo immortal venerables both fell in Kangye City. Ling Ziyao's beautiful eyes also showed a touch of shock that could not be concealed. If it is said that Bijian immortal venerable fell in Kangye City, it was because he did not know the situation of the Yi family in Kangye City, and was caught off guard by the people behind the Yi family in Kangye City, which is somewhat reasonable. But this time, the Being Immortal sect already knew that the Yi family in Kangye City had strong help. Since they dared to send the 2 of them, they would definitely be fully prepared. How could they fall in Kangye City? The power behind the Yi family in Kangyicheng is completely beyond the imagination of Being Immortal Palace. While the 2 were chatting in a low voice, there was a slight fluctuation in the sky above the courtyard, and a large Luo Shenwei also instantly filled the sky above the courtyard. A figure appeared directly above the courtyard. Being Immortal Palace has undergone great changes recently. Starting today, all core disciples are not allowed to leave for half a step and wait for orders. Immortal Venerable Deluo's faint voice fell, and with a wave of his palm, he directly hit a ban, covering the courtyard where Ling Ziyao and the others were located. After doing this, the Deluo Immortal Venerable didn't give Ling Ziyao and the others a chance to speak at all, and disappeared without a trace in a flash. Qinger, I feel that this matter seems a little unusual. Ling Ziyao looked at the place where the Deluo Immortal Venerable disappeared, and her brows could not help but wrinkle slightly. This girl, who Ling Ziyao called Qinger, whose full name was Lu Manqing, came from the Lu family of a Jingxian family within the jurisdiction of Being Immortal Palace. But her true identity is a person from Zixu Immortal Palace, which Zixu Immortal Palace painstakingly placed in Being Immortal Palace. After Ling Ziyao accidentally discovered Lu Manqing's identity, she did not expose Lu Manqing, but truthfully informed Lu Manqing of her identity, and became an ally with Lu Manqing. Over the years, the 2 have almost become good sisters who talk about everything. Lu Manqing's hand heard Ling Ziyao's words, and immediately moved her palm, directly urging a purple fairy card, which quickly condensed an enchantment, covering her and Ling Ziyao. After doing this, Lu Manqing said solemnly, Sister Shi Yao, Being Immortal Palace can't stay here, we must find a way to escape as soon as possible. Ling Ziyao's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and she quickly thought of something. Her face changed slightly. What do you mean? Being Immortal Palace is going to attack us. We will be like those geniuses who were plundered by Being Immortal Palace. Completely disappeared in the Being Immortal Palace. Lu Manqing nodded and said slowly, it's probably like this. Ling Ziyao still said in disbelief, isn't that unlikely? Could it be that Being Immortal Palace doesn't even spare the geniuses in its own sect? Lu Manqing said softly, not long ago, I contacted the Tai Immortal Venerable Patriarch of Zixu Immortal Palace once. Do you know what Being Immortal Palace is doing? Ling Ziyao was stunned for a moment. It is rumored that Being Immortal Palace wants to forcibly create a strong Tai Immortal Venerable realm, isn't it? After Da Luo Immortal Venerable, every time you break through a new realm, you need to comprehend the laws of the immortal way at a deeper level. With this method, the Being Immortal Palace can only pile up a half-step Tai realm at most, and it is impossible to create a real realm. Immortal Venerable Tai, Lu Qingmen spoke astonishingly. The ancestor told me that the primordial powerhouse in Being Immortal Palace is very likely not completely destroyed. The purpose of Being Immortal Palace should be to revive that scoundrel. Origin Realm Powerhouse. Resurrection of the Primordial Realm Powerhouse. When Ling Ziyao heard the words, there was an incredible look of shock in her beautiful eyes. Everything that Being Immortal Palace secretly did would be so shocking to the world. Chapter 2908. Get away. Being Immortal Palace used to be a Hunyuan force with Hunyuan Immortal Venerable, and almost everyone in the entire Thunder Immortal realm knew about it. It is rumored that the Immortal Venerable Primordial from Being Immortal Palace has already fallen, but no one knows whether it has really fallen. Hunyuan Immortal Venerable is a rare powerhouse in the Immortal realm. It is indeed not so easy to fall down completely because of the existence of the Immortal King realm. The Immortal Venerable Primordial from Being Immortal Palace may really exist in this world. If this is the case, in order to resurrect that primordial patriarch, Being Immortal Palace might really be able to do anything. Once the ancestor of the primordial realm can be resurrected, the Being Immortal Palace will be able to return to its peak and become one of the few primordial forces in the Thunder Immortal domain once again. Now that the Being Immortal Palace has lost 3 Daltons, Luo Immortal venerates one after another. Not only is it facing the mysterious forces behind the Yi family in Kangye City, but the Zixu Immortal Palace of the Tai forces will certainly not miss such an excellent opportunity. It can be said that the Being Immortal Palace has encountered an unprecedented crisis of life and death. At this time, the resurrection of the ancestors of the primordial realm is probably their only chance. To this end, even if it sacrifices some young talents, what is it? Sister Shi Yao, don't hesitate anymore, it's not too late. Let's leave Being Immortal Palace first. Lu Manqing looked up at Ling Ziyao and said, don't worry, as long as you leave here, I will contact Zixu Immortal Palace immediately, and Zixu Immortal Palace will definitely help you with revenge. Ling Ziyao's brows were tightly twisted together. Now we want to leave here, I'm afraid it won't be easy. She and Lu Manqing have not been in the Being Immortal Palace for a long time, and their cultivation bases are still in the Heavenly Immortal Realm, but their talents are definitely among the best in the Being Immortal Palace. If Being Immortal Palace is as they guessed, and wants to sacrifice the talented disciples under the sect to resurrect the ancestors of the primordial realm, it is impossible to let them both go. Today's Being Immortal Palace is probably already under martial law, and the courtyard where they live has been banned by Immortal Venerable Deluo himself. It is by no means easy to want to power Being Immortal Palace at this time. Lu Manqing smiled slightly, and immediately moved his palm, and another purple jade talisman appeared out of thin air. This is an escape talisman made by Immortal Tai, which can let us escape thousands of miles in an instant, enough to help us escape from Being Asgard. After Lu Manqing finished speaking, she directly activated the purple jade talisman without hesitation. The purple jade talisman turned into a gate of space with a height of 10 feet in front of Lu Manqing. Sister Shi Yao, let's go. Lu Manqing pulled Ling Ziyao directly, swept in quickly towards the door of space, and then disappeared without a trace in the courtyard together with the door of space. One of the Being Immortal Palace, the Deluo Immortal Venerable who had previously appeared above Ling Ziyao's courtyard, also sensed something in an instant. Beside him, Immortal Venerable Bai Yao noticed the strangeness of this Deluo, and could not help frowning slightly. Someone seems to have forcibly broken my restraint, I'll go and see. After the Deluo Immortal Venerable finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash. In the next instant, his figure reappeared above Ling Ziyao's courtyard. When he felt the empty courtyard below, his complexion instantly turned blue. It's a good way to break the ban on the deity and escape from the Jade Cloud Immortal Palace without a sound. The deity wants to see where you can escape to. The voice of this immortal Deluo fell, and his body flashed into the void. To the northwest of Being Immortal Palace, thousands of miles away. Suddenly there was a violent spatial fluctuation in midair, and 2 figures emerged directly from the void space. These 2 are Ling Ziyao and Lu Manqing who escaped from Being Immortal Palace. Lu Manqing glanced around slightly, and quickly said, Sister Ziyao, let's find a place to hide first, and then contact the powerhouse in Zixu Immortal Hall. Ling Ziyao shook her head and said calmly, let's go directly to Kangye City. Deluo Immortal Venerable is powerful, and once they are found to have escaped and pursued, no matter how concealed they are, it may be difficult for them to escape the search of Deluo Immortal Venerable. Even if Lu Manqing had contacted Zixu Immortal Hall, it would still be impossible for far water to save near fire. Their best choice now is to go to Kangye City. Kangye City is not too far away from Be an Immortal Palace. As long as they can escape to Kangye City smoothly, Be an Immortal Palace will never think about what to do with them. Lu Manqing nodded. Okay, then go to Kangye City first. Although the Be an Immortal Palace has suffered heavy losses, it still has the foundation of the primordial force. Even if it is the Zixu Immortal Palace, it is not an easy task to deal with the Be an Immortal Palace. Now behind Kangye City, there is a force that is not inferior to the Tai forces. If they can unite with the forces behind Kangye City, it will undoubtedly become much easier to deal with the Be an Immortal Palace. Without any hesitation, the two of them flew towards Kangye City with all their strength. After all, the two underestimated the Be an Immortal Palace. They flew tens of thousands of miles in the direction of Kangye City, and a great Luo Shenwei descended directly above their heads out of thin air. The two looked up and saw a very familiar figure that appeared directly in their sight. Ling Ziyao and Lu Manqing's hearts sank to a low point in an instant. The person who came was none other than Immortal Venerable Biquan, the Deluo Elder of Be an Immortal Palace. How could they have not expected that Be an Immortal Palace found out that they had escaped from Be an Immortal Palace so quickly, and even let Immortal Venerable Biquan, Immortal Venerable Deluo, chase after them? The deity has an order, and the core disciples of the Be an Immortal Palace are not allowed to leave without authorization. You dare to ignore the deity's order, what's your sin? At this moment, Immortal Biquan's indifferent voice also rang directly. Lu Manqing snorted coldly. You Be an Immortal Palace have to sacrifice even the talented disciples under your own sect in order to resurrect the primordial patriarch. If we don't leave Be an Immortal Palace, do we still have to stay there and let you slaughter them? When Biquan Immortal Venerable heard Lu Manqing's words, his expression suddenly changed suddenly. Be an Immortal Palace's plan to revive Patriarch Hunyuan has always been very secretive. Except for their few great Luo Immortal Venerables, the entire Be an Immortal Palace doesn't know anything at all. How did this disciple of Be an Immortal Palace know about this? The two of you can break the ban on the deity and escape from the Be an Immortal Palace silently. It's definitely not as simple as an ordinary Be an Immortal Palace disciple, right? Immortal Venerable Biquan, covered in great Luo Shenwei, came directly to oppress the two daughters, and said coldly, Tell me, who are you guys, and what is your purpose for infiltrating my Be an Immortal Palace? Chapter 2909. Goodbye Ling Ziyao. Ling Ziyao and Lu Manqing were both struggling with pale faces, and did not answer Immortal Biquan at all. It doesn't matter if you don't speak. Seeing that you are fleeing in the direction of Kangyicheng, it should have something to do with the people behind the Yi family in Kangyicheng. Immortal Biquan looked at the two girls indifferently. Since you all already know, then go back to Be an Immortal Palace with this deity and contribute some strength to the resurrection of the ancestor. Biquan Immortal Venerable said, and directly reached out and grabbed the two girls. At this moment, Lu Manqing's body erupted in vain with a dazzling light filled with the great Luo Shenwei, and then quickly condensed into a phantom shadow in the air. You really aren't the disciples of the Be an Immortal Palace. Immortal Venerable Biquan smiled coldly. Unfortunately, in front of the real Immortal Venerable Deluo, how can a Deluo Dharma body protect you? Immortal Venerable Biquan's voice did not fall. He raised his hand and waved lightly, and the power of the immortal essence around him instantly turned into thousands of ice arrows under his control, blasting away at the phantom shadow like thousands of arrows. Chi chi chi. I saw the phantom shadow, instantly pierced by countless transparent holes through the frozen arrow hole. The phantom shadow just collapsed directly in the air, turning into a little bit of light and dissipating. Don't make useless struggles, just go back to the deity. An understated blow destroyed the Deluo Dharma body on Lu Manqing's body. Immortal Biquan waved his palm, and a huge palm that covered the sky and the sun again grabbed the second daughter. The two women looked at the palm that Biquan Immortal Venerable grabbed, and they couldn't help but close their eyes in despair. They haven't practiced for a long time, and now they only have the cultivation of an immortal. In the face of Biquan Immortal Venerable Deluo Immortal Venerable, they have no resistance at all. Just when the two of them thought they would be doomed, the huge palm that was caught towards them was slow to fall. Ling Ziyao and the two were extremely surprised and couldn't help opening their eyes. I saw that in front of them, a crystal clear finger appeared unexpectedly. This finger pointed to the sky, and firmly blocked the giant palm of Biquan Immortal Venerable from the top of their heads, not even an inch. Step. Ling Ziyao and the two came back to their senses, and couldn't help but look behind them suddenly. I saw that not far behind them, there was a young man in black standing proudly above the void. Ling Ziyao stared blankly at this young man in black who looked familiar, thinking that she was hallucinating, and she couldn't believe her eyes at all. Ling Ziyao never thought that the person who suddenly appeared here to save them would be Jiang Chen. Back then, when she went to the broken immortal universe, she didn't want to bring the Tower of Time, the treasure left by her ancestors, back to the Being Immortal Palace. He happened to meet Jiang Chen, who is very talented, so he made a deal with Jiang Chen. She handed the Tower of Time to Jiang Chen, hoping that Jiang Chen could help her after entering the fairy world. Jiang Chen is in the lower world. Even if he is talented and has the help of the Tower of Time, it is not easy to enter the fairy world. She had told Jiang Chen that if she didn't have the strength to compete with immortal Venerable Deluo, she must not come to be an immortal palace to find her. Even if Jiang Chen really entered the immortal world and wanted to cultivate to the realm of Deluo Immortal Venerable, it would not happen overnight. But she didn't expect that this time they were chased by Immortal Bikuan, but Jiang Chen just appeared in front of her out of thin air, and she blocked Immortal Bikuan's blow with one finger and saved them. Jiang Chen looked at Ling Ziyao with an incredible face, and couldn't help but smile lightly. "Miss Ling, long time no see, stay safe." Ling Ziyao came back to her senses, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. "Jiang Chen, you. When did you come to the fairyland?" "It's been a while," Jiang Chen said, and immediately raised his head and glanced at Immortal Bikuan opposite. "Let's talk about this guy first." Ling Ziyao nodded, and immediately reminded, "Be careful, the person opposite is Deluo Immortal Venerable of Being Immortal Palace." "I know, Deluo is only in the early stage, and it's not that I haven't killed it." Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and immediately stepped out, directly in front of Immortal Venerable Bikuan. Immortal Venerable Bikuan retracted his palm and stared at Jiang Chen. "Boy, who are you? Why do you care about my Being Immortal Palace?" Although he didn't use your full strength with your palm just now, just a random palm, it can easily suppress the 9th-ranked Jinxian. The black-clothed young man in front of him obviously only has the cultivation base of Jinxian, but he can block his palm, which is obviously extremely extraordinary. "My name is Jiang Chen, and Ling Ziyao is my friend." "My friend, how can you move the Being Immortal Palace if you want?" Jiang Chen spoke lightly, looking directly at Immortal Bikuan, and there was no change in the slightest because of the immortal power of Da Luo who was oppressed by Immortal Bikuan. "Boy, no matter who you are, if you dare to block the deity, then die for me." Immortal Venerable Bikuan's eyes were gloomy and cold. Although the boy in front of him is extraordinary, he is only a golden fairyland after all. He is a dignified Deluo Immortal Venerable, how could he have the slightest fear? Immortal Venerable Bikuan stretched out his palm again. The power of immortal essence around him, like turbulent ocean waves, gathered in the palm of Bikuan Immortal Venerable, and then pulled out 5 long waves in the void, covering the sky and sweeping towards Jiang Chen. This time, Immortal Venerable Bikuan did not hold back at all, and directly pressed Jiang Chen with a single palm. Jiang Chen didn't retreat for half a step, the broken sword in his palm flashed out of thin air, and then he pulled it into the void, and the void suddenly made a piercing sound. A dazzling sword light, like a peerless heavenly sword, cut off the water and slashed on the surging waves. The sword light went up the sky and continued for thousands of feet, directly splitting the sea of energy that covered the sky and the sun into 2 halves, splitting the clouds in the void, revealing a long black space crack. Seeing Jiang Chen's blow against Bikuan Immortal Venerable, he was not at a disadvantage at all. Ling Ziyao and Lu Manqing were both shocked and couldn't recover for a while. Lu Manqing asked curiously, "Sister Shi Yao, who is he?" "The Golden Immortal Realm can actually beat the Deluo Immortal Venerable. Even in our Zixu Immortal Hall, I'm afraid there is no such genius." Ling Ziyao smiled bitterly and said, "His name is Jiang Chen, a peerless genius from the lower universe." Now it's only a few decades before she and Jiang Chen met in the broken immortal universe. Although she also saw that Jiang Chen was extremely extraordinary at the beginning, she still did not expect that in just a few decades, Jiang Chen would be able to grow to be comparable to the strength of Da Luo Shanzun. Although Jiang Chen has the Tower of Time, the treasure of the heaven-shattering immortal sect, their ancestors of the heaven-shattering immortal sect owned the Tower of Time, but their cultivation speed has not been able to reach such a terrifying level. Chapter 2910, Rolling. This guy actually came from the Nether Universe. When Lu Manqing heard the words, she didn't recover from the shock for a while. The fairy world is the source of the universe, and it is completely two different worlds from the lower world. Any ordinary disciple of the Da Luo faction in the fairy world, who goes to the lower world universe, is the top genius. There are countless peerless characters who dominate the universe in the lower world. After entering the fairyland, they all quickly become mediocre. There are very few people who can overcome the countless peerless arrogance of the fairyland and become the golden fairyland. Just to contend with the terrifying existence of Deluo Immortal Venerable, Lu Manqing knew very well that after Ling Ziyao entered the Bian Immortal Palace, it seemed that she only went to a place in the nether universe once, that is, when she had not broken through to the true Wonderland decades ago, she went to a place in the nether universe to perform a mission. 9 times out of 10, Ling Ziyao met this young man in black decades ago. People from the lower universe fly to the immortal world, but they are just fake immortals. Just a few decades, this black-clothed youth has actually crossed from a false real fairy to a real fairy and a heavenly fairy, reaching the realm of a golden fairy, and even has the strength to compete with the Deluo Shanzun. Such a growth rate is simply terrifying. Quasi-Deluo Immortal Venerable, you. Who are you? Immortal Venerable Bikuan looked up at Jiang Chen, and his eyes instantly became extremely solemn. The peerless genius of the Quasi-Deluo Immortal Venerable realm is rare in the world. Even the entire Thunder Immortal territory, such peerless geniuses, can almost be counted with one hand. Such characters are all geniuses from the forces of Hunyuan and even the forces of the Immortal King. Immortal Venerable Bikuan never imagined that he would hunt down 2 disciples who escaped from Bian Immortal Palace, and he could meet such peerless characters. Jiang Chen smiled lightly. I'm the one who came to trouble your Bian Immortal Palace. Immortal Venerable Bikuan's complexion changed, as if he had thought of something, and said with a horrified expression, You are the person behind the Yi family in Kangye City. The biggest enemy that Bian Immortal Palace is facing today is the mysterious existence behind the Yi family in Kangye City. The direction in which Ling Ziyao and Lu Manqing fled was obviously also the direction of Kangye City. If he guessed correctly, the black-clothed youth in the Quasi-Deluo Immortal Venerable realm in front of him is probably from Kangye City. Quasi-Deluo realm Tianzhao, non-Hunyuan forces are almost rare. It seems that as expected, behind the Yi family in Kangye City, at least one party of primordial forces is supporting them. Jiang Chen is the person behind Kangye City. Hearing Bikuan Immortal Venerable's words, Ling Ziyao and Lu Manqing were both stunned. The people behind the Yi family in Kangyicheng killed the 3 great Luo Immortal Venerables of Bian Immortal Palace in succession. Such power, even the general Tai forces, are simply difficult to achieve easily. They always thought that there was a high possibility that there was the support of Hunyuan forces behind Kangye City, but Jiang Chen was only from the lower universe. Could it be that after Jiang Chen came to the Immortal Realm, he got the fancy of a Hunyuan faction in the Immortal Realm and joined a Hunyuan faction? With Jiang Chen's terrifying cultivation talent, it is not impossible. No matter what, with Jiang Chen's appearance, at least they are safe today. The response is quite fast. Jiang Chen looked at Immortal Venerable Bikuan with a smile. Yes, I am the person behind the Yi family in Kangye City. The 3 Immortal Venerable Luo of your Bian Immortal Palace were all resolved by me. HMPH, just bluffing. Immortal Bikuan snorted coldly. If the person behind you comes, this deity will turn around and leave today. With your strength as a Quasi-Deluo Immortal Venerable, you are not qualified to be arrogant in front of this deity. When Bikuan Immortal Venerable spoke, the entire 1,000 feet of space around him instantly turned into a black ocean. In the black ocean, the boiling power of Da Luo filled the void. Boy, even if you are the Quasi-Deluo Immortal Venerable, let you see what the power of Deluo Immortal Venerable is. Immortal Venerable Bikuan opened his mouth, his voice was like a 9-day thunder. Like a demon, he swept across the void, came to the sky above Jiang Chen's head, and then raised his foot and stepped on Jiang Chen. I saw the black ocean around Immortal Bikuan's body, instantly converging under the soles of his feet, turning into a huge black foot of 1,000 feet, like a hill with the power to crush the void, stepping towards Jiang Chen in the air. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless. He cut off the sword and waved it gently, and the sword cut through the endless void. A peerless sword immortal in Xing Yi came across the sky, and when he raised his hand, a sword swept across the sky, against the sky, and slashed towards Immortal Venerable Bikuan. The huge black feet that are thousands of feet tall, like giant pillars of optimism, burst open out of thin air like paper paste under the bright sword light. The sword light smashed the huge black foot and landed directly on the right leg of Immortal Bikwan, smashing his entire right leg, and a surging rain of blood suddenly rained in the void. Immortal Venerable Bikwan screamed and staggered backwards a distance of several hundred meters. Although you are also Immortal Venerable Deluo, your strength is much worse than the commander of your Being Immortal Guard from Being Immortal Palace. Even he has fallen into my hands, why are you arrogant in front of me? Qualifications. Jiang Chen glanced at Immortal Bikwan with a sneer, and did not give Immortal Bikwan any chance to breathe. Jiang Chen controls the power of heaven and earth, and the killing sword energy above the broken sword is unparalleled, as if pushing the dry and pulling the rotten. Rao Bikwan Immortal Venerable is simply difficult to resist. I saw Bikwan Immortal Venerable's Deluo immortal body, like a mirror that was hit hard, there were cracks visible to the naked eye. The slaughtering sword light directly penetrated the body of Immortal Bikwan, causing Immortal Bikwan's body to burst open inch by inch in the void, turning into a blood mist that sprinkled down from the void. After killing Immortal Venerable Bikwan, Zhang Guang didn't stop at all, he kept flying up, breaking through the sky, breaking the clouds for half a day, and continuing to the depths of tens of thousands of meters in the Qingming, before it gradually stopped. Bikwan Immortal Venerable just fell like this. At this moment, Ling Ziyao and Lu Manqing's eyes were dull, and it was difficult for them to recover from the shock for a long time. There is an insurmountable gap between Immortal Deluo and Immortal Jin. In the Immortal Realm, the one who can use Jin Shensho as a counterweight to Deluo Immortal Venerable is already a peerless genius. No matter what, they never thought that Immortal Venerable Bikwan, Immortal Venerable Deluo, was killed by Jiang Chen in such an understatement. Jinxian kills Deluo Immortal Venerable. Such talent is simply terrifying. Just when Ling Ziyao and Lu Manqing were shocked, in the depths of Qingming, which was slashed by Jiang Chen's sword, an illusory figure fled towards the sky in a panic. Chapter 2911, Jiang Chen's Shock. Can you escape? Destroy me. Jiang Chen's indifferent voice fell, his palm suddenly formed a seal, and the first form of the Heavenly Emperor seal, the Immortal Soul Extermination, was shot directly into the air. A black handprint that made souls tremble for thousands of miles directly blocked the void and suppressed the fleeing Bikwan Immortal Venerable. Bikwan Immortal Venerable looked desperate and frightened, and quickly resisted with all his strength. This seal of Jiang Chen is the nemesis of all souls. The Bikwan Immortal Venerable who lost his body, under this seal, all resistance is futile. The black handprint devoured all the power of Bikwan Immortal Venerable, causing his immortal crystal and immortal soul to be completely annihilated into nothingness in the void. Immortal Venerable Bikwan, the Immortal Venerable Deluo of Being Immortal Palace, finally completely dissipated in the heaven and earth, and could not die any longer. Deluo Immortal Venerable, it seems that he also scored 3, 6, 9, etc. Jiang Chen looked at the place where Bikwan Immortal Venerable dissipated, and shook his head secretly. This Bikwan Immortal Venerable, and the Being Immortal Guard commander of Being Immortal Palace were both in the early stage of Deluo Immortal Venerable, but their strength was more than one step behind. When he killed the commander of the Being Immortal Guard, that guy escaped thousands of miles under his pursuit, and in the end he used the power of the Immortal Monument to kill him. In the early stage of Deluo Immortal Venerables like Bikwan Immortal Venerable, he could easily roll over them without any power at all. Being Immortal Palace, there shouldn't be a few Deluo Immortal Venerables, right? Jiang Chen muttered to himself, then turned around and floated down, and landed beside Ling Ziyao. Looking at Ling Ziyao with a smile on his face, "Miss Ling, Jiang Chen came to the appointment, didn't you disappoint?" After successively beheading the 3 great Luo Immortal Venerables of Being Immortal Palace has been silent. Jiang Chen expected that Being Immortal Palace would not do it easily, so he secretly came to Being Immortal Palace to find out and see if he could get in touch with Ling Ziyao. But he didn't expect that before he reached the Being Immortal Palace, he happened to meet Ling Ziyao who was being hunted down. Jiang Chen, I really didn't expect you to grow to such an extent in just a few decades. Ling Ziyao looked at Jiang Chen in front of her, and couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise in her eyes. Back in the Nether Universe, Jiang Chen's strength was still similar to hers. Over the years, she has been cultivating in the Being Immortal Palace, and her cultivation has been raised to the Heavenly Immortal Realm. The speed of her cultivation is already very impressive. But now, compared with Jiang Chen, it pales in comparison. Although Jiang Chen has the Tower of Time on his body, he can get twice the result with half the effort, but it is unbelievable that he can have a strength that is not inferior to Immortal Deluo in such a short period of time. Just a fluke. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, this is also thanks to Miss Ling's help. What he said was the truth. If Ling Ziyao had not given him the Tower of Time, it would have saved him a lot of cultivation time, and he would not have attained the cultivation level of a rank 9 Jinxian in such a short period of time. Ling Ziyao couldn't deny this matter. Although the Tower of Time is powerful, it can only play a role in assisting cultivation. Back then, their ancestors of the heaven-shattering immortal sect did not have the ability to compete with Da Luo Shanzun for so many years. The heaven-shattering immortal sect would not have been destroyed by the Bian Immortal Palace so easily. Ling Ziyao didn't dwell too much on this issue, but asked with a puzzled look, Jiang Chen, why are you here? After the fall of the 3 great Luo immortals one after another in the Bian Immortal Palace, I no longer dared to send people to Kangye City. I planned to come to the Bian Immortal Palace to find out, but I didn't expect to meet you. Jiang Chen asked curiously, what's going on in the Bian Immortal Palace now? Why are you being hunted down by Immortal Venerable Deluo of Bian Immortal Palace? Could it be that Ling Ziyao's identity was exposed? Although Ling Ziyao is a descendant of the heaven-shattering immortal sect, being able to stay in the Bian Immortal Palace for so many years is enough to prove that her identity is well hidden. It shouldn't be easily discovered by the Bian Immortal Palace, right? It also has something to do with you, Ling Ziyao said with a wry smile. After the death of several Immortal Deluo, the Bian Immortal Palace has decided to make a desperate attempt to sacrifice the genius disciple of Bian Immortal Palace and resurrect the primordial patriarch of Bian Immortal Palace. I had to escape from the Bian Immortal Palace. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. What did you say? Bian Immortal Palace wants to revive the ancestors of the primordial realm. It was rumored that Bian Immortal Palace forcibly plundered young talents of various strengths in order to forcibly build Tai Immortal Venerable, but Jiang Chen knew that this was unlikely, and he had been guessing what the purpose of Bian Immortal Palace was. Could it be that the Hunyuan Immortal Venerable of Bian Immortal Palace has not completely fallen, and the ultimate purpose of Bian Immortal Palace is to revive the ancestors of Hunyuan Immortal Venerable Realm? Ling Ziyao said in a deep voice, Bian Immortal Palace has fallen one after another, and encountered a huge crisis. The resurrection of the ancestors is their chance. Now the Bian Immortal Palace has decided to resurrect the ancestors at all costs. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sank slightly when he heard the words. Deluo, Tai, and Hunyuan, although the 3 realms are all called Immortal Venerables, the difference in strength between them is also a genius. When he was in the Zuri mountain range back then, Jiang Chen had seen with his own eyes how powerful Immortal Venerable Hunyuan was. Even if Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust and Immortal Venerable Taishuan join forces, they are not the opponents of Immortal Venerable Sun Rising at all. The original Immortal Zhuang Sun was not at its peak, and did not really show the strength of Immortal Primordial Hunyuan. Once Bian Immortal Palace really revives the ancestors of the primordial realm, things will be a little serious. Young Master Jiang Chen, I'm Lu Manqing from the Zixu Immortal Palace of the Tai Power. The Zixu Immortal Palace is willing to join hands with you to deal with the Bian Immortal Palace. At this moment, Lu Manqing also said, we must stop the Bian Immortal Palace as soon as possible. Once they really revive the ancestors of the primordial realm, the consequences may be unimaginable. Jiang Chen nodded and said solemnly, let's discuss this matter back in Kangye City. Bian Immortal Palace's delusional attempt to revive Patriarch Hunyuan must be stopped as soon as possible. After all, Bian Immortal Palace has the existence of primordial background. Although it is only a Deluo force now, and Jiang Chen and the others have dealt with 4 Deluo Immortal Venerates one after another, they still cannot be underestimated. Even if you want to stop the Bian Immortal Palace from resurrecting the ancestors of the primordial realm, you have to take a long-term plan. Lu Manqing doesn't make any sense to this. Even if she sends the news back to the Zixu Immortal Palace, even if the Zixu Immortal Palace wants to take action against the Bian Immortal Palace, I am afraid it will take some time to prepare. Now following Jiang Chen to Kangye City is undoubtedly the best choice for her. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, and took Ling Ziyao and Lu Manqing directly, and quickly volleyed in the direction of Kang Yikang. Chapter 2912. Deluo Immortal Venerable, Breakthrough. Jiang Chen rescued Ling Ziyao and Lu Manqing, and after returning to Kangye City, he found Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen for the first time, and told Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen about the resurrection of primordial patriarch in Bian Immortal Palace. If the ancestors of primordial realm in Bian Immortal Palace did not fall completely, there is indeed a possibility of resurrection. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen pondered slightly. What Be an Immortal Palace is doing now has the same effect as Immortal Venerable Zuri Sun, but if you want to do this, you will not only have to pay a huge price, but you will not be able to do it. Guaranteed to succeed. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed brightly. Senior, what are the chances of the success of Be an Immortal Palace? I haven't seen with my own eyes what kind of means the Be an Immortal Palace is using, and it's hard to make a judgment easily. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen shook his head and said, if you give Be an Immortal Palace more time to prepare, the chance of success may be higher. This time, if Be an Immortal Palace is desperate, it will only have a 50% chance at most. With less than a 50% chance, Be an Immortal Palace decided to implement it. It seems that this time they killed a few Da Luo Immortal Venerables of Be an Immortal Palace, and the impact on Be an Immortal Palace is still quite big. It has already forced Be an Immortal Palace to swear to the death and revive the ancient ancestors ahead of schedule. What? Although the possibility of the primord being resurrected in Be an Immortal Palace is less than 50%, they can't let it go. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of what happens. Once Be an Immortal Palace really resurrected the ancestors of Hunyuan, facing a Hunyuan Immortal Venerable, they probably won't have any resistance at all. Don't worry, it is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen seemed to see through what Jiang Chen was thinking, and said indifferently, give me 3 months. After 3 months, we will go directly to Be an Immortal Palace. In the battle with Immortal Bimu, facing Immortal Bimu holding the primordial immortal treasure, Immortal Frozen Dust also paid some price. He needed some training before he could recover from that battle. Although he obtained the Immortal Cloud Swallowing Sword from Immortal Venerable Bimu, he did not fully control it, and it was difficult to exert the true power of the Cloud Swallowing Immortal Sword. As long as he was given some time to control the Cloud Swallowing Immortal Sword, even if the Be an Immortal Palace still had some trump cards left by Immortal Primordial, Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust would not have too much fear. Jiang Chen nodded and said, okay, let's do it in 3 months. In 3 months, if he entered the 2nd floor of the Tower of Time, he would have more than 20 years of time. Now Jiang Chen still has a lot of primordial immortal spring and cultivation resources. More than 20 years should be enough for his cultivation to reach the pinnacle of the 9th ranked Golden Immortal, and to condense the power of Deluo, breaking through Deluo Immortal Venerable in one fell swoop. At that time, when he goes to the Be an Immortal Palace again, he will have greater confidence. After discussing with Immortal Venerable Bingchen, Jiang Chen settled Ling Ziyao and Lu Manqing, told them to attack Be an Immortal Palace in 3 months, and then went straight to retreat and practice. Deep in the Yi family in Kangyicheng, in a secret room, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on the 2nd floor of the Tower of Time, frantically absorbing Hunyuan Shangquan and various resources to practice. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation base has now reached the 9th grade Golden Immortal level, under the blessing of 100 times of experience from various resources and systems, his cultivation base is still rapidly improving at a stable speed. 3 years later, Jiang Chen's cultivation reached the middle stage of the 9th rank Golden Immortal. 10 years later, Jiang Chen successfully entered the late stage of the 9th grade Jingxian. 20 years later, Jiang Chen's cultivation has finally reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank Golden Immortal, and he has successfully condensed the power of Da Luo. After condensing the power of Deluo, Jiang Chen spent another 3 or 4 years to convert all the power in his body into Deluo Immortal power and become a real Deluo Immortal Venerable. And it's not an ordinary Deluo Immortal Venerable. Jiang Chen's law of immortality, the immortal power to control the world, has already reached the realm of Dacheng. Over the years, Jiang Chen has absorbed too much Hunyuan Shangquan, and Shanli Yudiandi has also succeeded one step closer, reaching the realm of consummation. Although Jiang Chen is a newcomer to Deluo Immortal Venerable, his strength is definitely not inferior to that of many Deluo Immortal Venerable peaks. The breakthrough of Deluo Immortal Venerable this time almost consumed 80–90% of the resources Jiang Chen had accumulated during the time he entered the Immortal Realm. If there is not enough opportunity, even if there is a system in the Tower of Time, it is not easy for him to improve his strength in a short time. It's almost time, and it's time to go to Be an Immortal Palace. On the 2nd floor of the Tower of Time, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly opened, and a fierce light burst out. More than 20 years from the Tower of Time, and the 3 months in the outside world have almost passed. They should also go to the Be an Immortal Palace to prevent the Be an Immortal Palace from resurrecting the ancestors of the primordial realm. After leaving the secret room, Jiang Chen sensed Immortal Frozen Chen's aura, and found that Immortal Frozen Chen didn't seem to be out yet, so he came directly to the courtyard where Yi Qingming, the head of the Yi family, was in a flash. "Young Master Jiang Chen, are you out?" Yi Qingming looked at Jiang Chen, who suddenly appeared in front of him, and couldn't help being slightly surprised. Compared with 3 months ago, Jiang Chen's breath has become more and more unfathomable. Obviously, Jiang Chen's strength has improved a lot in the past 3 months. Jiang Chen nodded and asked directly, "In the past 3 months, has there been any movement in Being Immortal Palace?" Yi Qingming shook his head and said, "However, Being Immortal Palace has blocked the mountain gate, and the guards are extremely strict, so it is difficult to find out any news. Now, almost no one knows what is going on in Being Immortal Palace." Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and looked up at Yi Qingming directly. "You prepare, we will kill Being Immortal Palace in a few days." Being Immortal Palace is now doing all it can to revive Patriarch Hunyuan, and it is reasonable that there is no movement. No one knows how far the plan to resurrect the ancestors of the primordial realm has been carried out by the Being Immortal Palace. For the sake of safety, it would be better for them to go to the Being Immortal Palace as soon as possible. "Young Master Jiang Chen, don't worry, I'll prepare now." Yi Qingming took a deep breath and nodded quickly. Over the years, the Being Immortal Palace has used almost any means to revive the ancestors of the primordial realm. This also led to the separation of the hearts of Being Immortal Palace, and there were many forces dissatisfied with it. As long as it is due to the strength of Being Immortal Palace, he has always dared to be angry and dare not speak. Jiang Chen and the others beheaded Immortal Venerable Deluo of Being Immortal Palace one after another, and many golden immortal forces like the Yi family saw hope in dealing with Being Immortal Palace. When Yi Qingming called on everyone to follow Jiang Chen and the others to deal with the Being Immortal Palace, many forces responded and gathered a large number of forces. Apart from the fact that there is no Deluo Immortal Venerable, this group of forces is no longer weaker than any Deluo force. Now that Jiang Chen has left the customs, it is time to gather these people to Kangye City. Chapter 2913. Attack the Being Immortal Palace. Following Yi Qingming's signal, within the jurisdiction of the Being Immortal Palace, some forces that had been tormented by the Being Immortal Palace also summoned their forces and attacked Kangye City. In Kangye City, more than a dozen forces, large and small, were gathered. Among them, there are 2 forces with half-step Daluo, 5 forces with 9th-ranked Jinxian in charge, and the rest are some Jinxian forces. In the Yi family, Jiang Chen and Yi Qingming, the head of the Yi family, and the 2 daughters of Ling Ziyao and Lu Manqing gathered here. Yi Qingming reported to Jiang Chen the situation of gathering the forces of the Yi family. Jiang Chen just nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. "Young Master Jiang Chen, the powerhouses of our Zixu Immortal Palace are already on their way to Being Immortal Palace. When are you going to take action?" Lu Manqing looked at Jiang Chen, who was still not ready to act, and finally couldn't help asking. Jiang Chen said lightly, "No hurry, wait." "How long are you going to wait?" Lu Manqing said anxiously. "Once the primordial ancestor has been resurrected by Being Immortal Palace, I'm afraid it will be too late." Before Jiang Chen could talk to him, there was a slight fluctuation in the space on his face, and a figure holding a large black knife appeared out of thin air. This figure is naturally frozen Immortal Venerable. Seeing the appearance of Immortal Venerable Bingchen, Lu Manqing and Ling Ziyao's eyes were filled with an indescribable horror. The 2 were in the Jade Cloud Immortal Palace of the Daluo power, and naturally they had seen quite a few Daluo Immortal Venerables in the Being Immortal Palace, even including the master of the Jade Cloud Immortal Palace, Bai Yao Immortal Venerable, and other peak Daluo powerhouses. But the aura of the person in front of them seems to be even more unfathomable than any Daluo Immortal Venerable they have ever seen. Immortal Tai. The person in front of him is very likely to be a Tai Immortal Venerable above Daluo Immortal Venerable. Ling Ziyao and the others guessed that there was a strong possibility of a Tai Immortal Venerable behind the Yi family, but after Jiang Chen appeared, they saw Jiang Chen's terrifying strength to easily kill Daluo Immortal Venerable, so they dismissed this idea. Behind the Yi family is not only Jiang Chen, a Jinxian who kills Daluo Immortal Venerable, but also a Tai Immortal Venerable realm powerhouse. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help laughing and said, "Senior has left." Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen nodded, glanced at Jiang Chen in surprise, and immediately said, "Let's go to Being Immortal Palace." No wonder he suddenly sensed that the power of this puppet had skyrocketed a lot not long ago. It turned out that Jiang Chen had broken through the great Luo Immortal Venerable, these 3 months. Not only did he make up for the price he had paid in the battle with Immortal Venerable Bimu, but he also took control of the immortal treasure of swallowing clouds. Coupled with this more powerful body, as long as the primordial priest is not truly resurrected, there is almost nothing that can pose a threat to him. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and looked directly at Yi Qingming, inform everyone to prepare to set off and attack Bian Immortal Palace immediately. I'm going to let everyone know. Yi Qingming took a slow deep breath, and then turned around in large strides. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen and Jiang Chen took the lead, directly bringing hundreds of figures and killing them in a mighty manner towards Bian Immortal Palace. Jiang Chen and the others were very moving, and they quickly attracted the attention of many people along the way. Hey, who are these guys, and what do they want to do? It is said that the Yi family in Kangyicheng is supported by mysterious forces. Recently, a lot of forces have gathered to attempt to attack the Bian Immortal Palace. Could they be trying to attack Bian Immortal Palace? I really didn't expect that Bian Immortal Palace would have this day. I'm afraid there will be a good show to watch. Under countless shocking gazes, Jiang Chen and the others walked straight into the air in the direction of Bian Immortal Palace. Although the Bian Immortal Palace and the Yi family in Kangye City are 100,000 miles away, it is not too far away for Jiang Chen and the others. In less than half a day, a group of people descended on the void outside the Wuxia Immortal Mountain. Dozens of figures wearing green immortal armor also burst out from within the Bian Immortal Palace. The first half-step Big Luoxing middle-aged shouted sharply, "Who are you? Why did you come to my Bian Immortal Palace to be wild? Bian Immortal Palace is rampant and domineering, and what people and gods are outraged about? Today I came here specially to destroy Bian Immortal Palace." Jiang Chen looked at the half-step Big Luo lightly. "If you don't want to destroy the Bian Immortal Palace together, it may be too late to surrender now." The half-step De Luo's pupils shrank, and then he snorted coldly, "If you want to destroy my Bian Immortal Palace, you have to see if you have the ability." The Yi family in Kangye City was supported by mysterious powers, and Bian Immortal Palace had already lost several Immortal De Luo in Kangye City, so he naturally knew it very well. Although the Bian Immortal Palace suffered heavy losses, it still had the foundation of the primordial force. Even the Zixu Immortal Palace of the Tai forces in those days did not get any advantage by killing the Bian Immortal Palace. The people behind the Yi family in Kangyicheng didn't dare to come to Bian Immortal Palace easily, but now it was completely beyond his expectations. Young Master Jiang Chen, talk nonsense with them, just go straight to the Bian Immortal Palace. Behind Jiang Chen, a half-step Big Luo said murderously. Jiang Chen was too lazy to say anything. Just when he was about to order the attack on the Bian Immortal Palace, the aura of the 3 Daltons Luo Immortal Venerables shot up from the Bian Immortal Palace in an instant. The 3 figures quickly landed in front of Jiang Chen and the others. These 3 people are also the only 3 remaining De Luo Immortal Venerables in the Bian Immortal Palace. The first person was Immortal Venerable Bai Yao, the master of Bian Immortal Palace. Immortal Venerable Bai Yao raised his eyes locked directly on Jiang Chen and Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen. "Who is your excellency? Can't go to Yunxian Palace?" Jiang Chen said indifferently. "Shanzun Bai Yao, do you still remember the Heaven Pottering Immortal Sect? I promised the Heaven Pottering Immortal Sect to help her take revenge against the Bian Immortal Palace, so your Bian Immortal Palace will only be destroyed." Breaking Heaven Immortal Sect, Immortal Venerable Bai Yao's complexion suddenly changed. Back then, the Heaven Pottering Immortal Sect obtained a rare and peerless immortal treasure, which made the Heaven Pottering Immortal Sect established in just 1,000 years, and it became a rare half-step De Luo force within the jurisdiction of the Bian Immortal Palace. In order to obtain this immortal treasure, the Heaven-breaking Immortal Sect did not threaten the Bian Immortal Palace. A half-step De Luo force, even if there are a few remaining evildoers alive, the Bai Yao Shanzun does not care at all. He never imagined that the crisis facing the Bian Immortal Palace this time would actually originate from the heaven-shattering immortal sect that was destroyed by him. Chapter 2914, Breakthrough. Damn it, how could the remnants of the heaven-shattering immortal sect have anything to do with such forces? Immortal Venerable Bai Yao was extremely frightened in his heart. The black-clothed young man in front of him was not very old, but he was already a real De Luo Immortal Venerable. The peerless arrogance of De Luo Immortal Venerable realm, even the Tai forces cannot cultivate it at all. And beside this black-clothed youth, the aura of the man with an indifferent expression was even more unfathomable, and even he felt an extremely dangerous aura from him. This should be a Tai immortal venerable who has reached the Tai realm. Immortal Jade Demon took a deep breath, and then snorted coldly. Your Excellency really thinks that my Being Immortal Palace is a soft persimmon that you can knead, no matter who you are. If you want to destroy Being Immortal Palace, this deity, it will definitely cost you dearly. Hee. Immortal Venerable Bai Yao, you are so loud, I want to see how you want to make us pay today. At this moment, a faint chuckle suddenly came from the distant sky. A purple on appeared out of nowhere, and then pierced through the void, turning into 3 figures and appearing in the void outside the Being Immortal Palace. The 3 of them were all dressed in purple robes, and their breath was extremely powerful. Especially the purple-haired old man at the head, he stood there like this, as if he was integrated with the whole world, making people unable to sense his existence at all. Behind the purple-haired old man, there were 2 other men, both of whom were Deluo Immortal Venerables who had reached the Deluo realm. Ziwan Immortal Venerable, the people of Zixu Immortal Hall. Immortal Bai Yao Shanzun looked at the 3 figures that suddenly appeared, and his complexion instantly became extremely ugly. Today's situation was already extremely unfavorable to their Being Immortal Palace. Now that Ziwan Immortal Venerable, the ancestor of the Tai realm in the Zixu Immortal Palace, also brought people to step in at this time, and their Being Immortal Palace may be even more dangerous. You are Jiang Chen's little friend, Old Man Zixu Immortal Palace Ziwan, it's a pleasure to meet you. Immortal Venerable Ziwan ignored the extremely ugly expression of Immortal Bai Yaoshan, but directly clasped his fists towards Jiang Chen very politely. At this age, he is already a Deluo Immortal Venerable who has reached the Deluo realm. I am afraid that in the entire Thunder Immortal realm, there will never be more than one talented person like this. Next to Jiang Chen, there is an existence whose cultivation is not inferior to him. Such a world-shattering arrogance, with Tai Immortal Venerable beside him protecting the Tao, I am afraid it is at least the handwriting of the Hunyuan forces. Even if Immortal Venerable Ziwan is Immortal Venerable Tai, he would not dare to be slighted in the slightest. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, Senior Ziyuan is very polite. This time, the Zixu Immortal Hall only sent 1 Tai Immortal Venerable and 2 Dalton's Luo Immortal Venerables, obviously not all the power of the Zixu Immortal Hall. However, it is enough to have Immortal Venerable Ziwan, Immortal Venerable Tai, to come. The only thing Jiang Chen was afraid of in Being Immortal Palace was the whole card left by Immortal Venerable Hunyuan. This kind of power, even if Deluo Immortal Venerable comes more, I am afraid it will not be of any use. Only Immortal Venerable Tai can compete against 1 or 2. As long as Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust and Immortal Venerable Ziwan could block the cards left by Immortal Venerable Hunyuan of Being Immortal Palace, it would be easy for them to destroy Being Immortal Palace today. Little friend, in order to avoid long nights and dreams, you and I don't waste time, let's do it first. Immortal Venerable Ziwan obviously did not intend to waste time. The Being Immortal Palace is full of heritage, and even if its strength is not very good today, it is still not to be underestimated. Back then, he was careless and suffered a big loss in the hands of Being Immortal Palace. Now that Being Immortal Palace is planning to revive the ancestors of the primordial realm, they can't give Being Immortal Palace too much time. If Being Immortal Palace really succeeds, then it will be them who are in danger. Okay, let's do it. Jiang Chen nodded, gave a direct order, and then led the crowd towards Being Immortal Palace to kill. Seeing this, Immortal Venerable Bai Yao's expression sank slightly. Let's go. Now outside the Being Immortal Palace, there are 2 Immortal Venerable Tai alone. Don't say that the Immortal Deluo of the Being Immortal Palace has fallen more than half. Even if the 7 Immortal Deluo gather together, I am afraid it will be difficult to compete head-on. The only chance they have now is to use some of the background of the Being Immortal Palace to delay time. Their plan for the resurrection of the primordial ancestor in the primordial realm of the Being Immortal Palace has already reached a critical moment. As long as they can delay the resurrection of the primordial ancestor of the primordial realm, the danger of the Being Immortal Palace today can be resolved with a snap of a finger. As the voice of Immortal Jade Monster fell, the 2 Immortal Deluo next to him formed seals with Immortal Jade Monster almost at the same time. A light green formation barrier also appeared out of thin air around the Being Immortal Palace, enveloping the entire Bi-Demon Immortal Palace. Little friend Jiang Chen, this is the Palace Protection Formation arranged by Immortal Venerable Hunyuan of Being Immortal Palace. Seeing that Immortal Venerable Bai Yao and others activated the Palace Guarding Formation, Immortal Venerable Ziwan couldn't help but sank slightly. Back then, When the Bian Immortal Palace suffered a major change and its strength was at a low point, he led the Zixu Immortal Palace to attack the Bian Immortal Palace once, but was rejected by this palace guarding formation. Although he finally defeated this formation with his own strength, he also spent too much energy on this formation, and then he was injured by an immortal treasure of mixed essence sacrificed by Bian Immortal Palace, and he had to return home. Now seeing this formation again, Immortal Venerable Ziwan's expression became much more solemn. It's just a mere formation. If it is controlled by Immortal Venerable Tai or Immortal Primordial Hunyuan, it may be a little tricky. Just by controlling it with a few Immortal Venerable Great Luo, it can't stop me, let's see if I can break it. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen's faint voice fell, and the cloud-swallowing Immortal Saber in his hand suddenly uttered a crisp saber chant. A terrifying wave that crushed the heavens instantly descended on this side of the world. Hunyuan Immortal Treasure, Swallowing Cloud Immortal Saber. Seeing this, Immortal Venerable Ziwan couldn't help but have a look of astonishment in his eyes. Immortal Venerable Ziwan is naturally no stranger to the Immortal Cloud-Swallowing Saber of the Immortal Hunyuan in Bian Immortal Palace. After he broke through the palace protection formation of the Bian Immortal Palace, he was severely injured by the cloud-swallowing Immortal Saber sacrificed by the Bian Immortal Palace because he consumed too much power. The primordial immortal treasure of Bian Immortal Palace has already fallen into this person's hands. Just when Immortal Ziwan was in shock, Xianxia's sword Qi shot out from the cloud-swallowing Immortal Saber, turned into a long rainbow and rose into the sky. Thousands of miles away, you can see the sky-shattering sword. Knife Mons. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen gave a cold drink, and swung the cloud-swallowing Immortal Saber to slash down at the Bian Immortal Palace. At that moment, a pitch-black Senin sword light instantly stretched across the sky, like an invincible celestial saber, slashing towards the formation barrier around the Bian Immortal Palace. Chapter 2915. Hunyuan Fujiao. This knife separated the heaven and the earth, and slammed into the great formation of protecting the palace of the Bian Immortal Palace. Under this knife, the great protection formation of the Bian Immortal Palace, like tofu, was slashed by a sword light, and it was easily split into two halves. The ground within Bian Immortal Palace cracked open, and the entire Bian Immortal Palace made a loud noise that shook the ground. An incomparably huge knife mark appeared on Wuxia Immortal Mountain, almost running through the entire Bian Immortal Palace, extending all the way 100 miles away. It is like an abyss. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them, and it was difficult to recover from the shock for a long time. Okay. What a terrifying knife. It took a while for Immortal Venerable Ziwan to regain his senses, and he couldn't help taking a deep breath in his heart. Although he had already sensed that the person beside Jiang Chen was Tai Immortal Venerable who was only stronger than him, he did not expect that this person who motivated the Immortal Hunyuan Treasure Swallowing Cloud Immortal Saber could achieve such a terrifying effect, to the point of, with just one knife, he completely shattered the formation that made him extremely fearful. In the sky above the Bian Immortal Palace, the faces of the three of the Bai Yao Shanzun instantly became extremely pale, and their expressions were extremely ugly. The formation of Bian Immortal Palace was left by Immortal Venerable Hunyuan of Bian Immortal Palace. Over the years, the Bian Immortal Palace has been able to stand firm in the Wuxia Immortal Mountain, and this palace guarding formation has played a vital role. Although Bian Immortal Palace does not currently have Immortal Hunyuan in charge of the formation, not even Immortal Tai, and cannot exert the true power of this formation, even Immortal Tai is not so easy to break. When Immortal Venerable Ziwan attacked Bian Immortal Palace, he was completely blocked by this formation for more than a few months. Although Immortal Venerable Ziwan broke the formation in the end, he also paid a considerable price for it. He was severely injured by the cloud-swallowing Immortal Saber and had to retreat. Unexpectedly, this time, the guarding formation of Bian Immortal Palace was broken open by the opponent with a single knife. The thing that made Bai Yao Shanzun vomit blood the most was the other party used the primordial immortal treasure swallowing cloud immortal saber from their Bian Immortal Palace to break open their Bian Immortal Palace protection formation. Knowing this, he shouldn't have let Immortal Bimu take the cloud-swallowing immortal saber to Kangye City. If there is no blessing of the Immortal Hunyuan Immortal Treasure Swallowing Cloud, even if there are two Immortal Tai on the opposite side, it will take a certain amount of time to break the great protection formation of the Bian Immortal Palace. Now that the protection of the palace formation has been broken, they have lost one of their biggest cards. It is definitely not an easy task to delay the time and let the plan of resurrecting the ancestors be completed. With one knife, he slashed through the great formation of protecting the palace of the Being Immortal Palace, and Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen stood with the saber horizontally. Immortal Venerable Bai Yao's expression was extremely gloomy. Although the Being Immortal Palace has the background of primordial, it has consumed a lot over the years. Now, the immortal Hunyuan immortal treasure swallowing cloud sword was taken away by the immortal Venerable Tai opposite, and the great array of protecting the palace was also destroyed. In today's situation, their Being Immortal Palace is probably really dangerous. Immortal Venerable Bai Yao took a deep breath, and then stared at Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen with cold eyes. Do you really want to be with me, Being Immortal Palace, forever? Don't die, are you worthy? Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen smiled contemptuously. Less nonsense, kneel down and surrender immediately, or you will only die. Immortal Bai Yao Shanzun laughed in anger, and a ferocious expression flashed on his face. Since you insist on doing this, even if this deity dies today, you will definitely pay a heavy price for this. Immortal Venerable Bai Yao's voice fell, and a green scroll filled with terrifying immortal might appeared out of thin air directly in his palm. An unimaginable terrifying force erupted from the scroll, and an aura that surpassed all living beings seemed to form a special field that instantly enveloped thousands of miles of void. All creatures in a radius of 10,000 miles can't help but have a feeling of wanting to worship. Even immortal Da Luo seems to be overwhelmed by the breath on the scroll at this moment. Hunyuan Fu Jiao. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen looked at the emerald green scroll in Immortal Venerable Jade Monster's hand, and his gaze couldn't help but condense slightly. As an existence whose cultivation base has reached immortal primordial frozen dust, he is no stranger to the means of immortal primordial immortal priest immortal prison immortal I can see the origin of the scroll in Immortal Jade Monster's hand. Hunyuan Immortal Venerable, the comprehension of the laws of immortality, has reached a very advanced level, and can condense the will of immortality. The primordial talisman in the hands of Immortal Jade Monster actually contains the immortal will of Immortal Primordial Hunyuan. The immortal will of Hunyuan Immortal Venerable is irreversible under the Hunyuan realm. If the immortal will of a real Hunyuan realm Immortal Venerable is enough to easily kill Tai Immortal Venerable. Although there is only a trace of the immortal will of Hunyuan Immortal Venerable in this Hunyuan talisman, the power is not as powerful as 1/10 of the will of the real Hunyuan Immortal Venerable, but it is still a very powerful existence. Even if it is Tai Immortal Venerable, it may not be able to resist easily. Is it the power of Hunyuan Immortal Venerable again? Being Immortal Palace is worthy of being the former Hunyuan force. Immortal Venerable Ziwan looked at the scroll offered by Immortal Venerable Bai Yao, and could not help but let out a low murmur. The Being Immortal Palace, which has the power of Hunyuan, is really not that easy to deal with, and the tricks of the trump card are endless. Even if he was able to block the cloud-swallowing immortal sword back then, he would still be unable to obtain the Being Immortal Palace. I don't know how to deal with this one. Immortal Venerable Ziwan looked at Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust, his expression became much more solemn, and he was even ready to take action at any time. Under the urging of the Bai Yao Shanzun, the Hunyuan Fu Jiao slowly unfolded, and a terrifying Hunyuan will cross the sky and suppress thousands of miles. Everything in the radius of 10,000 li is surrendered to the will of the primordial, and it is impossible to resist. This is the power of Hunyuan Immortal Venerable. Even if it is just a will of primordial, it can suppress everything. If you can die under the primordial talisman, you can be considered dead. Immortal Venerable Bai Yao looked down at Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust indifferently, and a sneer appeared on his face. Hunyuan Fu Jiao was already the last trump card in his hand, and now facing the unstoppable Frozen Dust Immortal Venerable, Bai Yao Immortal Venerable also sacrificed this trump card without hesitation. No one can know how many trump cards Being Immortal Palace has, and no one knows that this is his last trump card. If you can use this Hunyuan talisman to kill the opposite Tai Immortal Venerable, you may be able to deter Ziwan Immortal Venerable and others, so that they don't dare to act rashly. Only in this way, he may be able to buy some time, so that the plan of resurrecting the ancestors of the primordial realm in Being Immortal Palace can be successfully completed. Chapter 2916. Resurrected Hunyuan Immortal Venerable. The will of Hunyuan was oppressed from the void, causing all the immortal souls in the field to tremble. Above the head of Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust, the void is constantly bursting. Humph, a mere will of primordial, want to kill me too. Immortal Frozen Dust's back was as straight as a spear, and in the face of the suppression of Hunyuan's will, he remained motionless and stable as a rock. It seemed that he felt immortal venerable frozen dust's indomitable spirit, and the will of primordial in the void was completely irritated. An even more terrifying will of primordial, like the pouring down of the Milky Way, poured down towards immortal frozen dust, trying to completely suppress immortal frozen dust. It's just a wisp of Hunyuan's will entrusted to the Hunyuan talisman, and I don't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of this deity, break it for me. Immortal venerable frozen Chen shouted, and the whole person changed greatly, and an invisible force that was not inferior to the primal will in the void was also instantly diffused from his body. When immortal venerable frozen dust was at its peak, it was the real immortal venerable primordial. Although the strength of frozen dust immortal venerable has already fallen from the primordial realm, it is not impossible to forcibly condense the will of primordial. In the face of the primordial talisman decree offered by immortal jade monster, the general power was simply unstoppable. Immortal venerable frozen dust had to forcibly condense the will of primordial. Hunyuan will. Immortal venerable Zixu, who had been ready to help at any time, saw the scene in front of him and was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. Hunyuan will, this is the immortal law that Hunyuan Shanzun only realized. He never imagined that the immortal venerable frozen dust in front of him would actually be immortal venerable primordial realm. Just when immortal venerable Zixu was stunned, the two primordial wills finally collided in the void. The 3,000-mile radius of the void suddenly darkened, leaving only two terrifying primordial wills fiercely confronting each other. The void burst, the world shattered. The two wills of Hunyuan are constantly intertwined in the void. After all, the primordial talisman that Bai Yao Shanzun sacrificed was just a will of primordial that was entrusted by immortal primordial Hunyuan with the help of foreign objects, while immortal venerable frozen dust used to be a genuine immortal primordial. Although immortal frozen dust's current will of primordial is far less powerful than the will of immortal primordial Hunyuan, it is more than enough to deal with the primordial talisman of primordial immortal jade monster. I saw that the Hunyuan will on the Hunyuan talisman, after a stalemate with the will of frozen dust immortal venerable for a while, was finally completely smashed by the will of frozen dust immortal venerable. Immortal venerable frozen Chen raised his head and glanced at immortal venerable jade monster, and the will of primordial suddenly descended on immortal venerable jade monster. Immortal Bai Yao Shanzun seemed to have been hit by a heavy hammer in his heart. He trembled all over, blood spurted out of his mouth, and his face became extremely pale in an instant. He looked up at immortal venerable frozen dust, and his expression was extremely desperate and terrified. Bai Yao Shanzun originally thought that he did not hesitate to display the last primordial talisman in his hand, which was enough to suppress the frozen dust immortal in front of him, thus deterring Ziwan Shanzun and others, so that they would not dare to attack Bian Immortal Palace easily. Unexpectedly, this frozen dust immortal venerable condensed the will of Hunyuan, and defeated the power of Hunyuan Fujiao. Hunyuan Immortal Venerable Bai Yao never thought that the immortal venerable frozen dust in front of him turned out to be immortal venerable Hunyuan. At this moment, immortal Bai Yao's face was ashen. With the current situation of Bian Immortal Palace, how can it be able to resist a primordial immortal? Bian Immortal Palace, today is afraid that the trend is over. Everyone, the Bian Immortal Palace is doing evil, rampant and domineering, and plundering young talents everywhere. Heaven's law does not allow it. Everyone, follow me to pacify the Bian Immortal Palace. Immortal Venerable Ziwan came back to his senses, and with a loud shout, he was about to take the lead in killing the Bian Immortal Palace. Behind Jiang Chen, the major forces headed by Yi Qingming were all excited at the moment, and they all rushed into the Bian Immortal Palace just after Jiang Chen gave an order. Just when he was about to enter the Bian Immortal Palace and destroy the Bian Immortal Palace in one fell swoop, a sigh suddenly came from the depths of the Bian Immortal Palace. This sigh was not loud, but it resounded clearly in the ears of everyone present. Hearing this sudden sigh, Immortal Venerable Ziwan, who had just taken a step, suddenly stopped. Jiang Chen's eyes were fixed on the depths of Bian Immortal Palace, and he thought of something in an instant, and his eyes became extremely dignified. Could it be that the primordial patriarch of Bian Immortal Palace has already been resurrected? Just when Jiang Chen was terrified, he saw in the depths of the Bian Immortal Palace, an incomparably old man who had no idea how many years he had lived, slowly stepping out of the air. The old man's eyes were cloudy, and the white hair on his head fell to only a few sparse strands. He hunched his body and slowly came to the front of the Bai Yao Shanzun and others. Old ancestor, immortal venerable Bai Yao and others could not help but have a look of ecstasy in their eyes. Hearing the names given to the old man by immortal venerable Bai Yao and others, immortal venerable Zixu shrank his pupils, only to feel his whole body explode. He quickly retreated to the side of immortal venerable Frozen Dust, and said with a horrified expression, "Fellow Taoist, this person is immortal venerable Bio, the ancestor of immortal priest Bai Yao, and he has really been resurrected. Immortal venerable Bio, this is immortal venerable primordial once famous in Thunder Immortal Domain. Now that immortal venerable Bio is resurrected, it is almost impossible for them to destroy Bian Immortal Palace." Immortal venerable Bingchen swept his gaze slightly on immortal venerable Bio, and said indifferently, "Don't worry, he has not been completely resurrected. Now he is just using external force to carry a will of primordial to appear here. Your Excellency is worthy of being the former primordial immortal. Even if the realm falls, his eyesight and insight are extraordinary." Immortal venerable Bio looked like an old man who was dying, looking at immortal venerable Frozen Chen feebly and said, "How about today's affairs, so far?" Immortal venerable Frozen Chen was expressionless. "What if I said no? Although I used external force to carry my body with the will of Hunyuan, you have already fallen from the realm, and you are not the real immortal Hunyuan." Immortal venerable Bio shook his head and said, "If you and I are really going to fight together, I'm afraid it won't benefit anyone." Although he is not afraid of this fallen primordial immortal venerable, and if he even makes a full effort, he may not be able to kill him here, but he does not dare to do so. In his current state, it is indeed not appropriate to do it. Once a little careless, I am afraid it will have a fatal impact on his resurrection plan. Immortal venerable Frozen Chen snorted coldly, "This deity never accepts any threats. Don't talk nonsense, let's fight." Chapter 2917. Since the war, immortal venerable Baiyu's face became angry, and the hunched body also stood upright. A terrifying aura that shakes the sky and the earth suddenly burst out from immortal venerable Bio, and there is no more old-fashioned attitude. He stared at immortal venerable Frozen Dust. "I'll give you one last chance. Let's retreat now, maybe it's too late." Although he did have the ability to kill the immortal primordial Hun who had fallen into the realm in front of him, and even left everyone present in the Bian Immortal Palace, if he really took action, he would never even think about resurrecting him, will be destroyed. If it was not a last resort, immortal venerable Bio really didn't want to take it lightly. Immortal venerable Frozen Dust did not retreat half a step, raised his sword and raised his eyebrows, his eyes were cold. "Fellow Taoist, let me help you." Immortal venerable Ziwan took a step forward and directly came to the side of immortal venerable Frozen Chen, obviously preparing to join forces with immortal venerable Bingchen to fight immortal venerable Bio. It is an ironclad fact that the primordial patriarch Bio immortal venerable of Bian Immortal Palace has not completely fallen. The matter has come to this point, and today they will do their best to fight to completely destroy the Bian Immortal Palace. Once Bian Immortal Palace is given a chance to breathe, and Bio Immortal Palace is truly resurrected, their Zixu Immortal Palace will probably suffer annihilation. Immortal venerable Frozen Chen didn't say anything, but directly glanced at Jiang Chen, and said, "Boy, although this old fellow in Bian Immortal Palace has not been fully resurrected, his state is not as good as that of immortal venerable Rising Sun. I'm not sure how to deal with it. Are you sure you want to destroy the Bian Immortal Palace? Want?" Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and then he said directly, "Senior, you just said that immortal venerable Bio is relying on external force, so there must be a weakness, right?" Destroying Bian Immortal Palace was an agreement with Ling Ziyao. He is not someone who does not believe what he says. Since he got the Tower of Time from Ling Ziyao, he will definitely help her destroy Bian Immortal Palace. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste too much time on this matter. If Bian Immortal Palace cannot be destroyed today, it will give Bian Immortal Palace a chance to breathe and successfully resurrect Immortal Bio, then Bian Immortal Palace will return to the ranks of Hunyuan forces. If he wants to destroy a Hunyuan force with Hunyuan Immortal Venerable, I am afraid it will become more difficult. You are smart. Immortal Venerable Bio can now carry the will of primordial in his flesh. It should be related to the resurrection technique that Bian Immortal Palace arranged for him. I am Ziwan Immortal Venerable, there shouldn't be a big problem holding him for a stick of incense for a while. If you can enter the Being Immortal Palace in the time of a stick of incense and destroy the layout of the Being Immortal Palace, this old guy will surely die. Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust sounded in Jiang Chen's mind again. Jiang Chen suddenly took a deep breath and said, I understand, seniors, don't worry, you just need to hold on to Immortal Venerable Bio, and leave the rest to me. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen and Immortal Venerable Ziwan joined forces to hold Immortal Venerable Bio. The biggest obstacle he faced was the three Immortal Venerable Da Luo headed by Immortal Venerable Bai Yao. And Zixu Immortal Hall also has two Da Luo Immortal Venerables here, plus his words are 3 to 3. As long as the two of the Zixu Immortal Hall hold a Da Luo Immortal Venerable, he will suppress a Da Luo Immortal Venerable in a short period of time and enter the Being Immortal Palace to destroy the source of power of the Bio Immortal Venerable. Not too difficult. Boy, this old guy is in a weird state. You'd better move as fast as possible, otherwise it will change. After Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen finished speaking, he stared straight at Immortal Venerable Bio with stern eyes, waved the cloud-swallowing Immortal Saber, and slashed towards Immortal Venerable Bio without saying a word. Immortal Venerable Ziwan didn't hesitate. Immortal Venerable Taiyi's power exploded in an instant, and he shot out brazenly. Immortal Venerable Bio laughed angrily. Since you all insist on finding your own way, then I will fulfill you. Although Immortal Venerable Bai Yu did not want to fight, but at this moment, in the face of Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust and Immortal Venerable Ziwan, he had to take action. He can only solve these two people as quickly as possible and minimize the impact of this shot. While Immortal Venerable Bingchen and Immortal Ziwan joined hands to kill Immortal Venerable Bio, Jiang Chen also glanced at Immortal Venerable Zixu, the two Dalton's Luo Immortal Venerables, and then killed Immortal Venerable Bai Yaoshan at the same time, passed. The two Da Luo Immortal Venerables of the Zixu Immortal Palace were facing the other two Da Luo Immortal Venerables from the Being Immortal Palace. Jiang Chen was facing the master of the Being Immortal Palace, the Immortal Venerable Bai Yao. Although Bai Yao Shanzun is extremely powerful, he is an existence whose cultivation base has reached the peak of Da Luo Shanzun, but when he just cast the Primordial Talisman, he has been hit hard by Frozen Dust Immortal Venerable's Primordial Wool, and his strength is inexhaustible. It is precisely because of this that Jiang Chen chooses to face the Bai Yao Shanzun directly. The cultivation base of the mere Da Luo Immortal Venerable in the early stage dares to come to the deity to act wildly and court death. Immortal Bai Yao Shanzun's bewitching eyes flashed with cold light, and immediately he raised his hand and an overwhelming palm came towards Jiang Chen Lingkong. Although he is seriously injured at the moment, he is also the master of the Being Immortal Palace, and his cultivation base has reached the peak of Da Luo, but he has not yet fallen to the point where a mere boy in the early days of Da Luo can bully him. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, and his figure did not evade. He directly summoned Qingdi's phantom, and his sword collided with a palm from Immortal Jade Monster Lingkong. A loud bang suddenly broke out in the sky, and I saw Immortal Venerable Jade Monster trembling all over, and the whole person flew upside down again and again on the void. When Jiang Chensheng was still in the 9th rank Jingxian, he was already able to easily kill the ordinary Da Luo early stage, and now he has broken through the Da Luo Immortal Venerable. Not at all inferior. Don't say that Bai Yao Shanzun is seriously injured at the moment. Even if he is at his peak at the moment, he will never get the slightest advantage in Jiang Chen's hands. Looking at the Jade Demon Immortal Venerable flying upside down, Jiang Chen's figure just paused for a moment in midair, and then burst out at the Jade Demon Immortal Venerable again. With a move of his palm, the immortal monument flew out of his palm and turned into a huge monument standing on top of the head of the Bai Yao Shanzun. Jiang Chen moved the immortal art with both hands, and the power of destroying immortals on the immortal monument quickly condensed, and then shrouded toward the immortal Jade Demon below. Immortal Venerable Bai Yao hasn't recovered from Jiang Chen's previous attack, but the power of destroying immortals on the immortal monument has already shrouded his body in the surrounding 100 Jiang space. Feeling the terror of the power of destroying the immortals, Immortal Venerable Bai Yao frantically attacked the power of destroying the immortals with a look of despair and panic. With his current state, how can he shake the power of the immortal monument to destroy the immortal? Under the power of destroying immortals, Bai Yao Shanzun has completely evaporated. Chapter 2918, Terrifying Bio Immortal Venerable. Immortal Venerable Jade Demon was killed in one strike. Before everyone could react, Jiang Chen turned into a stream of light and charged towards the depths of Jade Cloud Immortal Palace. Here. Let me stop him. Immortal Venerable Bio, who was fighting with Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust, also discovered this scene for the first time, and his expression instantly became furious. He obviously didn't expect that the dignified Bian Immortal Palace's master, the Jade Demon Immortal Venerable at the peak of Deluo's peak, could not even block a single move from the other party's hairy boy in the early days of Deluo. The opponent killed Immortal Venerable Jade Monster and headed straight for the depths of Jade Cloud Immortal Palace. The purpose was obviously to destroy his old nest. Once his old nest is destroyed by that kid, he will really fall into this world completely. Now that Immortal Venerable Bai Yao was killed by Jiang Chen by means of thunder, and the other two Immortal Venerable Da Luo of Bian Immortal Palace were also dragged by the people of Zixu Immortal Palace. Who else in Bian Immortal Palace could stop Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen was still in the realm of no one, and soon he broke a censored path and came to the depths of Bian Immortal Palace. His immortal consciousness spread out in the depths of the Bian Immortal Palace, and soon he locked one of the black halls, and in a flash, he rushed towards the black hall. Immortal Venerable Baiyu's complexion changed greatly, and they quickly abandoned Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen and they were about to head towards the depths of Bian Immortal Palace. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen and Immortal Venerable Ziwan also obviously found out that Jiang Chen had already killed Immortal Venerable Bai Yao and entered the depths of Bian Immortal Palace. How could they easily let Immortal Venerable Bio escape? The two of them were all exerting all kinds of immortal magic powers, which made the power of immortal energy in a radius of 10,000 miles turbulent, and they desperately killed Immortal Venerable Bio. You are courting death. Immortal Venerable Bio couldn't help but let out a roar. I saw that the light of the secluded forest in his body suddenly skyrocketed, and his figure was raised in vain, turning into a black giant that supported the sky and the ground. The black giant is as high as 10,000 feet, wearing black scale armor, shining with the metallic luster of Senin, like a demon from the ancient times. As soon as the black giant appeared, its mighty power like mountains and seas filled the entire world, and the void that was thousands of miles around seemed to be crushed. Be careful, fellow Taoist, this is the Tianyu battle body that shocked Lei Shanyu with the immortal name Bio. Immortal Venerable Zico's pupils shrank suddenly, and a dignified look appeared on his face. Tianyu battle body, Bio Immortal Venerable's famous stunt. It is rumored that Bio used this day's secluded battle body to traverse the Thunder Immortal Realm, and even among the Hunyuan Immortal Venerable, there were almost no opponents. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen did not speak, his eyes fixed on Immortal Venerable Bio, and he waved the cloud-swallowing Immortal Saber in his hand. With Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen's eyesight, even without Immortal Venerable Zico's reminder, he could see the horror of Immortal Venerable Baiyu's move. This day, the secluded battle body has vaguely surpassed the scope of the primordial immortal technique, and it is very likely that it is the peerless supernatural power of a certain immortal king realm. Since you have to force me, then die for me. Immortal Venerable Baiyu's icy voice was filled with killing intent, and then the huge palm that covered the sky and the sun slapped directly at Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust and the two. The terrifying black fluctuations, boiling like the ocean, swept the entire world, pouring down like the collapse of the Tianhe. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen roared angrily, blending into the world-shattering sword of primordial wool, and went straight up against the sky, slashing towards the black palm force that poured down. At the same time, Immortal Ziwan did not hold back at all. The Tai immortal power in his body burst out with all his strength, and his body was full of purple ons. The blow of the two of them with all their strength, under the blow of the black giant, could not be resisted at all, and they were instantly defeated by the palm of the black giant. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen stepped back several dozen steps in the void, and a pale expression appeared on his face. Immortal Venerable Ziwan was even more embarrassed and flew out thousands of feet, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. It is worthy of the name Tianyu battle body that shocked Lei Shanyu, and it is really extraordinary. Immortal Venerable Ziwan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, and his expression instantly became horrified. Even if he joins forces with Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust, it will be difficult for him to compete with Immortal Venerable Bio who is using Tianyu battle body. Immortal Venerable Bio defeated Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen and the duo with one palm, and was about to kill them, but when he suddenly sensed something, his expression suddenly changed. He didn't even care about the two Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen, and his huge body stepped out and appeared directly in the depths of the Bian Immortal Palace. At this moment, a loud bang suddenly came from the Bian Immortal Palace. I saw Jiang Chen standing proudly in a part of the Bian Immortal Palace, directly urging a mysterious giant monument with immortal power to the sky, and smashed it on a giant hall below, making the entire giant hall instantly turn into ruins. Ah! Boy, censored, you. Immortal Venerable Baiyu's opponent let out a sky-shattering roar, and the terrifying killing intent was also overwhelmingly shrouded in Jiang Chen. The destruction of the giant hall declared that Be an Immortal Palace's resurrection plan for him had failed completely. Immortal Venerable Bio looks crazy. Even if he dies, he must let this kid who ruined his resurrection plan be buried with him. Immortal Venerable Bio stepped on the heavens and the earth, raised a huge palm like a hill, shattered the sky, and grabbed it towards Jiang Chen. Immortal Venerable Bio, who has condensed the Tianyu battle body, can be described as extremely terrifying. At this moment, although he is not as good as the real Hunyuan Immortal Venerable, he is by no means able to compete with Tai Immortal Venerable. Even though Jiang Chen broke through Deluo Immortal Venerable, and his combat power was comparable to the peak of Deluo Immortal Venerable, he also instinctively felt the threat of death from the angry blow of Immortal Bio. Without any hesitation, he fully urged the Immortal Monument to condense the power of immortal destruction, and greeted the palm of Immortal Venerable Baiyu's suppression. The Tower of Time also floated out of his body, and Jiang Chen's thoughts moved, and he appeared directly on the second floor of the Tower of Time. At this moment, Immortal Venerable Baiyu's angry blow was instantly suppressed, and the space where Jiang Chen was located, together with the half of the Be an Immortal Palace below, was crushed into nothingness with one palm. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen and Immortal Venerable Ziwan came one after another, but they were too late to rescue them, so they could only watch Jiang Chen drown in the palm of Bio Immortal Palace. You also go to the funeral with me. Looking at the two Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen who came from the air, Immortal Venerable Baiyu's eyes were dazzling, and the 10,000 Jiang body was directly like an ancient demon mountain, ramming towards Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen and the duo. Above the entire wuxia Immortal Mountain, the heaven and the earth are constantly collapsing and shattering, as if the end is coming. Chapter 2919, The Destruction of the Be an Immortal Palace. In the face of Immortal Venerable Bio who came at all costs, Immortal Venerable Frozen Dustin. Immortal Venerable Ziwan changed greatly. The immortal power of the two of them exploded to the extreme in an instant, and while using various immortal magical powers to resist the colliding Immortal Venerable Bio, they burst back at full speed. Countless terrifying immortal arts bombarded Immortal Venerable Baiyu's body, causing the void to be chaotic, and the sound of shocking explosions kept resounding. I saw Immortal Venerable Bio, like an invincible devil, pushing all power horizontally. Under the collision of Bio Immortal Venerable Tianyu battle body, Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen and Immortal Ziwan Immortal Venerable Ziwan's various immortal skills were difficult to shake at all, and they could only retreat in embarrassment. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen, as a former Immortal Venerable Hunyuan, also holds Immortal Hunyuan treasure. Now the body he lives in is a puppet refined from the corpse of Immortal King, although it is extremely difficult under the death blow of Immortal Bio. Embarrassed, but not life-threatening. Immortal Venerable Ziwan on the other side was not so lucky. Under the collision of Immortal Venerable Bio, he only supported for a moment, and the whole person flew out like a kite with a broken string. At the moment when Immortal Venerable Ziwan flew out, Immortal Venerable Baiyu's power had obviously reached its limit, and the Heavenly Serenity battle body, like an ancient demon god, finally collapsed. I saw Immortal Venerable Baiyu's body also fell from the void, smashing heavily into the Be an Immortal Palace, which had been reduced to ruins. Everything in the Be an Immortal Palace was destroyed by Jiang Chen, and the primordial will of the Be an Immortal Palace carried by the flesh was not able to support it for too long, and it just completely dissipated between heaven and earth. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen stabilized his body, and his eyes couldn't help but look at the place where Jiang Chen was before, and said lightly, "Boy, don't hide, it's over, you can come out." The body he is currently living in is a puppet controlled by Jiang Chen, and has a close connection with Jiang Chen. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen could feel that Jiang Chen did not fall under the blow of Immortal Venerable Bio. Just as Jiang Chen's voice fell, a small tower emitting a mysterious light suddenly shot out from the ruins below, and a figure emerged from it. It was Jiang Chen who disappeared under the palm of Immortal Venerable Bio. In the face of Immortal Venerable Baiyu's devastating blow before his death, Jiang Chen knew that it would be difficult to resist. He first used the Immortal Monument to resist some of the power, and then directly escaped into the Tower of Time. With these two peerless immortal treasures, Immortal Venerable Bio couldn't hurt Jiang Chen in the slightest. Looking at Jiang Chen who came out of the mysterious little tower, Immortal Venerable Bingchen couldn't help but have a surprised look in his eyes. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen knew very well that the immortal tablet in Jiang Chen's hand was a peerless immortal treasure inherited from the immortal king realm. Back then in the Ziri mountain range, Jiang Chen relied on the immortal tablet to suppress the Ziri immortal venerable. Without facing the blow of immortal venerable Bio that destroyed the sky and the earth, Jiang Chen actually escaped a peerless immortal treasure again. With the eyesight of immortal venerable frozen dust, it is naturally not difficult to see that this mysterious little tower will not look much compared to the immortal monument. The treasure in this guy's hands is really unusual. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen shook his head, and he couldn't help but be speechless for a while. The magic weapon of the immortal king, even for the immortal king realm great expert, is a very rare existence. Many immortal kings are capable of refining one or two immortal king magical treasures at most. A hairy boy who has just broken through the Deluo Immortal Venerable has two magic weapons of the Immortal King. Even if this kid really comes from a certain Immortal King power, it is too outrageous, right? Is it finally destroyed? On the other side, Immortal Venerable Ziwan's embarrassed figure finally slowly emerged from the broken space. Feeling the completely dissipated aura of Immortal Venerable Bio, Immortal Venerable Ziwan's pale face did not show any decadence, instead he looked extremely excited. Although in order to resist the attack of Immortal Venerable Bio, he almost used all his cards and even paid a small price for it, but he finally broke through the Bian Immortal Palace and got rid of the serious trouble for Zixu Immortal Palace. Zixu Immortal Palace and Bian Immortal Palace have long been the eternal enemies of life and death. If Immortal Venerable Bio cannot be dealt with today and completely destroy Bian Immortal Palace, once Immortal Venerable Bio is resurrected, it will be their Zixu Immortal Palace that will be destroyed by then. As Immortal Venerable Bio completely dissipated, in the entire Bian Immortal Palace, there were only the two Immortal Venerable Da Luo who were restrained by Immortal Zixu Immortal Hall. After they felt that the breath of the old man Bio Immortal Venerable completely dissipated, they instantly became furious. Now that the master of the Bian Immortal Palace, the Immortal Venerable Bai Yao, and the ancestor Immortal Venerable Bio have all fallen, the entire Bian Immortal Palace is left with only the two Immortal Venerable Da Luo, which can be said to be over. How dare they have the slightest hesitation? The Deluo Immortal Power burst out with all their strength, got rid of the two Deluo Immortal Venerables in the Zixu Immortal Hall, and then fled into the distance like a frightened bird. When Immortal Venerable Ziwan saw this, his eyes suddenly turned cold. Cut grass without eradicating its roots, the spring wind blows and grows again. Since he took action to destroy the Bian Immortal Palace today, he can no longer have any chance to turn over the Bian Immortal Palace. How can he let the two great Luo Immortal Venerables of Bian Immortal Palace escape easily? Immortal Venerable Ziwan moved directly like a teleportation, appearing above the heads of the two of them. The thousands of feet of space around the two Jade Cloud Immortal Deluo Immortal Venerables instantly solidified. As a veteran Tai Immortal Venerable, even if Ziwan Immortal Venerable was not lightly injured in the battle just now, it was not something that the two great Luo Immortal Venerables of Bian Palace could contend against. Immortal Venerable Ziwan raised his hand and shot out two purple lightning bolts. Under the desperate and frightened gazes of the two great Luo Immortal Venerables of Bian Immortal Palace, they directly penetrated their bodies, sending the immortal crystals in their bodies together with their immortal souls. Completely shattered, I saw these two Immortal Deluo from the Jade Cloud Immortal Palace, turned into two icy corpses, and quickly fell from the air. As these two Jade Cloud Immortal Venerable Deluos were killed by Immortal Venerable Ziwan, it was also announced that all Deluo Immortal Venerables of Bian Immortal Palace had completely fallen. The interior of the Bian Immortal Palace was also more than half destroyed by Immortal Venerable Baiyu's last angry blow, and many of the disciples of the Bian Immortal Palace were affected and annihilated directly. By that blow, the rest of the disciples of the Bian Immortal Palace were also mourning, hurting and fleeing. Yi Qingming and other forces that were poisoned by the Bian Immortal Palace naturally would not miss this opportunity to beat the underdogs, and they all killed those disciples of the Bian Immortal Palace. In the huge Bian Immortal Palace, there is no longer any disciple of Bian Immortal Palace. The Bian Immortal Palace, a mighty force that once shocked the Thunder Immortal territory and had the background of Primordial, finally declared its demise, and it has completely become history in the Thunder Immortal territory. Chapter 2920, Julie Battle Body. After the destruction of the Bian Immortal Palace, Immortal Venerable Ziwan did not stay in Bian Immortal Palace for a long time. He bid farewell to Jiang Chen directly, and left quickly with the people from Zixu Immortal Palace. Although Bian Immortal Palace has the power of Hunyuan, and now it is destroyed, it must have rich resources, but immortal Venerable Ziwan has no intention of competing with Jiang Chen at all. Jiang Chen has a mysterious origin and unparalleled talent, and there is a powerful existence like immortal Frozen Chen beside him. Not to mention that he was seriously injured in the battle just now. Even if he is in his peak state, he is not qualified to compete with immortal Venerable Frozen Dust at all. If he fights for the spoils of Bian Immortal Palace, not only will he not get any benefit, but he will make Zixu Immortal Palace offend an extraordinary existence and bring disaster to Zixu Immortal Palace. That being the case, it would be better to be a good friend and give Jiang Chen all the battle power items of Bian Immortal Palace. Today's destruction of the Bian Immortal Palace has not only solved a serious problem for the confidant, but their Zixu Immortal Palace can also expand outwards, eroding some of the territory of the Bian Immortal Palace, and can also benefit the Zixu Immortal Palace. After Immortal Venerable Ziwan and others left, Yi Qingming and others naturally also said goodbye and left. Even the Zixu Immortal Palace did not dare to think of these standing objects in the Bian Immortal Palace, and they naturally did not dare to be delusional. In the sky above Bian Immortal Palace, only Jiang Chen, Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen, and Ling Ziyao were left. Jiang Chen looked at Ling Ziyao in front of him, and couldn't help but smile and said, "Miss Ling, Bian Immortal Palace has been destroyed, and the agreement between you and me has been completed." Ling Ziyao came back to her senses, and there was an extremely excited look in her beautiful eyes. Until now, Ling Ziyao still feels like she is in a dream. She still couldn't believe it. The dignified Bian Immortal Palace was so easily destroyed by Jiang Chen. At this moment, Ling Ziyao just felt that it was a correct decision to hand over the Tower of Time to Jiang Chen. If she had brought the Tower of Time back to the Bian Immortal Palace, it would have been difficult for her to keep the Tower of Time, and in all likelihood it would fall into the hands of the Bian Immortal Palace. Even if she can hide the sky and cross the sea and prevent Bian Immortal Palace from discovering the existence of the Tower of Time, it is by no means an easy task to rely on the Tower of Time to compete with Bian Immortal Palace. After Jiang Chen got the Tower of Time, it took only a few decades to come to the Immortal Realm from the Nether Universe, and he possessed the terrifying power to suppress the Deluo Immortal Venerable. Today, he even led the team to destroy the Bian Immortal Palace in one fell swoop. Bian Immortal Palace is a Deluo force with a profound background. Even the Tai forces like Zixu Immortal Palace, it is difficult to define how to shake Bian Immortal Palace. Even Bian Immortal Palace himself probably did not expect that they would be destroyed in the hands of Jiang Chen, a guy from the lower universe. After your heaven-shattering immortal sect was destroyed by the Bian Immortal Palace, there was a force that fled to the chaotic area and established a heaven-shattering immortal sect. You can send someone to usher them back, combine the power of the heaven-shattering immortal sect in the dark, and rebuild it here. Breaking Heaven Immortal Sect. Rebuilding the heaven-shattering immortal sect in this wuxia Immortal Mountain. Ling Ziyao was stunned for a moment, then said with a wry smile, "Wuxia Immortal Mountain is a treasure in the entire Thunder Immortal domain, and the heaven-shattering immortal sect is probably not qualified to rebuild here." Back then, at the peak of the heaven-shattering immortal sect, he only had a half-step Deluo in charge. In today's heaven-shattering immortal sect, there is not much remaining power, not even Jinxian. With the strength of their heaven-shattering immortal sect, if they occupy wuxia Immortal Mountain, it would be no different from courting death. Jiang Chen said with a faint smile, "Don't worry, you just need to rebuild the heaven-shattering immortal sect here, even if the Zixu Immortal Hall doesn't dare to touch you." The Tower of Time that Ling Ziyao handed over to him at the beginning was a rare and peerless fairy treasure in the fairy world. Over the past few decades, the Tower of Time has indeed brought him a lot of help, and it can even play a vital role in his future cultivation path. Helping Ling Ziyao to rebuild the heaven-shattering immortal sect was just a matter of a small effort. The destruction of the Bian Immortal Palace in a battle today will surely shake the entire Thunder Immortal domain. As long as he supports the heaven-shattering immortal sect behind his back, not to mention that the Zixu Immortal Hall does not dare to move lightly, even if the primordial forces of Thunder Immortal domain want to make a move, I am afraid they will have to weigh them. When Ling Ziyao heard the words, a look of joy appeared in her beautiful eyes. She was originally worried that Jiang Chen had already destroyed the Bian Immortal Palace, and it was considered that he had completed the agreement with him, and he would no longer care about the affairs of the heaven-shattering immortal sect. But he didn't expect that Jiang Chen was still willing to support the reconstruction of the heaven-shattering immortal sect. With Jiang Chen's support behind them, they will have the confidence to rebuild the heaven-shattering immortal sect in wuxia Shanshan. Relying on the heritage of the Being Immortal Palace, their heaven-shattering immortal sect will inevitably usher in rapid development, and even surpass the peak period and become a real Deluo force. It is not impossible. The next thing, you can handle it yourself. I'll go to Being Immortal Palace to see. If you encounter trouble that can't be solved, you can come to me. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he took Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust and swept away towards the Being Immortal Palace below. As the former primordial force of Thunder Immortal Domain, Being Immortal Palace is naturally far superior to the general Deluo forces. When Jiang Chen broke through Deluo Immortal Venerable, he had already used up all the resources on his body. He also wanted to see if there could be some resources that would satisfy him in this Jade Cloud Immortal Palace. Jiang Chen wandered for a while in the messy Being Immortal Palace, and soon came to a well-preserved hall. The defense of this hall is extremely strong. Even in the last blow of Immortal Venerable Bio, it did not suffer too much damage. It is obviously a very important place in the Immortal Palace of Being. After entering the hall, Jiang Chen discovered that this hall seemed to be the place where the Being Immortal Palace stored all kinds of immortal arts and magical powers, which were stored in the Being Immortal Palace. On the first floor of the hall, almost all were low-level immortal arts. Jiang Chen didn't even look at it, and went directly to the second floor. The second immortal art, although passing through the grade of the first floor, is at most the golden immortal level, and Jiang Chen went directly to the third floor. In this layer, compared with the first two layers of immortals, the number of immortal techniques and immortal techniques has been significantly reduced. But every kind of immortal magic power, at least the existence of Da Luo immortal art, and even the existence of Tai immortal art and Hunyuan immortal art. These immortal arts, in the eyes of ordinary people, may already be regarded as extraordinary magical powers, but Jiang Chen's swordsmanship of killing immortals, the Qingdi swordsmanship, and the seal of the emperor, each of which is beyond the existence of the primordial immortal art. Why would you put these immortal arts in the Being Immortal Palace in your eyes? After looking through it, Jiang Chen couldn't help shaking his head. Just as he was about to leave, his eyes fell on a quaint black book. I saw that on the black book, there were 4 vigorous and powerful ancient characters. Julie Battle Body. Chapter 2921, Not an Ordinary Monster, Julie Battle Body. Jiang Chen looked at this black ancient book, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. He instantly thought of the Tianyu Battle Body that Immortal Bio had previously displayed. Could it be that this so-called Julie Battle Body has some relationship with Immortal Bio's Tianyu Battle Body? Immortal Bio Immortal Venerable's Tianyu Battle Body is undoubtedly very domineering, and it is very likely that it has surpassed the existence of primordial immortal technique. Jiang Chen naturally became interested in this kind of magic. Julie Battle Body. I didn't expect that the legendary peerless immortal Julie Battle Body would be in the Being Immortal Palace. Just when Jiang Chen was about to go forward to check this Julie Battle Body, Immortal Frozen Chen's somewhat inconceivable exclamation sounded in Jiang Chen's ears instantly. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, and he couldn't help but look up at Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen. Senior knows about this Julie Battle Body. Julie's Battle Body is the famous immortal technique of the Immortal King Julie of the first generation of Immortal King realm in Xiantianyu. In the entire Xiantianyu, as long as there is a little bit of status, no one knows it. I really didn't expect that this immortal art that shook the Xian heavenly domain would be obtained by the Being Immortal Palace. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen looked at the black ancient book, then shook his head and said, "It's just a pity, this Julie Battle Body is probably already incomplete." Immortal Venerable Bio also has some skills, and he was able to rely on this incomplete Julie Battle Body. Comprehend a heavenly secluded battle body. Is the Immortal King divine ability Julie Battle Body? Jiang Chen stared at the black ancient book in front of him, and a look of interest appeared in his eyes. Immortal Bio Immortal Venerable's heavenly serenity battle physique was only an immortal technique that was learned through the incomplete Julie battle physique. Doesn't that mean the real Julie Battle Body is even more powerful than the Tianyu Battle Body of Immortal Bio? If he can successfully cultivate this Julie combat body, he will definitely be able to take his combat power to a higher level. As for the incompleteness of the Julie Battle Body in front of him, Jiang Chen didn't care at all. As long as he was given enough time, he could use the system to complete it, thus obtaining a complete Julie Battle Body. Senior Bingchen, I plan to practice here for a while, you can do it yourself. Jiang Chen said, and walked straight towards the place where Julie's battle body was stored. Seeing that Jiang Chen was interested in this Julie Battle Body, immortal venerable frozen Chen couldn't help shaking his head secretly. The Julie battle body is the supreme immortal technique created by the Julie immortal king. Although it is extremely domineering and powerful, it is also extremely difficult to cultivate. It is rumored that immortal King Julie once had many talented disciples, but no one could inherit the mantle of immortal King Julie and successfully cultivate the Julie battle body. Even if Julie immortal king personally taught it, it is difficult for anyone to successfully practice this supreme immortal art. Don't say that what Jiang Chen got at the moment was just a broken Julie battle body. Even if it was a complete Julie battle body, Jiang Chen would probably have a hard time cultivating successfully. Anyone who sees this kind of supreme immortal art may not give up easily. If Jiang Chen wants to comprehend Julie's battle body, let him comprehend it. Immortal venerable frozen dust didn't say much, just turned around and walked out of the hall. Being Immortal Palace is a former Hunyuan power, and it must have a lot of treasures. Immortal venerable frozen Chen wants to go to the treasure house of Being Immortal Palace to see if there are any treasures that can restore immortal souls. After immortal venerable frozen dust left, Jiang Chen didn't waste any time. After he simply placed a defensive restriction around him, he directly summoned the Tower of Time, entered the second floor of the Tower of Time, and fully comprehended the Julie battle body. Julie's battle body is indeed extremely difficult to comprehend, and it is even slower than Jiang Chen's comprehension of the Heavenly Emperor seal. Even Jiang Chen's comprehension triggered by the system was still on the second floor of the Tower of Time, and it took a whole year for him to comprehend it. A year on the second floor of the Tower of Time, the outside world is only a few days. After comprehending the Julie battle body, Jiang Chen did not rush out of the customs, but continued to practice the Julie battle body in the Tower of Time. At the same time that Jiang Chen retreated and practiced Julie's battle body, Ling Ziyao also directly summoned the remnants of the heaven-breaking immortal sect hidden in the dark to come to Wuxia Immortal Mountain. A few days later, hundreds of people from the heaven-shattering immortal sect came to Wuxia Immortal Mountain. Under the leadership of Ling Ziyao, they cleaned up the messy Wuxia Immortal Mountain and prepared to rebuild the heaven-shattering immortal sect here. On Wuxia Immortal Mountain, several disciples of the heaven-shattering immortal sect were cleaning up the ruins on the Wuxia Immortal Mountain, and they were also full of emotion. I really didn't expect that our heaven-shattering immortal sect was still hiding in Tibet a few days ago, and today we can appear on this Wuxia Immortal Mountain in an open and fair manner. Yeah, I didn't expect the heaven-shattering immortal sect to be destroyed like this. Listening to Senior Sister Ling, we have to rebuild the heaven-shattering immortal sect in this Wuxia Immortal Mountain, which is really incredible. They are very clear about how powerful the Being Immortal Palace is. Back then, when the heaven-shattering immortal sect was at its peak, it was still wiped out by the Being Immortal Palace. They thought it was almost impossible for the heaven-shattering immortal sect to seek revenge against the Being Immortal Palace and rebuild the heaven-shattering immortal sect, but they did not expect that Ling Ziyao would do it now. Many disciples of the heaven-shattering immortal sect are still a little unbelievable at this moment, as if they are in a dream. Just when the disciples of the heaven-shattering immortal sect were talking about each other, a loud noise suddenly resounded in the sky above Wuxia Immortal Mountain. Everyone was shocked, and couldn't help but quickly looked in the direction of the voice. I saw a dark golden pillar of light in a giant hall of Being Immortal Palace, like a pillar of optimism that supports the sky and the earth, straight into the sky. I saw a dark golden giant with a height of 1,000 meters in the golden beam of light that supported the sky and the earth. The giant stepped on the sky and the earth, raised his head to the sky and screamed, and the terrifying sound wave suddenly turned into a destructive storm and swept away. The terrifying sonic shock spread directly across the void, causing all living beings in a radius of 10,000 miles to feel terrified. What is this? Feeling the terrifying power of the dark gold giant, countless disciples of the heaven-shattering immortal sect turned pale in an instant. Just when he was terrified, a figure suddenly rose into the sky from the depths of Jade Cloud Immortal Palace. It was Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust. He looked at the dark gold giant whose might was overwhelming the sky and the earth in front of him, and there was an incredible shock in his indifferent eyes. Boy, have you cultivated the Julie battle body? He never imagined that this kid had successfully cultivated the Julie battle body in less than half a month with a crippled Julie battle body. This censored is so evil that it cannot be described in words. Chapter 2922, Leave. When Jiang Chen became interested in this incomplete Julie battle body, Immortal Frozen Chen felt that the possibility of Jiang Chen comprehending the Julie battle body was extremely small, and it was even more difficult to succeed in cultivation. Immortal Venerable Primordial like Bio Immortal Venerable can only use Julie Battle Body to comprehend a weakened version of Tianyu Battle Body. But he didn't expect Jiang Chen to cultivate Julie's battle body in less than half a month. Although he had already seen Jiang Chen's terrifying talent, he never thought that Jiang Chen could be so terrifying. Haha, it's just a small achievement. In the eyes of everyone's astonishment, the dark gold giant also burst into a majestic laugh. Immediately, his whole body flashed with brilliance, and his huge body shrank rapidly. In less than 3 breaths, the 1000 Jiang dark gold giant directly transformed into Jiang Chen's appearance. The Julie battle body has 3 realms: small success, great success, and perfection. The small success realm can only condense the 1000 Jiang battle body, the Dacheng realm is as high as 10,000 feet, and the perfect realm of the Julie battle body can be as high as 100,000 meters. Jiang Chen has been cultivating in the Tower of Time for several years during this period, and he has only cultivated to a small degree. Immortal Frozen Chen couldn't help twitching at the corner of his mouth. After staying with this kind of monster for a long time, it's really not a common feeling. Julie's battle body, this is the top immortal art that is famous in the Xian Tianyu, and it is also a famous practice in the Xian Tianyu. Immortal King Julie used to have no less than 10 direct disciples, and everyone who could be admired by him was almost a rare genius in the fairy world. But even so, no one can cultivate the Julie battle body. This guy, relying on an incomplete Julie battle body, cultivated the Julie battle body to the realm of small achievement in half a month, and he is still not satisfied. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen was too lazy to pay attention to Jiang Chen, and was going to continue to retreat in practice. Senior Bingchen, wait a minute. At this moment, Jiang Chen called out to him. Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression. What's the matter? Jiang Chen pondered slightly. Senior is well informed, have you ever heard of the immortal realm of longevity? Now that the matter in Bian Immortal Palace has been resolved, and his cultivation has reached Immortal Venerable Deluo, even in this immortal world, he is no longer weak. As long as he does not encounter the existence above Immortal Venerable Tai, few people can threaten him. Next, it was time for him to consider going to the immortal realm of longevity. Although Frozen Dust Immortal Venerable came from a chaotic region, he was a primordial immortal who had lived in the Purple Flame Heaven territory for a very long time. Longevity Immortal Realm, this was one of the top immortal realms in the Xian Heavenly Realm, but it changed dramatically. Even the Immortal King of Longevity, who was a giant in the Immortal Realm, completely disappeared from the Immortal Realm. Today's Immortal Realm of Longevity has disappeared. It's already a mess, why are you asking this? Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust was slightly taken aback, but he still talked about the situation of the immortal realm of longevity. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. It's nothing, just some things, I need to go to the immortal realm of longevity. Longevity Immortal Territory has been in chaos since the Immortal King of Immortality disappeared. However, my understanding of Immortal Territory of Immortality only stayed at the time of the game Xian Heaven. I don't know what's going on in Immortal Territory now. Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust said solemnly, but that place is already one of the most prosperous places in the Xian Heavenly Domain. Even Immortal Venerable Primordial Realm is not rare. If you really want to go there, you must be careful. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Senior, don't you plan to go with me? Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen shook his head and said, I won't go with you this time. There are many treasures passed down from the Bian Immortal Palace, and there are things that can quickly restore my fairy soul. I plan to retreat here, practice. Although this body is extremely powerful, it is after all a puppet refined for Jiang Chen by the Peerless Almighty, and he cannot completely integrate with this body. Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust intends to retreat and practice here, fully recover the immortal soul, and then reshape the immortal body and return to the peak. Since Immortal Frozen Chen didn't plan to go to the immortal realm of longevity with him, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't force it. Although the battle half a month ago was enough to deter the vast majority of the strength of the Thunder Immortal Domain, the strength of the Heaven-Shattering Immortal Sect is too weak, and now occupying this wuxia Immortal Mountain, if there is no strong man in charge, I am afraid it will be a little careless. Suffered disaster. If Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust is in charge, the Heaven-Shattering Immortal Sect will undoubtedly be much safer. Boy, This body deity Immortal Venerable is now returned to the original owner, we will have a future. After Immortal Venerable Frozen Chen finished speaking, a phantom flashed out from the corpse of the Immortal King, and then sank directly into a hall below. Jiang Chen, are you leaving? At this moment, Ling Ziyao's figure also flashed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded and said, I still have things to do, so I can't stay here for a long time. Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust will retreat and practice in your heaven-shattering immortal sect, and he will sit in charge of your heaven-shattering immortal sect to keep you safe. Where are you going next? Ling Ziyao also knew that Jiang Chen was a real dragon in the sky, not something that xianxia sect could accommodate, so she didn't say much. Jiang Chen didn't hide it, and said directly, there are some things that need to go to the immortal realm of longevity. Longevity Immortal Domain. Ling Ziyao pondered slightly, and immediately moved her palm, and a token exuding a mysterious atmosphere appeared out of thin air in her palm. Jiang Chen, this token was given to him by a wandering powerhouse when my ancestor of the heaven-shattering immortal sect just entered the immortal world. With this token, you can get the qualification to enter the Yunxiao sect. The ancestor was planning to go to the Yunxiao sect in the immortal realm of longevity. Later, he accidentally discovered a secret realm, got the Tower of Time, and his strength increased rapidly, so he gave up the Yunxiao sect ahead and established the heaven-shattering immortal sect. Now I will give you this token, I hope it can help you. Ling Ziyao handed the token to Jiang Chen and said slowly, this token is the most precious item in the heaven-shattering immortal sect except for the Tower of Time. In Ling Ziyao's original plan, if she could never find a chance to take revenge against the Being Immortal Palace, she planned to go to the Yunxiao sect in the immortal realm of longevity after cultivating to the golden immortal realm. Now that the Being Immortal Palace has been destroyed and the heaven-shattering immortal sect has been rebuilt, there is no need for her to go to the immortal realm of longevity anymore. Jiang Chen was not polite, and took the token directly. He doesn't know anything about the immortal realm of longevity now. Now that he has this token, he can just have a place to stay, and then use the Yunxiao sect to inquire about the situation of the immortal realm of longevity. Next, Jiang Chen didn't waste any time, he said goodbye to Ling Ziyao, and quickly disappeared into the sky as a streamer. Chapter 2923, Emperor-Level Immortality, One Sword, Immortal Realm. One of the most famous top immortal domains in Xianxia, its founder is the peerless immortal King Chengsheng Immortal King of Megatron Immortal Realm. The Immortal King of Longevity, even in the entire immortal realm, is a powerhouse standing at the top of the pyramid. The Immortal Palace of Immortal Longevity established by the Immortal King of Immortality was definitely one of the best in the Xianxia during its peak period. The Immortal Realm of Longevity is located in the central area of Xianxia. Although it is only separated from the Immortal Realm of Thunder, the distance is still very far away. I am afraid it will take at least several months. Jiang Chen still hired a carriage to travel on the road, and then ordered the corpse of the Immortal King to drive the carriage, while he entered the Tower of Time in the carriage, preparing to practice in the Tower of Time. Now that he has broken through Deluo Immortal Venerable, Jiang Chen has long been different from what he used to be. Even if you are in the Tower of Time, you can sense the situation in the outside world, and you are not worried about any trouble on the way. Today's Immortal King corpse almost has the power to shake Tai Immortal Venerable. With the corpse of the Immortal King in charge, even if Immortal Venerable Tai came in person, I am afraid that he would never be able to get the slightest bit of him. The second floor of the Tower of Time. When Jiang Chen was about to practice, he found that the seal leading to the third floor of the Tower of Time seemed to have loosened a lot. But I forgot about this. Now that I have broken through Deluo Immortal Venerable, I should have been able to open the third floor of the Tower of Time. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help talking to himself. Without the slightest hesitation, he walked directly towards the entrance of the third floor of the Tower of Time, and there was a look of anticipation in his eyes. The hundredfold time flow rate on the second floor of the Tower of Time is already very terrifying. If there is no 100 times the passage of time on the second floor of the Tower of Time, even if Jiang Chen himself opens up, it is impossible to achieve Deluo Immortal Venerable in such a short time. Now that the third floor of the Tower of Time is open, if he can give him 1,000 times the speed of time, it will be a bit against the sky. With excitement, Jiang Chen stepped directly into the population on the third floor. Jiang Chen seemed to have crossed a world and came directly to the third floor of the Tower of Time. The space on the third floor of the Tower of Time is not much different from the second floor of the Tower of Time. To Jiang Chen's disappointment, the third floor of the Tower of Time was not as he expected. It was also a space that accelerated the passage of time. This also seems reasonable. The Tower of Time has a total of 7 floors, and the flow rate of 100 times the time on the second floor of the Tower of Time is already very against the sky. If the time flow rate of each layer will increase, what kind of horror will the 7th layer reach? The third floor of the Tower of Time is obviously not a space for accelerating the passage of time. The passage of time here is almost indistinguishable from the outside world. The only difference is that on the wall directly in front of the third floor of the Tower of Time, there is a crystal mural that looks very mysterious. When Jiang Chen's eyes came into contact with the crystal mural, he only felt that the originally static mural moved instantly. Jiang Chen seemed to have come to a battlefield in the depths of Qingming, and saw a ruthless and peerless man in black standing proudly. On the opposite side of the man in black, there is a fierce beast with a monstrous aura and a body as high as 10,000 feet, as if it is enough to smash everything in the world. Even as a bystander, Jiang Chen felt a terrifying aura from the body of the peerless beast. Facing the terrifying peerless beast, the man in black stood with his hands behind his back, but his indifferent eyes seemed extremely calm. The swallowing beast, in front of this emperor, is still not obedient and captures it. If that is the case, then let this emperor die. The indifferent voice of the black-clothed man fell, and the power of heaven and earth in the void of thousands of miles gathered in his palm in an instant, turning into a 3-foot-long sword with a pitch-black body. Long sword in hand, the man in black raised his hand and swung his sword lightly, and the icy voice instantly resounded through the world. One sword separates the world. At that moment, an invisible sword light instantly cut through the void of thousands of miles and engulfed the body of the peerless beast. Okay. What a terrifying sword. It took Jiang Chen a while to recover from the world-shattering sword of the man in black, and there was a hint of horror that could not be concealed in his eyes. The sword of the man in black was really terrifying. Even that tyrannical and peerless beast was banished by the sword of the man in black. It seems that the treasure on the third floor of the Tower of Time should be this thing. Jiang Chen looked at the crystal mural in front of him, and couldn't help but let out a low whisper. The sword previously displayed by the man in black was definitely a godless fairy technique, and it contained some kind of space-time law. The power of the Qingdi sword, which was stronger than the Qingdi swordsmanship, was probably better than anything else, and Jiang Chen was engrossed, sinking his mind, and began to comprehend the swordsmanship displayed by the man in black in the crystal mural. After about an hour, Jiang Chen's mind finally sounded the sound of the system. Ding! You comprehend the Emperor-level immortal art with a single sword, triggering 100 times of comprehension, and your understanding of the Emperor-level immortal art with a single sword is increased by 1/10,000th. In an hour, only 1/10,000th of a million can be realized. That is to say, it would take at least 2 years for Jiang Chen to fully comprehend a sword from a lifetime. Unfortunately, the third floor of the Tower of Time has not passed 100 times, and I can't go back to the second floor of the Tower of Time for enlightenment. If he can go back to the second floor of the Tower of Time, with the help of 100 times the passage of time on the second floor, he can fully comprehend this sword in just a few days. Although he couldn't use the time tassel of the second floor to quickly comprehend the Emperor-level immortal art, Jiang Chen did not give up. The Emperor-level immortal art is a sword in the world, and it is definitely not inferior to the top immortal art of Tiandian and Qingdi swordsmanship. In some respects, it is even more terrifying than Tiandian and Qingdi swordsmanship. If he can control this sword, he will definitely be able to become an ace in his hand. Jiang Chen stood motionless on the third floor of the Tower of Time. As he continued to comprehend, his comprehension of Emperor-level immortal art was also growing. Chapter 2924. Jiang Chen shot. Jiang Chen was on his way in this way, while comprehending the Emperor-level immortal art on the third floor of the Tower of Time. Before I knew it, 3 months passed in a flash. In the past 3 months, Jiang Chen has been very smooth along the way, and he has hardly encountered any obstacles. With the improvement of Jiang Chen's strength, the corpse puppet of the immortal king has also undergone some significant changes. He just sat there motionless, and the powerful strength exuded from his body would make the ordinary Deluo immortal venerable have a great sense of oppression. A carriage driven by immortal venerable Deluo is enough to prove that the people in the carriage have extremely extraordinary origins, and who would dare to easily attack Jiang Chen's idea. It is precisely because no one bothered him that Jiang Chen had hardly left the Tower of Time in the past 3 months, and had been comprehending the Emperor-level immortal technique on the third floor of the Tower of Time. Because the third floor of the Tower of Time did not have time to speed up, for 3 months, Jiang Chen's comprehension of the Emperor-level immortal art was only 1/10 of the world. Without the passage of 100 times the time on the second floor, I'm really not used to it. Feeling the progress of his understanding of the Emperor-level immortal art, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Not long ago, he comprehended the Julie battle body, and took advantage of the passage of time 100 times on the second floor of the Tower of Time. In just a few days, he successfully cultivated the Julie battle body. It has been 3 months now, and his comprehension of the Emperor-level immortal sword and sword has only reached 1/10. If you want to fully comprehend the Emperor-level immortal art, I am afraid it will take at least 2 years. According to the map I got in the Bian Immortal Palace, the immortal realm of longevity is located south of the Cyan Bird Mountain Range. The mountain range I passed just now should be the Cyan Bird Mountain Range. It seems that I have entered the territory of the immortal realm of longevity. Although Jiang Chen has been comprehending Emperor-level immortal techniques on the third floor of the Tower of Time, he still pays attention to the outside world from time to time. In 3 months, Jiang Chen also successfully crossed the area of hundreds of millions of miles and arrived in the immortal realm of immortality. It looks like it's time to go out. Let's find someone to inquire about the situation in the immortal realm of longevity. Jiang Chen pondered slightly in his heart, and immediately flashed out from the Tower of Time, then took the carriage and the corpse of the immortal king, and walked alone in the air. Jiang Chen suddenly felt that somewhere thousands of miles away, there was a faint wave of distance, and he couldn't help but quickly swept away in the direction of the wave. Jiang Chen appeared in the void where the energy fluctuations were less than 1,000 meters away. I saw a place below. The two sides were engaged in a tragic battle. One of them was a group of men in black who were filled with ferocity. Not only were they numerous, but they were also not weak. They were the first burly man in black, and their cultivation had already reached the half-step Deluo realm. On the other side, is a young man in commoner clothes who has reached the 4th grade Golden Fairyland. At this moment, the youth in commoner clothes had been surrounded by the group of men in black. The young man's face is simple and honest, but his talent is extremely extraordinary. Although he is only a 4th rank Golden Immortal, he can resist the offensive of the half-step Da Luoxing black-clothed man on the opposite side with a powerful Deluo immortal treasure in his hand. It's just that it can be resisted in front of it. I saw that the simple and honest young man was already full of color at this moment. His face was pale, and it was obvious that he had reached the point where the mountains and rivers were exhausted, and he was about to be unable to support it. Shang Fan, don't make useless struggles, just be obedient and capture. Looking at the simple and honest young man who was almost unable to hold on, the half-step big Luoxing black-clothed man couldn't help but let out a sneer. Bah, if you want me to be captured, just dream. Shang Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at the half-step Luoxing black-clothed man. Wu Ding, your Wu family conspiracy against my Shang family. When my eldest brother returns from the Yunxiao sect, he will definitely not let it go, past your Wu family. Yunxiao sect. Jiang Chen was still considering whether to meddle in his own business, but when he suddenly heard the simple and honest young man's words, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. If he remembered correctly, the token that Ling Ziyao gave him seemed to be related to a force in the immortal realm called Yunxiao sect. He originally wanted to find a place to inquire about the situation in the immortal realm of longevity. It would be best if he could directly inquire about Lu Zhaoking's news. Jiang Chen retreated and asked for the next best thing. First inquired about the news of the Yunxiao sect, and then made plans after going to the Yunxiao sect to settle down. Who knew that this simple and honest young man in front of him even directly mentioned the Yunxiao sect? Since this simple and honest young man named Shang Fan knows about the Yunxiao sect, and seems to have some relationship with the Yunxiao sect, Jiang Chen can't just sit back and ignore it. He stepped out directly and came to Shang Fan. The sudden scene also caused the Wu family's half-step big Luo Wuding's pupils to shrink suddenly. Who is your excellency, and why do you want to interfere with my Wu family's affairs? Although this child looks young, his aura is such that he can't see through it at all. It is obviously very difficult for this guy to be able to hide from the eyes and ears of his half-step Deluo and appear in front of him unknowingly. Shang Fan looked at Jiang Chen, who suddenly stood in front of him, obviously stunned for a while. This time, their Shang family was devastated by the conspiracy of the Wu family, and it was impossible for anyone to save him. Shang Fan was ready to die here at this moment, but he didn't expect the black-clothed young man in front of him to appear out of nowhere. What Wu family? I've never heard of it. Jiang Chen said lightly. This person is useful to me, and I will save his life. If you don't want to die, then quickly disappear from me. Boy, I think you are courting death. Wu Ding let out an angry shout, and a cold chill filled his body instantly. Their Wu family is also the famous Deluo family nearby. Even the Shang family, which is also the Deluo family, has now been destroyed by their Wu family. How could Wu Ding not be angry that a little-known boy with a hairy head dared to act wild in front of him? My Wu family's nosy business can't be managed by any cat or dog. Since you insist on nosy, then go to the funeral with him. Wu Ding Senran's voice fell, and Deluo's immortal power surging with black energy surged into the sky, a black energy, as if the cold palm wind blowing from the depths of the netherworld, swept directly towards Jiang Chen. Upon seeing this, Shang Ding couldn't help but hurriedly reminded, "This brother, be careful." He was only halfway through his words, when Jiang Chen directly raised his hand and waved it out. This palm seems to be flat, and there is no fluctuation at all. But the moment Wu Ding's extremely cold black palm touched this palm, it was like water droplets on fire, and instantly evaporated out of thin air. Chapter 2925, Chaos Immortal Realm. The invisible palm hit Wu Ding's body in the blink of an eye after defeating Wu Ding's yin and cold palm strength. Wu Ding didn't react at all, and the whole thing was like a kite with a broken string, flying upside down in midair. Wu Ding's figure flew upside down in midair for hundreds of meters, and just now he was able to stabilize his figure in embarrassment, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help spurting out. He looked up at Jiang Chen with a pale face, and there was an extremely frightened look in his eyes. With just an understatement, he killed this half-step big Luo in seconds. Doesn't this mean that the black-clothed youth in front of him at least has the strength of Deluo Immortal Venerable? Such a young Deluo Immortal Venerable, even if he looks at the entire immortal realm of longevity, it is an extremely rare existence. Behind Jiang Chen, Shang Fan, who had planned to speak out, was also stunned at the moment, and it took a while to recover from the shock. Wu Ding, who had reached half-step Da Luo's cultivation base, was instantly killed by the black-clothed youth in front of him. Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, and glanced at Wu Ding lightly. "Go away, don't force me to kill." Wu Ding's face was extremely gloomy. This son's strength is unfathomable. With his strength, he is not an opponent at all. If he is forced to take action, the only result is probably to fall here. Wu Ding took a deep look at Jiang Chen, as if to imprint Jiang Chen's appearance on the back of his head, and then disappeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others without saying a word. Seeing Wu Ding and others leaving, Shang Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly hugged Jiang Chen and said, "Under Shang Fan, thank you Shangtai for helping. I don't know if Shangtai is. My name is Jiang Chen, and I come from outside the immortal realm of longevity." Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and said directly, "I came to the immortal realm of longevity for the purpose of Yunxiao sect." "It seems that you mentioned Yunxiao sect just now, right?" Shang Fan was slightly taken aback. Although he looks simple and honest in front of him, he is not stupid at all. The reason why the black-clothed young man in front of him came to save him was obviously because he mentioned the cloud-soaring sect. Shang Fan obviously didn't expect that this time he saved his life because he mentioned the cloud-soaring sect. "Yes, Yunxiao sect is a Tai immortal sect not far from here. It is extremely powerful. My eldest brother is practicing in Yunxiaozong. Now my Shang family is in trouble, and I'm going to Yunxiaozong to find him." When Shang Fan said this, he couldn't help but glance at Jiang Chen. "Brother Jiang Chen, if you want to go to Yunxiao sect, you can go with me." Although Shang Fan didn't know what purpose Jiang Chen had in going to Yunxiao sect, he obviously wanted him to lead the way when he rescued him. Since the Yunxiao sect is not far from here, he might as well go to the Yunxiao sect first. This Yunxiao sect is also a Tai immortal sect in the immortal realm of longevity. He must be very familiar with the situation of immortal realm of longevity. Maybe he can inquire about Lu Zhaoqing through the Yunxiao sect. Jiang Chen also learned a lot about the immortal realm of longevity from Shang Fan's mouth. Ever since the immortal king of longevity disappeared in the immortal realm of longevity, the immortal realm of longevity has fallen into chaos, even worse than the chaotic area. The chaotic area is only the edge of the Xian Tianyu, and the most powerful ones are only 4 Tai forces. In the immortal realm of longevity, As the top immortal realm in the purple flame heaven realm, even the primordial forces are not few. Especially the longevity immortal palace, which once ruled the immortal realm of longevity, was completely torn apart after the immortal king of longevity disappeared and turned into several Hunyuan forces. These primordial forces are constantly fighting with each other, making the chaotic situation in the immortal realm of longevity even more unbearable. After all, Shang Fan is only a member of the last class Deluo family in the immortal realm of longevity. This kind of Deluo family may be considered a first-class force in places like Beihan immortal realm, but in the immortal realm of longevity, it is only a second-rate. Just power. Shang Fan knew very little about the top forces in the immortal realm of longevity. Jiang Chen knew that it was difficult to find out about Lu Zhaoqing from Shang Fan's mouth, so he didn't ask any more, and planned to make plans when he arrived at the Yunxiao sect. Yunxiao sect is located in Yunxiao Mountain in the northwest of the immortal realm of longevity. As a side of the ancient Tai immortal sect, Yunxiao sect is a little famous even in the immortal realm of longevity. It is the overlord of the hundreds of millions of miles northwest of immortal realm, and it is also a holy place for cultivation in this area. There are countless large and small forces in the area of hundreds of millions of miles. Every day, many young talents gather outside the Yunxiao sect and want to join the Yunxiao sect and become a disciple of the Yunxiao sect. Wanting to join Yunxiao sect is not an easy task. The assessment of the entry-level disciples of the Yunxiao sect is extremely strict, and everyone who wants to enter the Yunxiao sect needs to pass more than one level of assessment. It is said that the first stage of the assessment is to go to the area designated by the Yunxiao sect and kill a beast whose strength is one grade higher than his own. This level alone is enough to make most people stop. The road of cultivation is one realm and one heaven. Although there are many geniuses who can surpass a level of battle in the fairy world, they are only a very small part, and most people are still unable to cross the gap between realms. For a young genius like Shang Fan from the Deluo family, it is not difficult to pass the assessment of the Yunxiao sect. Under the leadership of Shang Fan, about 3 days later, the two came to the outside of Yunxiao Mountain where the Yunxiao sect was located. The entrance from the bottom of Yunxiao Mountain to the Yunxiao sect on the top of the mountain has no defense, only 3 gates of light from low to high. These 3 gates of light represent the 3-level assessment of the entry-level disciples of the Yunxiao sect. As long as they successfully pass these 3 gates of light, they enter the Yunxiao sect and become an official Yunxiao sect disciple. When Jiang Chen and the others came to the outside of Yunxiao Mountain, there were already hundreds of young people gathered here. Obviously, they all came to participate in the entrance examination of Yunxiao sect and wanted to enter the practice of Yunxiao sect. There is a huge gap between the strengths of these young people. The strongest one is already on a par with Shang Fan, reaching the 4th rank of Jingxian, while the weakest one has just broken through the heavenly immortal realm. A group of people are talking at the moment. It's been a while since Zhou Chang entered the 1st level, why hasn't there been any movement yet? Who knows, with Zhou Chang's talent, there shouldn't be much of a problem passing the first assessment. Yeah, if Zhou Chang can't pass the first test, then there is no hope for those of us. Chapter 2926, Entrance Examination of Yunxiao Sect. Just when everyone was talking about it, the first light gate of the triple light gate outside Yunxiao Mountain suddenly swayed with a wave of space. An eagle-eyed man in a strange costume finally passed through the first light gate and moved towards the second light halfway up the mountain. The door slowly went away. Zhou Chang passed the first test. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although Zhou Chang only had the cultivation base of a 7th-rank celestial being, and his strength was not considered among them, his talent was not low, and even a 9th-rank celestial immortal could compete with all his strength. If even Zhou Chang could not pass the first test, most of them would probably have no hope at all. Under everyone's attention, Zhou Chang also quickly entered the second gate of light. It took Zhou Chang more than half an hour to finally pass the second gate of light and head towards the last gate of light on the top of the mountain. Zhou Chang finally passed the third gate of light with a pale face, and successfully climbed to the top of Yunxiao Mountain. Although his face was pale, he did not show any signs of decadence, and his expression was extremely excited. He has already passed all the 3-level examinations for the entry into the Cloud Soaring Sect, which means that he can become an official Cloud Soaring Sect disciple. Zhou Chang sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain, meditating and adjusting his breath, while watching the people below him with the attitude of a winner. The entrance examination of Cloud Soaring Sect is open at any time, as long as those who meet the conditions can participate in the entry examination at any time. But there is only a fixed time every day, and the Yunxiao sect will send to receive the incoming disciples once. Even if Zhou Chang passed the assessment, he could not directly enter the Yunxiao sect, and could only wait at the top of the mountain. Below Yunxiao mountain, many people saw that Zhou Chang passed the assessment and only waited for someone from the Yunxiao sect to come and introduce him to the Yunxiao sect. Obviously, their confidence was greatly increased. They all began to gear up and prepare to participate in the entry-level assessment of Yunxiao sect. 10 people in succession participated in the assessment of the Yunxiao sect, and only one young man in white, who had reached the first-ranked Golden Fairyland, successfully passed the 3 gates of light and resisted the place where Zhou Chang was. When everyone saw this, they suddenly woke up a lot. Obviously, the gate of Soaring Cloud sect is not something anyone can enter if they want to. Brother Jiang Chen, I also went to participate in the assessment. Just when the outside of Yunxiao mountain fell into silence, Shang Fan couldn't help but clasped his fists towards Jiang Chen. With Jiang Chen's strength comparable to Deluo Immortal Venerable, it is obviously impossible to participate in the entrance examination of the Yunxiao sect and become a disciple of the Yunxiao sect. Shang Fan didn't know what Jiang Chen's purpose was, but he didn't want to ask more. Now that he has come to the Yunxiao sect, he must participate in the Yunxiao sect entry assessment and enter the Yunxiao sect to practice. Their Shang family was tragically destroyed by the Wu family, and in the entire Shang family, almost only he and his elder brother who practiced in the Yunxiao sect were still alive. Although the eldest brother's talent is even more outstanding than him, he was accepted as a disciple by an elder of the Yunxiao sect many years ago and brought into the practice of the Yunxiao sect, but now he is still far away from the Da Luoxing Immortal Venerable. With the strength of him and his eldest brother, he is far from being able to compete with the Wu family of the Deluo family. Shang Fan also decided to join Yunxiao sect first to improve his strength, and when he and his eldest brother are qualified to compete with Deluo Immortal Venerable, then go back and let the Wu family repay their blood debts. Jiang Chen nodded and smiled and said, "Go, see Yunxiao sect later." Shang Fan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and without saying anything, he walked directly towards the first gate of light leading to the top of the mountain. An eagle-eyed young man who had planned to participate in the assessment saw Shang Fan taking a step ahead, and the footsteps he had just taken could not help but stop slightly. This eagle-eyed young man is not weak. Like Shang Fan, his cultivation base has reached the 4th-ranked Golden Immortal, and he is already the strongest among all the young people present. Brother Wang Yi, who is this kid who dares to take the lead in the assessment in front of you? A companion of the eagle-eyed youth suddenly said angrily. The eagle-eyed young man's eyes narrowed slightly. Don't underestimate this one, he is also a rank 4 Jinxian young genius. 4th grade Golden Immortal. When everyone heard the words of the eagle-eyed youth, they couldn't help but be surprised. They obviously did not expect that this young man who went to participate in the assessment would not be inferior to the eagle-eyed young man. Shang Fan's assessment did not disappoint them. In less than 10 breaths, Shang Fan had already passed the first test. The second pass took almost 30 breaths, and the third pass only took less than 50 breaths. Obviously, the entry-level assessment of the Soaring Sky sect has almost no difficulty for the geniuses of the Deluo family like Shang Fan. The entire assessment process, Shang Fan only took less than 100 breaths of time. Hey! As expected of a genius of the 4th grade Golden Fairyland, it is indeed terrifying. Below Yunxiao Mountain, many young people couldn't help taking a deep breath when they saw this scene. No one could have imagined that the 3 daunting examinations before the Yunxiao sect, the one in front of them actually passed in less than 100 breaths. This child's talent, I'm afraid it will not be inferior to me. Even the eagle-eyed young man Wang Yi couldn't help but have a look of surprise in his eyes. Wang Yi slowly took a deep breath, and he no longer hesitated at the moment, ready to step forward to pass the test to participate in the assessment. At this moment, Wang Yi discovered that another young man in black strode forward and climbed towards Yunxiao Mountain next to him. This friend, can you let me take the assessment first? Seeing this, Wang Yi frowned slightly, with a displeased expression on his face. Shang Fan took the lead in the assessment in front of him just now, and he didn't say much when he saw that Shang Fan had a 4th grade Jinxian cultivation. Who knows now that someone has jumped out and competed with him to participate in the assessment, which made Wang Yi feel a little uncomfortable. Jiang Chen glanced at Wang Yi lightly. Don't worry, I'm not here to participate in the entry-level assessment. Wang Yi's face sank, and he said sternly, "Since you're not here to participate in the entry-level assessment, what are you doing here at Yunxiao Mountain? Don't retreat quickly, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. You are not qualified to interfere in my affairs. Take part in your entry exam and don't mind your own business." Jiang Chen shook his head, and even though he didn't intend to pay attention to Wang Yi, he went straight to the top of Yunxiao Mountain. With his current strength and identity, he can't be bothered to care about such hairy boys as Wang Yi. There was a flash of anger that turned into anger in Wang Yi's eyes, and the breath of the fourth-grade Jingxian burst out, and he raised his head and blasted out a fist at Jiang Chen's back. This kid dares to anger Wang Yi, he really doesn't know how to live or die. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help shaking their heads secretly, and there was a look of sympathy in the eyes that looked at Jiang Chen. Chapter 2927, Accept me as a disciple, you are not worthy. Wang Yi, this is a genius from the Deluo family. This guy's cultivation has not only reached the 4th-rank Golden Immortal, but his combat power is not much inferior to the ordinary 7th-rank Golden Immortal. The young man in black in front of him dared to anger Wang Yi, it was no different from courting death. I told you to stay out of your own business, don't you understand what people say? Jiang Chen's face sank, and he turned around and raised his hand, causing the power of Wang Yi's punch to instantly dissipate into nothingness. His eyes were cold and authentic. You want to participate in the entry examination of the Yunxiao sect, right? Do you believe that even if you pass the entry test of the Yunxiao sect today, I guarantee that you will not become a disciple of the Yunxiao sect? Seeing Jiang Chen blocking his own punch so lightly, a look of surprise flashed across Wang Yi's eyes. After hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words, he still sneered disdainfully, "I'm not ashamed, but I want to see, how can you prevent me from joining the Yunxiao sect?" Yunxiao sect is the only Tai immortal sect in the surrounding area of hundreds of millions of miles, and its status is detached. As long as he passes the entrance examination of the Soaring Sky sect, no one can stop him from joining the Soaring Sky sect unless the elders of the Soaring Sky sect speak out. Although the young man in black in front of him is not weak, how can he influence the decision of the Soaring Sky sect? Wang Yi ignored Jiang Chen, flashed past Jiang Chen, and quickly disappeared into the first door of light in front of him. Jiang Chen didn't stop it, and quietly watched Wang Yi break through. This Wang Yi's talent is indeed not much inferior to Shang Fan. It didn't take much time to break through 3 levels and reach the top of the mountain. After he reached the top of the mountain, he did not forget to glance at Jiang Chen below him provocatively. Jiang Chen was expressionless and didn't want to waste time. He directly rose into the sky with his hands behind his back, and in one step, he crossed the space and came to Wang Yi and the others. This kid is going to force his way into the Yunxiao sect. Looking at the scene in their eyes, both the young people below and Wang Yi and others on the mountain all looked sluggish, and they couldn't recover from their horror for a while. The Yunxiao sect is the only immortal Tai in the area of hundreds of millions of miles, and its strength is unfathomable. Although the Yunxiao sect did not fortify the entrance examination area from the outside of Yunxiao Mountain to the top of Yunxiao Mountain, but it never dared to break through easily. Kid, Yunxiao sect is the holy land of Tai immortal sect. You dare to forcefully enter Yunxiao sect. I think you are impatient. Wang Yi looked at Jiang Chen in front of him, couldn't help but smiled coldly and shouted sharply. This kid did not pass the entry test and directly forced into the Yunxiao sect, that is, he was hitting the Yunxiao sect in the face, and it was no different from being sent to the door to find death. Beside Wang Yi, a worried look appeared on Shang Fan's face. Although he didn't know what Jiang Chen's purpose of coming to the Soaring Cloud sect was, in this area, absolutely no one could provoke the majesty of the Soaring Sky sect. Even if Jiang Chen has the strength not inferior to Deluo Immortal Venerable, it is difficult to compete with Yunxiao sect. Jiang Chen just glanced at Wang Yi casually, and said indifferently, "Don't worry, since I said that you can't enter the Yunxiao sect today, you will definitely not be able to enter the Yunxiao sect." At the moment Jiang Chen's voice just fell, in the Yunxiao sect, which has been shrouded in clouds and mists all the year round, a figure directly separated from the clouds and landed on the top of Jiang Chen and the others. The person who came was a middle-aged man in a cloud-patterned white robe. His aura was extremely strong, and he had already reached the ranks of the half-step Daluo. The middle-aged man looked arrogant, looking down at the 4 Jiang Chen on the top of the mountain, and shouted coldly, "Who dares to break the rules of my Yunxiao sect and break into the Yunxiao sect?" Wang Yi smiled coldly and pointed directly at Jiang Chen, Sr. It's him. The middle-aged man's sharp eyes immediately fell on Jiang Chen. Boy, who are you? Why don't you participate in the entry test and force your way into the Sky Sect? I didn't force it, I just didn't need to take the entry test. Jiang Chen said, and immediately moved his palm, and a simple cloud pattern token emerged from Jiang Chen's palm. He casually threw the token to the middle-aged man, and said indifferently, I have this thing, do I still need to participate in the entry test of the Yunxiao sect? The middle-aged man took the token, and when he looked at the name engraved on the token, his pupils shrank suddenly. Elder Yungan's token. In Yunxiao sect, in addition to entering Yunxiaozong through the entry-level assessment, there is another way, that is, if you are accepted as a disciple by the strong sect, you can directly enter Yunxiaozong to practice. When some sect elders went out to travel, they would also throw tokens and let them come to Yunxiao sect to practice. The black-clothed young man in front of him has the token of Elder Yungan, and he is obviously the person that Elder Yungan likes. It turns out that the little friend has the token of the Elder Yungan. Please wait a moment for the little friend. I will inform the Elder Yungan. The middle-aged man's face suddenly showed a smile like a spring breeze, and he said very politely. Elder Yungan has a very high status in the Yunxiao sect, and his cultivation base is said to have surpassed the peak of the Great Luo realm, reaching the half-step Tai realm, and he is only half a step away from the Tai Immortal Venerable. If the black-clothed young man in front of him became the disciple of Elder Yungan, it would be a leap to heaven. Wang Yi's eyes were dull, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. He originally thought that the black-clothed young man was forcing his way into the Yunxiao sect, but he didn't expect that they would have the token of the elders of the Yunxiao sect, and could directly enter the Yunxiao sect. Seeing Jiang Chen take out the Cloud Firmament sect's elder token, Shang Fan's dangling heart relaxed slightly. It seems that he is overthinking it. The Yunxiao sect is the dignified Tai Immortal sect. As long as it is not a fool, I am afraid that it will not choose to force the Yunxiao sect. Since Jiang Chen dared to do this, how could he not have any preparations? Just when everyone was shocked by the token Jiang Chen took out, a vast immortal might that made everyone palpitate, also abruptly rippling out of the void. An illusory figure shrouded in clouds and mist came directly across the sky and appeared above Jiang Chen and the others. I have seen Elder Yungan. The half-step Deluo saw the illusory figure coming from across the sky, and he couldn't help but bowed and saluted. The phantom figure ignored the half-step Big Luo, and his eyes fell directly on the four Jiang Chen. Which one of you brought the token of the deity? Jiang Chen said lightly, it's me. The phantom figure looked directly at Jiang Chen. This deity has not given a token for many years, where did your token come from? Jiang Chen looked indifferent and said expressionlessly, is there any problem? The phantom figure glanced at Jiang Chen in amazement. There's nothing wrong with it, since you came to Yunxiao sect with your deity's token, you can be your deity's disciple and join me in Yunxiao sect. Jiang Chen shook his head and said lightly, I came here not to worship you as a teacher. If you want to accept me as a disciple, you are not worthy. Chapter 2928, shocked the audience. Following Jiang Chen's words, there was an uproar in the field. Whether it was the many young people at the foot of Yunxiao Mountain or Wang Yi and others at the top of the mountain, they almost all looked at Jiang Chen with the eyes of a fool. Immortal Venerable Yungan, this is the famous Deluo Immortal Venerable of the Cloud Firmament sect. Not only is he extremely high in the Cloud Firmament sect, but his strength is unfathomable. He is known as the first person under the Cloud Firmament sect's Tai Immortal Venerable. It is definitely a great honor for any of them to be accepted as a disciple by such a strong man. But the black-clothed young man in front of him dared to speak madly, saying that Immortal Venerable Yungan was not worthy of being his master. Madness. This kid is really not an ordinary arrogant. HMPH, where is the hairy boy from? He dares to speak madly in front of Immortal Venerable Yungan. The Yunxiao sect's half-step Deluo's face sank. Elder Yungan can look down on you and accept you as a disciple. It is your honor. Don't hurry up and apologize to Elder Yungan, otherwise you will blame me for being rude. You're a half-step Big Luo, where did you get the courage to speak like this in front of me? Get out of my way. Jiang Chen said, raised his hand and slapped the middle-aged man in the half-step Da Luo realm. The middle-aged man in the half-step Da Luo realm didn't react at all, and was directly smashed by Jiang Chen's palm. I saw that his face was pale, his body was in a state of embarrassment, and the red blood was constantly overflowing from the corners of his mouth. He looked up at Jiang Chen, who was standing proudly with his hands behind his back, and his expression also seemed terrified. Half-step Da Luoxing powerhouse was hit hard by this kid with a slap. How? How is it possible? Except for Shang Fan, who had already seen Jiang Chen's strength, everyone else's eyes were dull, and they couldn't believe their eyes if they saw a ghost. One move to kill half-step Da Luo. Doesn't this mean that the black-clothed youth in front of him at least has the strength comparable to Da Luo Immortal Venerable? Especially Wang Yi, thinking that he had just wanted to do something with Jiang Chen, the cold sweat couldn't help but flow down. Fortunately, Jiang Chen didn't kill him at all before, otherwise he probably wouldn't know how he died. Boy, it's a bit too much for you to do something to the people of my Yunxiao Palace in front of this deity. In the void, Immortal Venerable Yungan snorted coldly, since you didn't come to apprentice, why did you come to Yunxiao sect with your deity's token? Jiang Chen said lightly, it's nothing, just passing by the expensive land and looking for a place to stay temporarily. If you want to find a place to stay, you can go to the inns in the major immortal cities. Immortal Venerable Yungan said coldly, what do you think of my Yunxiao sect? Leave quickly, otherwise I will blame the deity for being rude to you. At such an age, this son has already become a Da Luo Immortal Venerable, which can be said to be a peerless talent. Even the first arrogance of their Yunxiao sect in the world is only the quasi-Da Luo Immortal Venerable of the 9th rank Jinxian. Such a young Tianzhao must have an extraordinary origin. The power behind it is probably still above the Yunxiao sect, and it is even very likely that it comes from a certain Hunyuan power. Such a genius, even Immortal Venerable Yungan, obviously doesn't want to offend him easily. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised slightly. What if I am going to settle in your Yunxiao palace today? Although your excellency is extraordinary, I, the Yunxiao sect, are not a place where you can act wild. Since you have to do this, don't blame me for being ruthless. Immortal Venerable Yungan's cold voice fell, and he immediately raised his hand and waved, and the surrounding clouds quickly gathered towards his palm, and then turned into a huge cloud palm and grabbed it towards Jiang Chen. Old guy, if you let this deity come out in person, maybe you can make me face up to 3 points. Just rely on your mere incarnation, but you are not qualified to be mad in front of me. Looking at the palm grabbed by Immortal Venerable Yungan, Jiang Chen chuckled disdainfully, and quickly took the seal with both hands. One seal Immortal Soul destroy, break it for me. Jiang Chen snorted lightly, a black square seal on his palm, with a terrifying aura that swelled into the sky, and collided with the grasp of Immortal Venerable Yungan. The black square seal was like a broken bamboo, almost annihilating the palm of Yungan Shanzun into nothingness in the blink of an eye, and then like a huge black meteorite, it collided with Yungan Shanzun in the void. Under this seal, this incarnation of Immortal Venerable Yungan had almost no resistance, and instantly dissipated completely under the shroud of the black square seal. Outside the Yunxiao mountain, they fell into a dead silence in an instant. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen, who stood proudly with his hands behind his back, with a dull expression on his face, and it was difficult for him to recover from the shock for a long time. Immortal Venerable Yungan, this is the first person under Immortal Venerable Tai of Yunxiao sect. Even if it is just an incarnation, it is a very powerful existence, and even ordinary Da Luo Immortal Venerable may not be able to easily compete. But the black-clothed young man in front of him just cast a seal to obliterate the incarnation of Immortal Venerable Yungan. Jiang Chen Yinjun killed the incarnation of Immortal Venerable Yungan, and also instantly alarmed the powerhouses in the Yunxiao sect. I saw several silhouettes filled with great Luo Shenwei, which directly broke through the clouds above the sky, and came with monstrous might. One of the burly one-eyed men looked at Jiang Chen, and his voice was like thunder. Boy, who are you? Why are you acting wild in my Yunxiao sect? Jiang Chen was expressionless, didn't bother to answer at all, and said indifferently, Shanzun Yungan, let his deity come out to see me. Seeing that Jiang Chen despised himself so much, the one-eyed man was full of murderous aura. A silver giant axe flashed out of thin air in his palm, and then he slashed towards Jiang Chen with an axe without any fancy. It's just the early days of the Da Luo realm, I've killed more than one, get out of my way. Jiang Chen flicked his fingers, and a sword finger volleyed into the air, hitting the giant axe in the palm of the one-eyed man directly. The one-eyed man suddenly felt a terrifying force spread along the giant axe, which made him tremble, and the whole person flew out 1,000 feet in a row. Even the giant axe in his hand almost flew out. Defeat Da Luo Immortal Venerable with one finger. At this moment, Even the digital Deluo Immortal Venerable, who appeared in the Yunxiao sect, couldn't help but have a dignified look in his eyes. The black-clothed youth in front of him is really not an ordinary terrifying strength. Defeating the one-eyed Deluo Immortal Venerable with one finger, Jiang Chen's sharp eyes directly penetrated the clouds in the void and shot into the depths of the Yunxiao sect. Shanzun Yungan, I don't have any ill will towards you Yunxiao sect, why make such a big battle, come out and see. Chapter 2929, Lu Zhaoqing's News. As Jiang Chen's voice fell, a figure in the void that was exactly the same as the previous one appeared out of nowhere. The person here is none other than the deity of Immortal Venerable Yungan. He stared at Jiang Chen with clear eyes, and his brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. Who is your excellency? And what is the purpose of coming to my Yunxiao sect? Jiang Chen said indifferently. I've made it very clear, I'm just passing by, because someone gave me your token, so I came to Yunxiao sect to stay temporarily, and by the way, I asked your sect for some news. Immortal Venerable Yungan's eyes flickered slightly, and then he looked up at Jiang Chen and said, in that case, please come with me, your excellency. This child can defeat Deluo Immortal Venerable with a snap of his fingers, and his strength is almost rare among Deluo Immortal Venerable. Such a young Da Luao Jing Tianzhao is very likely to come from a certain Hunyuan force. Such young geniuses, even their Yunxiao sect, are absolutely not willing to offend easily. Immortal Venerable Yungan can indeed feel that this black-clothed youth does not seem to have much malice towards their Yunxiao sect. It's not a big deal to let Jiang Chen stay in the Yunxiao sect for a while. There is no need for Yunxiao sect to have a bad relationship with such a young Tianzhao for a trivial matter. If they can establish some relationship with this son, it would be a good thing for them in the Soaring Cloud sect. Shanzun Yungan, I don't think this kid's character is very good. It's better that you don't accept him into the Yunxiao sect. Jiang Chen pointed at Wang Yi below with his finger, and suddenly said lightly. Immortal Venerable Yungan was stunned for a moment, and he couldn't help but glanced at Wang Yi below, and immediately issued an expulsion order to him. The Yunxiao sect will not accept you as a disciple, go down the mountain quickly. This Wang Yi's talent is not bad, but it can only be regarded as a medium level in the Yunxiao sect. For the Yunxiao sect, such a disciple is just a dispensable existence. Compared with Jiang Chen, it is not worth mentioning at all. Since it has been decided to sell Jiang Chen's face and not accept this Wang Yi into the Yunxiao sect, it is no big deal. No, I passed the entrance examination of the Yunxiao sect and have become a formal disciple of the Yunxiao sect. How can you go back on your word and not let me enter the Yunxiao palace? Hearing Immortal Venerable Yungan's words, Wang Yi's face instantly became extremely pale. Why, are you questioning the deity's decision? Immortal Venerable Yunxian coldly snorted. The entrance examination of Yunxiao Palace is made by this deity, and everything is naturally decided by this deity. Leave him to Yunxiao Mountain for me. The ancestor of Yunxiao sect Taiyijing has been in seclusion all the year round. As the first person under the Tai Immortal Venerable, Yungan Shanzun is in charge of the power of the Yunxiao sect. Even the Yunxiao sect master does not dare to have any doubts about his absoluteness. What qualifications do he have to question his absoluteness for a mere boy in a golden fairyland? The Yunxiao Palace half-step Deluo responded, and immediately like an eagle catching a chicken, he picked up Wang Yi and threw it towards the bottom of Yunxiao Mountain. Immortal Venerable Yungan didn't even bother to take a second glance, and made an inviting gesture directly to Jiang Chen. Little friend, please. Jiang Chen didn't say much, nodded to Shang Fan on the top of the mountain, and then entered the Yunxiao sect together with Immortal Venerable Yungan. I didn't expect his strength to have reached such a level. This is the real peerless arrogance. Looking at Jiang Chen who entered Yunxiao sect side by side with Immortal Venerable Yungan, Shang Fan couldn't help but let out a low murmur. At such an age, he has the strength of Deluo Immortal Venerable, which is enough to be equal to Yungan Immortal Venerable of Yunxiao sect. Such a peerless arrogance, even if one looks at the entire immortal world, I am afraid it is a rare existence. Wang Yi, who was thrown out of Yunxiao Mountain, also crawled up from the ground in embarrassment at this moment. He raised his head and looked towards Yunxiao sect's direction, and there was an incomparably hideous look on his face. Small Cloud sect, wait for me, today's humiliation, sooner or later, my Wang Yi will pay it back tenfold. Wang Yi clenched his fists tightly and glanced at the Yunxiao sect with a resentful look on his face. Then, under the gaze of countless eyes, he silently turned and left. Yunxiao sect, the immortal palace where Yungan Shanzun is located. Immortal Venerable Yungan and Jiang Chen were seated separately. Immortal Venerable Yungan looked at Jiang Chen curiously. "Little friend Jiang Chen, I don't know where you come from. What is the meaning of coming to the immortal realm of longevity?" "I'm just a nobody, let's not mention it." Jiang Chen shook his head, then smiled slightly and said, "The main purpose of my trip to the Yunxiao sect is to ask you about the situation of the Immortal Palace of Longevity." This kid actually came for the Immortal Palace. Immortal Venerable Yungan couldn't help but condensed slightly. Could this child have some relationship with the Immortal Palace of Longevity? Longevity Immortal Palace is the top force in the immortal realm. It can be said that it is one heaven and the other with my Yunxiao sect. I don't know much about the Immortal Palace. Immortal Venerable Yungan pondered slightly, and directly introduced the situation of the Immortal Palace to Jiang Chen. As a half-step Tai realm powerhouse of the Tai faction, although Immortal Venerable Yungan did not pay attention to the Immortal Palace of Longevity, his understanding of the Immortal Palace of Longevity was still much clearer than Shang Fan. Since the Immortal King of Longevity disappeared, it has now split into 3 top-level primordial forces in the immortal realm of longevity. One of the forces is the direct line of the Immortal King of Longevity, who has been guarding the Immortal Palace for the immortal longevity. The remaining 2 forces broke away from the Immortal Palace of Longevity and established the Immortal Palace of Rebirth and the Immortal Palace of Evergreen respectively. The 3 major forces of primordial compete with each other endlessly, causing the entire immortal realm of longevity to be in chaos. The 3 major forces of the primordial split in the Immortal Palace have the same strength, and no one can do anything about the other. But not long ago, it was rumored that the successor of the Immortal King of Longevity suddenly returned to the Immortal Palace, which made the relationship between the 3 major forces even more tense. The 2 major forces of primordial that were separated from the Immortal Palace of Longevity, whether it was the Immortal Palace of Rebirth or the Immortal Palace of Evergreen, obviously did not want the descendant of the Immortal King of Longevity to grow up. Of course, they naturally coveted the successor of the Immortal King in the hands of the Immortal King of Longevity. The 2 major forces have joined together and decided to jointly deal with the Immortal Palace. Now the battle between these 3 major forces of primordial is extremely tragic, and even Immortal Venerable Deluo and Immortal Venerable Tai have fallen a lot. Successor of the Immortal King of Longevity. Hearing Immortal Venerable Yungan mentioning the successor of Immortal King Xianxia, Jiang Chen's eyes could not help flashing a fierce light. If he guessed correctly, the descendant of the Immortal King of Longevity who suddenly returned is probably Lu Zhaoqing. Chapter 2930, Bloodline Atavism. Jiang Chen pondered slightly, and asked directly, "Do you know what the current situation of the 3 major forces in the Immortal Palace is going to be, Taoist Yungan?" "I don't know the specifics." Immortal Venerable Yungan shook his head and said, "But now there is no news that either side has lost, which indicates that the battle situation should be more anxious, but the Immortal Palace of Longevity wants to use 1 enemy and 2 to resist the battle between the Immortal Palace of Rebirth and the Immortal Palace of Longevity. Attacking is not easy." The Yunxiao sect was just a Tai immortal sect, and did not pay too much attention to the situation of the Immortal Palace. With the strength of their soaring cloud sect, they are far from qualified to participate in the affairs of the top forces in the immortal realm of longevity. But in the view of Immortal Venerable Yungan, the Immortal Palace of Immortal Longevity, with the legacy left by Immortal King Immortal Immortals, can compete with Immortal Palace of Rebirth and Immortal Palace of Eternal Youth, but it will be a matter of time to lose. Hearing Immortal Venerable Yungan's words, Jiang Chen's eyes instantly became much more solemn. Although Lu Zhaoqing was not alone in returning to the immortal realm from the nether universe, with the support of part of the direct line of the Immortal King of Longevity, the current situation is probably still quite bad. He took a deep breath and said solemnly to Immortal Venerable Yungan, "Fellow Taoist Yungan, please ask me more about the Immortal Palace of Immortality. I owe you a favor for this matter." After learning about the situation of the Immortal Palace, Jiang Chen did not act blindly. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation base has now reached the Deluo realm, and there is a corpse of the Immortal King next to him whose combat power is comparable to that of the Tai realm, such power is not weak. But if you are involved in the battle of the Immortal Palace, it is still not enough to watch. Since the fall of the Immortal King of Longevity, although the Immortal King of Immortal Palace does not have the power of the Immortal King, there are still countless immortal venerables in the primordial realm, splitting into 3 top primordial forces. With his current strength, if he went directly to the Immortal Palace, it would not have much effect on the battle situation. Jiang Chen decided to ask Immortal Venerable Yungan to find out more information for him, to see if he could find some opportunities in secret, so as to help Lu Zhaoqing. Immortal Venerable Yungan was stunned for a moment, then nodded and agreed. Although the strength of the Yunxiao sect is not ranked in the immortal realm of longevity, it is still a Tai immortal sect. Although they do not have the ability to participate in the struggle between the top forces in the immortal realm of longevity, they want to inquire about some news, but there is no one. The problem, although Immortal Venerable Yungan doesn't know what kind of relationship this kid has with the immortal realm of longevity, and what kind of origin he has, but with the terrifying talent displayed by this kid, if you only need to inquire about some information, you can exchange for it. The other party's favor is also very worthwhile. After talking with Immortal Venerable Yungan. Next, under the arrangement of Immortal Venerable Yungan, Jiang Chen temporarily stayed in Yunxiao sect. Soaring Cloud sect, a luxurious VIP room. After Jiang Chen lived in the Yunxiao sect, he didn't waste any time, and was ready to enter the Tower of Time to practice. When he sensed the situation of Zi Yao on the first floor of the Tower of Time, he could not help but dodge directly in front of Zi Yao. He glanced at Zi Yao, who was excited. Yes, I have already broken through Jinxian. Zi Yao looked at Jiang Chen, who appeared in front of him, and then suppressed the excitement in his heart and said respectfully, Zi Yao can have today, thanks to the cultivation of Jiang Chen. Zi Yao's mind is very clear. Even though he has the bloodline of the Zilin family and his talent is not weak, if Jiang Chen did not bring him out of the Sword Palace, and gave him resources and let him enjoy the place 10 times the time, he would not have been able to live there. Golden Immortal has been achieved in such a short period of time. What is the purpose of helping you improve your strength? You should be very clear. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Now that I have come to the immortal realm of longevity, your young master is not in a good situation now. With your cultivation in the golden immortal realm, it is not enough. Zi Yao took a deep breath and said, Young Master Jiang Chen, rest assured, I will break through the great Luo realm as soon as possible. As a descendant of the Zilin family, Zi Yao naturally knew a little about the situation of the Immortal Palace, which was once one of the top forces in the immortal realm. When the young master Lu Zhaoqing returned to the immortal world, the opponents he faced must also be very terrifying existences. With his cultivation as a golden immortal, it is difficult for him to play any role at all. Now that your cultivation base has broken through Jinxian, the improvement effect for you here has been relatively slow. Let me change the place with me. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and he immediately grabbed Zi Yao's shoulder and took him directly to the second floor of the Tower of Time. Zi Yao looked at the familiar and unfamiliar space around him, and a curious look appeared in his eyes. Young Master Jiang Chen, this is. Jiang Chen said lightly. This is the same space as the space you were in. It can speed up the passage of time, but the flow of time here is 100 times faster. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Zi Yao couldn't help taking a breath, and there was an unconcealed horror in his eyes. The previous space with 10 times the flow rate of time has already shocked Zi Yao very much. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen will now bring him to this space with 100 times the speed of time. In other words, 1 year of his cultivation here is equivalent to 100 years in the outside world. Cultivating here, Zi Yao has absolute confidence to achieve Deluo Immortal Venerable in a short period of time. This is the Hunyuan Shangquan bred by the Hunyuan Shanzun, which can make you do more with less in the process of breaking through the Deluo Shanzun. Just when Zi Yao had not recovered from the shock, Jiang Chen handed over the few dozen drops of Hunyuan Shangquan to Zi Yao, hoping that Zi Yao could grow up as soon as possible. You should practice here well. After arranging Zi Yao, Jiang Chen didn't stay on the second floor of the Tower of Time for a long time, and went directly to the third floor to continue to comprehend the Emperor-level immortal art. Before I knew it, half a year passed by in a flash. In the past 6 months, Jiang Chen's comprehension of the Emperor-level immortal art has also reached 1/3. Just as Jiang Chen was about to leave the Tower of Time and ask Immortal Venerable Yungan about the news of the Immortal Palace of Longevity, he felt that an unusually terrifying force suddenly erupted from the second floor of the Tower of Time. Jiang Chen was startled, and suddenly appeared on the second floor of the Tower of Time. When he looked at Zi Yao, whose whole body was wrapped in a purple light cocoon containing mysterious power, a shocking expression appeared in his eyes. At this moment, Zi Yao's body actually exudes a breath of Da Luo Shanzun. Jiang Chen couldn't help being stunned for a while. This guy actually broke through Da Luo Immortal Venerable. At this moment, A tisk-tisk exclamation sounded suddenly in Jiang Chen's mind. Tisk-tisk. This little guy from the Zilin family is extraordinary, and his bloodline has returned to his ancestors. Chapter 2931, Immortal Venerable Yungan's Decision. The bloodline returns to the ancestors. Hearing the voice of the immortal tablet, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be stunned for a while. This guy has the bloodline of the top 10 most powerful fairy beasts in the fairy world, the unicorn fairy beast, but the bloodline is already extremely thin. However, as long as he has a trace of the bloodline of the unicorn fairy beast, there is a certain chance that the bloodline will return to the ancestors. Theoretically speaking, with this guy's thin bloodline, the probability of completing the bloodline returning to the ancestors is almost less than 1 in 10,000, but he just happens to be less than 1 in 10,000. Now this guy's bloodline has returned to his ancestors, and the bloodline power in his body has increased more than 100 times. I'm afraid that he can at least become an immortal king. Immortal tablet spirit tisk-tisk exclaimed. Hearing the words of the immortal monument and monument spirit, Jiang Chen couldn't help but have a surprised look in his eyes. The existence of Ziyao, who has the strongest blood in the immortal world, is really unique. It was just a bloodline to return to the ancestors, so that Ziyao's cultivation level directly broke through from the golden fairyland to the big Luoxing in one fell swoop. Jiang Chen could feel that Ziyao's bloodline returning to his ancestors was not over yet, and the aura on his body seemed to continue to grow at a terrifying speed. When Ziyao's bloodline returns to his ancestors, even if he breaks through the Tai realm in one fell swoop, it is not impossible. Now the situation of Lu Zhaoqing and Changsheng Immortal Palace is not optimistic, and the strength of Ziyao's bloodline has skyrocketed, which is good news. If Ziyao can really reach the Tai realm in one fell swoop, it will be helpful to him in the future. Looking at Ziyao, who was still in the state of bloodline atavism, Jiang Chen didn't bother, and immediately walked away from the Tower of Time. Yunxiao Sect, the fairy palace where Yungan Shanzun lived. After Jiang Chen left the Tower of Time, he came here for the first time to find immortal venerable Yungan, and wanted to know about the immortal palace of immortality. Fellow Taoist Jiang Chen, the battle situation in the immortal palace is still very anxious. Although the immortal palace and the immortal palace have absolute advantages, it is difficult to completely defeat the immortal palace. Because of this, it is said that the immortal palace of rebirth and the immortal palace of evergreen have begun to change their strategies. Immortal venerable Yungan said solemnly, now they are taking action against many Tai forces in the immortal realm of longevity, forcing some of the forces that are closely related to the immortal palace and the neutral Tai forces to surrender to them, trying to isolate the immortal palace. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Then what about your Yunxiao sect? The Soaring Cloud sect and the immortal palace of longevity have never had any intersection. Naturally, they have always been neutral forces, but this time, I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to be alone. Immortal Venerable Yun Qian said with a wry smile, according to the information I have received, the messenger of the Evergreen Immortal Palace should already be on his way to the Yunxiao sect. Jiang Chen glanced at Immortal Venerable Yungan indifferently. Then I don't know how fellow Taoist Yungan plans to choose. Rebirth Immortal Palace and Evergreen Immortal Palace, Yunxiao sect is naturally unwilling to surrender. Immortal Venerable Yungan took a deep breath, and then looked at Jiang Chen with a solemn expression. The Soaring Cloud sect is willing to form an alliance with fellow Taoist Jiang Chen to advance and retreat together. It has been a few days since Immortal Venerable Yunchen got the news. He has not contacted Jiang Chen, he is just hesitating what choice Yunxiao sect should make. He also reported the matter to Yunxiao sect's only Tai level ancestor, but the ancestor let him decide on his own. After thinking for a long time, Immortal Venerable Yun Qian finally made this decision. The move of the Immortal Palace of Rebirth and the Immortal Palace of Evergreen is undoubtedly trying to take advantage of their strength. Once they choose to surrender, they are very likely to become cannon fodder for the Immortal Palace and the Evergreen Immortal Palace to attack the Immortal Palace. Although refusing to surrender will offend the Immortal Palace of Rebirth and the Immortal Palace of Evergreen, at least the fate of Zhang Yunxiao sect is in his own hands. Although the Immortal Palace of Rebirth and the Immortal Palace of Evergreen are powerful primordial forces, far from being able to compete with the Soaring Sky sect, they need to concentrate their main forces against the Astral Palace of Eternal Life, and they may not necessarily send too much force to deal with them. As long as the Immortal Palace of Rebirth and the Immortal Palace of Evergreen do not send a powerhouse from the primordial realm to come, it is not an easy task to do anything to the Yunxiao sect. Today, the Yunxiao sect still has Jiang Chen, a peerless immortal with a mysterious origin. This guy not only has a mysterious origin, but also obviously came to help the Immortal Palace. Immortal Venerable Yungan even had a hunch that although the Immortal Palace of Longevity was at a disadvantage now, it was finally the orthodox inherited from the Immortal King of Longevity. If Soaring Cloud sect joins forces with this one, it might not be an opportunity. You are very courageous. Jiang Chen smiled lightly and said, don't worry, I promise you won't regret your decision today. Although Yunxiao sect is not ranked in the Immortal Palace of Longevity, it is also a Tai immortal sect. Now that he came to the immortal realm of longevity alone, if he cooperated with Yunxiao sect, it would be a good help. After negotiating with Immortal Venerable Yungan, Jiang Chen returned to his residence and continued to enter the third floor of the Tower of Time to learn the Emperor-level immortal arts. A sudden Tai immortal might descended directly above Yunxiao sect, and the sound that shook the sky and earth like a rolling thunder also exploded in the sky above Yunxiaozong. Evergreen Immortal Palace Shu Qingale, come to visit the Yunxiao sect. As this voice fell, Immortal Venerable Yungan's figure also instantly rose from the sky within the Yunxiao sect. His eyes swept away, and he landed on a middle-aged man in a cyan thunder robe opposite, and a dignified look flashed across the old eyes. Tai Immortal Venerable. The envoy sent by the Evergreen Immortal Palace this time to the Yunxiao sect is obviously a genuine Tai Immortal Venerable. Immortal Venerable Yungan took a deep breath, clasped his fists at Shu Qingale and said, I don't know why the Immortal Venerable of Evergreen Immortal Palace came to Yunxiao Palace, why? Shu Qingale stood proudly with his hands behind his back, looking down at Immortal Venerable Yungan from a high position. Old guy, this deity doesn't want to talk nonsense with you. You Yunxiao sect, would you like to surrender to my Evergreen Immortal Palace? Immortal Venerable Yunxian said, neither humble nor arrogant. What does Immortal Venerable mean by this? Why did my Yunxiao sect submit to the Evergreen Immortal Palace? Old guy, don't toast, eat and drink fine. Shu Qingale's eyes flashed with thunder, and his face suddenly turned cold. Do you know what the consequences of being an enemy of my Evergreen Immortal Palace will be? Immortal Venerable Yungan said lightly, although Changqing Immortal Palace is powerful, I am not a soft persimmon to be needed by others. Your Excellency, please leave Yunxiao sect quickly, I do not welcome you. Shu Qingale shouted angrily, and the powerful aura of Immortal Tai also swept across the sky of Yunxiao sect in an instant. As soon as he raised his hand and waved, the sky above Yunxiao sect was surging with wind and thunder in an instant, and finally turned into a terrifying hand of thunder, with the power to destroy the sky and destroy the earth, and directly suppressed it against Yunxiaozong. Chapter 2932, Within 10 breaths, if you don't roll, you will die. The power of this palm is extremely terrifying, and if it is allowed to fall on the Yunxiao sect, I am afraid that the entire Yunxiao sect will be reduced to ruins in an instant. Immortal Venerable Yungan's expression suddenly changed. Although he has the strength of half-step Tai realm, his strength is better than Deluo Immortal Venerable. But after all, he has not yet understood the Tai law. Compared with the real Tai Immortal Venerable, he is still more than 108,000 miles away. Facing the blow of Shu Qingale, the Tai Immortal Venerable, he couldn't resist at all. Immortal Venerable Yungan didn't hesitate at all. Just when he was about to wake up the ancestor of the Yunxiao sect to deal with Shu Qingale, a figure suddenly rose from the sky in the Yunxiao sect. This figure, as if carrying a terrifying force that was enough to smash the world, slammed into the hand of thunder without dodging. The two equally terrifying forces suddenly collided like a meteor, slamming together in the void. I saw that the hand of thunder that covered the sky and the sun was directly smashed by this sudden figure, and it turned into a little thunder and burst into the void. Puppet, how is that possible? In the void, Shu Qingale stared at the figure in front of him, and his pupils could not help shrinking suddenly. A puppet whose strength is comparable to Immortal Venerable Tai. How could it be possible for a mere cloud-soaring sect to refine such a powerful puppet? Looking at this puppet that was enough to shake Immortal Venerable Tai, even Immortal Venerable Yungan was stunned for a while and couldn't come back to his senses. When he saw Jiang Chen, who had appeared beside him at some point, he said with a look of astonishment, "Friend Jiang Chen, this is..." Jiang Chen smiled lightly, "It's just a puppet that a senior made for me." Immortal Venerable Yun Qian was instantly stunned. This senior who made this puppet for Jiang Chen, how terrifying his strength will be. Immortal Venerable Yungan was more and more fortunate that he chose to cooperate with Jiang Chen. The one in front of him, not only has the talent and strength against the sky, but also has an endless stream of trump cards in his hand. Jiang Chen was expressionless, and directly controlled the immortal king's corpse puppet to return to his side. He looked up at Shu Qingdalei and said lightly, "Are you from the Evergreen Immortal Palace?" "Yes, this deity is a person from Changqing Immortal Palace." Shu Qingdalei stared at Jiang Chen sharply. "Boy, who are you? Why do you interfere with the affairs of my Evergreen Immortal Palace?" The talent in front of this boy is unparalleled, and he has the strength of Deluo Immortal Venerable at a young age. Compared with the top geniuses of their Evergreen Immortal Palace, that is no worse than that. This world-renowned genius, with a puppet guard beside him that is comparable to Immortal Tai, is absolutely impossible to be someone from the Yunxiao sect. No wonder a second-rate Tai force in the Yunxiao Zong district dared to defy the Evergreen Immortal Palace. It turns out that there are experts behind it to help. Jiang Chen said lightly, "You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that the Yunxiao sect will not surrender to your Evergreen Immortal Palace. It's enough, get out of the Yunxiao sect quickly. Boy, no matter who you are, if you dare to be an enemy of my Evergreen Immortal Palace in this immortal realm of immortality, you will only have one death." Shu Qingdalei's face turned cold, his body was surging with immortal power of Tai, and the terrifying power of thunder instantly shook the void of thousands of miles. Under the control of Shu Qingdalei, the power of thunder in the void of thousands of miles turned into a hammer of the censored of thunder, smashing down from the top of Jiang Chen's head. Facing Shu Qingdalei's offensive, Jiang Chen's expression was extremely calm. Jiang Chen didn't control the corpse of the immortal king beside him to meet the enemy at all, and saw that a shocking fighting spirit erupted from his whole body, and the arrogant and dry cloud of laughter resounded through the world in an instant. "Ha ha! Today I will experience the power of Immortal Venerable Tai." Jiang Chen's voice fell, and the mysterious broken sword appeared out of thin air in an instant. I saw Jiang Chen closed his eyes abruptly, and then opened them suddenly, the mysterious broken sword in his hand with a strange sword light, fluttering out with a sword. This seems to be an understatement of the sword, but it makes the world change, as if the sword slashed out of a world, and Shu Qingdalei's hammer of Thor, which was smashed down, instantly disappeared into the world that Jiang Chen slashed out with the sword. The hammer of thunder, which originally destroyed the sky and destroyed the earth, seemed to have evaporated out of thin air, completely disappearing in the void without a trace. Emperor-level immortal art, a sword is separated from the world. It is not so much an emperor-level immortal art, but rather a supreme law of immortality. Although Jiang Chen has not yet completed the comprehension of the sword, he can still display this sword and use some of the power of this sword. Just now, Shu Qingdalei's devastating blow was directly separated by Jiang Chen's sword, pulling him into another world. What kind of magic is this? In the void, Shu Qingdalei saw that his attack was actually resolved by Jiang Chen's understated sword, and his expression instantly became horrified. With that blow just now, Shu Qingdalei had almost no reservations, and unleashed his full power. Even a half-step Tai realm like Yungan Immortal Venerable would be difficult to resist at all. But the black-clothed youth in the Deluo realm in front of him turned out to be an understatement, and completely resolved his offensive. Doesn't this mean that this black-clothed youth already has a terrifying strength comparable to Tai Immortal Venerable? Deluo Immortal Venerable has a strength that is not inferior to Tai Immortal Venerable, and there is a puppet that is comparable to Tai Immortal Venerable. Who is this son, and when did there be such a person with such a peerless talent in the immortal realm of longevity? Behind Jiang Chen, Immortal Venerable Yungan was even more sluggish, and it was difficult for him to recover from the shock for a long time. Although he knew that Jiang Chen's talent is extraordinary and his combat power is extremely strong, I am afraid that it will not be inferior to him in the slightest, but he did not expect Jiang Chen to have the terrifying strength to shake the Tai Immortal Venerable. Tai Immortal Venerable, it seems that it is nothing more than that. Jiang Chen resolved Shu Qingdalei's offensive with a single sword, and said indifferently, "Go away, within 10 breaths, if you don't go out, you will die." Shu Qingdalei's expression was extremely difficult to see. This son's combat power is enough to match Immortal Tai, and there is a puppet comparable to Immortal Tai next to him. With his strength, it is difficult to get any advantage. As a Tai Immortal sect, Yunxiao sect still has a Tai realm powerhouse in the sect. Once a few people join hands, he is probably at risk of falling today. Shu Qingdalei's eyes changed slightly, and in the end he just glanced at Jiang Chen coldly, and then he turned into a lightning bolt and disappeared on the spot, leaving only a cold voice resounding between heaven and earth. "Boy, today's matter, This deity has written down, "You wait for me." Chapter 2933. Trade. Jiang Chen looked at Shu Qingdalei who was leaving, but he didn't chase after him. This Shu Qingdalei is a genuine Tai immortal venerable. With his current strength and the corpse of the immortal king, although it is enough to defeat Shu Qingdalei and other Tai immortal venerables, it is by no means a single thing to kill him. Easy thing. Fellow Taoist Jiang Chen, Shu Qingdalei was exhausted in the Yunxiao sect during this trip, and the Evergreen Immortal Palace will definitely not give up on this. I am afraid we have to prepare early. Immortal Venerable Yungan looked at the place where Shu Qingdalei disappeared, and said with a solemn expression. Jiang Chen's expression was very indifferent. It's okay, it's just soldiers coming to block it, and water coming to cover it. Changqing Immortal Palace will not give up, and will divert some of its attention to the Yunxiao sect, which is exactly what Jiang Chen wants to see. In this way, perhaps Lu Zhaoqing and the Immortal Palace can reduce some of the pressure. Even if the Evergreen Immortal Palace will not let it go, it should not be possible to directly send the Immortal Venerable of the Primordial Realm to face a mere Yunxiao sect. As long as there is no Immortal Hunyuan to take action, with the strength of him and Yunxiao sect, there is not much fear. After Shu Qingdalei withdrew, Jiang Chen did not hesitate to enter the Tower of Time again to practice. On a cloudless sky, a middle-aged man dressed in a cyan thunder robe quickly flashed past. It was Shu Qingdalei who had retreated from the Yunxiao sect. After Shu Qingdalei left Yunxiao sect, he did not choose to return to Changqing Immortal Palace for help. Now the Evergreen Immortal Palace and the Immortal Palace have joined forces to attack the Immortal attack, but they have suffered from the stubborn resistance of Immortal Palace, and it has not been smooth. Changqing Immortal Palace and Immortal Palace decided to change their strategy, first to solve some forces closely related to Eternal Life Immortal Palace, and weaken the influence of Eternal Life Immortal Palace in Eternal Life Immortal region. As for some neutral forces, Evergreen Immortal Palace and Immortal Palace decided to subdue them, and then use the power of these forces to consume Immortal Palace. As the messenger of the Evergreen Immortal Palace, Shu Qingdalei's mission this time is to come to subdue several neutral Tai forces in the northwest of the Immortal Realm of Longevity, and let these forces be used by their Evergreen Immortal Palace. Shu Qingdalei was very confident about this mission, and before leaving, he patted his chest and made a promise to the senior management of Evergreen Immortal Palace. Who knew that he was the first to come to the Yunxiao sect, and he came back in a hurry. Soaring Cloud sect is only the weakest of his several goals in this trip. If he has to ask Evergreen Immortal Palace for help even to subdue a single soaring sect, how can he return to Evergreen Asgard? Shu Qingdalei decided to go to the next target, Styx Valley. The Styx Valley is a Tai force adjacent to the Yunxiao sect. Its strength is almost the same as that of the Yunxiao sect, and it is even slightly stronger. The relationship between the two forces has not been very friendly, and there are frequent frictions with each other. Shu Qingdalei decided to go to the Styx Valley first, and then use the power of the Styx Valley to deal with the Yunxiao sect. Although the distance between Yunxiao sect and Ming River Valley is extremely far, but with Shu Qingdalei Tai Immortal Venerable strength, in just half a day, he came to a huge valley with a gloomy atmosphere. This valley is bottomless, looking down from the void, like an abyss. Shu Qingdalei stood proudly in the sky above the ancient times, and a faint voice resounded in the heaven and earth in an instant. Evergreen Immortal Palace Shu Qingdalei, come to visit Styx Valley. As Shu Qingdalei's voice fell, in the endless abyss below, a black on exuding the immortal power of Tai rose to the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into an old man in black robes and appeared in front of Shu Qingdalei. The black-robed old man was shrouded in black ons, and he was gloomy, as if he was like a censored of death from the nether hell. This person is the ancestor of the Tai realm of the Ming River Valley, the immortal venerable ghost. Immortal Giming looked up at Shu Qingdalei in front of him, and said in a hoarse voice, "Fellow Taoist Shu, I don't know why you came to my Styx Valley, why?" Shu Qingdalei said lightly, "Shanzun Giming, this deity came to the Styx Valley this time to give you a chance in the Styx Valley." "Oh, what chance?" Immortal Venerable Giming asked with a blank expression. The Evergreen Immortal Palace is the primordial force that broke away from the Immortal King's influence, the Immortal Palace, and it is also one of the top forces in the immortal realm of immortality today. In the eyes of the Evergreen Immortal Palace, the Tai forces like the Styx Valley are almost no different from the ants on the ground. How could the Evergreen Immortal Palace bring them opportunities in the Styx Valley for no reason? The Evergreen Immortal Palace is joining forces with the Immortal Palace to attack the Immortal Palace, and they have no time to take care of their Styx Valley. Now that a Tai Immortal Venerable is sent, there must be something tricky about it. This deity wants to make a deal with you Styx Valley. Shu Qinglei said indifferently. I can help you Styx Valley to annex Yunxiao sect. After this is done, you Styx Valley will need to join the camp of the Evergreen Immortal Palace and help us attack the Longevity Immortal Palace. Immortal Giming's eyes narrowed slightly. What if I don't agree? The Evergreen Immortal Palace and the Immortal Palace are both forces separated from the former Immortal King force, the Immortal Palace. Although the Immortal King of Immortality has long since disappeared, and the Immortal Palace of Immortality has been split into 3 forces, each force is still the top force in Immortal territory of immortality. The Styx Valley is just a small Tai force, and Immortal Venerable Giming naturally does not want to participate in the battle between the 3 major forces of the Immortal Palace. Since the Evergreen Immortal Palace sent me here, you have no choice. Shu Qinglei said lightly. If you agree, Styx Valley can not only annex Yunxiao sect, but also gain the benefits of Changqing Immortal Palace. Otherwise, you should know what the consequences will be if you offend Changqing Immortal Palace. After the trip to the Yunxiao sect, Shu Qinglei also understood that these Tai forces that can stand in the immortal realm of longevity are not soft persimmons that can be needed by others. Unless the Evergreen Immortal Palace can directly send the Primordial Immortal Venerable, these Tai forces may not be willing to easily surrender to the Evergreen Immortal Palace. Only then did Shu Qinglei change his way. He believed that with such a soft and hard act of his own, Immortal Venerable Giming should make the most correct choice. Immortal Giming's eyes changed slightly, and finally raised his head to look at Shu Qinglei and said, okay, as long as you can help Minghe Valley to annex Yunxiao sect, Minghe Valley is willing to help the Qingxian Palace. After thinking for a moment in his heart, Immortal Giming finally agreed. Since Changqing Immortal Palace sent Shu Qinglei here today, if Styx Valley does not agree, it will definitely offend Changqing Immortal Palace, which is not a good thing for Styx Valley. If they agree to this deal, Styx Valley will be able to annex the Yunxiao sect that they have always wanted to annex, thereby strengthening its own strength. Although this transaction, Minghe Valley will be involved in the battle of the Immortal Palace, there will be great risks, but opportunities and risks have always coexisted, and Immortal Giming finally decided to take a gamble. Chapter 2934, Convince Sunstrider Immortal. The person who knows the current affairs is Junji. Seeing that Giming Shanzun agreed to cooperate with him, Shu Qinglei couldn't help but smile and said, Giming Taoist friend will definitely not regret today's decision. Giming Shanzun is also a very decisive person. Now that he has made a decision, he will not hesitate at all, and ask straight to the point, fellow Taoist Shu, when do you plan to attack Yunxiao sect? The strength of Yunxiao sect is almost the same as that of Ming River Valley, and there is only one Tai Immortal Venerable in charge. In terms of overall strength, it is even weaker than Styx Valley. With the strength of Ming River Valley, it is not an easy task to annex Yunxiao sect. Even if it can be successful, I am afraid that it will be greatly damaged, and the gains will outweigh the losses. Although Styx Valley and Yunxiao sect have always had friction with each other, they have never really done it. But this time, with Shu Qinglei, the immortal Tai of the Evergreen Immortal Palace, to help, the situation is completely different. As long as he joins forces with Shu Qinglei, it is impossible to stop them by relying on the ancestor of the Tai realm of Yunxiao sect. With the two of us, it is not an easy task to deal with the Yunxiao sect. We still need to find some helpers. Shu Qinglei said lightly, I plan to go to Tinlong Ridge and let the Tinlong family of Tinlong Ridge help. Is it not necessary? Giming Shanzun frowned slightly. There is only one Tai level ancestor in the Yunxiao sect, and his strength is slightly inferior to me. Why do we need the help of the Tinlong family? In his opinion, there is only one Tai Immortal Venerable in the Yunxiao sect. As long as one of the two of them drags him down and the other suppresses the Yunxiao sect, wouldn't it be easy? The Heavenly Wolf clan is a force within the jurisdiction of the Styx River Valley. It is entrenched in the Heavenly Wolf Ridge. Although its strength is weaker than that of the Styx River Valley, it is also a genuine Tai immortal race. Although the Sirius family is located in the territory under the jurisdiction of the Styx Valley, they have always been entrenched in the Sirius Ridge, and the well water in the Styx Valley does not violate the river water. If the Heavenly Wolf family were to help, it would be almost impossible for the Styx Valley to swallow everything of the Yunxiao sect. This deity has already been to the Yunxiao sect, and the Yunxiao sect is not as simple as you think. Shu Qingdale glanced at Immortal Venerable Giming. I can tell you responsibly that with you and me alone, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get any advantage from Yunxiao sect. Immortal Venerable Giming couldn't help being shocked. Listening to Shu Qingdale's tone, could it be that Yunxiao sect has more than one Tai Immortal Venerable? Styx Valley and Yunxiao sect are already old rivals, and it can be said that they both know each other very well. How could Yunxiao sect suddenly appear two immortal venerates in the Tai realm? Giming Shanzun also knew very well that Shu Qingdale had absolutely no need to lie to him on this matter. But Yunxiao sect clearly has only one Tai realm ancestor. When did the other Tai realm immortal venerable appear? Could it be that the Yungan immortal venerable of half-step Deluo has broken through the Tai realm? Thinking of this, Immortal Giming's expression also became a lot more solemn. It seems that his choice to cooperate with Changqing Immortal Palace this time is undoubtedly a very correct decision. With the grievances between the Styx Valley and the Yunxiao sect, whose strength has soared, will not easily let go of the Styx Valley. I am afraid that they will be in danger at that time. Taoist Giming, this deity will go to Tinlong Ridge immediately, and you should also be prepared. The day I return from Tinlong Ridge will be the time when the Yunxiao sect will be destroyed. Shu Qingdale glanced at Immortal Giming, and disappeared into the sky as a lightning bolt, leaving only a faint voice resounding slowly over the Styx Valley. Yunxiao sect. After Jiang Chen retreated Shu Qingdale, he directly returned to his residence, preparing to continue to enter the Tower of Time to improve his strength. Ziyao is still in the process of returning to his ancestors, and looking at this situation, it seems that it is impossible to complete it for a while. However, Jiang Chen can be sure that once Ziyao completes the bloodline return to his ancestors, his cultivation base will inevitably skyrocket again, and I am afraid that at least he will have the strength of Tai realm. For Ziyao to complete the bloodline return to his ancestors, even if he has 100-fold time acceleration on the second floor of the Tower of Time, it will take some time. Then Shu Qingdale will definitely not give up when he retires this time. I am afraid he will make a comeback soon, and the power he will bring will be extremely powerful. It seems that some preparations must be made. He and the corpse of the Immortal King have been exposed, and the Yunxiao sect already has a Tai Immortal Venerable. If Shu Qingdale makes a comeback, I am afraid he will bring back at least two Immortal Venerables above the Tai realm. Of course, if Ziyao can complete the bloodline return to the ancestors before Shu Qingdale makes a comeback, it is not a cause for concern. But Jiang Chen couldn't pin all his hopes on Ziyao. Jiang Chen seemed to suddenly think of something, and immediately took out the Immortal Tablet, and then his mind entered a separate space inside the Immortal Tablet. In the center of this space, there was a figure in black armor firmly locked by two mysterious chains. It was the Immortal Venerable Sunrise who had assisted him in suppressing the Immortal Monument at the beginning. Boy, you are finally willing to show up. Right at the moment Jiang Chen appeared, Immortal Zuri, who had been sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, finally slowly opened his eyes. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, Shanzun's condition here seems to be better than I imagined. Boy, I've been waiting for you. Although you used this supreme fairy weapon to suppress me here, you couldn't help me at all. Immortal Venerable Zuri said lightly, tell me, how can you let me out? Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, he directly stretched out a finger. It's very easy for Shanzun to go out, just be by my side and drive me for 100 years. Zuri Immortal Venerable snorted coldly, let's change the conditions. Although the boy in front of him is extraordinary, he was once a peerless Immortal Venerable at the peak of the primordial realm, and he was only one step away from becoming the Immortal King, so how could he be easily driven by Jiang Chen? In that case, Immortal Venerable can only stay here well. Jiang Chen smiled lightly and said, for Immortal Venerable, 100 years is just a matter of snapping your fingers. And what Immortal Venerable asks is just to break through Immortal King. I may be able to help you find a way to truly break through Immortal King. Immortal Zun's eyes flashed brightly, is what you said true? I have an inextricable relationship with the famous Immortal King of Immortal Sword and Immortal King Longevity. Now I am in the immortal realm of longevity. As long as you agree to my conditions, I can take you there in the future. The Immortal Palace seeks to break through the method of the Immortal King. Jiang Chen looked directly at Immortal Zhuangri and said lightly. Immortal Zun's eyes changed slightly, and then he suddenly raised his head and said, okay, this deity has agreed to your conditions. From today on, I will serve you for 100 years. Chapter 2935. The three great Tai immortal venerables arrive. After thinking about it for a while, immortal Zhuangri chose to agree without hesitation. Back then, his cultivation base was trapped at the peak of primordial realm for many years. In order to step out of the final breakthrough to the immortal king, it can be said that he spent a lot of time. Immortal Venerable Zuri only got a secret method that is not the usual way, and wants to use this secret method to forcibly break through the immortal king realm. After countless years of planning, he finally failed because of Jiang Chen and the others. In fact, Immortal Venerable Daily is very clear about his psychology. Even if Jiang Chen's accident did not occur that day, even if all his plans were carried out smoothly, the chance of successfully breaking through the immortal king realm might still be less than 1/10. Because of this, when Jiang Chen mentioned the method of breaking through the immortal king, Immortal Zunri was moved. The Immortal Palace of Immortality, this is the immortal king force in the Xian heavenly domain, and the immortal palace with immortal king in the past. Even if you look at the entire immortal world, it is definitely one of the few immortal king forces. If he has the opportunity to go to the immortal palace, it might really give him the opportunity to break through the immortal king. For him, an old monster who has lived and didn't know the youth, 100 years is really just a snap of his fingers. The Jiang Chen in front of him is unparalleled in talent, and he has the immortal king artifact in his hand. Following such a genius for 100 years is not an unacceptable thing for Immortal Zuri's son. Seeing that Immortal Zuri agreed, Jiang Chen didn't say much, and directly let the steel spirit of the immortal monument remove the imprisonment of Immortal Zuri, and said with a smile, "Immortal Zuri, do you want to go out with me now?" Seeing that Jiang Chen had withdrawn the power that had directly imprisoned him, Immortal Zuri couldn't help but say indifferently, "You just let me go, aren't you afraid that I will go back on my word? You won't shoot at me." Jiang Chen smiled confidently and said, "I know what you want. You're not doing me any favors now, isn't it? This is a good place to practice. I'll stay here for the time being. You can call me out again if you need to." After Immortal Zuri finished speaking, he ignored Jiang Chen and closed his eyes to practice. Back then, Immortal Venerable Zuri paid a lot for this plan for his body shape, and now his cultivation base has not even returned to primordial realm. Immortal Venerable Zuri is very clear that now he is in a supreme immortal artifact. This immortal artifact is at least above the immortal king artifact, and also has a very powerful immortal artifact spirit. This person has existed for a very long time, and his knowledge is more than 10 times more than that of Sun Ji Shanzun. During this time, Immortal Zhuang Sun occasionally had a conversation with the artifact spirit for a while, and benefited a lot from it. Now that you have decided to follow the boy for 100 years, let's continue to retreat here. In that case, Jiang Chen will come back to disturb Shanzun another day. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Immortal Jai Sun, and his illusory figure disappeared directly in front of Immortal Jai Sun. After persuading Immortal Zuri to help him, Jiang Chen no longer had any worries in his heart. Immortal Venerable Zuri was once a peerless immortal venerable at the peak of primordial realm, although he had paid a lot of price for it because he wanted to forcibly break through to immortal king realm, but now his state is no longer at the peak. Even so, Immortal Venerable Rising Sun is still many times stronger than Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust with only a wisp of immortal soul remaining. At the time of the Battle of the Sun Zishan Mountains, the Sun Ji Shanzun showed an incomparably terrifying combat power. Even if Immortal Venerable Frozen Dust and Immortal Venerable Taishuan join forces, they are not opponents of Immortal Venerable Zhuang Sun at all. Even if Immortal Zhuang Sun does not have the strength of the primordial realm now, it is definitely an almost invincible existence under the primordial realm. There is Immortal Venerable Zuri. Even if Shu Qingdale really makes a comeback, it is not a cause for concern at all. Jiang Chen continued to comprehend a sword on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time. Soon, half a month passed by. On this day, the sky above soaring sect, which had always been calm, suddenly experienced a violent spatial fluctuation. The 3 paths exuded the terrifying aura of Tai immortal might, and also instantly filled the sky above Yunxiao sect. In the depths of Yunxiao sect, Immortal Venerable Yungan felt the terrifying aura pervading the sky, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath, and immediately his figure appeared directly above Yunxiaozong out of thin air. His eyes swept slightly, and fell directly on the 3 figures standing proudly above the void. The first person was Shu Qingdale, who had retired from the Yunxiao sect not long ago. Beside Shu Qingdale, at this moment there are 2 immortal venerables of Tai realm. These two are immortal venerable Giming of Styx, Valley and Heavenly Wolf King of Heavenly Wolf Clan. 3 Tai immortal venerables. Immortal venerable Yungan's expression instantly became much more solemn. In order to deal with the Yunxiao sect, this time Shu Qingdelei really invested his blood. Immortal venerable Yungan took a deep breath, and without the slightest hesitation, he directly activated the signal and summoned the Tai level ancestor who was in retreat and practiced in Yunxiao sect. I saw that in the depths of the Yunxiao sect, an old man in a green robe and a Taoist robe with a childish face suddenly stepped into the air and appeared in front of immortal venerable Yungan in the blink of an eye. The old man in Xing Yi is none other than the immortal Emperor Tai of Yunxiao sect, the ancestor of Qingyan. Shu Qingdelei looked at the ancestor of Qingyan, and couldn't help but smile coldly. Shanzun Qingyan, you are finally willing to show up. Old ancestor Qingyan looked up at Shu Qingdelei, and said indifferently, this is the Taoist friend from the Evergreen Immortal Palace. My Yunxiao sect has nothing to do with your Evergreen Immortal Palace. Why does the Taoist friend insist on getting along with my Yunxiao sect? Shanzun Qingyan, the deity has already given you the opportunity to the Yunxiao sect, but you didn't cherish it yourself. Shu Qingdelei was full of murderous intent. Since you have to find your own way, this deity will fulfill you today. Ancestor Qingyan ignored Shu Qingdelei, but turned his eyes to immortal Giming and Heavenly Wolf King. Shanzun Giming, Heavenly Wolf King, your cooperation with Chengqing Immortal Palace is tantamount to seeking skin with a tiger, even if it is destroyed today. I am Soaring Cloud sect, you will not end well either. Immortal Giming sneered and said, Old Qingyan, my Styx Valley, but it's not your turn to worry about it. You don't have to sow discord here. No matter what, today's Yunxiao sect is also destroyed. Really, if you want to destroy the Soaring Cloud sect, you have to ask me if I agree. At the same time when immortal venerable Giming's voice fell, Jiang Chen also took the corpse of the immortal king and stepped out of the sky, and the faint voice instantly resounded through the heavens and the earth. Looking at this young man in black who was slowly stepping into the air, immortal venerable Giming couldn't help but squinted slightly. The black-clothed young man in front of him should be the Deluo Tianzhao who was in the mouth of Shu Qingdelei, who was fighting against the sky. And the puppet beside him is probably that powerful puppet whose combat power is not inferior to immortal Tai. Chapter 2936, War broke out. Friend Jiang Chen, you are here. Looking at Jiang Chen who appeared beside him, immortal venerable Yungan couldn't help but slightly relieved. Today, Shu Qingdelei and other 3 Tai immortal venerables came at the same time, and it was difficult to compete with the power of Yunxiao sect alone. And Jiang Chen not only has unparalleled combat power, but also has the terrifying strength to shake the Tai realm with the Deluo realm, and there is a puppet beside him that is comparable to the Tai immortal venerable. With Jiang Chen's existence, their Yunxiao sect is only qualified to compete with Shu Qingdelei and others. The two of you, just in case, prepare to do it, and make a quick decision. Shu Qingdelei looked at Jiang Chen who appeared in the line of sight, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. I'll hold that kid and the puppet beside him. Giming, you deal with Qingyan immortal venerable, and the rest will be handed over to him. To serious King Yu, Shu Qingdelei's voice fell, and his figure appeared in front of Jiang Chen in a flash. Immortal venerable Tai's powerful energy was directly locked on Jiang Chen's body. Boy, I know that your identity and origin should be extremely extraordinary, but it is not a wise choice to be an enemy of my evergreen immortal palace for the sake of a mere Yunxiao sect. If you leave now, it may be too late. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently, and a broken sword appeared out of thin air from his palm. Stop talking nonsense, I will take care of today's affairs. If you want to destroy a Yunxiao sect, then you have to see if you have that ability. Do you really think this deity will be afraid of you? Shu Qingdelei's voice fell, and the vast Tai immortal power surged out of the body, and then caused 1,000 miles of void to surge. There was only a loud bang, and a thunderous thunder fell from the sky, instantly turning the 1,000 zhang space above Jiang Chen's head into a purgatory of thunder. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, and directly controlled the immortal king's corpse to blast out 12 neatly, scattering the thunderous purgatory above his head. The immortal king corpse puppet smashed the thunder purgatory with one punch, but there was no hesitation in the figure, and a terrifying power was brought up in the fist, which instantly shattered the 100 miles of void, and hit Shu Qingdelei. Shu Qingdelei made a seal on his hands, and a cyan lightning shield condensed in front of him, blocking the punch from the corpse of the immortal king. The shocking explosion instantly spread to the world. Although Shu Qingdelei's condensed lightning shield blocked the punch of the immortal king corpse puppet, the whole person was still sent hundreds of feet away by the terrifying force. Just as he stabilized his figure, the immortal king's corpse and puppet followed him like a shadow, and the punching force that broke all methods hit him again with a punch. Xu Qinglei was almost completely suppressed by the fierce and domineering offensive of the immortal king corpse puppet. Jiang Chen ignored the battle between the immortal king corpse and Xu Qinglei, and appeared in front of the heavenly wolf king in a flash. The scarlet wolf eyes of the heavenly wolf king squinted slightly. "Boy, do you want to stop me?" "Not to stop you, but to kill you." Jiang Chen looked at the heavenly wolf king with indifference. "If you leave now, it may be too late, or this Yunxiao sect will be your burial place today." "I'm not ashamed, this deity wants to see, how are you going to kill me?" The heavenly wolf king sneered with disdain on his face, and immediately a terrifying Tai immortal might collided with him, and then directly pressed towards Jiang Chen overwhelmingly. Facing the pressure of the heavenly wolf king, Jiang Chen's expression was extremely calm. Above the sword in his hand, a heart-pounding slaughter aura filled the heaven and earth in an instant, and then turned into a sword light that was enough to slay immortals and kill gods. It's a bit capable, but if you want to be wild in front of the deity, that's still not qualified. The heavenly wolf king smiled coldly, and immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed it in the air. An indestructible golden giant claw directly grabbed the slaughtering sword light that was slashing in the face, and crushed its claw into nothingness. Jiang Chen's expression remained the same, and the second and third forms of the sword of immortal killing also slashed towards the heavenly wolf king one after another. The heavenly wolf king was not afraid at all, and the giant golden claws that contained the vast immortal power of Da Luo kept slamming against Jiang Chen's immortal killing sword art. Jiang Chen's figure was swept away by the destructive ripples, and it was shaken back several hundred meters. He raised his head and looked at the proudly standing, serious king across from him, and his expression also became a little dignified. After the cultivation base reaches the Great Luo realm, even if it is a small realm, the difference in strength between them is a world of difference. Even with Jiang Chen's strong background, it is by no means an easy task to compete against the Tai realm with the cultivation of the Deluo realm. "Boy, it's really amazing that you can use your cultivation in the early stages of the Deluo realm to smash the deity 3 times one after another, but that's all." The cold voice of the heavenly wolf king fell, and his fist clenched suddenly, and the power of immortal essence in all directions instantly turned into a silver giant wolf in front of him. As the heavenly wolf king punched out, the silver giant smashed through the space like a meteor, and appeared in front of Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen's body burst out with all his power, and then turned into a shocking sword, separating the silver giant wolf that hit, causing the silver giant wolf to disappear directly into the inexplicable world on the other side. What a domineering time and space fairy art, but the deity has to see it. How many times can you perform such a fairy art? The heavenly wolf king's pupil shrank suddenly, and his figure doubled in vain. A phantom of a heavenly wolf was looming behind him, and a more powerful aura burst out from his body instantly. As the blood of the wolf. Looking at the heavenly wolf king whose breath was instantly more intense, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. The ancestor of the Tinlong family is also a top-level fairy beast with the strength of the fairy king. The heavenly wolf king in front of him has an extraordinary bloodline. This time, the heavenly wolf king broke out with all his strength, and it was even more difficult to deal with than the general Tai immortal venerable in the early stage of Tai. "You're right, I really can't use this kind of fairy magic a few times, but I have no plan to continue to use it." Jiang Chen raised his head and glanced at the heavenly wolf king. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise a slight arc. "That's it, I don't have the heart to play with you anymore." After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he immediately thought, and the immortal tablet appeared directly in the palm of his hand. I saw a violent spatial fluctuation suddenly rippling above the immortal tablet. A black glow exuding a fiery aura suddenly shot out from the immortal monument, and then turned into a figure in black armor shrouded in black flames in front of Jiang Chen. As soon as the figure in black armor appeared, an aura that made all the creatures in this world suffocate instantly filled the 4 directions. Rao is the heavenly wolf king with Tai realm cultivation base, and his expression can't help but change suddenly at this moment. Chapter 2937, The Power of the Sunstruck Immortal. "Who is your excellency?" The heavenly wolf king stared at immortal venerable Zuri, with an extremely solemn expression. This suddenly appeared in the black armor figure in front of him. The breath can be described as unfathomable, even he was difficult to see through, he even felt an extremely dangerous breath from the other party's body. The Heavenly Wolf King guessed that this was probably at least a powerhouse whose cultivation had reached the peak of the Tai realm. The deity is day by day. Immortal Zun Zuri stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the Sirius King. Little Sirius, are you going to be captured obediently, or do you want the deity to do it yourself? The Wolf King laughed angrily. He is a celestial wolf clan with celestial wolf bloodline, and his cultivation base has also reached the Tai realm, and his combat power is even higher than that of the ordinary Tai immortal venerable. Even if the strength of the person in front of him is higher than him, it is impossible for him to be captured without hesitation. The voice of the Heavenly Wolf King fell, and it was a preemptive strike, punching towards immortal Zhuang Sun. The Heavenly Wolf King stimulated the bloodline of the Heavenly Wolf, urging the Tai immortal technique to fight and kill the fist. The domineering fist glows like a blood flag across the sky, swept towards the Sun Zan immortal venerable. In the face of the attack of the Sirius King, Zuri immortal venerable seemed to be indifferent. He just raised his hand and punched it out, instantly smashing the blood-killing fist of the Heavenly Wolf King, and with a single punch, it was easily forced back. Immortal Zhuang Sun quickly made a handprint with both hands, turning into a big hand condensed by black flames and shrouded the Heavenly Wolf King, turning the vast void above the Heavenly Wolf King's head into nothingness in an instant. The Heavenly Wolf King only felt that the sky above his head seemed to be filled with rain of fire, and every black flame contained a feeling that made the Heavenly Wolf King feel extremely dangerous. The Heavenly Wolf King was terrified in his heart, and his figure pulled out numerous phantoms in the void, desperately dodging the black flames that descended from the void. At this moment, immortal Zhuang Sun shot directly into the sky with a palm. This palm directly smashed many of the phantoms of the Heavenly Wolf King, and hit the Heavenly Wolf King's body firmly, and the Heavenly Wolf King's body suddenly flew upside down in the void like a kite with a broken string. Heavenly Wolf King's figure flew upside down for thousands of feet in a row, and only then did he stably stabilize his figure. The strength of the black armor figure in front of him is really too strong. Even if his cultivation base reached the Tai realm, he was hit hard by the opponent, and he had no resistance at all. Heavenly Wolf King's heart is full of dead souls. At this moment, where there is still the slightest fighting spirit, the whole person is like a bird with a bow, and he flees into the distance in panic. In the early stage of Tai realm, you actually wanted to escape under the eyes of this deity. Can you escape? The immortal Jai Sun's face was indifferent, and an invisible fiery aura was also centered on the immortal Jai Sun in an instant, and quickly spread out in the void. Principle of Primordial Yuan, Luminous Sun Realm. As the indifferent voice of immortal Jai Sun fell, the sky with the center of immortal Jai Sun changed instantly, and finally turned into a golden world with a bright sun. In this world, the temperature has reached an extremely terrifying level, as if it is enough to burn everything in the world into nothingness. Even the Heavenly Wolf King in the Tai realm can only support himself in this world. The primordial law of primordial. You are the powerhouse of primordial area. The Sirius King looked at the golden world around him that was enough to melt everything, and his expression instantly became terrified. He originally thought that although the figure in black armor in front of him was extremely powerful, he was at the peak of the Tai realm at most, but he did not expect to display the law of primordial. In the immortal realm, after reaching the Da Luo realm, one can comprehend the law of immortal Tao. The law of immortality that Da Luoxing comprehends is that immortal power controls heaven and earth, and uses immortal power to control the power of heaven and earth. In the Tai realm, it is necessary to master the laws of the immortal way of immortal power forbidding heaven and earth. After arriving at the primordial realm, you can create your own realm with the law of immortal Tao. In the realm created by this law, facing the people under the primordial realm, it is almost an invincible existence. The Heavenly Wolf King never imagined that the one in front of him would actually display the law of primordial. This man in black armor turned out to be a Hunyuan immortal venerable. Let the deity fall. Immortal venerable Zuri had an indifferent expression, and with a wave of his palm, terrifying rays of scorching sun rose into the sky between the heavens and the earth, and then directly surrounded the Heavenly Wolf King in all directions. The Heavenly Wolf King looked terrified, only to see a frightening wolf howl from his mouth, and the whole person turned into a giant wolf, trying to break through the scorching sun that shrouded in all directions. The law of Hunyuan is something that the Heavenly Wolf King can contend against. Under the power of the primordial principle, any resistance of the Sirius King is futile. I saw that the 1,000-foot body of the Heavenly Wolf King was constantly melting at a speed visible to the naked eye under the rays of the scorching sun. The body of the Sirius King has evaporated out of thin air under the scorching sun. The Heavenly Wolf King just died like this. Looking at immortal Zuri who evaporated out of thin air in front of immortal Zuri, Jiang Chen didn't come back to his senses for a while. Although he was in the Ziri mountain range that day, Jiang Chen had already seen the terrifying combat power of the Ziri Immortal Venerable, but he still did not expect Ziri Immortal Venerable to be so terrifying. With just one move, the Heavenly Wolf King and other Tai Immortal Venerables can be easily killed. Is this the power of primordial realm, such a terrifying primordial law? The current state of Immortal Zhuangri is obviously even better than that in Zuri mountain range, and he has been able to display the law of primordial, an understatement to kill Immortal Tai. If Immortal Jai Sun had such power back then, I am afraid that all of them would have been left in Ziri mountain range forever by Immortal Jai Sun. The sudden fall of the Sirius King also quickly attracted the attention of the remaining two battlefields in the void. In the other two battlefields, Shu Qingdalei has almost been pinned down by the corpse of the Immortal King, and it is difficult to take any advantage. Although Giming Shanzun is slightly better than the Qingyan ancestor of the Yunxiao sect, he can only slightly gain the upper hand. It is by no means easy to completely defeat the Qingyan ancestor. Now that the two Tai realms of the Yunxiao sect have been completely dragged down by them, as long as the Heavenly Wolf King can successfully defeat the great Luoxing Tianzhao, the Yunxiao sect is almost unstoppable. Both of them pinned their hopes on the Sirius King. The fact was just as they expected. Although the Deluo Tianzhao had extraordinary combat power, he could not compete with the Heavenly Wolf King, the Tai Immortal Venerable. After just a few tricks, the Sirius King had already defeated him. Chapter 2938, Kill All. Just when Shu Qingdalei and others thought that Jiang Chen would be suppressed by the Sirius King, Jiang Chen suddenly summoned a figure in black armor, which lightly blocked the Sirius King's offensive. What they didn't expect was even more. This black-armored figure turned out to be a powerful Hunyuan Immortal Venerable, who directly displayed the Hunyuan Law and killed the Heavenly Wolf King in one move. Hunyuan Immortal Venerable, there is actually a primordial Immortal Venerable next to this guy. Shu Qingdalei and Giming Shanzun came back to their senses, and their expressions instantly became terrified. Deluo, Tai, and Hunyuan three realms, each realm needs to comprehend the brand new laws of immortality, and the laws of immortality in each realm can be said to be a qualitative leap. The power of the primordial realm is simply not something they can contend with. Shu Qingdalei and Giming Immortal Venerable didn't dare to stop at this moment, only to see their whole body's strength exploded to the extreme in an instant, and they just abandoned the opponent in front of them and ran away in a hurry. How could Jiang Chen and Qingyan ancestor give them the chance to escape easily? Jiang Chen shot directly and decisively, and killed Shu Qingdalei at the same time as the Immortal King corpse. On the other hand, Qingyan Patriarch agreed to perform various trump card immortal techniques, and firmly entangled the ghosts and immortals. Immortal Venerable Zuri had no expression on his face, but when he moved his palm, the law of primordial was displayed again. Both Shu Qingdalei and Giming Immortal Venerable turned pale in an instant, and they both attacked this world as if they were going crazy. Even though the two of them are Immortal Venerable Tai, it is difficult for them to shake Sun Zun Immortal Venerable's primordial principles at all. After struggling for a while, the two were also directly burned by the terrifying power of the Sun Ji Shanzun's primordial law. The three Tai Immortal Venerables were all killed by the Sun Zeking Immortal Venerables almost at the click of a finger. Fellow Taoist Jiang Chen, thank you so much for the old generation Yunxiao sect. It took a while for Qingyan's ancestor to recover from the shock, and he couldn't help but hug Jiang Chen politely. Today, Shu Qingdalei brought Immortal Giming and Heavenly Wolf King to kill him. Even with Jiang Chen's help, Qingyan's ancestor was actually a little worried. Shu Qingdalei and the others have three Tai Immortal Venerables. But he never thought that Jiang Chen actually had such a powerful whole card, and directly called out a Hunyuan Immortal Venerable. With the momentum of thunder, he lightly killed Shu Qingdalei and other three Tai Immortal Venerables. Now that Immortal Giming and the Heavenly Wolf King have fallen, Yunxiao sect can take advantage of the situation to destroy the Styx Valley and the Heavenly Wolf family. If these two Tai forces can be annexed, the strength of Yunxiao sect will be greatly increased. Yunqin Shanzun decided to cooperate with Jiang Chen, but Qingyan's ancestor was still a little hesitant. Until this moment, the ancestor of Qingyan had to admit that the choice of Yunqin Shanzun was a right bet. Yunxiao sect and Styx Valley have been competing for so many years, but they have never been able to take any advantage. Now that they cooperate with Jiang Chen, they have the possibility of annexing the Styx Valley in an instant. If this was put in the past, it was almost unthinkable. They also don't need to worry too much about the Evergreen Immortal Palace. There is Immortal Venerable Hunyuan beside Jiang Chen. Even if the Evergreen Immortal Palace wants to do something to the Cloud Firmament sect, I am afraid that it has to be weighed. You're welcome, now I and your Yunxiao sect are allies and will naturally help. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, pay close attention to the movements of the Evergreen Immortal Palace. Once there is any news, be sure to notify me as soon as possible. In this battle, the 3 Tai Immortal Venerables were killed one after another, and I am afraid that the entire Yunxiao sect will attract the attention of the Evergreen Immortal Palace. Of course, this is what Jiang Chen saw very much. At first, he persuaded Immortal Zhuangri to use the power of Immortal Zuri to kill Shu Qingdalei and others in a battle to attract the attention of Evergreen Immortal Palace. Once Changqing Asgard diverts too much attention to the Yunxiao sect, it can relieve some pressure for Lu Zhaoqing and Changsheng Asgard. Jiang Chen intends to respond to all changes with no change, see what Changqing Immortal Palace will do next, and then make plans. What he hopes most is that the Evergreen Immortal Palace will once again send forces to the Yunxiao sect, so that he can increase his strength in the Yunxiao sect while eroding the power of the Evergreen Immortal Palace. After you have accumulated a certain level of strength, you can wait for the opportunity to launch a counterattack, and then cooperate with Lu Zhaoqing and the Immortal Palace to defeat the Immortal Palace and the Immortal Palace. Old Ancestor Qingyan nodded and said solemnly, don't worry, Taoist Jiang Chen, I will leave this matter to me, Cloud Soaring Sect. Now that the Yunxiao sect and Jiang Chen are firmly tied to the same boat, although they have won a big victory in the battle today, if the Evergreen Asgard makes a comeback, the Yunxiao sect alone will be difficult to resist. If Yunxiao sect wanted to survive in the immortal realm of longevity, the only choice was to follow in Jiang Chen's footsteps. At the same time that Jiang Chen summoned Immortal Venerable Rising Sun and killed 3 Immortal Venerable Tai including Shu Qingdalei. The Changqing Immortal Palace, which is hundreds of millions of miles away, also quickly got the news. Changqing Immortal Palace, the central hall. An old man in blue clothes with a deep breath stood in the center of the hall with his hands behind his back. The old man is none other than Lu Qingli, the great elder of Changqing Shanggong Palace, and he is also a famous and powerful man from Changqing Immortal Palace. His cultivation base has reached the peak of Tai realm, and he is only one step away from primordial realm. Now that the Evergreen Immortal Palace and the Immortal Palace have joined forces to attack the Immortal Palace of Eternal Life, the Palace Master of the Immortal Palace brought most of his forces to the Immortal Palace, leaving the great elder Lu Qingli to guard the Immortal Palace. Behind Lu Qingli, there was a middle-aged man reporting in a panic. Elder, just now, Elder Qingdalei, fell. Lu Qingli came back to his senses and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, frowning slightly. Tell me, what's going on? The Evergreen Immortal Palace and the Immortal Palace's joint attack on the Immortal Palace has not been successful, so I plan to shuffle the power of the entire immortal realm. This time Shu Qingdalei was sent by him to subdue several neutral Tai forces. With Shu Qingdalei's Tai realm's cultivation base, even if he couldn't conquer those neutral forces, he would still be able to retreat completely. How could he have somehow fallen? The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and said, I don't know the specific situation yet. I have already sent someone to investigate. Hearing this, Lu Qingli frowned tightly together. A Tai Immortal Venerable, even in their Evergreen Immortal Palace, it belongs to the top combat power. Now that Shu Qingdalei has fallen, it is also a big blow to their Evergreen Immortal Palace. What Lu Qingli cared about most was how Lu Qingli fell. Could it be that those Tai forces already knew about the actions of Changqing Immortal Palace, so they joined forces in advance? If this is the case, it will be a lot of trouble for Changqing Immortal Palace. Chapter 2939, Take the Initiative. The middle-aged man seemed to have received some news, and he couldn't help but look up at Lu Qingli and said, Elder, there is news that Elder Qingdalei should have fallen to Yunxiao sect. Lu Qingli was stunned for a moment. Yunxiao sect. The middle-aged man explained. The Yunxiao sect is a second-rate Tai immortal sect in the northwest of the immortal realm of longevity, and there is only one Tai immortal venerable in charge. Hearing this, Lu Qingli couldn't help frowning slightly. Shu Qingdalei is a Tai immortal venerable from the Evergreen Immortal Palace. Although he is only in the early stage of Tai, his combat power is even higher than that of the general early stage of Tai. With Shu Qingdelei's strength, how could he have fallen to the Yunxiao sect? According to the information I got, Elder Qingdelei was blocked from subduing the Yunxiao sect, so he gathered the Tai Immortal Venerable from the two Tai forces of the Styx Valley and the Sirius clan to go to the Yunxiao sect, and all three of them fell into the Yunxiao sect. At this moment, the somewhat solemn voice of the middle-aged man also sounded in Lu Qinglu's ears. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Lu Qinglu's expression instantly became much more solemn. He originally thought that only Shu Qingdelei had fallen to the Yunxiao sect alone, but he did not expect that two Tai Immortal Venerables and Shu Qingdelei fell together. How could a Tai force with only one Tai Immortal Venerable have the ability to make Shu Qingdelei and the three of them fall? Even if he exists at the peak of Tai realm, if he wants to kill three Tai Immortal Venerates with one enemy and three, it is by no means an easy task. Elder, what are we going to do about the Yunxiao sect now? The middle-aged man was silent for a moment, and asked softly. Lu Qinglu's eyes flickered slightly. The matter of the Yunxiao sect, don't worry about it for the time being, let's talk about everything after defeating the Immortal Palace. Since the Yunxiao sect has the power to kill the three of Shu Qingdelei, even if he goes there in person, I am afraid that he may not be able to easily get the Yunxiao sect. Now it is at the critical moment of the battle with the Immortal Palace of Immortality, and the Immortal Palace of Immortality cannot draw any more strength to deal with the Yunxiao sect. In order to avoid extravagant branches, Lu Qinglu obviously does not intend to continue to fight the Yunxiao sect at this time. No matter what kind of power is behind the Soaring Cloud sect, after defeating the Immortal Palace, the Evergreen Asgard will have to deal with the Soaring Cloud sect. Isn't that easy? After Jiang Chen easily killed Shu Qingdelei and other three Tai Immortals with the help of Immortal Venerable Zuri, he continued to return to the Tower of Time to practice. Ding! You have successfully mastered the Emperor-level immortal art with a single sword. Soon, Jiang Chen stayed on the third floor of the Tower of Time for a full year and a half. After more than a year of continuous comprehension, Jiang Chen finally fully comprehends the Emperor-level immortal sword on the third floor of the Tower of Time. It's been more than a year, and the Evergreen Immortal Palace has not sent anyone to the Yunxiao sect, and I don't know what's going on outside. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and immediately left the Tower of Time in a flash. Since the war more than a year ago, the Yunxiao sect has also gradually annexed the forces of the Styx Valley, which has undergone earth-shaking changes, and its strength has more than doubled compared to a year ago. Not only did Yunxiao sect have two more Deluo Immortal Venerables, but even Yungan Immortal Venerable, who was half-stepped Tai realm successfully, broke through Tai realm and became the second Tai Immortal Venerable of Yunxiao sect. Today's Yunxiao sect has become the largest force in the hundreds of millions of miles northwest of the Immortal Realm. Fellow Taoist Jiang Chen, are you out? In the center of the Soaring Cloud sect, Immortal Venerable Yungan looked at Jiang Chen, who suddenly appeared in front of him, and couldn't help but greeted with a smile. Jiang Chen nodded and asked straight to the point, Changqing Immortal Palace, has there been any movement recently? No, in the battle more than a year ago, fellow Taoist Jiang Chen killed Shu Qingdelei and other three great Tai Immortal Venerables, and it seemed that Changqing Immortal Palace was also intimidated. Immortal Venerable Yungan shook his head and said with a smile, for more than a year, the Evergreen Immortal Palace seems to have no signs of wanting to do anything to the Yunxiao sect. Shu Qingdelei and other three Tai Immortal Venerables all fell to the Yunxiao sect. It is not difficult to guess that the Evergreen Immortal Palace should have a powerful existence above the Tai realm. If Changqing Immortal Palace wants to attack Yunxiao sect, it must send Hunyuan Immortal Venerable to come. But now that the Evergreen Immortal Palace and the Immortal Palace are joining forces to attack the Immortal Palace, how can they easily send Immortal Hunyuan to deal with the Yunxiao sect? When Jiang Chen heard this, his brows could not help but wrinkle slightly. How is the Immortal Palace now? His plan was to kill Shu Qingdelei to attract the attention of the Evergreen Immortal Palace, so that the Evergreen Immortal Palace would transfer some of its firepower to the Yunxiao sect, so as to share the pressure on Lu Zhaoqing and the Longevity Immortal Palace. But I didn't expect that Changqing Immortal Palace would not plan to attack Yunxiao sect again. This is what I was about to tell fellow Taoist Jiang Chen. Immortal Venerable Yungan said in a deep voice, after the successor of the Immortal King of Longevity returned to the Immortal Palace of Longevity, he could have resisted the Immortal Palace of Immortals and the Immortal Palace by virtue of the means left by Immortal. But not long ago, that the successor of the Immortal King of Longevity seems to have been plotted against, and now the situation of the immortal palace of longevity is no longer optimistic. Hearing that Lu Zhaoqing was being plotted against, Jiang Chen's complexion sank suddenly. Evergreen Immortal Palace has never made a move against Yunxiao sect, and it seems that it is determined to join forces with Immortal Palace to defeat Immortal Palace. Jiang Chen's eyes skyrocketed, and he immediately looked up at Immortal Venerable Yungan and said, Immortal Venerable Yungan, the Immortal Palace of Longevity cannot be defeated. Once the Immortal Palace of Immortality is destroyed by Immortal Palace of Evergreen and Immortal Palace, you should know about Yunxiao. What will be the consequences of Zong? Immortal Venerable Yungan took a deep breath. Friend Jiang Chen, what are you going to do? Jiang Chen said with a resolute expression, besiege Wei and save Zhao, we will take the initiative to attack the Evergreen Immortal Palace. Attack. Attack the Evergreen Immortal Palace. Following Jiang Chen's words, Immortal Venerable Yungan couldn't help but take a breath. Changqing Immortal Palace. This is a primordial force split from the Immortal King's power. Changqing Immortal Palace, its strength can be described as unfathomable. Although the strength of the Yunxiao sect has improved during this period, compared with the behemoths such as the Evergreen Immortal Palace, it is still one in the sky and one in the ground. Attacking the Evergreen Immortal Palace is undoubtedly a very crazy decision. Chapter 2940, Assault on Evergreen Asgard. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed brightly. The Evergreen Immortal Palace is now attacking the Immortal Palace of Longevity with all its strength, and the sect is relatively empty. When we attack the Immortal Palace of Evergreen at this time, we will definitely be able to surprise and damage the Immortal Palace in one fell swoop. Immortal Venerable Yungan has always acted decisively, and he did not hesitate at the moment, and said directly, okay, since Taoist Jiang Chen has decided, I will inform the ancestor of Qingyan, and then enter the Evergreen Immortal Palace. Although Changqing Immortal Palace is powerful, as Jiang Chen said, now most of its forces have been sent to attack Changqing Immortal Palace, and the defense is bound to be empty. Yunxiao sect now has 2 Tai realms, he and Qingyan ancestor, plus Jiang Chen and his Immortal King corpse. It is equivalent to having the combat power of 4 Tai realms. Behind Jiang Chen, there is a Hunyuan Immortal Venerable hidden. This kind of lineup, if the Evergreen Immortal Palace does not have Hunyuan Immortal Venerable in charge, it is almost an invincible existence. Even if the Evergreen Immortal Palace really has Hunyuan Immortal Venerable in charge, even if they can't break into the Evergreen Immortal Palace, there is no big problem if they want to retreat. Immortal Venerable Yungan quickly made an arrangement for the Yunxiao sect, and then directly contacted the ancestor of Qingyan, ready to go to the Immortal Palace of Longevity with Jiang Chen. Fellow Taoist Jiang Chen, where's the primordial senior? Seeing that the primordial Hunyuan did not appear, Qingyan Patriarch hurriedly asked. The Evergreen Immortal Palace, this is the primordial force born out of the Immortal King's influence, the Immortal Palace, and its strength is in the entire immortal realm of immortality. It is definitely one of the best. Although the attack on the Immortal Palace this time, the Evergreen Immortal Palace should have sent out the main force, but it is still not to be underestimated. If it wasn't for that Hunyuan Immortal Venerable, it would be almost impossible for them to break into the Immortal Palace of Longevity. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, don't worry, he will naturally appear at a critical moment. Qingyan Patriarch didn't say much when he heard the words, as long as that primordial immortal would take action at a critical time, that would be enough. The group of 3 didn't waste any time, they just jumped into the sky and walked away in the direction of Changqing Immortal Palace. The Evergreen Immortal Palace is located in the Cyanwood Immortal Mountain in the central area of the Immortal Realm of Longevity. Cyanwood Immortal Mountain is one of the oldest immortal mountains in the Immortal Realm of Longevity. Evergreen Immortal Palace once occupied this place after a primordial elder left the Immortal Palace and established the Evergreen Immortal Palace. The Cyanwood Immortal Mountain is extremely rich in life, and the entire Cyanwood Immortal Mountain is shrouded in densely packed towering ancient trees. Although the Evergreen Immortal Palace is located in the Cyanwood Immortal Mountain, it is not built on the Cyanwood Immortal Mountain, but a separate world above the Cyanwood Immortal Mountain. Shanzun Hunyuan masters the law of Hunyuan and has the ability to create a world of his own. The Evergreen Immortal Palace is naturally located in the side of the world created by the Immortal Venerable Hunyuan of the Immortal Palace of Longevity. In the world where the Immortal Palace of Longevity is located, in an ancient square, there is an immortal ring of stone pillars that stretches across the sky. The stone pillar that supported the sky and the earth kept trembling, causing the entire Evergreen Immortal Palace to tremble as if it had been shaken by an earthquake. Inside the Evergreen Immortal Palace, the three Tai Immortal Venerables headed by Lu Qingli appeared in front of the stone pillar at almost the same time. Heaven's secret stone warns, "My Evergreen Immortal Palace is about to suffer a catastrophe. How could this happen? Could it be that something has changed in the battle with the Immortal Palace of Eternal Life, and the Immortal Palace of Eternal Life and Immortal Palace have already been defeated?" Beside Lu Qingli, the two Tai Immortal Venerables were shocked, and their faces were full of horror that could not be concealed. Lu Qingli's expression was also extremely solemn. The stone pillar in front of him is a treasure from the Immortal Palace, called the Heavenly Secret Stone, which has the mysterious power of predicting good and bad luck. Now that the Heavenly Mystery Stone is warning, it means that the catastrophe of their Evergreen Immortal Palace is coming. Outside the Cyanwood Immortal Mountain, three figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was Jiang Chen and the three who came all the way to the Evergreen Immortal Palace. Although the Evergreen Immortal Palace is hundreds of millions of miles away from the Yunxiao sect on the edge of the Immortal Realm, with the strength of Jiang Chen and the others, this distance is nothing. With all their strength, they landed outside the Cyanwood Immortal Mountain in less than a day. This is where the Evergreen Immortal Palace is located. Jiang Chen looked at the Immortal Mountain in front of him, which seemed to have been untouched for a long time, and couldn't help but have a stunned look in his eyes. The ancestor of Qingyan explained, "Like Changqing Immortal Palace and other Hunyuan forces, there will be Hunyuan Immortal Venerable to hide the sect in an independent world, unless Hunyuan Immortal Venerable, even Changqing Immortal. There is no Immortal Hunyuan in the palace, and almost no one can shake it." It's no wonder that the ancestors of Qingyan would ask if Immortal Jai Sun would make a move before setting off. If Immortal Jai Sun did not make a move, they probably couldn't help Changqing Immortal Palace at all. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense. He stepped out one step, overlooking the Cyanwood Immortal Mountain condescendingly, and the faint voice instantly spread all over the world. "People from Changqing Immortal Palace, listen, I, Jiang Chen, brought Yunxiao sect to destroy the Changqing Immortal Palace today, and don't come out and die." Jiang Chen did not directly let Immortal Zhuangri take action. Changqing Immortal Palace is in an independent world created by Hunyuan Immortal Venerable with the principle of Hunyuan, and Jiang Chen naturally does not want to enter this world easily. It would be best if the people from the Evergreen Immortal Palace could be brought out and the battlefield would be placed in the outside world. Jiang Chen's faint voice resounded in the sky above the Cyanwood Immortal Mountain, and even penetrated the space, directly resounding in the world where the Changqing Immortal Palace was located, and the atmosphere of the entire Changqing Immortal Palace was instantly frozen. Inside the Changqing Immortal Palace, all the disciples were in an uproar, and their gazes were inconceivably looking towards the Cyanwood Immortal Mountain outside the Changqing Immortal Palace. Their Evergreen Immortal Palace was split from the Immortal King's Longevity Immortal Palace. Since the establishment of the Evergreen Immortal Palace, it has always been the top primordial force in the immortal realm of longevity. In the entire immortal realm of longevity, there is no force that dares to underestimate their immortal palace. Over the years, almost no one has dared to come to the site of their Evergreen Immortal Palace to spread wildness. But I didn't expect that someone would kill outside the Cyanwood Immortal Mountain today, and even threaten to destroy their Evergreen Immortal Palace. Even though their Evergreen Immortal Palace has now gathered most of their forces to attack the Immortal Palace of Longevity, and the power left behind in the Immortal Palace is relatively empty, it is not a place where anyone can be wild. Small Cloud Sect, I didn't expect it to be them. Lu Qingli heard the faint voice from the Cyanwood Immortal Mountain, and his eyes instantly became extremely gloomy. Chapter 2941, Lu Qingli's Horror. Lu Qingli's expression was extremely difficult to see at this moment. After Shu Qingdale fell to the Yunxiao sect that day, Lu Qingli never chose to do anything to the Yunxiao sect because he was afraid of the mysterious power behind the Yunxiao sect, and he didn't want to cause extra troubles. It's just that he never thought that the Yunxiao sect would take the initiative to kill the Evergreen Immortal Palace. Logically speaking, Evergreen Immortal Palace had nothing to do with Yunxiao sect before. Not long ago, Changqing Immortal Palace failed to conquer Yunxiao sect. From Lu Qingli's point of view, their Evergreen Immortal Palace is also the top primordial force in the immortal realm of longevity. Even if the Yunxiao sect dares to resist the Evergreen Immortal Palace, they should not have the courage to truly fight against the Evergreen Immortal Palace. But the fact was completely beyond Lu Qingli's expectations. The Yunxiao sect actually came to Changqing Immortal Palace. From this point of view, the mysterious power behind the Yunxiao sect is probably not as simple as it seems, and it is even very likely that it is the enemy of the Evergreen Immortal Palace. What a good Yunxiao sect. The deity didn't bother to find them, but they went to the Evergreen Immortal Palace to go wild. You can go with the deity to meet the people of the Yunxiao sect. An icy gleam flashed in Lu Qingli's eyes. The Evergreen Immortal Palace is the top Hunyuan force in the immortal realm of longevity today, while the Yunxiao sect is nothing more than a mere Tai force. Even though the Changqing Immortal Palace is now concentrating most of its forces on attacking the Immortal Palace of Longevity, the defense in the sect is relatively empty, but it is not a soft persimmon that can be needed by others. If facing Yunxiao sect and other Tai forces, they have to hide in the sect, what face will they have a foothold in the immortal realm of longevity in the future? Lu Qingli's voice fell, and he directly led the two Tai immortals out of the world where the Changqing Immortal Palace was located. The three figures have already appeared in the sky above the Cyanwood Immortal Mountain. Lu Qingli's eyes swept away, and directly fell on Jiang Chen and the three of them, and said coldly, "You are from the Yunxiao sect, a mere Tai faction, even dared to come to my Changqing Immortal Palace to play wild. I think you are simply asking for your own death." The ancestor of Qingyan smiled lightly, "Hee. Such a domineering Evergreen Immortal Palace, do you only allow your Evergreen Immortal Palace to send someone to trouble my Yunxiao sect, so that my Yunxiao sect can't take action against the Evergreen Immortal Palace? Being an enemy of my Evergreen Immortal Palace in this immortal realm of longevity, you should know what the consequences will be." Lu Qingli's eyes were indifferent. "I'll give you a chance. It may be too late to leave and disappear from the Cyanwood Immortal Mountain. Otherwise, the deity guarantees that the immortal realm of longevity will no longer have a foothold for your Yunxiao sect." Lu Qingli still had a bit of dread in his heart for the current Yunxiao sect. At the beginning, Shu Qingle summoned two Tai immortal venerates to go to Yunxiao sect, but all of them fell in Yunxiao sect, and no one survived. Yunxiao sect has the power to easily kill 3 Tai immortal venerates. And in the current Changqing Immortal Palace, there are only 3 of them, Tai immortal venerable. Although the strength of the 3 of them is much stronger than that of Shu Qingle and others, and this is the site of the Evergreen Immortal Palace, Lu Qingli really doesn't want to fight with the Yunxiao sect at this time. Really, I want to see how you Changqing Immortal Palace will make Yunxiao sect have no place in the immortal realm of eternal life. Jiang Chen glanced at Lu Qingli lightly, and then he was full of fighting intent. "Go ahead, fight quickly. After all, the Evergreen Immortal Palace is one of the few primordial forces in the immortal realm of longevity, and its strength is extremely powerful. They must withdraw from the emptiness of the Evergreen Immortal Palace and enter the Evergreen Immortal Palace." If the Changqing Immortal Palace were to react and the strong men who attacked the Immortal Palace of Longevity would return to help in time, even if there were Immortal Venerable Sunrise, it would be very difficult for them to gain the Changqing Immortal Palace at all. When Jiang Chen spoke, his figure turned into a sword light and charged towards Lu Qingli. This one's cultivation base has reached the peak of Tai Immortal Venerable, and his strength is extremely powerful. The Qingyan ancestor and Yungan Immortal Venerable of Yunxiao sect are only in the early stage of Tai Immortal Venerable, and it is impossible to be this person's opponent. Jiang Chen decided to deal with Lu Qingli first. As long as the existence of this Tai Immortal Venerable peak is resolved, it will be much easier to break into the Evergreen Immortal Palace. Seeing Jiang Chen's shot, Qingyan Patriarch and Yun Chengkan Immortal Venerable also shot one after another, each fighting against the other 2 Tai Immortal Venerables of Changqing Immortal Palace. "Boy, you should be the person behind Yunxiao sect, right?" In the void, Lu Qingli stared at Jiang Chen. "Who are you? Why do you want to help Yunxiao sect against my Evergreen Immortal Palace?" The young boy in front of him has the cultivation of Deluo Immortal Venerable at a young age. He is a rare peerless genius, and his talent is probably not inferior to that of the Deluo Tianzhao in their Changqing Immortal Palace. Such a genius, I am afraid that at least the forces above Hunyuan can be cultivated. Behind today's soaring cloud sect, there is a party of Hunyuan forces supporting it. Jiang Chen said with a blank expression, "It doesn't matter who I am, I don't need to say more nonsense, let's do it. Boy, although your talent is extraordinary, you are far from being qualified to act wild in front of the deity just by virtue of your cultivation in the early stage of Deluo. No matter who you are, since you dare to come to my Changqing Immortal Palace to be presumptuous, then let the deity fall." Lu Qingli's face turned cold, and he shot directly. A cyan palm print that covered the sky and the sun, suddenly suppressed from the void, and instantly shattered the 10,000 zhang space above Jiang Chen's head into nothingness. Julie Battle Body. Jiang Chen looked at the palm of Lu Qingli's suppression, and suddenly a dazzling dark golden light erupted from his whole body, and his body instantly turned into a dark golden giant with a height of thousands of meters, and then raised a huge fist like a golden sun, punching towards him. With a cyan palm print, he blasted it. The blue palm print that covered the sky was directly blown apart by Jiang Chen's punch. Julie Battle Body, are you the descendant of Julie Immortal King? Lu Qingli looked at the scene in front of him, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his expression instantly became horrified. As the great elder of the Evergreen Immortal Palace, Lu Qingli has extraordinary knowledge and experience, and naturally he has heard all about the deeds of the Immortal King Julie. The Immortal King Julie, the famous Immortal King realm in the Xian Heaven domain, was almost as famous as the Immortal King of Longevity in the Immortal Palace of Longevity. The Julie Immortal King, with this Julie Battle Body, shook the entire Xian Heavenly domain, and once had the power of the Immortal King realm, all of which were suppressed by the Julie Immortal King's display of the Julie Battle Body. Jiang Chen turned out to be the descendant of Immortal King Julie. Even the Immortal Palace of Immortal King Julie did not dare to underestimate the Immortal Monarch Julie in the slightest. If the power behind Yunxiao sect is really related to Immortal King Julie, Changqing Immortal Palace might be really dangerous this time. Chapter 2942, Whole Card. Lu Qingli stared at Jiang Chen, and it was difficult for him to recover from the shock for a long time. This black-clothed young man in front of him is actually the descendant of the Julie Immortal King. Lu Qingli really couldn't understand. There is no connection between the Evergreen Immortal Palace and the Julie Immortal King. How could the Julie Immortal King inexplicably send his descendants to deal with the Evergreen Immortal Palace? Jiang Chen was expressionless, and directly urged Julie's battle body to kill Lu Qingli without any scruples. Lu Qingli's complexion changed, and he quickly urged Tai Immortal Power to block Jiang Chen's earth-shattering punch, and his body burst back thousands of feet. This boy, wait. Lu Qingli looked at Jiang Chen, who was about to take another shot, and quickly said, I have never had any grudges between Changqing Immortal Palace and Julie Immortal King in the past, but I have no grudges recently. Julie Immortal King, this is one of the most famous Immortal Kings in Xian Tianyu. Although the Evergreen Immortal Palace is now the top power in the Immortal Realm of Longevity, it is enough to dominate the Immortal Realm of Longevity, but after all, it is only the power of the primordial Yuan. If he really offends Julie Immortal King wants to destroy Changqing Immortal Palace, it is almost a matter of snapping fingers. I want to attack Changqing Immortal Palace, I don't need a reason. Jiang Chen said a word indifferently, and immediately, the Chenjiang body directly carried the power to shake the sky and the earth, and continued to roll over Lu Qingli. Humph, although your excellency is incomparably gifted and possesses the world-shattering immortal art of Julie's battle body, after all, he only has the cultivation base of Da Luoxing. The reason why this deity does not want to do anything to you is because of the Immortal King Julie. For your face, don't deceive people too much. Lu Qingli blocked Jiang Chen's thunderous strike again, and said with an ashen face. Although the black-clothed youth in front of him has an extraordinary talent, unparalleled combat power, and even has a terrifying combat power that rivals the Tai realm with Da Luoxing, Lu Qingli, whose cultivation base has reached the peak of the Tai realm, has not paid attention to it at all. The reason why he never fought back was just out of fear of the Immortal King Julie behind Jiang Chen. The strength of this old guy is really not ordinary. With my current strength, it is simply difficult to shake it. He glanced at the other two battlefields in the void, and found that Qingyan Patriarch and Yungan Immortal Venerable were completely suppressed by the two Tai Immortal Venerables of Evergreen Immortal Palace. Changqing Immortal Palace is a Hunyuan force split from Changsheng Immortal Palace, and its background is far from the second-rate Tai forces like Yunxiao sect. Even if the cultivation base is in the same realm, the two Tai Immortal Venerables of Changqing Immortal Palace are more powerful than the two of Yunxiao sect. Especially Immortal Venerable Yungan, he just broke through Tai realm not long ago, and his use of Tai realm power is far inferior to that of his opponent. Can't last long. Boy, take the people from the Yunxiao sect and leave the Evergreen Immortal Palace immediately. From now on, my Evergreen Immortal Palace will not violate the river water with you, how about it? Lu Qingli said solemnly, if you insist on going on, I'm afraid you won't get any benefits today. With no expression on his face, Jiang Chen directly summoned the Immortal King Corpse Puppet and joined the battle between Yungan and Immortal Venerable. With the Immortal King Corpse's combat power comparable to the Tai realm, Yungan Immortal Venerable quickly stabilized the situation, and cooperated with the Immortal King Corpse to counterattack to suppress the Evergreen Immortal Palace Tai Immortal Venerable. Tai Realm Puppet. Seeing this, Lu Qingli couldn't help but change again. The one in front of him deserves to have the existence of the true inheritance of Julie Immortal King, and there are puppets around him who are not inferior to Tai Realm. Since your excellency insists on doing this, then don't blame the deity for being rude. Lu Qingli took a deep breath, and the terrifying aura at the peak of the Tai realm also erupted unreservedly at this moment. He was shocked by the identity of the black-clothed youth in front of him as the descendant of the immortal King Julie, and he didn't think much about it for a while. Now that he calmed down, Lu Qingli also found some clues. Although this son has cultivated into the Julie battle body and has an extraordinary relationship with Julie Immortal King, but this time he came to Changqing Immortal Palace, perhaps not the meaning of Julie Immortal King. For a long time, Changqing Immortal Palace has never offended Julie Immortal King. The dignified Julie Immortal King, one of the most famous immortal kings in Xianxia, could not attack Changqing Immortal Palace for no reason at all. If Immortal King Julie really wanted to attack Changqing Immortal Palace, he could easily suppress Changqing Immortal Palace with just one avatar coming from outside his body. Why should he let his descendants and Yunxiao sect join forces to attack Changqing Immortal Palace? As long as this son's coming to Changqing Immortal Palace is not what Immortal King Julie meant, Changqing Immortal Palace does not need to be too afraid. As long as he takes down this kid without hurting his life, even if the Immortal King Julie comes, he will probably not do anything to the Evergreen Immortal Palace. Lu Qingli's breath at the peak of the Tai realm burst out with all his strength, and the heaven and earth of the immortal power of the Tai law also condensed instantly. The world around Jiang Chen was suddenly banned by an invisible force. Even Jiang Chen, who had used the Julie battle body, was now under the ban of that force, and it was difficult for him to move at all. The strength gap is too big. With my current strength, I am far from being an opponent of the peak of Tai realm. Jiang Chen couldn't help shaking his head secretly. With his current strength, in the face of the Tai law displayed in the early stage of Tai realm, he still has the qualifications to contend. But the peak of the Tai realm in front of him has banned the world with immortal power, and he has almost no resistance. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated, and directly contacted Immortal Venerable Ziri, who was in the Immortal Monument. I saw the figure of Immortal Zhuangri appeared out of thin air in front of Jiang Chen. He felt the law of the power of the surrounding immortal power to seal the world, but with a flick of his finger, a flame shot up into the sky, instantly burning the surrounding power of the forbidden world. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lu Qingli's pupils shrank again. He stared at Immortal Jai Sun with his eyes fixed on him, feeling the unfathomable aura on Immortal Jai Sun, and his expression became extremely dignified. This person can dissolve his Tai law with a snap of his fingers, and his strength is probably not below him, and it is even very likely that he is a Hunyuan Immortal Venerable who has reached the Hunyuan realm. Lu Qingli never thought that there was such a trump card next to Jiang Chen. He took a deep breath and clasped his fists at Immortal Zhuang Sun. I don't know who this senior is. You don't need to know who the deity is. Since the deity has already taken action, then you can fall for me. Immortal Venerable Rising Sun's faint voice fell, and the surrounding void changed instantly, turning directly into a golden world that was enough to burn everything. Chapter 2943, Enter the Evergreen Fairy Palace. The Law of Hunyuan. Lu Qingli looked at the world that had suddenly evolved around him, and his expression instantly became horrified. The black-armored man in front of him is indeed a Hunyuan Immortal Venerable. Although your excellency is powerful, I, the Evergreen Immortal Palace, are not soft persimmons that can be kneaded by others. Do you really intend to be with me, Evergreen Immortal Palace, forever? Lu Qingli looked up at Immortal Zhuangri, and couldn't help shouting in horror. Although he has the strength of the peak of Tai realm, he has almost no resistance in front of the primordial law. Burn. Immortal Venerable Zuri had an indifferent expression and ignored Lu Qingli's exclamation. A golden sun emitting a terrifying aura in the void directly suppressed Lu Qingli. Looking at the golden sun that came from the suppression, Lu Qingli's expression changed suddenly. He burst out with all the power of Tai Immortal, and a blue gossip mirror appeared out of nowhere. Then, under the urging of Lu Qingli, a mysterious light suddenly erupted, covering his whole being. This gossip mirror is an immortal treasure in the Evergreen Immortal Palace. In the face of the suppression of the principle of Hunyuan, Lu Qingli had to sacrifice him. The golden sun pressed down and slammed into the cyan barrier condensed by the gossip mirror, actually blocking the golden sun. Hunyuan immortal treasure. Seeing this, immortal venerable Zuri couldn't help but frown slightly. The primordial immortal treasure in Lu Qingli's hands is extremely extraordinary. If he is at his peak at the moment, a mere immortal primordial treasure will naturally not be able to stop him. At this moment, his strength still has a big gap compared with his peak period. Although he can use the law of primordial, it is not easy to suppress Lu Qingli, who is holding primordial. Immortal treasure. Jiang Chen, this guy is not weak, and he has Hunyuan immortal treasure in his hand. I can't kill him for a while, so I can only trap him. You can do what you want quickly. Zuri immortal venerable said directly to Jiang Chen. Hearing the voice transmission of immortal Zhuangri, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Coming to attack the Changqing Immortal Palace today, Jiang Chen not only wanted to attract the firepower of the powerhouses of the Changqing Immortal Palace, but also shared some of the pressure for the Changqing Immortal Palace. When he broke through to Luo Immortal Venerable, Jiang Chen had almost exhausted his cultivation resources. Nowadays, if you want to quickly improve your strength, you need to obtain enough training resources. The Evergreen Immortal Palace, as the top primordial force in the immortal realm of longevity, was separated from the Immortal King's Immortal Palace. If you can loot the Evergreen Immortal Palace, you will definitely be able to obtain rich cultivation resources. With the help of the system's hundredfold experience and the hundredfold time flow rate of the Tower of Time, he can raise his strength to a whole new level. The Evergreen Immortal Palace is hidden in the world created by the primordial Hunyuan. If the Immortal Venerable Sunrise did not take action, it would be difficult for him to enter the Evergreen Immortal Palace. Senior, day by day, I want to enter the Evergreen Immortal Palace. I am afraid you need to take action. I wonder if you can let me enter your primordial law world and suppress that guy with the immortal tablet. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but directly transmit the sound to Immortal Venerable Zuri. Just as Jiang Chen's voice fell, an invisible force seemed to pull him directly into another world. Jiang Chen felt that he had come to a golden world, and there was a figure standing proudly beside him, which was Immortal Venerable Rising Sun. On the opposite side of Immortal Venerable Zuri, Lu Qingli was urging a cyan gossip mirror with all his strength at the moment, struggling to support it under the suppression of a round of golden sun. Is this the power of the primordial law? It really is domineering. Seeing this scene in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a burst of exclamation in his heart. Even at the peak of the Tai realm as strong as Lu Qingli, when the primordial immortal treasure was sacrificed, he did not have much resistance, and could only rely on the immortal primordial treasure to barely save his life. Jiang Chen didn't waste time either. As soon as he moved his palm, the immortal monument emerged from the palm of his hand. Jiang Chen quickly moved the immortal tablet, and the power of the prisoner instantly turned into two invisible chains, directly locking Lu Qingli, who was struggling under the golden sun. As soon as Lu Qingli reacted, the whole person was already involved in the immortal monument by the invisible chains. With Jiang Chen's current strength, it is indeed impossible to directly suppress the existence of the peak of the Tai realm like Lu Qingli with the power of the immortal monument. But now Lu Qingli is in the law of primordial immortal Zun, and he can only rely on primordial immortal treasure to support him. Jiang Chen used the immortal monument's prisoner power at this time to suppress it without a doubt. Seeing that Jiang Chen had suppressed Lu Qingli, Immortal Venerable Zuri waved his palm, and the golden world around him dissipated out of thin air. The Great Elder has fallen. In the other two battlefields in the void, the two Changqing Immortal Palace Tai Immortal Venerables also instantly discovered that Lu Qingli's breath had completely disappeared from the heavens and the earth, and their expressions instantly became terrified. Lu Qingli, the Great Elder of the Evergreen Immortal Palace, is also the most powerful being under the Immortal Venerable Hunyuan of the Evergreen Immortal Palace. They never thought that such a strong man at the peak of Tai realm, and he still held the primordial immortal treasure in his hand, would fall without warning. This is definitely only Hunyuan Immortal Venerable can easily do it. The two Tai Immortal Venerables were filled with dead souls. They didn't have the slightest will to fight, and they didn't even have time to take care of the safety of the Evergreen Immortal Palace. Seeing this, Jiang Chen didn't mean to chase, but said directly to Immortal Zhuangri, "Senior Zuri, how do we enter the Evergreen Immortal Palace now?" The two Tai Immortal Venerables in the early stage of Tai realm were nothing to worry about for today's Jiang Chen. Compared with the Tai Immortal Venerable who killed the two Evergreen Immortal Palace, Jiang Chen is now undoubtedly more interested in looting the Evergreen Immortal Palace. Immortal Venerable Zuri didn't speak. He came to the sky above Cyanwood Immortal Mountain in a flash, and a primordial artifact surrounded by black flames also emerged from his palm in an instant. I saw that there seemed to be a world of hellfire behind him, which instantly merged into the black long sword in his palm, and then drew a sword towards the space in front of him. At that moment, the world created by Immortal Lord Hunyuan in Changqing Immortal Palace was also torn apart by the sword of Immortal Venerable Sun. Immortal Venerable Zuri greeted Jiang Chen indifferently, and immediately entered the world where Changqing Immortal Palace is located. Chapter 2944, Looted, Evergreen Fairy Palace. The four Jiang Chen stood proudly in the void thousands of feet away from the Evergreen Immortal Palace. Opposite them, more than 10 Immortal Venerable Deluo from the Evergreen Immortal Palace, with hundreds of disciples from the Evergreen Immortal Palace, were waiting in battle. The whole world was exuding an air of slaughter and solemnity at this moment. The people of Changqing Immortal Palace, listen, Lu Qingli is dead. If you want to live, it may be too late to surrender now. Jiang Chen's eyes swept slightly on the people from the Evergreen Immortal Palace in front of him, and the indifferent voice resounded throughout the world. When many people from Evergreen Immortal Palace heard Jiang Chen's words, their complexions instantly turned pale. Because Changqing Immortal Palace has always been in the world created by Hunyuan Immortal Venerable with Hunyuan Law, it has always been relatively safe, so Changqing Immortal Palace does not have much defensive power. Today, most of the powerhouses in the Evergreen Immortal Palace are joining forces with the Immortal Palace to attack the Immortal Palace. Lu Qingli, the great elder at the peak of the Tai realm, is the strongest force in the Evergreen Immortal Palace today. Even Lu Qingli has fallen into the hands of these people. How can they resist the Evergreen Immortal Palace? Who are you? You dare to kill me, the great elder of the Evergreen Immortal Palace, and enter the Evergreen Immortal Palace to be savage. When the Immortal Venerable Hunyuan of my Evergreen Immortal Palace returns, I will not let you go easily. Standing in the forefront, a middle-aged man at the peak of the great Luo realm shouted sharply. Jiang Chen smiled lightly. Really? Even if they are willing to let me go, I have no intention of letting them go. He has a long relationship with the Immortal King of Longevity. Even Lu Zhaoqing, the descendant of the Immortal King of Longevity, was chosen by him for the Immortal King of Longevity. He has always regarded Lu Zhaoqing as his sister. Since the Evergreen Asgard was split from the Evergreen Asgard, it was destined to be his enemy. In the face of the enemy, Jiang Chen will never be soft-hearted. Go ahead, solve them as quickly as possible, and then loot the Evergreen Immortal Palace. Before Jiang Chen finished speaking, while waving the broken sword in his hand, he manipulated the corpse of the Immortal King to kill the people in the Changqing Immortal Palace. Qingyan ancestors and Yungan Shanzun saw this and shot at the same time. Two Tai Immortal Venerates, plus Jiang Chen an Immortal King corpse, two monsters that are not inferior to Tai realm's combat power, the four shot at the same time, leaving only a group of Deluo Immortal Venerable Changqing Immortal Palace, unstoppable. The four of them killed all the disciples of the Evergreen Immortal Palace almost like chopping melons and vegetables, and then drove straight into the Evergreen Immortal Palace. In the Evergreen Immortal Palace, countless disciples were all heartbroken, trembling under the terrifying power of Jiang Chen and the four. Jiang Chen and the others also ignored these disciples under Deluo Immortal Venerable, and struttingly searched the Changqing Immortal Palace. Jiang Chen and the others found the treasure house where the treasures were stored in the Evergreen Immortal Palace. Although there are restrictions left by Immortal Venerable Hunyuan around the treasure house of Evergreen Immortal Palace, the existence of Immortal Venerable Rising Sun does not hinder them too much. After entering the treasury, Jiang Chen was too lazy to check it, so he waved his hand and put all the treasures in the treasury into his pocket. Jiang Chen and the others scraped it inside and outside the Changqing Immortal Palace again, and even the primordial immortal spring cultivated by the Changqing Immortal Palace was collected by Jiang Chen. After the looting, Jiang Chen and the others didn't stay too much in the Evergreen Immortal Palace. They left the world where the Evergreen Immortal Palace was located, and quickly floated away from the sky above the Cyanwood Immortal Mountain. Longevity Immortal Mountain, located in the center of Longevity Immortal Domain, is also the most prestigious immortal mountain in Longevity Immortal Domain, and a place of pilgrimage for countless large and small forces in Longevity Immortal Domain. Because this is where the Immortal Mountain of Immortality used to be the only Immortal King force, Immortal Palace of Immortality. In the peak period of the Immortal Palace of Longevity, the immortal king of immortal kings who possessed the great power of immortal kings was in charge. Even if he looked at the entire Xian heavenly domain, it was a prestigious existence. Many years ago, the immortal palace of immortality suffered a great change, and even the immortal king of immortality completely disappeared from immortality of immortality. After the immortal king of longevity disappeared, the strength of the immortal palace of longevity plummeted, and now it has split into three major powers. The three major forces of Hunyuan have been in a three-legged situation in the immortal realm of longevity for many years, but this situation was completely broken because of the return of the descendants of the immortal king of longevity. The evergreen immortal palace and the immortal palace, which were split from the immortal palace, obviously did not want to see the rise of the descendant of the immortal king. Therefore, the two major forces decided to join forces to attack the immortal palace. As the most direct branch of the immortal king of longevity, the immortal palace of longevity has always occupied the immortal mountain of longevity. In particular, the return of the immortal king of longevity brought back many methods of the immortal king of longevity. Even if the evergreen immortal palace and the immortal palace joined forces, it would be difficult to defeat the immortal palace for a while. During this period of time, the powerhouses of the evergreen immortal palace and the immortal palace have been stalemate with the immortal palace of immortality in the immortal mountain of longevity. Outside Xianxia mountain, above a void, I saw two silhouettes with extraordinary breadths, standing opposite each other across 1,000 meters of void. Among these two, one of them is a handsome middle-aged man in green robe, who is the master of the Changqing Immortal Palace, the primordial immortal venerable Lu Changqing. Opposite it, there is an old man in gray with gray hair. The old man's eyebrows are also white and black, which looks extremely strange. The gray-clothed old man is naturally the hall master of the immortal hall of rebirth, and his cultivation has also reached the primordial realm, the black and white immortal venerable. Fellow Taoist black and white, immortal palace can't be attacked for a long time now. We have been stalemate with immortal palace. It's not a solution. I wonder if you have any solutions to break the situation. Lu Changqing looked at the black and white immortal venerable in front of him, and said lightly. Immortal venerable black and white was silent for a while and said, "Now the arrow is on the string, and we have to do it. The matter has come to this point. We have no choice but to attack with all our strength and defeat the immortal palace of longevity as quickly as possible." Immortal palace's descendants are unparalleled in talent, and their growth rate is extremely terrifying. Since they have already shot, they can only solve it before it grows up. Whether it is the immortal palace of their death or the evergreen immortal palace, I am afraid that they will suffer the disaster of extinction. Lu Changqing frowned slightly. Longevity immortal palace is not weak. If they attack at all costs, even if they can defeat longevity immortal palace, they will pay a heavy price for it. This is what Lu Changqing and the others have been unwilling to see. But now that things have developed to this point, they have to do their best, and they can't let the descendant of the immortal king of longevity grow up. Lu Changqing took a deep breath, and when he was about to speak, he suddenly sensed something, and his face changed drastically. Black and white, I have something important to deal with in the evergreen immortal palace. We will discuss the matter of attacking the immortal palace at another day. After Lu Changqing finished speaking, he didn't give black and white immortal venerable a chance to speak, and disappeared in place in a flash. Chapter 2945, Hunyuan Immortal Venerable's Fury, outside Xianxia Mountain. A small mountain peak that is about 100 feet high. This place was originally just an ordinary small mountain outside Xianxia Mountain. Ever since the Changqing Immortal Palace and the Rebirth Immortal Palace joined forces to attack the Immortal Palace of Longevity, the Changqing Immortal Palace occupied this place and established a temporary station. Today's small mountain peaks have been banned by the Changqing Immortal Palace. Even if Hunyuan Immortal Venerable comes in person, I am afraid it is difficult to break into it easily. At this moment, in a space inside the small mountain, there are more than 10 figures gathered here. The aura of each of these more than 10 figures is extremely powerful, and the weakest cultivation base is the Tai Immortal Venerable who has reached the Tai realm. The first middle-aged man in a green robe was Lu Changqing, the master of the Changqing Immortal Palace who rushed back after hearing the news. "Tell me, what happened to the Evergreen Immortal Palace?" Lu Changqing looked at the two Tai Immortal Venerates in front of him indifferently, exuding an air of indifference and self-righteousness all over his body. These two Tai Immortal Venerables are exactly the two Tai Immortal Venerables who escaped from Changqing Immortal Palace. "Sect Master, it's like this. One of the immortal Venerable Tai hurriedly explained what happened. Hearing this, Lu Changqing's face instantly became extremely gloomy. Changqing Immortal Palace is one of the few primordial forces in the immortal realm of longevity. Except for the Immortal Palace and Immortal Palace, there are almost no other forces that can compare with the Immortal Palace of eternal life. Even in this attack on the Immortal Palace, Lu Changqing took away most of the power of the Immortal Palace, but he was confident that no one could do anything to the Immortal Palace. He also left the Great Elder of Evergreen Immortal Palace, and Lu Qingli, who was at the pinnacle of Tai realm, was in charge. With Lu Qingli's strength and the Hunyuan Immortal Treasure in his hands, unless the real Hunyuan Immortal Venerable makes a move, almost no one can get it. The Evergreen Immortal Palace is still in the world he created with the law of Hunyuan, and it is impossible for non-Hunyuan Immortal Venerable to enter the Immortal Palace of Longevity. He never imagined that Yunxiao sect, a mere second-rate Tai faction, had the support of the mysterious Hunyuan faction. Not only did he refuse to submit to the Evergreen Immortal Palace, but he even hit the Evergreen Immortal Palace directly. Even Lu Qingli was arrested, killed. The existence that can easily kill Lu Qingli must be a primordial immortal who has reached the primordial realm. In today's Evergreen Immortal Palace, no one can resist a Hunyuan Immortal Venerable. Evergreen Immortal Palace, I am afraid it is really dangerous. What a good Yunxiao sect. No matter what kind of support you have behind your back, if you dare to be an enemy of my Evergreen Immortal Palace, this deity will definitely make you disappear completely in the immortal realm of longevity. The cold light in Lu Changqing's eyes exploded, and then he said coldly, this deity will go back to Changqing Immortal Palace in person. If people who have been reborn in Immortal Palace come and tell them about the attack on Immortal Palace, I will talk about everything when I come back. After Lu Changqing finished speaking, his figure disappeared in front of everyone without warning. Ever since Jiang Chen and the others invaded the Evergreen Immortal Palace and slaughtered the quartet, and then looted the Evergreen Immortal Palace, the entire Longevity Immortal Palace was in a mess, and there was a censored aura everywhere. There was a strange spatial fluctuation in the sky above the Evergreen Immortal Palace, and a figure in a green robe flashed directly from the void space. The figure of Qingpao is Lu Changqing, who rushed back to Changqing Immortal Palace. Although the distance between Changqing Immortal Palace and Changqing Immortal Palace is not close, but at the speed of Lu Changqing Hunyuan Immortal Venerable, he has returned to Changqing Immortal Palace in almost less than a moment. His eyes swept slightly in the messy Evergreen Immortal Palace, and a monstrous anger spread from him instantly. Sect Master, you are finally back. At this moment, a lucky surviving Deluo Immortal Venerable in Changqing Immortal Palace also came to Lu Changqing with a sad face. Lu Changqing said gloomily, tell me everything that happened in Changqing Immortal Palace immediately. Sect Master, not long ago, a force called Yunxiao sect suddenly descended on Changqing Immortal Palace, and defeated Great Elder Lu Qingli and the others, and then entered Changqing Immortal Palace. This group of people is extremely powerful, and each of them is not inferior to Tai realm, and can easily slaughter the Deluo Immortal Venerable of the Evergreen Immortal Palace. They burned, killed, and looted in Changqing Immortal Palace. Now, the treasure house of Changsheng Immortal Palace, Hunyuan Immortal Spring, etc., have been looted by them. The Deluo Immortal Venerable said quickly and tremblingly. Good, what a soaring cloud sect. Lu Changqing's eyes were full of anger, and a murderous intent filled his body. In the past, the Immortal King of Longevity fought with an opponent, and then completely disappeared from the immortal realm of longevity, resulting in the group of dragons without a leader in the Immortal Palace of Longevity. The ambitious Lu Changqing took the opportunity to break away from the Immortal Palace of Longevity and establish the Immortal Palace with some henchmen. The Changqing Immortal Palace is his hard work over the years, especially the resources in the Changsheng Immortal Palace's treasury, which he finally accumulated and remembered. Now that it has been looted, how can Lu Changqing not be angry? Lu Changqing's figure flashed and disappeared directly above the Changqing Immortal Palace. Ever since he founded the Evergreen Immortal Palace, the Evergreen Immortal Palace has never been so embarrassed as it is now, which is simply a great shame to their Evergreen Immortal Palace. No matter who the person behind the Yunxiao sect is, he will definitely make the Yunxiao sect pay 10 times the price for it. Thousands of miles away from the Evergreen Immortal Palace, on a towering immortal mountain, two figures stand in the sea of clouds. It is Jiang Chen and Immortal Zhuangri. After Jiang Chen looted the Changqing Immortal Palace, he just let the two ancestors of Qingyan go back to the Yunxiao sect first, but he was not in a hurry to leave. This time, he directly entered the Evergreen Immortal Palace and looted the resources accumulated by the Evergreen Immortal Palace, which would definitely make the immortal primordial Hunyuan of the Evergreen Immortal Palace furious. Even if he returned to the Yunxiao sect, the Evergreen Immortal Palace was bound to he won't let him go easily. Although with his current strength and the help of Immortal Venerable Zuri, even if he is not an opponent of Immortal Venerable Hunyuan of Changqing Immortal Palace, he should still be able to retreat completely. But the Soaring Cloud sect would probably suffer a catastrophe because of this. Jiang Chen stayed near Changqing Immortal Palace and paid attention to every move of Changqing Immortal Palace. Once the Immortal Venerable Hunyuan of the Evergreen Immortal Palace returns, he will join hands with Immortal Venerable Zuri to deal with it, so that not only can the Yunxiao sect stay out of the matter, but also can share a part of the pressure for Lu Zhaoqing and the Immortal Palace of Longevity, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Senior, day by day, to what extent have you recovered your strength now? Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and couldn't help but look at Immortal Zuri next to him. Whether they can deal with the primordial Hunyuan of the Evergreen Immortal Palace, the key is to rely on the Immortal Venerable Son. If it's a normal primordial stage, early stage, it shouldn't help me. Immortal Zunri said with a solemn expression. Shanzun Hunyuan of Changqing Immortal Palace used to be a member of the Immortal King's Power Immortal Palace, and he is still an old monster who has lived for an unknown number of years, and his strength is probably far from that of ordinary Hunyuan realm. Go up. Chapter 2946. The battle between the two great primordial immortals. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shudder slightly. The fall of the Immortal King of Longevity and the division of the Immortal Palace of Longevity was a long, long time ago. Lu Changqing, the master of the Changqing Immortal Palace, was already the primordial immortal in the Immortal Palace of Eternal Life before the division of the Immortal Palace. Now that so many years have passed, Lu Changqing's strength must have become even more terrifying. Such a character, it is even very likely that he is not much better than the Immortal Zhuang's son at his peak. Don't worry, this deity may not be the opponent of the Palace Master of the Evergreen Immortal Palace, but if you just deal with him for a while, there shouldn't be much of a problem. There is also a look of confidence in the eyes of Immortal Zun Zuri. Although he has not returned to his peak state, he was once a real existence at the peak of primordial realm, and he is only one step away from the Immortal King realm. Even if the one from the Evergreen Immortal Palace is powerful, it is by no means an easy task to defeat him easily. After Immortal Zhuangri finished speaking, he didn't wait for Jiang Chen to speak, but he suddenly sensed something, and he couldn't help but suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of Changqing Immortal Palace. Boy, prepare yourself mentally, the Immortal Venerable Primordial from Changqing Immortal Palace should be back. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank suddenly, and his expression instantly became much more solemn. Hunyuan Immortal Venerable, this is the most powerful Immortal Venerable in the Immortal Realm, an almost invincible existence under the Immortal King. Especially after witnessing Immortal Zun Risen making several shots, Jiang Chen even witnessed the power of Immortal Primordial Hunyuan with his own eyes. Even if his talent is unparalleled, and he has countless immortal magic weapons above the Immortal King level, but after all, only the cultivation of Da Luo Immortal Venerable, in front of the real Hunyuan Immortal Venerable, there is no resistance at all, force. With the existence of Immortal Venerable Sunrise, he may not have the capital to compete with Immortal Venerable Hunyuan of Evergreen Immortal Palace. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said slowly, Senior, day by day, let's bring the Immortal Venerable Primordial from Changqing Immortal Palace here. Immortal Zhuang's son nodded, and the powerful aura of Immortal Primordial Immortal was also swept across it in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, it diffused into the void thousands of miles away. This is the breath of Immortal Lord Hunyuan. In the sky above Cyanwood Immortal Mountain, Lu Changqing, who was about to go to Yunxiao sect to settle accounts, sensed the aura of Immortal Primordial Hunyuan from thousands of miles away, and his eyes suddenly condensed. In those days, the immortal realm of longevity suffered a great change. Not only the Immortal King of Longevity completely disappeared, but even the Immortal Lord Hunyuan of the immortal realm of longevity also lost a lot. Nowadays, the immortals of primordial immortals in the immortal realm of longevity can be counted with almost one hand. This Hunyuan Immortal Venerable seems to be intentionally revealing his aura, so that he can perceive it. Lu Changqing's eyes flashed brightly. If he guesses correctly, this Hunyuan Immortal Venerable is probably the mysterious powerhouse behind the Yunxiao sect, and the culprit who invaded the Evergreen Immortal Palace and looted the Evergreen Immortal Palace. Lu Changqing obviously did not expect that this guy did not leave after looting the Changqing Immortal Palace, but was waiting for him near the Changqing Immortal Palace. HMPH, it's really not an ordinary arrogance. I want to see what kind of person you are. Lu Changqing's faint cold snort fell, and he directly stepped across the 3,000 miles of void, and instantly appeared in front of Jiang Chen and the two of them. His icy gaze swept across Jiang Chen and the two of them, and the murderous voice slowly resounded in this piece of heaven and earth. Is it the two of you who severely damaged my evergreen immortal palace and looted my evergreen immortal palace? Jiang Chen looked at Lu Changqing in front of him, and couldn't help but smile and said, yes, it's true that we looted the Changqing Immortal Palace. Palace Master Changqing, we have been waiting for you here for a long time. It's the deity who underestimated you. You killed many elder disciples of my evergreen immortal palace and looted my evergreen immortal palace. You dared to wait here for the deity's return. Lu Changqing burst out with a savage immortal power all over his body, staring at Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen coldly. Who are you? My Changqing Immortal Palace has no grievances or enmity with you. Why do you want to be my enemy? As the Palace Master of Changqing Immortal Palace, Lu Changqing knows the immortal venerable primordial immortal in the immortal realm of longevity very well. Immortal venerable primordial immortal in front of him is obviously not from the immortal realm of longevity. Lu Changqing really couldn't understand why a primordial from outside the immortal realm of eternal life suddenly came to the immortal palace of eternal youth and became an enemy of immortal palace of eternal youth. So far, who are we? Do you think it still matters? Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Lu Changqing's body, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shudder slightly. This Lu Changqing is worthy of being a Hunyuan immortal venerable from the immortal palace of longevity. His strength is definitely the most powerful existence he has ever seen since he entered the immortal realm. If it weren't for the resistance of immortal venerable sun, I'm afraid he might not be able to easily resist the aura it exudes. Lu Changqing nodded and looked at Jiang Chen indifferently. You're right, it really doesn't matter. No matter who you are, since you dare to come to Changqing Immortal Palace to be wild, you have to pay for it. Cost. Lu Changqing, don't be ashamed. Immortal Zun's son snorted coldly. If you want the deity to pay the price, it depends on whether you have that ability. The voice of Immortal Zhuang's son fell, and his figure appeared in the sky above Lu Changqing's head in a flash. The immortal power of Hunyuan, which was integrated with the law of Hunyuan, surged, and instantly transformed the surrounding void into a golden world with a bright sun. A cold light flashed in Lu Changqing's eyes, and the cyan world with towering ancient trees also evolved from his body in an instant. This cyan world continued to enlarge around Lu Changqing, and in the blink of an eye, it collided with the golden world evolved by immortal venerable sun. At that moment, the sky fell apart and chaos flew. The two primordial laws, which carry the power of a world, are constantly intertwined in the void, so that the thousands of miles of void are instantly transformed into a space black hole that can devour everything. This black hole in space is really spreading in all directions. Jiang Chen's figure retreated thousands of miles in a row. He looked up at the terrifying confrontation in the void, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath in his heart. Although he has seen Hunyuan Immortal Venerable take action, he has never seen the two Hunyuan Immortal Venerable confrontation. Now that he saw the battle between Immortal Zunri and Lu Changqing, Jiang Chen just realized that Immortal Primordial seems to be more terrifying than he imagined. I don't know if Immortal Zhuang's son can stop this guy. Jiang Chen stared at the black hole in space that devoured everything, and his expression became more and more solemn. The power of Shanzun Hunyuan far exceeded Jiang Chen's imagination. If Immortal Zhuang's son couldn't stop this guy, I'm afraid it would be a little troublesome today. Chapter 2947, Battle Prison Clone. In the void, in the huge black hole, the shocking sound of the explosion was still resounding. The pitch-black black hole space finally exploded completely. Immortal Zun Risen stepped back several thousand feet in a row, before slowly stabilizing his body, and a pale expression appeared on his face. On the other side, Lu Changqing, the situation is obviously much better. He only stepped back a little more than 10 steps in the void, and then slowly stabilized his figure. In this confrontation, Lu Changqing obviously has the absolute upper hand. This guy seems a little complicated. Lu Changqing stared at the opposite Immortal Jai Sun, his eyes narrowed slightly. Although he had the absolute upper hand in the confrontation just now, he did not dare to underestimate the Immortal Primordial Hunyuan in front of him. In front of the Hunyuan Immortal Venerable, Although the cultivation level is only at the level of the early Hunyuan realm, his understanding of the Hunyuan law is not inferior to his existence in the late Hunyuan realm. Lu Changqing stared coldly at immortal Zhuang Sun. Your strength is good, but even so, you are not qualified to be wild in front of me. Ha ha. If it wasn't for the fact that the deity wanted to forcibly prove the Tao immortal king back then, resulting in a great loss of strength, with your mere strength in the late Hunyuan period, what qualifications would you have to be in front of the deity? Immortal Zun Sun smiled coldly. Even if the deity is not at the peak now, you may not be able to get me. As soon as immortal Zun Ri said these words, Lu Changqing's pupils shrank suddenly. He finally understands why this guy only needs the cultivation base of the early Hunyuan period, but he has more control over the law of Hunyuan than him. This guy actually tried to prove the way of the immortal king. This also means that this peak period is a peerless immortal venerable whose cultivation base has reached the peak of primordial realm. A peerless immortal venerable at the peak of primordial realm, even if his strength is not at his peak at the moment, it is definitely not so easy to deal with. Your excellency is extraordinary. It is indeed difficult for this deity to have you for a while. When Lu Changqing was speaking, the immortal power of the primordial body suddenly erupted, and a figure exactly like Lu Changqing was also instantly separated from his body. Seeing this, immortal venerable Zuri couldn't help but change slightly. Clone. Since I can't help you for a while, the deity will take care of the little guy behind you first. Lu Changqing smiled coldly, and immediately said to the clone beside him, go, get rid of the little guy behind. Quickly, Lu Changqing's clone nodded, and immediately stepped out, appearing directly in front of Jiang Chen. Zuri immortal venerable's face sank, and he couldn't help but hurriedly reminded, Jiang Chen, be careful. This avatar of Lu Changqing was cultivated by a peerless immortal technique. Although this clone of Lu Changqing is much weaker than the original, its cultivation base has also reached the peak of Tai Immortal Venerable. Although Jiang Chen has a combat power comparable to Tai Immortal Venerable, I am afraid it is difficult to compete with Lu Changqing's clone. In his current state, just dealing with Lu Changqing's deity is already a little difficult, and he has no time to take care of Lu Changqing's avatar. Boy, are you obediently taking the initiative to capture it, or do you want the deity to do it yourself? Lu Changqing's clone looked down at Jiang Chen from above, as if he was winning. Although this kid in front of him has extraordinary talent, after all, he only has the cultivation base of the early stage of the great Luo realm. With his strength, how could he put Jiang Chen in his eyes? Jiang Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense. He directly urged Julie's battle body to turn into a dark golden giant. The immortal king corpse puppet was also summoned directly by Jiang Chen. In the face of Lu Changqing's avatar, Jiang Chen naturally did not dare to be slighted, and as soon as he made a move, he burst out with all his strength. When Lu Changqing's clone saw this, his pupils shrank suddenly. Julie battle body, are you a disciple of Julie immortal king? As a Hunyuan immortal venerable from the immortal palace of longevity, Lu Changqing's knowledge and experience are naturally extraordinary, and he recognized Julie battle body, the peerless immortal technique that shook the Xian heavenly domain at a glance. Although he knew that the black-clothed youth in front of him should have a very extraordinary origin, he did not expect that the other party would be the descendant of immortal King Julie. Julie immortal king, this is a peerless figure who is as famous as the immortal king of longevity in Xian heaven. Even if the immortal palace of longevity was at its peak back then, he would be terrified of him by 3 points. Lu Changqing never thought that the power behind Yunxiao sect would be related to that immortal King Julie. Jiang Chen didn't answer Lu Changqing. With the power that shook the sky and the earth, he punched the sky above Lu Changqing's clone and smashed it down. At the same time as he shot, he also controlled the corpse of the immortal king, with a terrifying force that was not inferior to direct, and attacked with the clone of his opponent Lu Changqing. Facing the joint attack of Jiang Chen and the immortal king's corpse, Lu Changqing's clone did not look panic at all. With a wave of his palm, a cyan halo directly enveloped the space of 100 feet around him, blocking all the powerful offensives of Jiang Chen and the immortal king corpse. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen in front of him, and his brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. Boy, I, Changqing Immortal Palace, ask myself that I have no grievances or enmity with you. Julie Immortal King, this is the peerless immortal king that still exists in Xian heaven. This kid can master Julie Immortal King's peerless immortal king Julie battle body, and he must be the successor of Julie Immortal King. Even Lu Changqing would not dare to offend Julie Immortal King easily. This guy is indeed a clone that Lu Changqing cultivated. His strength is really unfathomable. Seeing that he and the immortal king corpse puppet hid with all their strength, they couldn't even touch the corner of this guy's clothes. The strength of this guy is probably even better than that of Lu Qingli and other peak Tai realm existences. Fortunately, he displayed the Julie battle body, which made Lu Changqing mistakenly think that he was the descendant of the Julie immortal king, and did not dare to kill himself easily, but he was able to deal with Lu Changqing's avatar. Jiang Chen still didn't speak, and directly displayed the Heavenly Emperor seal in the state of Julie's battle body. The terrifying black square seal pressed down on Lu Changqing's clone again. Jiang Chen's seal of destroying the sky and destroying the earth was still unable to approach the 100 Jiang space of Lu Changqing's avatar, and it was directly annihilated into nothingness out of thin air. Chapter 2948. Return to the ruins of the ancient immortal king. Seeing this scene in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness in his heart. In the state of Julie's battle body, he displayed the emperor-level immortal technique of the Heavenly Emperor seal, which was definitely enough to shake the ordinary Tai immortal venerable. But this kind of power hit Lu Changqing's clone, as if it was no different from scratching a tickling. With his current strength, it is simply difficult to break through the defense of Lu Changqing's clone. You have a lot of cards in your hand. If you wait for you to break through the Tai realm, you may be able to pose some threats to me, but now you are still too weak in cultivation. Lu Changqing's avatar shook his head, and then said lightly, even if you are the descendant of Julie immortal king, I, Changqing immortal palace, can't be bullied by you. Let me go back to Changqing immortal palace and talk about it. Lu Changqing's avatar's faint voice fell, and he reached out and grabbed Jiang Chen. This kid entered the Evergreen Immortal Palace and forcibly looted the Evergreen Immortal Palace. Even if the other party was a descendant of the Julie Immortal King, he would capture him and take back the resources belonging to the Evergreen Immortal Palace. I am afraid that the Changqing Immortal Palace will really be seriously damaged. The claw of Lu Changqing's clone seems plain, but it has an invisible force that instantly condenses the space around Jiang Chen. Even Jiang Chen, who was still in the state of Julie's battle body at the moment, could hardly move at all. With my current strength, in the face of Lu Changqing's existence in the primordial realm, I am still too weak. It seems that I can only use that thing and leave the immortal realm of longevity first. Feeling the power of Lu Changqing's finger, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a low murmur. Senior, day by day, you immediately return to the Yunxiao sect, and lead the Yunxiao sect in the Evergreen Immortal Palace to continue their dealings, and wait for me to come back. Jiang Chen secretly sent a voice transmission to Immortal Venerable Zuri, and immediately thought, a simple token engraved with mysterious characters also appeared in Jiang Chen's palm. This token is exactly the token that was given to him by a senior of Tianshuan Hall, one of the 36 halls of Tiandi Palace, after he entered the ruins of the Immortal King in the Immortal Palace of Wuming. This token has the same effect as the Heavenly Domain teleportation talisman he used to come to Xian Heavenly Domain, which can make him instantly teleport to the ancient Immortal King ruins where the Heavenly Profound Palace is located. Now facing Lu Changqing, the clone of Hunyuan Immortal Venerable, Jiang Chen had to use this token to leave. The person who gave him the token had said that he could go back to that place to find out after his cultivation reached the Great Luo realm. Now I just took this opportunity to go back to the ruins of Tianshuan Hall to have a look. When Jiang Chen's thoughts flashed, he directly and decisively urged the token, and the whole person disappeared without warning under the shroud of a mysterious fairy light. Sky Domain Teleportation Order. Seeing Jiang Chen disappearing out of thin air under his own eyes, the complexion of Lu Changqing's clone instantly became extremely ugly. He obviously did not expect that Jiang Chen actually had such a fairy treasure on his body, and he directly passed the Tianyu teleportation order from Xian Tianyu to other Tianyu. This guy's life-saving means are quite a lot. Immortal Venerable Zuri looked at the place where Jiang Chen disappeared, and a look of astonishment flashed across his eyes. He raised his head and glanced at Lu Changqing, who had a livid face. He didn't intend to continue entanglement with Lu Changqing. He turned around and took one step across thousands of miles of space, and instantly disappeared in front of Lu Changqing. Lu Changqing looked at the place where Immortal Venerable Zuri disappeared, but he did not pursue it. The strength of Immortal Jai Sun is not weak. Even if Lu Changqing is strong, it is impossible to kill Immortal Zhuang Sun easily. Now that the Evergreen Immortal Palace and the Immortal Palace have joined forces to attack the Immortal Palace, the situation is not optimistic. Once he is restrained by this immortal primordial immortal in front of him, with the black and white immortal venerable of the immortal hall of rebirth alone, I am afraid that it will be difficult to compete with immortal palace. If the black and white immortal venerable in the immortal palace of rebirth were defeated by the immortal palace of longevity in one fell swoop, the immortal palace of eternal youth, which had already been severely damaged, would probably also be destroyed in the hands of immortal palace of immortality. Lu Chengqing did not pursue the departing immortal venerable son. No matter what, the immortal palace of immortal longevity, which has the successor of the immortal king of immortality, is the biggest enemy of their immortal palace. When he goes back to join hands with black and white immortal venerable, defeat the immortal palace of longevity, and then slowly go to Yunshao sect to settle with this immortal venerable Hunyuan. Sorry, that kid has a sky domain teleportation order in his hand. Unless the immortal king takes action, I'm afraid no one can keep him. At this moment, Lu Chengqing's clone also returned to Lu Chengqing's side and said apologetically, "It's not your fault." Lu Chengqing waved his hand, then looked at the clone in front of him and said, "You stay and guard the Chengqing Immortal Palace. I want to go to the Immortal Palace and prepare to join forces with the Immortal Palace and fight to the death with the Immortal Palace." Today, the situation in the immortal realm of longevity has become more and more complicated, which is extremely unfavorable to their evergreen immortal palace. They can no longer delay with the immortal palace like this. Even at all costs, we must break into the immortal palace of longevity and deal with the successor of the immortal king of longevity. After Jiang Chen activated the token, the whole person was wrapped in a burst of fairy light, as if he had crossed countless worlds in an instant. Jiang Chen's figure finally appeared in a dark forest. The atmosphere here is gloomy, and the raging dark and gloomy wind is like a ghost crying and wolf howling, giving people a shuddering feeling. Sure enough, I'm back here. Jiang Chen felt the familiar environment around him, and he couldn't help but let out a low murmur. The place in front of him is exactly the ancient immortal king ruins that he entered through the Wuming Immortal Hall when he was in the northern cold immortal territory. The place where he is now is one of the 36 halls of the Tiandi Palace, the mysterious valley where the ruins of the Tianshuan Hall are located. When Jiang Chen came to this place, he wanted to go into the depths to explore, but was stopped by an ancient immortal who lived here in Tianshuan Hall. The immemorial immortal in the Tianshuan Temple not only called him the Emperor, but also gave him a token that could be teleported back here. Now that he has used the token to return here, and has the cultivation base of Da Luoxing, it is time to explore inside. Jiang Chen slightly sensed the surrounding environment, discerned the direction, and then strode toward the depths of the valley. Jiang Chen came to the great hall where he had been before. In this hall, Jiang Chen and Shu Ji in the 8th branch of the Wuming Hall had already explored it, and the inheritance of the Deluo Immortal Venerable had also been taken away by Shu Ji, so Jiang Chen naturally did not intend to enter it again. He glanced up into the depths of the valley, then proceeded cautiously. At this moment, a subtle spatial fluctuation also abruptly rippled from a void in front of him. Chapter 2949, Terrible Truth. Jiang Chen's heart moved, and he couldn't help but look up, and saw a familiar black shadow slowly appearing in his sight. This shadow is none other than the elegant middle-aged man he met here. Looking at Jiang Chen in front of him, he couldn't help but praised. The Emperor is really extraordinary, he has broken through the Deluo realm so quickly and came here again. Senior, we meet again. Jiang Chen clenched his fists at the middle-aged Ruya, and asked directly, "Can I go in now?" The middle-aged Ruya nodded and said, "Of course, I'm here to wait for you, but before I go in, let me introduce you to the situation here." Jiang Chen didn't speak, just listened quietly. The Heavenly Emperor Palace once ruled the immortal world for an era. Even in the endless history of the immortal world, it was the most powerful existence. There are 36 halls under the Heavenly Emperor Palace, and each hall is at least filled with immortal king realm experts. Even the most powerful branch halls have many immortal emperors. Jiang Chen was also a little curious in his heart. How did such a behemoth that ruled the immortal world for an era inexplicably disappear from the immortal world? The elegant middle-aged, named Mo Zan, is the first general of the Tianshuan Hall, one of the 36 halls of the Tiandi Palace, a Hunyuan immortal venerable who has reached the peak of the Hunyuan realm. Back then, the Heavenly Emperor Palace ruled the immortal realm and flourished for a while. An earth-shattering change took place in the immortal realm. The Heavenly Emperor summoned all the powerhouses above the immortal king realm in the 36th hall of the Tiandi Palace, but the result was that they disappeared from the immortal realm overnight. The main hall and 36 branch halls of Tiandi Palace also evaporated from the fairyland. For example, the immortal realm where the Tianquan Hall, one of the 36th halls, was separated from the immortal realm and became an immemorial ruin. All the powerhouses of the Tianquan Hall also fell inexplicably. This area is also shrouded by a mysterious law of immortality, making it impossible for the fallen powerhouses in Tianquan Hall to be reincarnated at all, and survived in a special situation. These surviving Tianxian temple powerhouses are the so-called Taiku Mingxian in Jiang Chen's mouth. Hearing what Mo Zan said, Jiang Chen couldn't recover from the shock for a while. He obviously did not expect that the Heavenly Emperor Palace, the power that once ruled the immortal realm for an era, would disappear from the immortal realm like this. During the peak period of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, not only the Heavenly Emperor, the first powerhouse who suppressed an era, but also the immortal emperors under his banner could hardly be counted on one hand. Jiang Chen couldn't imagine it. What kind of power can make such a behemoth disappear from the fairy world overnight? Jiang Chen took a deep breath slowly, and said solemnly, "Senior, do you know what kind of great changes happened in the fairy world back then?" Mo Zan shook his head and said, "I am afraid that only the Heavenly Emperor and the few immortal emperors knew about it. Before the Heavenly Emperor Palace disappeared, they should have been planning something. Although he is the #1 general of the Tianquan Palace, and his cultivation base has reached the peak of Hunyuan Immortal Venerable, his status in the entire Tiandi Palace is not high, so how could he have access to the highest secrets of the Tiandi Palace?" After Jiang Chen heard the words, he didn't ask any further questions. With his current strength, he is still far from the capital to explore how the Heavenly Emperor Palace was destroyed. This time, he was forced by Lu Changqing and had to use the token to return here, hoping to use this place to improve his strength. Now a mere Hunyuan force, the Evergreen Immortal Palace, can make him helpless, let alone to explore the secret of the destruction of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. He directly looked up at Mo Xuandao. "Senior Mo Zan, when I came here last time, you asked me to come back after breaking through the Great Luo realm. I don't know why, since this place is one of the Tianquan Hall, one of the 36th halls of the Tiandi Palace, he has mastered the Tiandi seal and is called the Emperor by Mo Zan. This place should not be dangerous to him, right? Back then, the Tianquan temple was exiled here inexplicably, and all the people in the Tianquan temple fell, and then turned into immemorial immortals, and survived here in confusion. After countless years, some powerful immortals like me gradually regained their consciousness and rebuilt the Tianquan temple. At the beginning, everyone worked together to get out of this world. It's a pity that this world has become a huge prison for them, and no matter how hard they try, they can't break free from this world." Over time, many people's hearts have changed. They no longer want to leave this world, but regard this world as an independent fairyland, and plan to make this place a world belonging to the ancient immortals. Mo Zan smiled bitterly. "If you could have appeared here earlier, perhaps all the ancient immortals in the Tianquan Hall would obey your orders, and now they probably don't want you to appear at all. Now in the Tianquan Hall, apart from him, I am afraid that no one would want the Emperor Jiang Chen to appear." Jiang Chen heard the words, his brows could not help but wrinkle slightly. What is the strength of the Taigu Mingxian that exists in Tianquan Hall? After the fall of those of us, it seems that we all turned into wandering souls without any consciousness, and then began to gradually become stronger in the state of wandering souls. It took a long time to have the previous consciousness, and naturally it is far from being comparable to the peak period. Mo Zan looked at Jiang Chen and said, "Including me, there are 3 people whose strength is comparable to Immortal Tai, and there should be more than a dozen people who are comparable to Immortal Deluo. And the Taigu Ming who can reach the level of Immortal Deluo. Immortals, they were almost all immortal venerable primordial immortals in Tianquan Hall." Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. The Heavenly Emperor Palace is indeed a huge thing that once ruled the fairyland for an era, and its strength is far beyond Jiang Chen's imagination. The Tianquan Hall, one of the 36 halls alone, not only has the Immortal King, but also has more than 10 immortal venerable Hunyuan. This kind of power is probably more than 3 points compared to the immortal realm of Immortal where Immortal King of Immortal resided. Fortunately, after the powerhouses of the Tianquan Temple were transformed into the ancient immortals, it was almost equivalent to returning to the infant age, retracing the path of cultivation with a brand new behavior, and their strength was no longer than 1/10 of the peak period. If there are only 2 immortals who are equivalent to Tai Immortal Venerable, he can handle 1 or 2. Senior must have looked down on me too much. Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask curiously. You know, besides you, there are 2 Tai fighting forces and more than 10 Taigu Mingxian with great Luo fighting strength. You are the one who is sure, wait for me to cultivate. After reaching the great Luo realm, can you cope with the current situation? Chapter 2950, The Origin of the Emperor. The great Luoxing has the combat power of the Tai realm. For most people, it is indeed difficult to achieve, but you are different. Mo Zan said indifferently. In the Heavenly Emperor's palace back then, the genius who was able to defeat the Tai realm with the Deluo realm is unknown. If you don't even have this ability, how can you master the Heavenly Emperor's seal and become a disciple of the Heavenly Emperor's palace? It seems that in the era when the Heavenly Emperor Palace ruled the Immortal Realm, the Immortal Realm was really a strong person like a cloud, and a genius like a rain. Its degree of prosperity is probably many times even worse than the current Immortal Realm. In today's Immortal Realm, even Deluo Tianzhao, who can easily break through the Deluo realm, is extremely rare. Generally, only the Hunyuan forces can be born, not to mention the ability to kill the Tai realm with the Deluo realm. Jiang Chen shook his head, put aside his thoughts, and immediately pondered slightly. Senior, is there anything in the Tianxuan Hall that will help me in my cultivation? 2 Tai realm Taiku immortals, and more than a dozen Deluo realm Taiku immortals. Although this kind of power would not pose too much danger to him, Jiang Chen would probably have to spend a lot of effort to solve these immemorial immortals. If there is nothing that he needs in the Tianxuan Hall, Jiang Chen does not want to provoke these immemorial immortals for the time being. As one of the 36 halls of the Tiandi Palace, Tianxuan Hall naturally accumulated a lot of cultivation resources, but I don't know how many resources there are now. Mo Zan raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, and said slowly, actually, these are all secondary. No matter what, you must go in. There is one thing in Tianxuan Hall, you must get it. A surprised look flashed across Jiang Chen's face. What? Mo Zan said word by word, the origin of the emperor. Following Mo Zan's words, Jiang Chen's pupils shrank suddenly, and he said with a horrified expression, this origin of the heavenly emperor is related to the heavenly emperor. Mo Zan nodded and said solemnly, when the 36 branches of the heavenly emperor palace were established, the heavenly emperor left a trace of the heavenly emperor's source in each of the branch halls to suppress the luck. Incredible power. The origin of the emperor. Jiang Chen muttered to himself in his heart, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't know what the origin of the heavenly emperor was, since it was left by the heavenly emperor, the peerless immortal emperor who suppressed an era, it must be extraordinary. If he can obtain the origin of the emperor of heaven, perhaps his strength can undergo a qualitative leap. Emperor. When the heavenly emperor summoned the powerhouses above the heavenly emperor palace's immortal king realm, he had a premonition that something would happen to the heavenly emperor palace, so he left an imperial decree. If there is a change in the imperial palace, let us wait for the emperor's son to return and assist him in gathering the origins of the emperor to revive the imperial palace. If you can gather the origin of the emperor of heaven in the 36th hall, even if you can't compare with the emperor of heaven, I am afraid that you can at least become a generation of immortal emperor. At this moment, Mo Zan's voice rang out again. Jiang Chen couldn't help but take a breath. The origin of the Emperor of Heaven seems to contain more terrifying power than he imagined. Jiang Chen pondered slightly, and asked a more crucial question. Senior, since the source of the Emperor of Heaven has such power, does anyone in the Tianxuan Hall want to touch the source of the Emperor of Heaven? The immemorial immortals that exist in the Tianxuan Hall today have obviously violated the Emperor's decree. In this case, they have no reason not to take the origin of the Emperor of Heaven as their own, right? How could they not want to get involved in the origin of the Emperor of Heaven? Mo Zan smiled coldly and said, over the years, they have tried countless times, but they have never been successful. The origin of the Emperor can only be approached by those who have mastered the seal of the Emperor. How can they easily get involved? Jiang Chen slowly took a deep breath. If that's the case, then ask the seniors to lead the way. The origin of the Heavenly Emperor, this is the power left behind by the Heavenly Emperor, the Supreme Immortal Emperor. Since he has this opportunity now, Jiang Chen has absolutely no reason to refuse. Although there are many immemorial immortals who are not weak in the Xuandian today, but he now has a combat power that is not inferior to the Tai Immortal Venerable, and with the help of the Immortal King's corpse puppet, he is not afraid of it. Mo Zan nodded, and without saying anything, he directly led Jiang Chen towards the depths of the valley. Under the leadership of Mo Zan, Jiang Chen came to a group of palaces that covered an extremely vast area. These palaces are extremely simple, their existence is obviously very long, and they are shrouded in a strong aura all the year round, as if they came from the Nine Netherworld. Mo Zan stood proudly in the air, pointed to a place in the center of the palace complex, and said in a low voice, "Emperor, have you seen the golden palace in the center? That's where the origin of the Emperor of Heaven is located." Jiang Chen followed Mo Zan's finger, and sure enough, in the dark and gloomy palace complex, he found a golden palace about 100 meters high. This golden palace seems to be protected by a mysterious force and is not eroded by the surrounding environment, and it is particularly dazzling in this dark and gloomy world. "Emperor, I will hold the two immemorial immortals for you for a while, and the rest is up to you." At this moment, Mo Zan's expression became much more solemn. The two most powerful primordial immortals in the Tianshuan Hall were the two deputy hall masters of the Tianshuan Hall, and they were also the powerhouses at the peak of the primordial realm back then. Although he was the #1 general of the Tianshuan Hall in those days, and was known as the most powerful person under the immortal king of the Tianshuan Hall, the two deputy hall masters were by no means a fuel-efficient lamp. If it is one-on-one, Mo Zan is naturally not afraid of any one of the two, but it is not easy to fight against two. Jiang Chen smiled confidently and said, "Senior, don't worry, since I'm here, I will definitely get the source of the Emperor of Heaven." Ha ha, as expected of the Emperor, he is indeed arrogant. Mo Zan also laughed loudly, and the voice of the heroic Qianyan instantly resounded through the heavens and the earth. "The two hall masters, Mo Zan came to visit today, please come and see." As Mo Zan's voice fell, two black lights shot up from the two palaces below, turning into two illusory shadows. The white-haired old man on the left looked up at Mo Zan and Jiang Chen next to him, his eyes narrowed slightly. "Mo Zan, who is this kid, and why did you bring him to Tianshuan Hall?" The world they are in now is blocked by some people in the immortal world, and they often send people to explore here, but almost no one who comes to the Tianshuan temple can get out alive. Now Mo Zan took the initiative to bring a young man in black to the Tianshuan Hall. It can be seen that the identity of this young man in black must not be simple, and it is even very likely that he is the disciple Mo Zan has been waiting for. Chapter 2951, Disrespect this Emperor's order, kill. Vice Hall Master Yuan, you have your own choices. I, Mo Zan, will not stop me, but today I will bring the Emperor to get the origin of the Emperor, and I hope you will not interfere. Mo Zan looked at the old man in front of him and said lightly. Yuan Hongsheng, a very old Hunyuan immortal venerable in Tianshuan Hall. When Mo Zan first entered the Tianshuan Hall, Yuan Hongsheng was already the immortal Lord Hunyuan of the Tianshuan Hall. Its status in the Tianshuan Hall was second only to the Hall Master, and it could be said that it was below one person and above 10,000 people. When Mo Zan entered the Tianshuan Hall, he also received some help from Yuan Hongsheng. If possible, Mo Zan also doesn't want to fight Yuan Hongsheng. Yuan Hongsheng heard the words, and his face sank suddenly. Mo Zan, how powerful was the Tiandi Palace at its peak, but it was destroyed overnight. The Tiandi Palace will not have any chance, why should you insist? Mo Zan smiled slightly and said, the Deputy Hall Master of Yuan didn't even try it, how would he know that the Heavenly Emperor Palace would not have any chance? The old man doesn't want to talk nonsense with you. Yuan Hongsheng shook his head and said, if you insist on continuing, I'm afraid even the final body of the ancient immortal will be annihilated by ashes. Mo Zan said lightly, Vice Hall Master Yuan, remember when I joined the Tianshuan Hall, you once told me that once you join the Tiandi Palace, you will be a person in the Tiandi Palace in life and a ghost in the Tiandi Palace in death. Just doing what you need to do. Yuan Hongsheng heard this, and there was a look of anger on his face. Mo Zan, don't say these useless things in front of this seat, you can't take away the origin of the Emperor. Now their behavior is equivalent to betraying the Heavenly Emperor Palace, so how can they let the Emperor get the origin of the Heavenly Emperor? Once the Emperor gets the origin of the Emperor, his strength will definitely increase, and I am afraid that he will never let them go easily. Senior, why bother talking nonsense with them, just use it to solve them. Beside Yuan Hongsheng, another middle-aged man with a gloomy complexion could not help but flash a cold light in his eyes. This middle-aged man was called Wang Xuanying, and he was also the former Deputy Hall Master of Tianshuan Hall, and his status was as famous as Yuan Hongsheng. He has always been insidious and cunning, and has a lot of thoughts. The reason why the Tianshuan Palace would betray the Tiandi Palace Wang Xuanying definitely played a leading role in it. Regarding the origin of the Heavenly Emperor, Wang Xuanying has long coveted it. Although he has not been able to find a way to obtain the origin of the heaven and earth, Wang Xuanying has long regarded the origin of the Heavenly Emperor as his own. Now, how could he allow Mo Zan to take the so-called Emperor's source away? Emperor, hurry up and get the source of the Emperor of Heaven, and leave these two guys to me to deal with. Mo Zan's eyes were tightly locked on Yuan Hongsheng, and he said directly to Jiang Chen. The strength of the two deputy hall masters of the Tianshuan Temple is extremely strong. If he fights alone, he is not afraid of anyone, but if he wants to fight against two, he probably can't delay for too long. Senior Mo Zan, don't be so troublesome, let's just go straight in. Jiang Chen smiled lightly, and then his eyes fell directly on Yuan Hongsheng and the two of them. Tianshuan Hall is one of the 36 halls of Tiandi Palace. If you don't respect this emperor's order, kill. With his eyesight, it is not difficult to see that the strength of the two in front of him is almost the same as that of Mo Zan. Even if Mo Zan was the first general of the Tianshuan Hall, if he wanted to fight against two, he would definitely lose. If he wanted to obtain the origin of the Heavenly Emperor, he could just go in there directly, but he didn't need to let Mo Xuanlai already dragged him. Wang Xuanying sneered contemptuously. HMPH, you're just a mere boy, what kind of thing are you, and you want to give orders to this seat? Since this emperor's order is not allowed, then die. Jiang Chen's indifferent voice fell, and his body exploded with immortal power, and he directly swung his sword towards Wang Xuanying and killed him. Wang Xuanying's eyes couldn't help but swept through the cold light, and immediately raised his hand and waved. A black energy instantly turned into a huge black giant eagle, and slaughtered directly at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was covered in golden light, and turned into a dark golden giant. At the same time, the slaughtering sword light on the broken sword in his hand was frantically surging, colliding with the black giant eagle that came from the slaughter. The shocking sound of energy explosion resounded through the heavens and the earth, and Wang Xuanying's figure stepped back hundreds of paces in a row, before slowly stabilizing his figure. He forcibly suppressed the churning aura in his body, and in the eyes that looked at Jiang Chen, there was also a touch of horror that could not be concealed. This kid is indeed a character who can become a disciple of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, and he is indeed a monster. In the early stage of Da Luoxing's cultivation, he actually possessed a combat power that was not inferior to that of Tai Realm, and even surpassed his strength. Even in the Heavenly Emperor Palace back then, there were only a handful of people who could have such talent. On the other hand, Mo Zan and Yuan Hongsheng both had some scruples and were not in a hurry. Mo Zan was a little worried that Jiang Chen was not Wang Xuanying's opponent, so he didn't want to entangle with Yuan Hongsheng, and was ready to support Jiang Chen at any time. And Yuan Hongsheng also knew that Mo Zan was the most powerful existence in the immortal king realm of Tianshuan Hall back then, so he was naturally jealous of him and did not dare to take action lightly. The two stood facing each other like this, quietly watching the battle between Jiang Chen and Wang Xuanying. When they saw that Jiang Chen and Wang Xuanying gave a hard blow, and they still had the absolute upper hand, a look of surprise appeared in their eyes. Emperor, it's really extraordinary. Mo Zan couldn't help but praised in his heart. Although he also knew that Jiang Chen's ability to master the supreme immortal art of the Emperor of Heaven, the Heavenly Emperor Seal, must be extremely talented, but he did not expect that Jiang Chen already possessed such strength. In the Heavenly Emperor Palace, there were many geniuses who could use the Deluo realm to kill the Tai realm. But most geniuses, who are also at the peak of the Great Luo realm or even half a step in the Tai realm, can only achieve this step. And like Jiang Chen, with his cultivation in the early stage of the Great Luo realm, he can easily suppress the existence of the Tai realm, so few people can do it. Killing immortal sword art, slaughtering immortals. Under the shocked gazes of Mo Zan and Yuan Hongsheng, Jiang Chen didn't give Wang Xuanying a chance to breathe at all, and directly used the state of Julie's battle body to perform various world-shattering immortal arts, and constantly greeted Wang Xuanying. The void collapsed, the space shattered. Under such a fierce offensive as Jiang Chen, Wang Xuanying had no chance to fight back at all, and could only passively resist it. It was another earth-shattering collision, and Wang Xuanying's figure instantly smashed out a distance of 3,000 meters in the void. He suppressed the churning breath in his body and looked at Jiang Chen with a sneer. Boy, your combat power is beyond my imagination, but if you want to kill me, I'm afraid you are not qualified. Chapter 2952, One Seal Kills. When Wang Xuanying spoke, in the Tianshuan Hall below, more than a dozen immemorial immortals who were not inferior to Deluo Immortal Venerable also rose into the sky in an instant. Boy, even if your combat strength is extraordinary, I want to see how you can resist the siege of this seat in more than a dozen Deluo Immortal Venerables. Wang Xuanying couldn't help laughing horribly. He may not be this kid's opponent alone, but if he joins forces with more than a dozen great Luo Realm Taiku Immortals from the Tianquan Hall, even if he slowly consumes this kid, he can still kill this kid alive. Seeing this scene, Mo Zan couldn't help but frown slightly. This Wang Xuanying is indeed as sinister and cunning as always, and he will do anything to achieve his goal, and he has to join forces with more than 10 great Luoxing Taigu Mingxian to deal with Jiang Chen. This emperor has said that in the Tianquan Hall, those who do not stop the emperor's orders, die. Jiang Chen glanced at the dozen or so Taigu Mingxian with contempt. Do you think you can stop me from killing you with just these guys? When Jiang Chen spoke, he directly raised his hand and waved, and a figure rushed towards the dozen or so immemorial immortals. This figure is naturally the immortal king corpse puppet. With Jiang Chen breaking through the great Luo realm, the corpse puppet of the immortal king has already possessed a strength that is not inferior to that of the Tai realm. It directly broke through the void with its physical body, and punched one of the Taigu Ming with a punch. This punch seems to be plain, without any fancy or terrifying power, but it is a punch that penetrates the body of this ancient immortal, smashing it into nothingness. This scene suddenly caused a dead silence in the sky and the ground. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them, and it was difficult for them to recover from the shock for a long time. Especially Wang Xuanying, his expression was extremely frightened at this moment. He never thought that Jiang Chen even had a puppet that could easily kill immortal Deluo in one fell swoop. This puppet, the combat power is afraid that it will not be inferior to the Tai Immortal Venerable. Just when everyone was terrified, the immortal king corpse puppet stopped at the slightest under Jiang Chen's order. It was like a tiger entering a flock, rushing towards the dozen or so ancient immortals. Every time he threw a punch, an ancient immortal was smashed into nothingness by him. In less than a few breaths, more than a dozen immemorial immortals had already been bombarded and killed by the immortal king corpse puppet. Seeing the scene in front of him, Mo Zan couldn't help but sigh. Everyone, the emperor is not something you can stop. If you don't want to be annihilated, then surrender to the emperor quickly. When they were in the Tianquan temple, these people could be said to be the core figures of the Tianquan temple. Many of them had some intersection with Mo Zan, and Mo Zan obviously did not want these people to fall like this. Emperor, I am willing to surrender, and please forgive me. An ancient immortal looked at the immortal king corpse puppet that was killing him, and his heart was already full of dead souls, and he quickly shouted to Jiang Chen with a look of horror. Jiang Chen heard the words and directly stopped the immortal king corpse puppet that rushed towards him. The remaining few immemorial immortals dared to be slighted. They all gave up their resistance and begged Jiang Chen for mercy. Looking at the scene in front of them, Wang Xuanying and Yuan Hongsheng's expressions were extremely difficult to see. They obviously did not expect that the emperor brought by Mo Zan not only had the terrifying strength to suppress the Tai realm with Da Luoxing, but also had a puppet whose combat power was not inferior to the Tai realm. Today, the more than 10 great Luoxing immortals of the great Luo realm have been killed in half at the touch of a finger, and the remaining half have also chosen to surrender. In addition, there was Mo Zan, the first general of the Tianquan Hall, who was staring at him, so the two of them didn't have much resistance. Yuan Deputy Hall Master, now the Emperor appears, this is the opportunity of our Tiandi Palace, surrender to the Emperor. Mo Zan looked at Yuan Hongsheng in front of him and couldn't help but persuade again. Do I still have a choice? Yuan Hongsheng smiled wryly, and immediately bowed to Jiang Chen and saluted. Tianquan Hall Yuan Hongsheng pays respects to the Emperor, and asks the Emperor to forgive his sins. Wang Xuanying's eyes changed slightly, and he had to suppress the unwillingness in his heart, and saluted Jiang Chen. Wang Xuanying pays tribute to the Emperor. Jiang Chen glanced at Wang Xuanying and said expressionlessly, Get up, others can submit to me, but only you can't, because I have no intention of letting you go. Wang Xuanying's expression changed, and he couldn't help but suddenly raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, and said with a look of anger, What do you mean? Jiang Chen said lightly, It's not interesting, it's just that you are upset and want to kill you, can't you? This Wang Xuanying is insidious and cunning. Jiang Chen can naturally feel that this guy is not really surrendering to him. If he is left behind, there will be endless troubles. Therefore, Jiang Chen had no plans to let Wang Xuanying go. Wang Xuanying was instantly terrified. Where did he dare to stop at all? He quickly turned into a black on, and was about to flee towards the distant sky. This kid's strength is above him, and now Yuan Hongsheng and others have surrendered. If this kid really wants to kill him, he has no room to resist. The killing intent in Jiang Chen's eyes skyrocketed, and the huge palm like a hill suddenly slammed together, and a terrifying black handprint directly blocked the thousands of miles of void, and suppressed it towards Wang Xuanying, who was fleeing in panic. The Emperor's seal, no. Feeling the seal of Jiang Chen's suppression, Wang Xuanying's expression instantly became terrified, and a desperate roar came from his mouth. He tried his best to mobilize the power in his body, trying to resist the terrifying seal from the top of his head. Their current immemorial body is an insubstantial soul body. The seal displayed by Jiang Chen is almost their nemesis. Under the seal of Jiang Chen, no matter how hard Wang Xuanying struggled, everything was in vain. Wang Xuanying's entire body was completely swallowed up by the black seal from the void. The Emperor's seal of the Emperor has become more and more proficient in use. Seeing that Jiang Chen's understatement of the seal completely killed Wang Xuanying, Mo Zan couldn't help but let out a burst of exclamation in his heart. When he met Jiang Chen for the first time back then, even if Jiang Chen cast the Heavenly Emperor seal, he couldn't help him at all. Now, even with his strength, facing Jiang Chen's seal, I'm afraid he will be seriously injured if he doesn't die. Killing Wang Xuanying lightly, Jiang Chen also dissipated Julie's battle body in an instant, and looked directly at the Golden Palace in the center of Tianshuan Hall. Now that the matter in the Tianshuan Hall has been resolved, it is time for him to obtain the source of the Heavenly Emperor in the Tianshuan Hall. Chapter 2953. Absorb the origin of the Emperor. The ruins of Tianshuan Hall, the central Golden Hall. Jiang Chen and Mo Zan stood side by side in the void outside the hall. Senior Mo Zan, this hall seems to be guarded by a mysterious force. Even immortal Venerable Hunyuan may not be able to easily enter it, right? Jiang Chen looked at the Golden Hall in front of him, and his brows couldn't help but tightly knit together. Mo Zan nodded and said, "That's right, this great hall has a defense restriction set up by the master of the Tianshuan Hall. Unless the immortal king realm can make a move, no one can easily enter it. Of course, it is precisely because of the prohibition placed by the master of the Tianshuan Hall that the origin of the Emperor of Heaven has been preserved until now." Jiang Chen asked suspiciously, "Then how do I enter the hall now?" "No need to enter the hall." Mo Zan shook his head, and immediately explained, "The origin of the Emperor is very spiritual. As an Emperor, you have mastered the seal of the Emperor, and you can use the seal of the Emperor to sense the origin of the Emperor, and the source of the Emperor will take the initiative to come out of the hall." Jiang Chen nodded, and immediately stepped out, and then the immortal power surged between his palms, and the first seal of the Heavenly Emperor seal was instantly condensed in his palm. And at the moment when Jiang Chen Yi an immortal soul extermination condensed. The Golden Hall below also trembled violently at this moment. Feeling the inexplicable feeling of the palm print of the heaven and earth seal and the origin of the Emperor in the hall, Jiang Chen did not hesitate. The handprints between his palms kept changing, and the second and third seals of the Emperor's seal were condensed one after another. As Jiang Chen's three-way seals changed one after another in the palm of his hand, a little bit of mysterious brilliance, like a star, also flew out from the Golden Hall. These mysterious starlights gathered little by little on the Golden Hall, as if they had outlined something. These mysterious stars gathered in the sky above the main hall, and a mass of existence that could not be described in words slowly dignified above the main hall. At the beginning, it looked like an inconspicuous air current, but soon it turned into yin-yang tai chi, which gave rise to tu chi, and then it turned into a mighty violet chi, and then evolved into all living beings. It seems that the stars in the universe, the rising of the sun and the moon, and the rules of change of all things in the world are all included in it. It is suspended in the sky above the main hall like this, and it looks illusory, but it really exists, with a trace of mysterious and unpredictable atmosphere. Is this the origin of the Emperor of Heaven? Jiang Chen's eyes were fixed on what appeared above the hall, and he couldn't help but let out a low murmur. This thing is worthy of being the origin of the Heavenly Emperor left by the Supreme Emperor of Heaven, and it is indeed extraordinary. Although Jiang Chen didn't know the purpose of this strand of Heavenly Emperor's origin, he could sense that it contained the law of infinite immortality. Even if he can comprehend a little, I am afraid it can increase his strength several times. Origin of Heavenly Emperor. Not far from Jiang Chen and the others, Yuan Hongsheng looked at the origin of the Heavenly Emperor appearing in the sky above the main hall. A greedy look appeared in his eyes, and he almost couldn't hold back the desire in his heart and stepped forward directly. Shot to snatch. This is the origin of a Heavenly Emperor, and it comes from the power of a supreme immortal emperor. If he can get this thread of the origin of the Heavenly Emperor, I am afraid that at least he can return to the peak, or even break through the limit, and it is not impossible to achieve the immortal king realm with the body of the underworld immortal. He glanced at Jiang Chen and Mo Zan, and finally suppressed the desire in his heart. Although Jiang Chen only has the cultivation base of Da Luoxing, he has mastered all kinds of supreme immortal techniques, and even immortal venerable Tai can be easily killed. Beside him is Mo Zan and a puppet guard whose combat power is not inferior to immortal Tai. If he really takes the initiative to capture the origin of the emperor, he is probably doomed to die. Jiang Chen tilted his head and glanced at Yuan Hongsheng, and then slowly stepped into the void and came to the source of heaven and earth, reaching out and grabbing the source of the emperor in his hand. And at the moment when Jiang Chen came into contact with the origin of the emperor of heaven, I saw that the source of heaven and earth also turned into a stream of air, directly submerging into Jiang Chen's body. I saw a strange energy suddenly appeared around Jiang Chen's body, turning into a huge silkworm cocoon, wrapping Jiang Chen's entire body in it. Seeing this, Mo Zan directly guarded Jiang Chen's side with the corpse of the immortal king. He is very clear that Jiang Chen is now absorbing the power of Shenwu Tiandi's origin. Once Jiang Chen successfully absorbs and comprehends a strand of the origin of the Heavenly Emperor, he will be reborn from the cocoon, and his strength will increase by leaps and bounds, reaching an extremely terrifying level. Mo Zan, you are the first general of the Tianshuan Temple. If you get this thread of the source of the Emperor, you will definitely be able to break through the limit and become the immortal king. You are really willing to let him absorb the source of the Emperor, and you have no idea about the source of the Emperor. Is it? At this moment, Yuan Hongsheng couldn't help but slowly came to Mo Zan's side, looked at Jiang Chen in the light cocoon and said in a low voice. Mo Zan opened his eyes and looked up at Yuan Hongsheng. Vice Hall Master Yuan, you could hold back and didn't do anything just now. I thought you would give up on this. It seems that you still have a peep at the origin of the Emperor of Heaven. Yuan Hongsheng took a deep breath and said, this is the origin of the Heavenly Emperor. You should know what it means to get this thread of the origin of the Heavenly Emperor. Deputy Hall Master Yuan, Mo advises you, if you don't want to fall completely, it's best not to fight the idea of the origin of the Emperor. Mo Zan shook his head and said, Lord Tiandi, what a peerless character he was at the beginning, the origin of the Tiandi he left behind is not accessible to anyone, you'd better be honest. If you don't want to follow the Emperor to revive the Tiandi Palace, you can leave here, I will never stop you. Yuan Hongsheng's eyes changed slightly, but in the end he didn't say much, turned around and disappeared in front of Mo Zan. The Heavenly Emperor Palace was annihilated in the immortal realm overnight, which is enough to prove that the opponents that the Heavenly Emperor Palace faced back then were far more terrifying than the Heavenly Emperor Palace at its peak. Even if the Emperor is born, it is almost impossible to revive the Tiandi Palace. Following the Emperor's son to rebuild the Tiandi Palace can be said to be a life and death experience. Yuan Hongsheng, who has fallen once, cherishes everything he has now. Instead of following the Emperor to rebuild the Heavenly Emperor Palace, it is better to be at ease in this world and be a free and easy immortal. Mo Zan looked at Yuan Hongsheng's disappearing back and closed his eyes again. Mo Zan is a person who is more concerned about his old feelings. As long as Yuan Hongsheng does not affect the Emperor's absorption of the origin of the Emperor, Mo Zan does not want to take Yuan Hongsheng lightly. Even if Yuan Hongsheng still didn't give up his involvement in the origin of the Emperor of Heaven, Mo Zan didn't care. With the puppets left by him and Jiang Chen sitting here, Yuan Hongsheng would never even think about making any waves. Chapter 2954, The strength has risen sharply, breaking through the Tai realm, the ruins of Tianshuan Hall. The moment Jiang Chen came into contact with the origin of the Emperor of Heaven, the whole person seemed to be in a mysterious space about 100 feet in size. In this space, everywhere is filled with a strange energy. This strange energy seems to contain a mysterious power. Even if Jiang Chen just took a breath in this space, he feels that whether it is the Deluo immortal power in his body, or the understanding of the laws of immortality, it is all with the naked eye. Visible speed increased. It seems that the power contained in this space should be the origin of the Emperor of Heaven. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and immediately without any hesitation, he directly practiced cross-legged in this space. Immediately afterwards, the system's prompt sound also kept ringing in Jiang Chen's mind. Under the blessing of 100 times the experience of the system, Jiang Chen absorbed the origin of the Emperor of Heaven to cultivate, and his strength has undoubtedly reached a very terrifying level. Jiang Chen's cultivation has broken through from the early stage of Deluo to the middle stage of Deluo, and his understanding of Shanli Yudiandi has also reached the perfect state. Jiang Chen is madly absorbing the origin of the Emperor of Heaven to cultivate, day after day, year after year. 10 years passed in a flash. In the past 10 years, Jiang Chen has continuously absorbed and enlightened the origin of the Emperor, and his cultivation base has reached the peak of Da Luo, and he has successfully mastered the laws of immortality that prohibit the heaven and earth from immortal power, and he is only one step away from breaking through the Tai realm. Jiang Chen's 10 years of cultivation has also absorbed the power of the Heavenly Emperor's origin in this space. Jiang Chen did not stop cultivating, and continued to absorb and understand the remaining origin of the Emperor. About half a year later, when Jiang Chen absorbed and comprehends the origin of the Heavenly Emperor in this space, his cultivation base finally succeeded in taking it to the next level, directly breaking through the Tai realm and becoming a genuine Tai immortal venerable. His comprehension of the immortal power forbidden world has also reached the realm of Dacheng, far exceeding the ordinary Tai immortal venerable. I have finally broken through the Tai realm. With my current strength, even if I face the primordial immortal, I am afraid I may not have the capital to compete. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, and there was a sharp gleam in his eyes. This time, with the help of the Heavenly Emperor's origin in the Tianxuan Hall, his strength can be said to have undergone earth-shaking changes, and he has directly crossed a great realm. If he were to face Lu Chengqing's clone again, Jiang Chen would even have the confidence to fight him head-on. As expected of the origin of the immortal emperor left by the Heavenly Emperor, it really is extraordinary. According to Mo Zan, the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Emperor Palace left a trace of the origin of the Heavenly Emperor in the 36 branch halls of the Heaven and Earth Palace. Now it's just the source of the Heavenly Emperor in the Tianxuan Temple, which gives him such a terrifying improvement. If he can absorb and comprehend the rest of the source of the Heavenly Emperor, what kind of terrifying level will his cultivation reach? Jiang Chen just realized that Mo Zan's words were not false. If he can really gather the origins of the 36 Heavenly Emperors, even if he cannot be compared with that Heavenly Emperor, I am afraid that he can at least become a generation of immortal emperors. Back then, the Heavenly Emperor Palace was annihilated from the immortal realm overnight, and the 36 branch halls were all unknown. Jiang Chen was able to find the Heavenly Profound Hall and obtain the source of the Heavenly Emperor from the Heavenly Profound Hall. It was already a great opportunity. If you want to find the other 35 branch halls, and get the source of the Emperor of Heaven, it is undoubtedly more difficult than ascending to the sky. I don't know if Mo Zan knows the whereabouts of the other branch halls. Although it is not easy to gather 36 sources of Heavenly Emperor, but if Mo Zan knows some news, he will find a way to get 1 or 2 more sources of Heavenly Emperor, so as to break through immortal primordial in one fell swoop. It is not impossible. Just when Jiang Chen's thoughts flashed, as the last trace of the origin of the Emperor between heaven and earth was absorbed by Jiang Chen, the surrounding space also collapsed instantly. Jiang Chen felt that he had returned to the sky above Tianxuan Hall. Congratulations to the Emperor for absorbing and understanding the origin of the Emperor, and his strength has grown by leaps and bounds. Mo Zan raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen, and there was a look of surprise in his eyes. The origin of the Heavenly Emperor is the origin of the immortal Emperor left by Lord Heavenly Emperor. Although it contains incredible power, it is by no means easy for ordinary people to comprehend and absorb it. Mo Zan originally thought that it would be difficult for Jiang Chen to absorb and comprehend the origin of the Heavenly Emperor without a period of decades or even 100 years. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen has successfully absorbed and comprehended the origin of the Emperor in just 10 years, thus breaking through from the Great Luo realm to the Tai realm in one fell swoop. Today's Jiang Chen, even if he is afraid, is far from being an opponent. This is also thanks to Senior Mo Zan. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, and then asked, Senior Mo Zan, where exactly is Tianxuan Hall now, and how can I make Tianxuan Hall reappear in a mortal realm? Jiang Chen mastered the Heavenly Emperor's seal by chance, and was regarded by Mo Zan as a disciple of the Heavenly Emperor's palace. Now that he has absorbed the origin of the Heavenly Emperor, he naturally wants to do something for the Heavenly Emperor's palace. I don't know either, but you want Tianxuan Hall to recreate the immortal realm. It's not possible now. I'm afraid at least you can try one or two when you have the strength of the immortal king realm. Mo Zan shook his head, and then said solemnly, what's more, it's not a good thing that Tianxuan Temple is now in the immortal world. It's not yet time for birth. Jiang Chen heard the words, and there was a little more solemnity in his eyes. Back then, the Heavenly Emperor Palace didn't know what terrible existence it encountered, and disappeared from the fairyland overnight. Although it is a long time away from the era of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, no one knows whether the terrifying existence that caused the destruction of the Heavenly Emperor Palace still exists in the immortal realm. Once it exists in the immortal realm, the birth of Tianxuan Hall is no different from courting death. The Emperor doesn't care about us, we will practice here, waiting for the Emperor to lead us to be born one day and rebuild the Tiandi Palace. Mo Zan looked up at Jiang Chen, and said solemnly, in the future, the Emperor must be careful in the immortal world, and don't expose your identity as the Emperor of the Emperor's Palace at will. Once someone finds out, the consequences may be unimaginable. Jiang Chen nodded, and immediately asked directly, Senior Mo Zan, do you know the whereabouts of the other branches of the Heavenly Emperor Palace? When the incident happened suddenly, I don't know what happened to the other branches of the Tiandi Palace. Mo Zan shook his head, and immediately moved his palm, and a token containing the power of endless thunder also emerged from his palm. Emperor, I have made friends with a primordial Hunyuan from one of the 36 temples, Tianlei Temple, and this token is that person's token. This token may help you find the Tianlei Temple. Can help. Chapter 2955. Return to the northern cold immortal territory. Of course Mo Zan knew the purpose of Jiang Chen asking about other branch halls, and he naturally hoped that Jiang Chen could get all the origins of the immortal emperor left by the Heavenly Emperor, so as to attain the realm of immortal emperor in one fell swoop. Mo Zan really didn't know anything about the situation of the 36th hall of the Emperor's palace. This token is also the only clue he can provide. Jiang Chen was not polite, and directly took the token in Mo Zan's hand. The token in Mo Zan's hand at least gave him a clue to find the Tianxuan Hall. As long as he can find the Tianxuan Hall, he may have more clues and find other branches of the Tiandi Palace. After Jiang Chen asked Mo Zan something about the Tiandi Palace, he bid farewell to Mo Zan and left the world where Tianxuan Palace was located. Northern Cold Immortal Region, Nameless Immortal City, Central Square. An altar where countless mysterious rays of light circulate, suddenly burst into a space fluctuation of distance, causing the entire sky above the nameless immortal city to be turbulent at this moment. This sudden change was also a surprise to many people in Wumingshandian. Several figures flew out from the nameless immortal city and appeared in the sky above the central square. The ruins of the ancient immortal king suddenly fluctuated. How is it possible? An immortal Deluo from the nameless immortal hall looked at the scene in front of him, and there was a touch of unbelievable horror on his face. This ancient immortal king relic was accidentally discovered by the first-generation hall master of the Wuming Immortal Hall. Nameless Immortal Palace can become the transcendent force of Beihan Immortal Domain second only to Beihan Immortal Palace, which is inseparably related to this ancient immortal king relic. The unknown Immortal Hall only opens the ruins of the immortal king of the ancient times every once in a while, and there has never been any error. It has not been too long since the last opening of the ancient immortal king ruins, and it is far from the time when the immemorial immortal king ruins opened, but the immemorial immortal king ruins suddenly fluctuated. There is such an abnormal situation in the ancient immortal king ruins, but it has never happened before. I am afraid there is a mutation in the ruins of the ancient immortal king. Everyone, be prepared. As the first middle-aged man in a gorgeous palace suit, he said solemnly. The middle-aged man in the palace suit is none other than Mu Zichen, the deputy hall master of the Wumingshan Temple, the host of the Wumingshan Club at the beginning. Under the gaze of several high-level officials of Wumingshan Temple, the spatial fluctuations on the altar also became more and more distant. I saw a dazzling brilliance suddenly flashed across the altar, and a figure that Mu Zichen was very familiar with also emerged from the altar out of thin air. Mu Zichen looked at Jiang Chen, who appeared in his line of sight, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. At the time of the Wuming Shanwei, Jiang Chen used his own strength to overwhelm all the geniuses in the 18th branch of the Wuming Shandian, and successfully pushed the 18th branch of the Wuming Shandian to the position of the first branch. After the Wuming Immortal Fair ended, this one had clearly left the northern cold immortal territory, but now why did he come out of the ruins of the ancient immortal king? Jiang Chen raised his head and glanced at Mu Zichen, who was in the air, and couldn't help but smile and said, Deputy Hall Master Mu, long time no see, are you okay? Boy, what are you, why did you appear in the secret world of my nameless fairy temple? At this moment, a Deluo immortal venerable beside Mu Zichen who didn't know Jiang Chen, couldn't help drinking to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't even look at this immortal Deluo, he clasped his fists at Mu Zichen and said, Deputy Hall Master Mu, I'm just passing by, farewell. That Deluo immortal venerable saw that Jiang Chen actually ignored his existence, and there was a flash of anger in his eyes. I saw his body burst out with great immortal power, and the soles of his feet were at a point in the void, and he rushed out directly at Jiang Chen. Stop. Stop it, Mu Zichen's expression changed, and he couldn't help but hurriedly stopped. After not seeing him for many years, Jiang Chen's current aura has reached an unfathomable level, and even he, the Deputy Hall Master of the Nameless Immortal Hall, has been unable to see through it at all. Today's Jiang Chen, I am afraid that the cultivation base has at least reached the Great Luo realm. With the terrifying talent shown by Jiang Chen, once the cultivation base reaches the Deluo realm, the combat power must be far beyond the existence of the ordinary Deluo Immortal Venerable. Even if he is at the peak of Deluo Immortal Venerable, he may not necessarily be Jiang Chen's opponent. Jiang Chen's face turned cold, and he immediately raised his hand and waved, and an invisible force of the forbidden world instantly filled the void. The figure of the immortal Deluo, who rushed towards Jiang Chen, was instantly condensed in midair. Immortal Venerable Deluo's expression instantly became terrified. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, he just flicked his fingers, and an invisible sword light hit the Deluo Immortal Venerable directly. This Deluo Immortal Venerable didn't have any resistance at all, so he was hit by Jiang Chen's finger and flew out of the sky, smashing through the sky one after another, and then he managed to stabilize his body in embarrassment. The blood in his mouth vomited wildly, and in the eyes that looked at Jiang Chen, he instantly became terrified. Shanli bans heaven and earth, this guy is already Tai Immortal Venerable. Mu Zichen looked at the shocking scene in front of him, and it was difficult for him to recover from the shock for a long time. Although he knew that Jiang Chen's talent was unparalleled, now his cultivation base may have reached the Great Luo realm. But he still didn't expect that Jiang Chen had surpassed the Luo Immortal Venerable and became a genuine Tai Immortal Venerable. This son, it's really extraordinary. Mu Zichen was amazed in his heart. In any case, he never thought that this hairy boy who came to participate in the Wooming Immortal Association with the 18th branch of the Wooming Immortal Hall had grown to such a degree. Immortal Venerable Tai, the entire northern cold immortal territory is one of a handful. Today's Jiang Chen, even if he looks at the entire northern cold immortal territory, is second only to the supreme powerhouse of the northern cold immortal king. Mu Zichen took a deep breath and said quickly, Jiang Chen, this elder doesn't know your identity, so he will take action against you. The old man apologized to you on his behalf. Mu Zichen knew very well that Jiang Chen's reappearance in the Immortal King ruins of the ancient times must have a close relationship with the last time he entered the Immortal King ruins of the ancient times, and Mu Zichen did not intend to pursue this matter. Jiang Chen came to participate in the Wooming Immortal Society as a disciple of the 18th Branch Hall, and he had a certain relationship with the Wooming Immortal Hall. Now Beihan Shanyu is in a troubled autumn, Wooming Shandian can only be friends with Jiang Chen, not enemies. Jiang Chen didn't care about this. Back then, he joined the 18th branch of the Wooming Immortal Hall, and he had a certain relationship with the Wooming Immortal Hall, but he never thought of becoming an enemy of the Wooming Immortal Hall. He raised his head and asked, Deputy Hall Master Mu, what is the current situation in the northern cold immortal region? Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.